I once thought that the child of the big sister would be as clever and cute as Zhao Zhao. And it's true. Wuxin slowly took out an iris hairpin from his, memories of beautiful times flashing through his mind. When I was 7 years old, that was 17 years ago, I saw the big sister in Huanqing, Qizhou. It was a very cold winter that year. The beautiful big sister was giving porridge at the city gate. When she learned that my grandfather was badly injured in a broken temple, she sent someone to take him for treatment. Because I took care of my grandfather, I was always the last to arrive for the porridge, but the big sister always kept 2 portions for us. Thus, my grandfather and I survived that winter under her care. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. During a begging session, my grandfather was beaten badly and passed away. When the big sister found out, she sent people to bury my grandfather. After I finished the 7th day of mourning, she took me to a bookstore to work and also taught me to read. I was very sad, but also very happy. Sadly, on the 3rd day, I met the ghost-faced old woman at the graveyard. 2 streams of tears poured down Wuxin's pale face, his body weak and lonely, like a drifting leaf with no way back or forward. Little Zhao Zhao cried loudly, "Brother Wuxin, don't die." Fate was so, and all paths were destined. Looking at Wuxin, who was weak and frail, with a helpless and sorrowful appearance, Fu Qiqi sighed deeply. From Wuxin's memories, she also gleaned 2 useful pieces of information. 1. Her mother's family might be from Huanqing, Qizhou. 2. Her mother was from a noble family. Wuxin handed the iris hairpin to Zhao Zhao. His face, like a fading light, was stained with blood, coloring his pale lips with a faint hue, and he smiled sadly. "You clever little one. When you grow up, you will surely be as beautiful as the big sister. Here, this iris hairpin is for you." He turned his cloudy eyes toward Qiqi. "I've always dreamed of studying in the sunshine in a school. So I opened a bookstore in Huanqing and stayed there for a year. The money I earned from the bookstore was used to buy jade, pure and innocent, without any bloodshed." Qiqi nodded, and little Zhao Zhao took the iris hairpin, crying uncontrollably. Brother Wuxin was able to escape to save her. Fu Qiqi paused for a moment, then changed her mind and said, "I can save you, but you have killed several people. To survive, I must you of your martial skills." Wu Xian gently shook his head, reached out to catch a cold breeze, and in an instant, the wind dispersed into nothingness. Ultimately, it was just an illusion. His pale, weak face looked as if he was relieved, gazing at the dark night sky. "Grandpa taught me to do good. Even begging can have dignity. My older sister gave me warmth, that is hope for life and light. But my mother-in-law taught me to do evil. I didn't want to, but she raised me. I was born on a mass grave, drank the blood of the dead, ate their flesh, and only then did I survive, until I met my grandpa. I once thought that maybe from the moment I was born, I was already tainted. The witch-faced grandmother took me back because I was naturally cold-blooded, forcing me to learn evil magic. From a young age, I bathed in lustful drugs, lived with snakes, and since then, I have been rotten to my core, my soul irreparably stained. A single thought of or heaven, good or evil, all depends on one moment." Fu Qiqi remained calm and silent, feeling a twinge of complex sadness. The little snake sensed Wu Xian's sorrowful decision, nudged his chin, and shed blood tears. Wu Xian lowered his head, voice faint and broken. "I am a monster. And you are a monster too. You were born without knowing pain, an outsider among snakes, fed drugs day and night, extracting lustful poisons. Living for over 10 years in confusion, causing harm to many. Come with me now. In our next life, I will be a human and you will be a snake. Both of us must live pure and honest lives." The little snake wrapped around Wu Xian's wrist, intelligent and attentive, nodded its head. One person, one snake, quietly passed away. In the lonely night, Fu Qiqi held the sobbing Xiao Zhao Zhao, her mood complicated. Before leaving, she saw the faceless corpse, feeling uneasy and disgusted, yet still daring to think of Brother Tsang. She threw a bomb bead, instantly destroying the faceless body into ashes. When they returned to the inn, the place was filled with a foul stench, and the ground was covered with insects, snakes, ants, and corpses. Ahead, dark clouds churned, fierce winds howled, thick mist covered the sky, and flashes of white light appeared. Two figures fought fiercely in midair, thunder rumbling occasionally. Brother Song and the witch-faced grandmother were nearing the end of their battle. The grandmother, frightened, retreated step by step, seizing an opportunity and rushing away into the distance. Suddenly, a lightning bolt streaked from his finger into the sky, followed by a thick, bright white light appearing from the horizon, striking sharply at the back of the fleeing witch-faced grandmother. A thunderous roar shook the sky, and the ghost-faced old woman was thrown into the air, her eyes full of disbelief. After a long, agonizing scream, she fell to the ground like a torn cloth, lifeless. The top expert in the southern wilderness had fallen, causing waves across the martial world. Seeking Chi-Chi, Yu Junxian approached with a smile, glancing at the crying Baozi Zhao Zhao, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Zhao Zhao is hurt. Did she get scared? Little Zhao Zhao pouted, tears falling down. Not at all. Brother Wu Xian protected me, but he is dead. Is Wu Xian not the disciple of the ghost-faced old woman, and also an assassin in the mountain villa? Yu Junxian looked confused. Fu Chi-Chi explained briefly, there was a change of events. Wu Xian knows my mother. This time, Wu Xian followed the ghost-faced old woman's orders and captured Zhao Zhao, but he never intended to harm her. Yu Junshuan's thoughts turned. He had no memory of the mother in this world. At that moment, Qiao Wu's urgent shout interrupted their conversation.
Miss Fu,
hurry and save our master. The three turned their heads to see Qiao Wu standing at the window of a guest room on the second floor, looking tense. When they reached the room, they saw the bed shattered into pieces, clothes and sheets torn apart everywhere. Even a half-sized bathtub was overturned on the ground, water flowing everywhere. A complete mess. In the center of the room, Ping Shuyao was frantically tearing at his clothes, growling like a beast. He heard the noise and looked outside the door, his scarlet eyes fixed on Fu Chi-Chi. His eyes suddenly lit up, like lightning, and he charged forward. Yu Junxian frowned, stepped forward, and kicked him away. Ping Shuyao fell into the dirty water, then scrambled up and charged at Fu Chi-Chi again. Yu Junxian looked grim, kicked him again, but Ping Shuyao, like an unkillable cockroach, kept getting up. Fu Chi-Chi rolled her eyes, holding Zhao Zhao and quietly retreating outside the door. Was this guy poisoned? Qiao Wu was anxious, calling out repeatedly, but the master was already mentally unclear. Yu Gongzi was skilled in martial arts. He couldn't intervene.
Clang.
Ah, roar. Fu Chi-Chi gasped, shivering. It hurts so much. Could the guy still see anyone after waking up? Qiao Wu was desperate, almost crying, begging Fu Chi-Chi, Miss Fu, tell Yu Gongzi not to fight anymore. If they keep fighting, our master might lose his life. Fu Chi-Chi looked at Ping Shuyao, who had been knocked out, his nose swollen, face crooked, eyes skewed. This was a face that had been repeatedly beaten, artfully so. Chi-Chi's mouth twitched, and she looked at Brother Song with a smile. His actions were quite harsh and somewhat childish. Receiving Chi-Chi's teasing gaze, Yu Junxian crossed his arms calmly, as if he had been expecting this. He had long wanted to teach this young man a lesson, and today was a good opportunity he could miss. Ping Shuyao, who was knocked out in just a few moments, twitched all over and seemed close to waking up again. Fu Chi-Chi quickly placed her hand on his wrist, and in Zhou Wu's eyes, it looked like she was checking his pulse. In reality, she was slowly channeling her mental energy from her wood element healing technique into Ping Shuyao's body. After a few moments, Chi-Chi hesitated, and a faint blush appeared on her ears. Zhou Wu, holding his flushed and feverish master, asked anxiously, "How is he?" Fu Chi-Chi spoke as if her mouth was burning, words spilling out. "He has love poison. He is experiencing intense feelings." She couldn't bring herself to say the more explicit word. Zhou Wu's eyes widened. He had never thought his master could be affected by love poison. Little Zhao Zhao, being young, didn't understand clearly, but she knew one thing. Brother Ping was bitten by a little snake to save me. A little snake with love poison. That matched perfectly. Fu Chi looked to Brother Tsong for his opinion. Yu Junshuan's cool gaze swept over Ping Shuyao, and he said with interest, "There are many women in the inn. Find a willing maid to come over, and the love poison will be cured." Zhou Wu immediately looked at Fu Chi with pleading eyes. Yu Junxian half closed his eyes, his expression cold and intimidating, and a surge of internal energy pressed down on Zhou Wu. A huge sense of pressure hit him, and Zhou Wu's face turned pale instantly. He tightly held Ping Shuyao and apologized, "Sorry." Then he added, "When I found young master, he was chasing away a maid. If the master is willing to find any woman, the poison could have been cured long ago." Yu Junxian withdrew his internal energy. His torn clothes had sharp wooden splinters piercing through, bleeding slightly. Clearly, he had done it himself to stay rational. He admired this a little, thinking about how this person's face lit up like a cat smelling blood when he saw Chi. Yu Junshuan's expression darkened again. Chi came up with a quick plan. "There's no time to find an antidote. I'll first help him force out the love poison." "Zhou Wu, help." Yu Junxian glanced at Ping Shuyao, who was twisting and struggling to break free from Zhou Wu's embrace like a snake, making muffled sounds. It was unpleasant to hear. Moreover, during the process of forcing out the poison, he could wake up at any moment. With his current appearance, who knew what reckless actions he might take? "I will rescue him with you," Yu Junxian said calmly. Zhou Wu thought of Yu Gongzi's deep internal strength and gratefully thanked Yu Junxian. Lord Yu raised an eyebrow. Does he really think this love poison can be forced out with inner strength? That's because Chi has a special ability related to wood elements and healing. Moreover, this young master is acting out of kindness. It's all to prevent this wicked spirit of. A treatment plan was decided. Xiao Wu took Xiao Zhao away to avoid trouble. Lord Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the bath bucket, and he had a little idea. He asked, "Chi, do you have any ice cubes in your space?" Fu Chi smiled warmly and took out some ice cubes. Big Brother Tsong thought of that. Ice can cool down the heat and help push out the poison. Lord Yu looked half smiling, enjoying the contrast of hot and cold. He poured 2 baskets of ice into the bath, filling it halfway. He threw Ping Shuyao into the tub. Fu Chi held his right hand, gathering her spiritual energy into a white light that passed through his burning body, pushing the poison out of his blood and muscles little by little. Under the soothing cold and stimulation inside, Ping Shuyao opened his eyes. He was still in a daze, driven by instinct and the few feelings in his mind. He accurately found Chi-Chi's position, broke free from her grip, tore off his clothes, and lunged forward. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with desire, as if he wanted to tear her apart from inside. Lord Yu turned his palm quickly and grabbed his left shoulder, pulling him back. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of dislike crossing his brow. "I don't care if you hear me clearly. If you make any more moves like that, I'll cut off your leg today." That leg wasn't the leg you're thinking of, it was the third leg. Ah, a scream of pain followed, as if his tendons and bones were breaking. The pain made Ping Shuyao momentarily sober.
Fu Chi's brow twitched.
Big Brother Tsong used 3 layers of inner strength. Ping Shuyao looked weakly around, recalling what had happened before, and his eyes showed embarrassment. Lord Yu sneered coldly, his smile full of deadly intent. "Are you awake now? If you are, then act like a person. Stop acting like a beast." Ping Shuyao lowered his head, his eyes dark and obscure. Finally, after more than half an hour, the love poison was pushed out. Ping Shuyao didn't realize he had crossed a line again, seemingly provoking Lord Yu. His eyes, full of longing, brimmed with emotion, like a chaste wife reunited with her husband, tenderly saying, "I knew Chi would come to save me.
Although
I kept telling myself I could hold on. I could wait for Chi-Chi. Lord Yu moved slowly, unkindly, raising his palm like a blade and slapping the back of his neck. Ping Xiao's eyes widened as he watched Yu's fierce strike, tilting his head and collapsing completely. Stay away from him from now on. Lord Yu's eyes flashed with anger. Such a childish fool. Pu Chi-Chi let out a small squeal and started laughing. After a busy night, at dawn, Nan Yuan arrived with people to clean up the bodies, tie up the servant boys and girls, and handle other housework. Especially here, the soil and trees were contaminated with poison. Pu Chi-Chi, feeling distressed, set a fire to burn everything, including the bodies. Thinking about the lingering effects of the fire on the corpses caused by Zhang Mijian, this time, Pu Chi-Chi was determined to burn everything completely. Especially the ghost-faced old woman, whose skills were strange and her magic mysterious, who knew if she had more tricks up her sleeve. They managed to solve a difficult problem smoothly, and Pu Chi-Chi looked much more relaxed. Morning fog was heavy, and it was chilly. Pu Chi-Chi's arms had 2 cuts that she hadn't treated yet. I'll heal myself after I regain my strength, she said. After a whole night of fighting and rushing to save that fool, my inner energy is almost drained.
Cui.
She slowly treated her wounds, planning to spend 5 or 6 days making sure they healed completely. Faced with Brother Tsong's sudden anger, Pu Chi-Chi didn't dare to argue and nodded obediently. Yu Junxian was annoyed by the 2 ugly wounds and didn't want to wait any longer. He then ordered 3 fires to be lit. Without waiting for instructions, everyone kept their distance. Pu Chi-Chi obediently handed over scissors, gauze, iodine, and white ointment. Yu Junxian focused intently, cut a large on her arm, washed it with warm water, disinfected it with iodine, applied white ointment, and finally wrapped it carefully. Seeing her well-behaved, Yu Junxian's spiritual sense moved, and he gave her a small kiss on her smooth forehead. Pu Chi-Chi was stunned. Not far away, the large group from the Nanyu tribe was heading toward the inn. Pu Chi-Chi covered her chest with her hand, feeling her heart pounding and warm. Seeing Chi-Chi staring blankly with slightly reddened eyes, Yu Junxian gently rubbed her reddened eyelids with his fingertips, thinking she was tired from not sleeping all night. He softly said, "This place smells bad. Let's go to the small stream ahead for breakfast. After eating, you can rest for an hour, then we'll head back." Pu Chi-Chi bumped into Brother Tsong's gentle gaze and pressed her hurriedly beating heart.
She
saw feelings.
So.
Her wild thoughts, are they real? Brother Tsong. And that night, the kiss. Just thinking about it made her heart race wildly.
But
in this apocalyptic world, the Tsong family planned to marry Brother Tsong to someone else. That slender, waist-thin girl, Fuyu Rao, who caused her to be stranded in this different world, was one of the candidates. Could it be that, in this new world, only she and him are left, so they're just settling for each other? Fu Chi-Chi, lost in her thoughts, felt a bit discouraged and anxious, overwhelmed with a strange sense of unfairness. She avoided eye contact and looked down softly, saying in a gentle voice, "All right, I'm just hungry." She was truly hungry. Just over an hour ago, she had eaten a full feast. Yu Junxian quietly glanced at her 2 red cheeks, then saw Chi-Chi quickly regain her calm, her eyes flickering slightly. "Have some meat porridge in the morning, and add some corn from yesterday. Would that be good?"
"Good," she replied.
Chi-Chi looked down, a strand of green hair falling across her forehead. Her eyes showed mixed emotions that were hard to read. She nodded silently, agreeing. A guard led over a black horse. Yu Junxian swung onto the horse and bent down to reach out his hand. A pair of distinct, bony hands appeared before her. Only then did Chi-Chi lift her gaze, her eyes moist, as if covered by a faint, hazy mist, dreamy and unclear. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out her hand. Yu Junxian gently pulled her, causing his blue robe to ripple like water. Chi-Chi fell steadily into his arms. The morning fog had not yet lifted, and the cold wind was brisk. Yu Junxian held the reins in one hand and wrapped Chi-Chi into his embrace with the other. Little kitten's eyes are all bloodshot. Lean on me and squint a little, he said softly. Chi-Chi rubbed her forehead, not because she was tired, but because her heart felt unfairly heavy, words unable to express her feelings. As they took a few steps forward, they heard noise ahead and rode over. They saw Xiao Zhao Zhao with her hands on her hips, glaring with red-rimmed eyes, shouting sternly, "Don't burn brother, Wu Exine. Who dares? My sword doesn't have eyes." She held a long sword, swinging it through the air with a fierce presence, like a little queen. Xiao Zhao Zhao, small but fiery, rushed to the bonfire. She saw brother Wu Exine's body crumpled like a rag among the corpses, crying and jumping in anger, shouting and demanding action without explaining clearly. Others didn't understand the full story, but since Wu Exine was a disciple of the ghost-faced granny and known as a murderer, they were prepared to burn him. Chi-Chi quickly explained, "Nan Yuan, Wu Exine saved Xiao Zhao Zhao. Don't burn him with the others. Arrange for someone to take his body back to Fengwu Mountain Villa's back mountain for burial." Nan Yuan suddenly realized. He said that Xiao Zhao Zhao was like a wild wolf cub. Chi-Chi waved at Zhao Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, get on the horse. We'll rest ahead." Zhao Zhao pouted and shook her head. Only after seeing Wu Exine's body placed on a wooden board and covered with cloth did she run over. "Big sister, carry me. Yu Junxian, sit behind me." Zhao Zhao, crying, stubbornly said, "Big sister, carry me." The two looked at each other stubbornly, their eyes locked.
All right.
Chi-Chi hesitated halfway, then Yu Junxian whipped his horse and urged it forward.
Wow.
Xiao Zhao Zhao stayed behind, crying loudly. Soon after, Qiao Wu helped Ping Shuyao over. Noticing the figure in a dark robe, standing tall against the wind, gradually walking away, Ping Shuyao's expression darkened slightly. Yu Junxian hurried with Fu Chi-Chi to the creekside. The guards had already lit 3 fires, and the pots from the inn were cleaned. Yu Junxian took the pots, waved his hand, and told them to step back. After washing his hands, Yu Junxian sat by the fire. When the water boiled, he added the cleaned rice, then took out the corn given by Chi-Chi, peeled each kernel, and threw them into the pot. Gradually, the morning fog dispersed, smoke curled up, and the scenery of mountains and water blended into one. The sky was painted in orange-red, reflecting the towering peaks, as if a layer of orange-red silk had fallen, like a fairy's mirror. Half-shadowed, half-golden, his carved face looked like a landscape painting. Song Gij in military uniform was handsome, and in traditional clothes, he looked poetic. He was naturally well-built. After peeling the corn, Yu Junxian took out the minced meat prepared by the guards, poured it into the pot, and stirred it with a spoon repeatedly. He looked up and saw Chi-Chi staring at him. Feeling guilty, Chi-Chi randomly grabbed a stick to start a fire. Suddenly, she choked on the smoke. "Rest over there." Yu Junxian took the firewood from her hands. At this moment, Xiao Zhao Zhao arrived. Her tears had dried, and she ran angrily to Yu Junxian. "Humph. Brother Song is a bad guy trying to trick sister away. Tomorrow I'll tell Aunt Wen and Aunt Chu to find a good match for her." Aunt Chu said recently that the Zhuang family has many talented young men, perfect as sons-in-law. That was unfair. Aunt Chu was just helping her own daughter, Chu Linger. Yu Junxian glanced at Xiao Zhao Zhao and said calmly, "The Zhuang family's young men are all brave. None have bad intentions." "Then my sister won't marry you." Xiao Zhao Zhao pouted. Cough, cough. Chi-Chi choked on her water, her face turning red, either from the choking or from embarrassment. "Zhao Zhao, don't talk nonsense." Yu Junxian stirred the meat porridge and said surprisingly, "Chi-Chi and I have long discussed marriage. That was before you were even born." Chi-Chi quickly sat up, her gaze fixed on Song Gij. "Don't joke, Song Gij." She secretly hoped, yet also wanted clarity. If he liked her, he should say so clearly. If it was a misunderstanding, her heart would be very confused. Yu Junxian looked into her eyes, catching a flicker of nervousness and hesitation behind her calmness. His dark eyes seemed full of light. Chi-Chi, do you want to change your mind? It was a question, but also a firm statement. Fu Chi-Chi looked complicated, saying, Brother Tsong has a confused memory and a misunderstanding. In that world, the Tsong family was helping Brother Tsong choose a wife. Brother Tsong, you've already met several women. Is this true? But the images in her memory were real, and her heartbeat was genuine. Her feelings for Tsong in the end times were deeper than before. There was no doubt. Seeing Brother Tsong's serious expression, she silently pondered. Fu Chi-Chi immediately felt annoyed and buried her small head in her knees, calming her pounding heart. Little Zhao Zhao stared at the bubbling porridge pot, muttering, Don't dream foolishly, don't force it. Even her words sounded like Zen wisdom. Yu Junxian. He tilted his head, watching Chi-Chi kneel with her head resting on her knees, her whole body bathed in morning light, her fair, smooth face clearly showing every pore. She looked calm, sad, and a little mournful. A gust of wind swept past, and Fu Chi-Chi was carried away by Yu Junxian.
Hey.
Bad guy. Where did you take my sister? Little Zhao Zhao kicked her short legs, trying to keep up. Halfway there, the two figures disappeared, and she could only run back angrily, pick up a spoon, and stir the porridge. When Ping Shuyao was carried over by Qiao Wu, she saw the guards beside a fire, busy preparing breakfast. Little Zhao Zhao muttered angrily, her eyes fierce. She thought she was still upset about Wu Xian's body being mishandled. Still angry? Wu Xian is somewhat conscious. Don't worry, when we return to Fumu Mountain Villa, I'll find a good place for him and bury him. Ping Shuyao sat on a felt mat, rubbing her small head, and said. Little Zhao Zhao looked up at Brother Ping's face, red, purple, and green, with a nose that wasn't quite a nose, eyes that weren't quite eyes, and a mouth that wasn't quite a mouth. It looked like a crooked big pumpkin, strange and misshapen. Her little heart felt guilty. It was all because she saved her that Brother Ping got poisoned and badly hurt. She asked worriedly, Is Brother Ping hungry? The breakfast just finished cooking, and it smells so good. Ping Shuyao peeked at the fully cooked meat porridge in the pot and grinned, saying, Yum, corn and mincemeat porridge, just what I needed. Little Zhao Zhao held out a big bowl, filling it with a generous serving of porridge. Ping Shuyao took it, blew on it to cool, and said, Yum, corn and mincemeat porridge, just right when I'm hungry. Last night at dinner, he was harassed by Yu Wulian under the table, so he didn't eat much and was already starving. The fragrant mixture of minced meat and corn filled his nose, and he eagerly licked the edge of the bowl. It was hot, and he shivered, sticking out his tongue, and said, Delicious. Fresh corn must be 7 or 8 varieties. Thinking of Chi-Chi, he squinted one eye, glanced left and right, but saw no one. He asked, Where's Chi-Chi? Remembering the two people who just left, Little Zhao Zhao, like a little adult, scolded with disappointment. Can't you be a bit more brave? My sister almost got taken away by Brother Tsong. Hearing this, Ping Su Yao's face showed a faint, and he lazily sipped his porridge along the edge of the bowl. He had to admit a fact. Chi-Chi never resisted Yu Junshuan's closeness, holding hands, gentle hugs. Chi-Chi only showed shy, soft girlhood in front of Yu Junxian. Chi-Chi always asked Yu Junxian for his opinion on everything. It's because Chi-Chi has feelings for Yu Junxian. Next to them, Qiao Wu looked at his sad master and sighed. Little Zhao Zhao, seeing this scene, seemed to be annoyed like an adult, raised his small face, and let out a long, wistful sigh. Madame Wen said that love cannot be forced. She was just upset with Brother Tsong a moment ago. If we really think about it, maybe, perhaps, Brother Tsong would be a better brother-in-law. The sister likes him. The brother likes him. She doesn't like that Brother Tsong who bullies children, but since sister and brother like him, she'll just go along with it. They were talking about Fu Chi-Chi and the others. They stood by a big tree. Fu Chi-Chi broke free from Yu Junshuan's embrace and stepped back, biting her lip as if to complain. I'm grown up now. Brother Tsong can't behave improperly like this. I want to see the wound. Yu Junxian didn't insist. casually reached out to touch the wound on Chi-Chi's arm and changed the subject. Be gentle. I think it might bleed again. Fu Chi-Chi glanced at the gauze, which was white and dotted with blood spots like plum blossoms. She lowered her head and nodded softly. Yu Junshuan's lips curved slightly. He thought she misunderstood. In the apocalypse, he hadn't yet expressed his feelings to Chi-Chi. He remembered that in the apocalypse, men and women could freely fall in love, so why was he so timid now? He looked at her with deep, dark eyes. Did I go on a blind date in the apocalypse? Do I have a fiancé? Fu Chi-Chi sniffed and said softly, I don't have a fiancé, but the Tsong family arranged a matchmaking dinner. Godmother has found a suitable person. Yu Junxian caught the key point. So, you mean it's not my idea? I personally participated in the matchmaking? Did I choose the person myself? His 3 questions made Chi-Chi overwhelmed. Did Brother Tsong really participate in it? Of course not. Brother Tsong is the leader, busy with countless affairs. He wouldn't have time to attend afternoon teas and dinners hosted by noble ladies and young ladies. If he had free time, Brother Tsong would at most show his face briefly and raise a toast before rushing off again. Fu Chi-Chi's mind was spinning, shaking her head. Unexpectedly, she felt a little happy inside. He really is a little forgetful. In her memories of the end times, the girl he kept thinking about was only her. Yu Junxian moved a little closer, his throat bobbing. Why do you accuse me, Chi-Chi? Isn't my feeling for you obvious enough? Chi-Chi's eyes widened with shock, disbelief, and a hint of hidden joy. She was stunned for a moment before realizing Brother Tsong was confessing to her. Brother Tsong truly liked her. He liked her. Suddenly, her ears turned red, her heart pounding like a little deer. She was overwhelmed and looked around, then ran off quickly. She ran several hundred meters until she saw no one nearby, the surroundings silent. Chi-Chi finally stopped, covering her flushed face with her hands. Her heart was a mess, but also very happy. She felt like she was floating on a cloud, dizzy and lightheaded. In an instant, large hands pressed on her waist. She instinctively tried to dodge, but her body was held firmly. A handsome face, sharp like a blade, appeared close to her eyes, and then she heard a familiar laugh. Chi-Chi, what are you running for? Yu Junxian gently adjusted her posture and chuckled softly. Chi-Chi's face turned even redder. She bit her lip awkwardly, her voice sounding strange, almost not her own. I need to think. I need to calm down. Yu Junxian looked at her bright, kitten-like eyes, clearly showing a shy, youthful charm. He liked her, but the little girl was trying to hide. Today, he had to make their relationship official so he could hold her soft body openly in the future. Yu Junxian composed himself, his deep black eyes showing a hint of sadness and disappointment as he said in a low voice, Chi-Chi, do you want to reject me? Did you never like me?
Huh.
Chi-Chi panicked. No, I didn't. But in an instant Yu Junshuan's eyes filled with gentle light, staring at her intently. Oh, so we both like each other. Chi-Chi finally realized she had been tricked by Brother Tsong. Her nervousness eased for a moment, and her small paws landed on Brother Tsong's waist, pinching a soft piece of flesh. She didn't squeeze hard, just kept rubbing it repeatedly, like teasing, with a hint of seduction. Yu Junshuan's throat bobbed again, and in the next moment, his red lips pressed gently on her forehead. Chi-Chi's body stiffened slightly. When 2 soft, damp pieces of cloth gently slid down her forehead toward her nose, tip, and cheeks. Chi-Chi felt a tingling sensation like an electric shock, her body becoming numb and warm. She unconsciously closed her eyes and tiptoed slightly. Yu Junxian suddenly kissed her lips. Almost at the same moment pried open her teeth and slid inside like a swimming fish. His tongue lightly flicked. Chi-Chi's body softened, and she let out a soft sound. In a spinning motion, the 2 of them lifted off the ground and landed beside a tree trunk. Yu Junxian tightly embraced Chi-Chi, leaning against the tree, with their bodies pressed close together. Their lips and teeth brushed, tongues entangled, growing more passionate, swallowing each other, as if absorbing each other's souls. Chi-Chi relaxed, her hands slipping into Yu Junshuan's shiny black hair, her arms wrapping around his neck. Low, trembling breaths echoed through the quiet forest, like snow melting and everything coming back to life. The river flowed slowly, and tender grass sprouted. Everything was so beautiful. Suddenly, a warm ray of sunlight from the eastern sky shone through the branches, outlining their intertwined bodies. Their passionate breathing, accompanied by the morning chirping of birds, created the melody of a new day in the forest. Fragrant greenery and lingering time filled the scene. When they returned, Ping Shuyao's slanted peach blossom eyes fell on their tightly clasped hands, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Silently, he poured himself another bowl of porridge, sipping slowly with an elegant, noble demeanor. As they approached, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Chi-Chi, sell me some of the explosives you have. I'll stay here for 2 days before leaving again. Who knows if we'll meet next year or the year after. Chi-Chi, don't think about me too much." Chi-Chi released Yu Junshuan's hand and quickly stepped forward.
What?
You're going to the front lines too? Aren't you the one who hates fighting the most? In the Ping family, the 2 legitimate sons and 3 illegitimate sons are all brave warriors. Only the second legitimate son, Ping Shuyao, stays away from the battlefield, preferring to travel and explore. This time, as the Ping family fought against the Feng family over the southern wilderness, he was secretly ambushing from the side and occasionally returning to Longmen Town. Shuyao finally noticed Chi-Chi's swollen red lips and the red marks on her fair skin, like a heavy. Although he had expected it, seeing it with his own eyes still made his heart ache. When he saw Shuyao's bloodshot eyes fixed on her neck without saying a word, Chi-Chi blushed and tugged at her collar. It was obvious what was happening. Ping Shuyao lowered his head and softly said, "Yes, my old master has written. If I do not join the fight, I will no longer receive silver from home, and I am not allowed to return to Zhongling." Fu Chichi knew that the Ping family aimed for dominance and had great ambitions. "All right, when we return to Fengwu Mountain Villa, I will give you a secret weapon to protect your life. The explosives you asked for, I can only give you 3 or 5 boxes for now. If you want more, I will find someone to study and make more powerful explosives later. It's not that there are no space or resources. There are many. Actually, Chi-Chi is reluctant to let too many modern advanced weapons fall into the hands of outsiders. If ancient materials can be used with modern techniques to develop explosives and gunpowder, it could help start the development of ancient weapons, which would be a good thing." Ping Shuyao habitually wanted to give a flirtatious look, but his eyes twitched for a long time and started to hurt more. He just heard Xiao Wu say that his face was a gift from Yu Junxian. That scoundrel was deliberately giving him a chance to embarrass himself. Ping Shuyao smirked with a wicked smile, twisting his mouth into a crooked, sinister grin, which looked a bit terrifying. "Thank you, young Master Yu, for your generous help. I hope one day I can repay you, as I did last night." The word repay was carefully chosen, emphasizing its meaning. Yu Junxian looked at him coldly and calmly, then gave a light glance and snorted. "I'm not as foolish as Ping Sengongzi, nor as useless. Being poisoned without knowing it, and then throwing yourself into danger, just to be captured alive." A slap in the face. And it was the master himself who went to him. Xiao Wu, acting as a transparent person, was tending the fire on the side.
Fukiki.
When gods fight, mortals suffer. She moved slightly to the side of Xiao Zhao Zhao. The little guy, exhausted from the night, was lying on a felt mat, snoring softly, with shiny drool running down his mouth in a few lines. Ping Shuyao took a few deep breaths, lazily turning his neck and saying, "Because I have a good father, a wealthy mother, and a brave older brother, I was raised with such strength. Not everyone can enjoy this kind of blessing." He was quite proud. Xiao Wu, the master's face was as thick as ever. Then he also took the opportunity to mock Yu Junxian, a child without a father or mother. If they continued talking, it might lead to trouble. Fu Chichi looked at her watch. It was 6:30 in the morning. She asked, "Should we leave 10 people to burn down the inn and then go back to Fengwu Mountain Villa?" "Good." Yu Junxian and Ping Shuyao answered in unison. The former shot a cold glance. The latter snorted. Fu Qiqi, this time, satisfied with Yu Junxuan's small idea, took the lead and carried Xiao Zhaozhao onto the horse. A large group of people was traveling from south to north along the official road. The two parties met by chance after just half an hour. Among the crowd, Feng Yanshi, the current general of the Nanyu tribe, bowed slightly and asked Feng Yunshi, the tribe leader, to his side. Nephew Feng, since we took over Fengwu Mountain Manor, have we immediately sent troops to relax the Huainan Qi Prefecture Lord Yan? Although they were of different generations, Feng Yunshi was older and Feng Yanshi was younger, but their words were very respectful and polite. Feng Yanshi, with his single phoenix eyes slightly squinting, looked lazy and replied, "Yes. Longmen Town has only about 1,000 soldiers. The number isn't the main point. What matters is that we seize those 2 boats, the arsenal, and the hidden weapons that can shake the heavens and earth. At that time, you and your guards will go ahead with me. I will go to Yanzi City to find Qiao Zhongxiong. If I can persuade him, the Min River will have another helper. Why worry about failing in our great cause?" Feng Yunshi nodded repeatedly, grateful to his elder sister. Thanks to her, the Feng family had this opportunity, and with future contributions, he could become a noble in Lindu. Thinking back, when Feng Yanshi brought his sister's token to visit, Feng Yunshi initially looked down on this younger son of the Feng governor, especially after hearing that his elder sister had become the concubine of Governor Feng Changqiu. She was called a good concubine, but still a concubine. At that moment, he was so angry he drove Feng Yanshi out of the tribe. But after a detailed talk and a martial arts contest, everyone in the Feng family was convinced. The Nanyu tribe, one of the major families, was weak compared to the Feng family. The family's children had little achievement, and they received very few supplies, horses, and weapons. But when the nephew Feng arrived, he not only became a big favorite of the leader, but also took command of the Nanyu tribe's soldiers and horses. Sure enough, the 2 groups met at the fork in the road.
Swish.
They drew their swords and faced each other, with killing intent rising. Feng Yanshi silently observed the opponent. Although their side had 500 or 600 people and the other side only over 100, the difference in strength was huge, overwhelming. But the other side showed no panic, paused, and prepared to give orders. Moving through the crowd, Feng Yanshi's gaze fell on a cold, handsome man in a dark silk robe with silver borders in the second row. He secretly guessed the opponent's identity. It was Ping Shuyao on the opposite side, who recognized Feng Yanshi and sneered. Feng Yanshi, that turtle grandson, hypocrite, how did he end up in the southern wilderness?
Who?
Fu Qiqi asked. The Feng Yanshi that Ping Shuyao mentioned was probably the lazy, smiling, and handsome young man with a gentle appearance. Ping Shuyao gritted his teeth and said, "He's the second son of Feng Changqiu from Min River." The Feng family, a major force vying for dominance in the Great Realm, controls one part of the world. Feng Yunshi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. "Nephew Feng, do you want me to take down these 100 or so people?" His gaze particularly lingered on Qiqi, filled with greed. Although Feng Chongshi spoke in a deliberately low voice, his words were crystal clear to Yu Junxian and Fu Qiqi. Both had special abilities and strong internal power, and they were only a few hundred meters away. Most disgusting was the lecherous look in his eyes. Fu Qiqi adjusted her little Zhao Zhao in her arms, feeling a toothache and itchy hands. Yu Junxuan's eyes turned cold. He casually glanced at Feng Chongshi's face. Feng Chongshi's back chilled. He wiped a quick sweat from his forehead and quickly lowered his head, secretly cursing. There was killing intent. Feng Hongye sensed it. The killing intent came from the handsome man just now. Their eyes met in the air, and in that moment, 2 powerful forces burst forth from the cloud-covered battlefield, clashing fiercely in a silent war in midair. After a few breaths, Feng Hongye was defeated. He withdrew his internal power, surprised and alarmed. Thanks to his master's blessing, he had gained 20 years of internal strength, but the cold-faced man opposite him was even stronger. His gaze examined him again, Noting his handsome appearance, deep black eyes, and relaxed posture on horseback, exuding the aura of someone in power. Could it be that the son of the noble family also came to the southern wilderness? At this moment, a tribe soldier who had participated in the ambush at Longmen recognized the situation and exclaimed, "It's Yu Junxian from Liyuan and Fu Chi from Fengwu Mountain Villa." As soon as he spoke, Feng Chongshi was stunned. Feng Hongye narrowed his eyes. Their undercover spies had reported that Yanzi City had attacked Longmen the day before, and Yu Junxian was leading the 8th Battalion of Fengwu Mountain Villa to fight alongside General Bo of Yanzi City. Why was he here? And Fu Chi, hadn't she already been captured by the ghost-faced old woman to be blood-sacrificed and avenge her disciple Ku Yenu? Because Fengwu Mountain Villa's forces were weak and seemingly non-existent, it was a perfect opportunity for them to seize weapons and supplies. Feng Chongshi thought about their combat strength and weakly asked, "Nephew Feng, what should we do now?" The ghost-faced old woman was the top expert in the southern wilderness. Since the two were unharmed, the only possibility was that the old woman had been defeated. Feng Hongye pondered briefly, weighing the pros and cons, then said, "Withdraw the troops. Wait for me." He stepped forward and approached Yu Junxian and his group. Feng Hongye cupped his hands and smiled. "Are you Yu Junxian from Liyuan and Fu Zhuangzhang from Fengwu Mountain Villa?" "I am Minjiang Feng Hongye." Yu Junxian replied calmly, "Yes." Feng Hongye. Courtesy calls should go both ways. Shouldn't I ask about the reason and destination? Today, Prince Yu's performance pleased Ping Xiuyao greatly. He curled his lips into a cold smile and mocked, "Enough, good dog, get out of the way. Leave me alone."
"How dare you, brat?"
Two men dressed in armor rode over on horses. Feng Hongye gestured with his hand, and the two men stopped. His dark eyes fixed on Ping Xiuyao, studying him for a moment before showing a hint of doubt. The man's face was injured, making his features hard to recognize, but his expression seemed somewhat familiar. Ping Xiuyao lifted his chin, revealing a large, colorful face with a fierce expression, peering through the door. "Humph. Today, even my parents wouldn't recognize this face. I don't believe you. Fake gentleman Feng can truly recognize me. The Feng family really has a good plan. They are in the Min River area, but have crossed over past Huainan and my family's Songling to settle tribes in the southern wilderness." For a moment, Feng Hongye couldn't recall who he was. His single phoenix eye narrowed slightly as he asked, "Brother, do you recognize me?" He was sure this man knew him. Ping Xiuyao rolled his eyes dramatically, though it wasn't much of a reveal, and arrogantly said, "I don't know you, sir." Suddenly, he remembered something. He raised his voice, sly and teasing. "I heard something interesting. 3 years ago at Miaoxin Pavilion, 2 young masters fought over Miss Miaoyin. It was quite funny. One claimed to be jade-faced young master and spent the whole night trying to woo Miss Miaoyin but failed. The other was furious, calling the first a hypocrite, pretending to be noble while clearly lacking real talent and just occupying a good spot without doing anything." A dangerous glint flashed in Feng Hongye's eyes as he coldly said, "Sir, you seem to know quite a few secrets. But now you hide in the southern wilderness and dare not reveal your real name, probably just a petty villain." That time, he was careless and fell into a trap, which became a major stain on his record. It looks like this person not only recognizes him, but also bears hostility. Ping Xiuyao looked proud and defiant. "Little lord, I just don't want to tell you. If you want to bite me, go ahead." "Ha! Important matters come first." Feng Hongye didn't want to pursue it further. He composed himself and politely turned his head, saying, "Use air, Master Fu. I plan to visit Fengwu Mountain Villa in the next few days. Would that be convenient?" Fu Chi looked at Feng Hongye. Though he had a gentle but handsome appearance, his single phoenix eyes revealed no clear emotion, obviously hiding many secrets. Even when Ping Xiuyao mocked him openly and secretly, he could endure it silently. Either they are strong-willed people or young but wise and cunning individuals. Regardless of which, Feng Wuxian Manor does not wish to have deep ties with them. Fu Chi frowned and refused, saying, "Young Master Feng, you are kind to us, but our Feng Wuxian manor is full of dirt and ditches, with no place to entertain guests. It's better not to visit. Fu Qiqi didn't give Feng Hongya a chance to reply and directly turned to Yu Junxian, saying, Zhao Zhao is uneasy sleeping on horseback. Let's go back early. Yu Junxian nodded with a faint smile. Thus, 100 people slowly and calmly passed by and left. Feng Hongya choked again. Ping Shuyao deliberately rode past Feng Hongya and sneered mockingly. His laughter was loud and harsh. Feng Hongya's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Ping Shuyao with a meaningful gaze. Feng Chongshe rode over angrily and spat. You ignorant kid, you and your partner are so rude. When we conquer the southern wilderness, you'll kneel and beg for mercy one day. Feng Hongya suddenly laughed, feeling a strange sense of defeat. But the excitement in his eyes grew even stronger. Go back and prepare generous gifts. We will visit Feng Wuxian Manor in a few days. Clatter, about 500 or 600 soldiers and cavalry from the Manhwa tribe returned empty-handed. Mocking Feng Hongya, Ping Shuyao laughed loudly. Today, even the hypocrite Feng has his comeuppance. Always acting so noble, talking about courtesy, righteousness, wisdom, and trust, but secretly full of tricks. Fu Qiqi asked curiously, Do you often interact? Ping Shuyao pouted. Our father sent us to Bailu Academy years ago. We studied there for a few years. He always acted humble and gentle, but secretly formed alliances and eliminated rivals.
I was fooled twice back then.
Feng Hongya is young, but calm and steady, rarely gets angry, and hides his emotions well. You, big fool, are naive and simple. Can you outsmart someone with 800 tricks? Being set up is normal. Fu Qiqi objectively evaluated. Ping Shuyao. Is this praise for me? Praise me? Little Zhao Zhao returned safely. Aunt Chu, with red eyes, had prepared a fire basin at the gate. Zhao Zhao, step over the fire basin to dispel bad luck. Fu Qiqi. Why are there still such superstitions? But seeing Aunt Chu's caring eyes, her face looked red and swollen, like a water bubble after a night. A warm feeling crossed her heart. She obediently led little Zhao Zhao to cross the small fire basin. In front, Madame Kuang held a basin of clear water. Wash your hands with clean water, and no poison will harm you.
Then,
little Zhao Zhao obediently washed her hands thoroughly. Fu Qiqi thought the ritual was over. Chu Shun was there again, calling for the soul at the water well. We are bright and clear. Let's go home. Let's return. What scene was that? Fu Qiqi looked at Yu Junxian, who was smirking but didn't understand. Little Yan Yan tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered. Aunt Chu and Madame Kuang heard that Zhao Zhao was taken by the ghost-faced woman. They also heard that the ghost-faced woman looks just like a wicked ghost from the underworld, who likes to lure handsome boys and girls. Some say that on Sully Island, there are many human bones, and those people move like zombies. They say the ghost-faced woman out their souls, causing their deaths. Now, they worry that Zhao Zhao might lose her 3 souls and 8 spirits when she comes back, so they hurried to call her soul. Fu Qiqi blinked her cat-like eyes listening, and thought it made sense. The ghost-faced woman in the southern wilderness isn't just good at stopping night crying. Should she tell Aunt Chu and the others that the terrifying ghost-faced woman has turned to ashes, and her soul has already gone to the 18th level of? Seeing their devout expressions and the loud voice calling the soul, like singing, with changing tones, she decided to stay silent. They called for half an hour before letting little Zhao Zhao go to wash up and rest. The group didn't sleep all night and slept straight through to the next day. Early the next morning, everyone was very curious about Wu Xian's body, especially since he was a murderer. The patrol soldiers, some of whom were friends with the dead, couldn't wait to drag him out and whip his corpse. Fu Qiqi couldn't tell everyone the truth, and besides, no matter what, Wu Xian's cruelty was a fact. She had to ask Xiyu to comfort the relatives of the victims. When Xiyu checked, they were all orphans. Their origins were all over the south and north, so finding their relatives might take half a year. Fu Chichi had to have more paper money burned for him, and she personally planted a row of evergreen trees. Within a few days of planting, the trees grew tall, visible to the eye. The guards felt reassured. They believed the gods had blessed them, and the spirits could rest in peace. Fu Chichi gritted her teeth, still needing to research the right potion to hide her tracks. Of course, that's a story for later. Back to the main point. Just after Fu Chichi and the others finished burning the paper money, Lin Sheng returned from Longmen Town. A list of 12 traitors from Yan Zicheng was found, and the 5 people killed by Wu Xian were on that list. Coincidence? Such a coincidence? Then, Uncle Chu also brought news that Heir Xia had safely returned to the village, having received 300 taels of silver and a large bundle of good herbs from Wu Xian. Finally, Wu Xian also advised Heir Xia to take good care of his mother and make sure she gets proper treatment.
Sigh.
Someone perhaps sighed softly. Although Wu Xian's brief life was filled with blood, darkness, death, and kidnapping, he still held on to hope. Today, everyone held a short meeting about the battle in Longmen Town. The conclusion was that Lord Yu Xian personally went to oversee the defenses of Longmen Town and to stay alert for a possible second attack from Yanzi City. After all, the enemy forces were much stronger. While everyone was gathered, Fu Chichi told them about Wu Xian's life story. They all felt sad. If one can do good, who would choose to do evil? But even if they try their best to do good, they can still be considered bad people. That is the case with people like Wu Xian. On the third day, a small group of about 10 people quietly buried Wu Xian on the back mountain. Fu Chichi also had 2 white magnolia trees planted. When everyone left, Chichi took her younger brother and sister and caused the 2 magnolia trees to bloom with pure white flowers. Suddenly, a cluster of proud white magnolia blossoms appeared on the branches, as white as snow, pure and noble. Fu Chichi picked a white magnolia flower and placed it in front of the stone tablet, speaking softly, "I hope Wu Xian is reborn into a good family, living an honest and peaceful life, happy and safe." Little Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up. She picked several large white magnolia flowers and placed them in front of the stone. All white, all pure. Brother Wu Xian will definitely be honest and clean. Then little Zhao Zhao remembered a folk story told by Aunt Chu and looked up, asking, "Sister, when brother Wu Xian goes to the underworld, will he be bullied? I don't know if the underworld is big, and if he will meet his mother there? That question is a bit beyond the scope, especially since there are no ghosts or gods. But how could she and brother Tsong travel to ancient times?" Fu Chichi firmly said, "Definitely. Our mother is kind. She is an elder in the underworld and well-connected. If she sees Wu Xian is pitiful, she will take care of him." Little Zhao Zhao was happy. Little Yan Yan asked hopefully, "Sister, should we go to Qizhou to find our mother's family?" Fu Chichi looked down at the busy town below and pursed her lips. "Not yet. When we finish building our home and save enough, I will take you to find our mother's family." Little Yan Yan thought for a moment. "Okay. First we will find Dad, then find Mom's family." Little Zhao Zhao also missed her father. Her eyes, which had just dried, turned red again. "Dad doesn't come to find us either." Fu Chichi gently rubbed her younger siblings and sighed. Aunt Chu and Kwang Bo Nyang had said that this journey might bring more danger than luck. If they were truly alive, the world is vast, and with war ongoing, who knows where the bandits might have gone. Fu Chichi comforted them. "Dad has some skills, and he's the best at hunting. If there's a chance, he will escape and live well. When we finish building Fengwu Mountain Villa and make it famous throughout the world, Father will surely come looking for us." Xiaoyan and Xiao Zhao both nodded heavily. The 3 of them had just reached the gate of Fengwu Mountain Villa.
Fukiki.
"Where is my mother?" A sharp question came from a corner of the wall nearby. Fu Chichi turned her head slightly to look. She saw Wen Shanmei wearing a wrinkled jacket, looking like a faded flower with no energy. Fu Chichi frowned but didn't want to talk about Aunt Flower's whereabouts. "Ask me? How would I know?" Wen Shanmei had been feeling like years were passing slowly. She was eager to find her mother and wanted her to live well in the Wen family, proving those false rumors wrong. But strangely, after Fu Chichi returned, all the rumors disappeared overnight. There must be a hidden reason. Fu Chichi must have harmed her mother. She sharply asked again, "You found Xiao Zhao, so how come you don't know where my mother is?"
Fukikis nird, ridiculos.
Why do you think your mother deceived Xiao Zhao and almost lost her life? Can she still stay in Fengwu Mountain Villa? Watching Fu Chichi walk away confidently when Shanmei had a bad feeling, could it be that her mother is already gone? In an instant, she trembled uncontrollably, her eyes vacant as she looked into the distance. She had never thought about what life would be like without her mother. It had only been half a quarter of an hour since Chichi entered the villa. A large group of people arrived at the gate of Fengwu Mountain Villa with 5 or 6 carriages. Outside the city of Fengwu Mountain Villa, on the main road of the village, a group of people looked like rustic villagers, stunned and speechless. More than half a year ago, the west dock of Longmen Town was deserted and empty. Now, fields had been cultivated neatly, small rivers flowed between the fields, and newly built farmhouses were scattered in an orderly way. A cold wind blew, stinging their faces. Foam Hongye shivered slightly. But the farmers working in the fields, men and women, were busy like during spring planting season, full of joy and chatter, talking about a good harvest in the coming year. It made him feel as if he had returned to the days when the court was still stable and there was no war and people lived peacefully. Foam Hongye simply jumped down from his horse and walked on the wide road. Everyone else also dismounted.
Such a tall city wall.
Such a long wall,
exclaimed a soldier from the tribe.
From afar, the city wall looked closer and closer, making people gasp. The city wall of Gaoqing Shunqian stands tall and thick, stretching far across the lush, steep hills between the fields. It reaches into the distance, connecting with the blue sky, giving a grand and powerful impression. The wall has orderly watchtowers, arrow slits, and battlements. Under the sunlight, the sharp blades and arrows glint brightly. The teacher once said, "The 100-jong city wall seems to be a dragon resting on land, a great achievement that makes the world admire. It is as solid as a fortress, with armor and weapons ready, standing against the flames of war." Inside, the streets are busy and lively, full of safety and happiness. This scene is much like what is before us now. Foam Hongye frowns deeply, his eyes showing hidden emotions that stir like waves. Is this place truly deserted? This city wall is even stronger than the famous Duzhou city. Leader Ying's eyes are complicated. Yes, a barren land, with dense forests and uneven hills. Foam Hongye secretly thinks, with such quick work in digging the moat and building the walls and courtyards, could it be that Yu Junxian has abandoned the original plan and wants to start anew? If so, his plan to form an alliance with him might be just right. Today, Lei Jinghu was on patrol when he heard soldiers say a group of strangers wanted to visit Master Fu. "Go!" he shouted, riding his black horse toward the crowd. Among them, he saw Leader Ying clearly. His body trembled like thunder, and he shouted loudly, "Come here, surround them." Suddenly, soldiers rushed in from all sides, wearing armor and weapons, quickly encircling the people from the Nanyu tribe. On the city wall, a row of archers drew their bows, ready to shoot. The bright arrows gleamed coldly as they tilted downward, shining with icy light. Foam Hongye was momentarily stunned. Leader Ying and his group felt a bit scared. Yuing Xiang, you've sent people to attack Fengwu Mountain Villa several times. We haven't settled the score yet. Today, why are you disguised like this? Do you think I won't recognize you?" Lei Jinghu rode his horse forward a few steps, glaring fiercely and shouting. Ying Xiang and Leader Ying looked at their blue robes with gold trim and their gold-buckled belts, dressed like nouveau riche country gentlemen. Indeed, it was easy to mistake them. Moreover, Lei Jinghu and he had personal grudges. When Lei Jinghu first arrived in Longmen Town, he tried to suppress him, sending troops to fight bandits multiple times, injuring him with cuts and wounds. Today, he couldn't let things ruin young Master Feng's important plans. He softened his voice and said, "Brother Lei, don't misunderstand. Today, we sincerely visit to apologize to Master Fu, and also to Brother Lei." Suddenly, a huge dark shadow rushed toward his face. "Don't give me the runaround, or I'll strike you with my axe." Suddenly, Lei Jinghu's body leapt downward, wielding two fierce heaven-splitting axes, pressing forward aggressively. Ing Xiang's martial skills were slightly inferior to Lei Jinghu's. Surprised by the attack, he reacted half a step too late and was struck by one of the axes. Ah! Ing Xiang fell to the ground, feeling a sharp burning pain in his shoulder. It was hard to breathe, and he seemed to hear faint cracking sounds somewhere in his body. Lei Jinghu raised his axes again, ready to attack a second time, but Feng Hongye quickly grabbed a spear from a nearby soldier and blocked him. After a few exchanges, Lei Jinghu was stopped by Feng Hongye. At a critical moment, Feng Hongye withdrew his spear, handed it back to the soldier, and showed respect by cupping his hands. "Brother, you are skilled with the axe. I rely on my lighter spear to take advantage. If it comes to fighting on the battlefield, your martial skills are more powerful." This was true. Lei Jinghu's thick eyebrows relaxed a little. Feng Hongye continued, "A few days ago, I met young Master Yu and Master Fu. We agreed to visit a couple of days ago. I hope you can report this back." With his gentle and courteous appearance, Feng Hongye was quite convincing. Complimenting or praising was one thing, but since he had promised to visit Master Fu, it must be an important matter. Lei Jinghu put away his dissatisfaction and became more polite. "You look fair and tender, quite sensible. Wait for me." Then he patted his and left. The soldiers who had surrounded them retreated noisily to their original positions. Ing Xiang was helped by someone feeling furious but holding it in. Feng Hongye, curious, walked a bit outside the city wall. After about 300 meters, he saw a girl kneeling on the ground, lost and forlorn. Her clothes were wrinkled, but they were very new, embroidered with silver thread, most notably snow-colored brocade. She had 2 jade butterfly hairpins in her hair, made of fine, expensive pink jade. It was likely one of the owners of Feng Wu Mountain Villa. Feng Hongye asked, "Miss, are you in trouble?" Hearing the noise, when Shanmei looked up, the sunlight was blinding, so she squinted. In front of her stood a noble young man wearing a golden crown and fine robes, handsome as jade, with a gentle smile and elegant demeanor like a spring breeze in March, making people feel close. At that moment, when Shanmei's heart was in turmoil and she panicked. She didn't resemble Qiu Jianbai, who was close to her older brother and highly praised by their father. She had a good impression of him. Nor did she resemble Yu Junxian. Those were all good, but they were fierce tigers and beasts. One wrong move could be deadly. But this handsome, noble young man genuinely cared about her. When Shanmei, the little beauty, shed tears. All her cleverness over the past 10 years was used today. "I am the daughter of the great Xian grain merchant Wen family. I heard my father and elder brother will return soon. I am waiting here." Feng Hongye's single phoenix eye narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that the Wen family members, who were being hunted everywhere by local lords, would be in Longmen Town. No wonder, this place could quickly build strong city walls and courtyards. They also generously used grain and supplies to conscript soldiers, recruit workers, and expand the city. This was truly a wonderful misunderstanding. Feng Hongye's words became softer. "Miss Wen's filial piety is touching. I admire that." Lei Jinghu went into the inner city and met Cha Yan. As the top gossip queen of Fengwu Mountain Villa, Cha Yan had long heard Ping Shuyao boast. According to Ping Shuyao, Feng Hongye was a scheming and scrupulous young fox who only acted for profit. Outside the city gate, Cha Yan saw Feng Hongye and Wen Shanmei, one crying, the other smiling gently to comfort. TSK. What a perfect match made in heaven. Cha Yan came over unnoticed. She hummed softly and raised her beautiful eyes. "Young Master Feng? To see our Master Fu? Please come inside." Clack, clack, clack. Cha Yan walked ahead on her own. Foam Hongye turned around and caught a glimpse of her, his eyes flashing with surprise. Though he wasn't fond of women, a graceful lady was always a good match for a gentleman. He smiled and asked, "Miss, who was that just now?" When Shanmei disliked Cha Yen and looked down on her, "She's just Fuchichi's maid." Foam Hongye's expression subtly shifted with a hint of caution. In order to meet Master Fu, Foam Hongye softened his tone and comforted Wen Shanmei again. When Fuchichi finished burying Wu Xian and returned to the courtyard, she remembered Brother Tsang loved eating corn. She was holding a kitchen knife, chopping corn stalks. She planned to turn the soil and plant a patch of corn in the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was a restricted area, no outsiders allowed, and there was a shed built over the vegetable patch. Once the corn sprouted and grew, she could harvest some to eat when she had time. The remaining corn, combined with the natural climate inside the shed, would grow well. After hearing Lei Jinghu report outside the door, Fuchichi turned to Xiao Zhaozhao and said, "You can go back to your room and take a nap. When I finish entertaining the guests, I'll come back to turn the soil." Xiao Zhaozhao, dressed in rain boots, was happily stomping in the mud. Hearing her sister's words, she jumped onto the blue stone slab and waved her little hand. Okay, I'll go take a nap." After her sister left the courtyard, she quickly ran back to the mud and continued playing. Fuchichi arrived at Qixing Hall and saw Foam Hongye examining a model of a ship on a shelf, with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Young Master Foam, our Master Fu has arrived." Tian raised her voice. Foam Hongye tilted his head and, passing by, nodded with a smile. When he turned back, he was stunned. What a pure and elegant woman, like a fairy from the Yaoqi fairyland. That day, Fu Zhuang was cloaked in a black cape, so he couldn't see her face clearly, only hearing from the people of the Manhwa tribe that Fuchichi was stunningly beautiful. But he didn't believe it. He had heard about all the beautiful women from the major families of Dexian. Could she be even more beautiful than them? Even Feng Chongshi, when he set out that day, kept nagging about stealing Fuchichi back to his tribe. He had mocked him quite a bit. Today, seeing her, he realized the rumors were true. Fuchichi made a gesture, inviting him to sit. Thinking about her close behavior with the Manhwa prince that day, women are easy to get, but big things are hard to accomplish. He calmed his mind and bowed to her. "Long time no see, Lady Fu. You still look as charming as ever. Today I visit to propose peace between the Manhwa tribe and your estate, acting as a mediator." It was all a misunderstanding.
Fukiki nodded.
After 2 sneak attacks, the Manhwa tribe lost so badly they even lost their forks, which allowed her to gain 2 batches of warhorses and weapons. She wasn't afraid of them coming to challenge again. She could just fight back. If both sides could live peacefully, she could focus on training soldiers and building infrastructure, and have some leisure. Her eyes asked, "And the second thing?" Foam Hongye. Is it really that simple to solve? The second matter was not easy to rush.
Cough.
Foam Hongye cleared his throat. "I don't know where the Prince of You is. I met him once and felt an instant connection." Fuchichi wanted to refuse, but then thought that Brother Tsang might have his own ideas, so she replied, "He will return in 2 hours. If young Master Foam is interested in the docks, you can go take a look." Chi planned to develop the port for trade. The area had been approved for people to come and go. A new inn had been built on the dock but hadn't opened yet, so no one had stayed there. Today, the first guests arrived. Foam Hongye chuckled softly. "Thank you, Lady Fu. May I have the honor of showing me around the dock, Miss Ji?" He was graceful and charming, with a polite smile that hinted at a subtle flirtation. Tian rolled her eyes and internally sneered. Who does he think he is, pretending to be so grand? Such a grandson. As soon as she entered the yard, he casually flaunted his noble background, praising the architecture of the estate, then diverted to talk about how women and men should establish their careers in turbulent times. He even straightened his posture and held his tone. What nonsense. Does he really think she's just a servant girl from a common family? I come from a noble family, a distinguished household. Even during my difficult years, I gained some worldly experience. But I can still enjoy a good meal. Please, young Master Foam, Tian glanced at Feng Hongya, raised her chin slowly, and walked leisurely toward the courtyard. Chi-Chi saw Tian's sarcastic attitude, which showed her dislike for others. She also didn't want to associate with Feng Hongya, so Tian's attitude was fine with her. On the way, Feng Hongya wanted to talk to Miss Ji, but when Tian left the yard, her usual slow pace changed. She hurried briskly toward the pier. When they arrived at the inn, Tian smiled widely, showing her teeth. "Young Master Feng, you probably expect young Master Yu to arrive by evening. Are you planning to camp outdoors?" Feng Hongya looked around at the neat, well-maintained inn. He thought to himself, Miss Ji seems distant, but she's actually quite thoughtful. Fortunately, Miss Ji is so considerate. "I do have that intention," he replied. Tian glanced back, her eyes bright and slightly raised, smiling charmingly. "Your group of over 30 people just booked the entire inn. But if you're worried about money, the masters can stay in our inn too. Everyone can sleep in the backyard on shared beds. Are you planning to rent the whole place or split the rooms?" Feng Hongya asked. "Rent the whole place," she replied. Feng Hongya felt a little eager and took a few steps forward. As a handsome man, he wouldn't worry about money. Tian's eyes sparkled with a smile. "All right. One night for 3,000 silver taels." 3,000 silver taels? Someone exclaimed. He was a close guard following Feng Hongya, also his junior brother. In the martial world, people didn't fuss over small things. One night would cost only a few taels, or, at most, a few dozen copper coins. No wonder he was shocked. Feng Hongya saw a hint of cleverness and pride in Miss Ji's eyes, so it was a playful trick. There's no reason to refuse such a beautiful lady, especially over just 3,000 taels. He, a noble young master, was used to spending lavishly for women, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, as Tian says, Hui San, arrange the stay. I will walk to the pier with Miss Tian for a while." His guards understood their master's intention. They shifted from anger to respectful obedience. Maybe after today, the master would have another close companion. Tian took the silver note, smiled, then her expression turned cold and icy. She turned and left quickly. Feng Hongya followed, calling out, "You haven't even shown me around the pier yet." But Tian was familiar with the terrain. Feng Hongya didn't dare to follow her too closely, so he had to return to the inn. Still, a faint smile lingered on his lips. Beauty is like wine. The longer it ages, the more it shows its variety and the better its taste. Don't rush to enjoy it all at once. A woman with a bright and charming appearance like Tian, beautiful and clever, exudes a fresh vitality that captures his heart. After walking a long way, Tian leans on the wall and laughs loudly. She gets a bit too excited, and suddenly, she falls into a pit, twisting her ankle. Looking around, she sees only men, with a few short-term workers she can't even name. Then, a splash of sky blue appears at the street corner. "Stop right there," Tian shouts toward the corner. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhuangpingi, holding a tape measure, looks around. There are many people, but he feels like Tian is calling him. He doesn't want to move, but his legs won't listen. He stiffly walks toward Tian. At 3 meters apart, Zhuangpingi stops and politely bows. "Miss Tian, are you calling me? Come here. I could eat you up." Tian brushes off her clothes, straightens up, and extends her hand. Zhuangpingi's gaze flickers briefly. He quickly looks around, and then steps closer by 2 meters. "Help me up, I twisted my ankle." Tian pulls at his sleeve, dragging him over. Zhuangpingi leans forward, stumbling to steady her. Looking down, he sees her small foot in the pit, covered in dirt. It's real. Tian pulls out her foot, gasping, then suddenly throws herself into Zhuangpingi's arms. Soft and fragrant, she presses into his chest. Zhuangpingi stiffens instantly, stammering, Don't get so close." His ears feel hot, trembling, blushing like a fool. Tian can't help but feel happy, her lips curling into a smile. She hugs his arm and says, "Let's go. Take me back to the courtyard." Afraid of running into someone familiar, Zhuangpingi carefully supports Tian as they walk down a quiet path. Tian, haven't we been working on the inner courtyard and secret passages recently? Why are we at the dock? Zhuangpingi, Kuang Xiaobo is back, bringing samples of glazed tiles and a master craftsman to make them. I came to measure and calculate the quantity. Tian, yes, I want to use blue tiles for my small courtyard. Zhuangpingi, all right. Tian, what are you trembling for? Why are you so far away?
Don't fall.
Oh, your ears are red.
Haha.
Zhuangpingi. Tian, wow, you've been practicing lately. Your waist is getting firm and your abs. Look, just a while ago, you had 6 packs. Now it's 8. Zhuangpingi, stop. Don't move around or touch me randomly. Tian, what are you panting for? I can walk with 1 foot without getting tired. No, that's not it. Don't move around. Zhuangpingi gritted his teeth. They kept walking further off course, winding around until they reached behind the brick kiln. Cha Yan said, I told you. Zhuangpingi, why did you bring me to this deserted place? Zhuangpingi replied, there's a small path here that leads to the inner courtyard. Cha Yan said, I'm tired from walking. Are you planning to do something sneaky now that my foot is twisted? Is your thing even usable? Have you seen a doctor? Her delicate body kept leaning against him, and her small, white hands were messing around on him. Zhuangpingi's heart burned with anger. When he heard Cha Yan speak such rebellious words, he felt guilty and hesitated, almost like a thief ready to run away. You! Cha Yan suddenly lost her balance and leaned forward. Zhuangpingi's eyes widened as he fell first.
Bang!
They tumbled down together, one on top of the other, looking from afar like their heads and necks intertwined. Cha Yan blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at the handsome man beneath her. Her worry hadn't completely gone, but she protected herself steadily. Though she looked a little fragile, she was actually strong and firm. Are you okay? Zhuangpingi asked, concern in his voice as he looked up at her. Cha Yan brushed her messy hair behind her ear and propped her elbow up, teasing, Oh, are you worried about me? Maybe they were too close, and the air around them started to heat up, full of tender feelings. Warm steam seemed to envelop them, and Zhuangpingi shyly looked away, his voice deep and husky. I'm worried you might hurt your foot again. His strange, husky voice made his face turn red. Cha Yan tilted her head. Zhuangpingi's clear, sun-like eyes slightly reddened, looking deep and alluring. His full lips moved slightly, trembling like ripe red fruit, tempting and captivating. His charm made her heart swell and tingle. If she just took a bite, it would surely be a unique taste. Lost in this thought, Cha Yan unexpectedly kissed his lips. Zhuangpingi froze. Feeling her soft lips part and slip into his, the surrounding temperature kept rising. His breathing became chaotic and rapid. As a gentleman, he should have pushed her away, but his body's fiery desire made him reluctant to let go. He was sinking deeper into temptation. In just a moment, Zhuangpingi instinctively held her head, suddenly bit her soft lips, and launched a fierce counterattack, taking control. His sudden, strong move made Cha Yan panic. She just opened her eyes when 2 captivating black and white eyes met hers, as if love and emotion briefly intertwined in that instant.
Bang!
A strong wind blows, and heavy rain begins. Like a contest, the sounds of breathing grow louder, both parties eagerly and greedily absorbing each other's wetness. Cha Yan is a girl. Her body is so soft it's almost limp, her knees unconsciously bumping into each other. A muffled sound. Zhuangpingi slightly leans back, groaning softly in his mouth. Both of them stop mid-kiss. Suddenly, she remembers. She quickly spreads her knees and sits upright, sitting stiffly and foolishly on Zhuangpingi. The air becomes long and silent.
For a long time.
Cha Yan, glancing around nervously, returns to her usual carefree, mischievous look. Maybe she's trying to hide her impulsive actions just now, or perhaps she's trying to explain her behavior as nothing special. She pouts and licks her lips, saying, my first kiss still tastes pretty good. Her tongue slides over her swollen lips, moist and shiny. Zhuang Pingyi looks a bit awkward and flustered but keeps a sharp gaze, speaking softly. Are your legs okay? Cha Yan feels a strange shock. Could that look in his eyes mean affection? It seems like playing with fire might have gone too far. Indeed, a couple secretly walks over, one man and one woman. Seeing Cha Yan sitting so freely on Zhuang Pingyi, they stare wide-eyed, mouths open as if they could fit an egg inside. It's Xiang Yi who reacts quickly, pulling Kwang Xiaobo aside to hide. So they won't be embarrassed if others see. Xiang Yi mutters, I knew Cha Yan liked Zhuang Pingyi. One morning, she cornered him against the wall and started touching him. Counting as she touched. Their hobbies are really strange. Kwang Xiaobo, with a simple look and sharp eyes, shows a hint of danger. Are you still watching them get close? Xiang Yi kicks him lightly. I didn't mean to. They were just by the wall in the inner courtyard, practicing martial arts. Kwang Xiaobo tightens her hand, clears his throat. Don't look anymore. Then he takes out a box from his pocket, inside a string of jade beads, round and clear. This time I went to buy some good pearls. I asked the master to string them into a bracelet. I think you'll like it. Kwang Xiaobo clumsily takes her right hand and slips the string of jade beads onto her wrist. Xiang Yi looks at the jade beads on her hand, happily unable to look away. Yeah, I like it. It's really pretty.
So,
About the marriage. Kwang Xiaobo blushes and looks at Xiang Yi expectantly. While Zhuang Pingyi has already kissed Cha Yan, he just holds her hand or occasionally hugs her. Have you seen Miss Tian? A question interrupted a pair of lovers sharing their feelings. Xiang Yi and Kwang Xiaobo turned around, alert, looking at the unfamiliar noble young man in front of them. He had a white jade-like appearance and a slightly gentle look, with two people behind him carrying long swords. He is an expert. Xiang Yi and Kwang Xiaobo exchanged quick glances, their killing intent rising sharply.
who are you?
Xiang Yi asked sharply, pulling down her sleeve to cover her bracelet. Feng Hongye smiled gently. My surname is Feng. I am a friend of your Yu Prince. Miss Tian led me to the inn just now. I heard she was injured and was heading this way. I was worried about her, so I came to check. In fact, he didn't catch up with Tian directly, and it wasn't appropriate to follow her closely, but he secretly sent a guard after her. The guard quickly caught up with Tian, saw her injured, and then saw a man helping her walk along this path. The guard went back to report to Feng Hongye, who then hurried over. But he was unfamiliar with the area and took a wrong turn. No wonder Tian was acting so reckless earlier. She was injured. Xiang Yi suppressed her breath and remained calm, saying, Thank you for your concern, young Master Feng. Tian has already returned to the village. If there's nothing else, please, young Master Feng, enjoy your visit at the dock. Going further inside is our brick kiln workshop, which is not open to outsiders. Suddenly, a faint exclamation was heard.
Oops.
Kwang Xiaobo brushed his robes and reached out, speaking directly to everyone. Why don't I young Master Feng back to the dock, to prevent him from getting lost or taking the wrong path? The Fengwu Mountain Manor is very strict, always on guard. Looking at this young couple in front of him, young but careful and serious. Even Tian, a maidservant, seemed worth their effort to turn away repeatedly. Feng Hongye glanced at the hill where the exclamation came from, his eyes darkening with thought, but that emotion quickly disappeared. He politely said, Then I'll trouble Kwang Guanshe. After they left, Xiang Yi coughed heavily. Tian, supported by Pang Yi, hobbled over. Did I just hear someone's voice? Was it Xiao Bo returning? Oh, look at Xiang Yi getting thinner. She must be worried about Xiao Bo. Tian was in a very good mood, deliberately looking around and teasing. A thief crying thief. Xiang Yi shot her a sharp look, annoyed. I just said you returned to the village, and now you make noise, as if no one knows you're here. Tian rolled her eyes dramatically. What's the point of worrying? I heard he's a scheming little eagle. I wonder what he's doing in our village. Zhuang Pingyi seized the opportunity and greeted, Miss Xiang. Thank you, young Master Zhuang, for taking care of the tea. Xiang Yi nodded. Seeing the strange way they approached each other, Xiang Yi silently glanced at Zhuang Pingyi. His eyes looked anxious, but tried to appear calm. Although he was supporting Tian, he only held her arm from afar, with someone standing between them. He is a gentleman. To create an opportunity for the two of them, Xiang Yi stopped and walked straight outside. All right, I still need to go to the dock to check the goods. You two can go back. By the way, Xiao Bo and the others brought back a lot of seafood this time. Tell Chi we'll have a seafood barbecue tonight. You're not just checking the goods. It looks like you're using personal connections. Look at Xiao Bo. Tian smiled. The remaining two people exuded awkwardness, even in the air. Thinking about how some parts of the scene seemed grand and imposing, she wondered if her knee injury was okay, secretly glancing down. Suddenly, both felt a bit dry in their mouths. Zhuang Pingyi looked surprised and exchanged a glance with her. Their eyes met and quickly parted. Then, without saying a word, they hurried back to the yard awkwardly, but with a sense of understanding. The fallen leaves drifted in the cold wind. Among the peaks and green pines, the sunset glowed red. Yu Junxian led 30 riders back through the icy wind. As he entered Fengxin courtyard, he saw Song Pan waiting outside. Brother Song, Chi went to Kuang Bo's mother's house for dinner. Xiao Bo is back and brought a lot of seafood, saying it's for a barbecue. Hearing this, Yu Junxian stepped out, heading to the left. Hey, wait, Brother Song, I haven't finished talking, Song Pan called after him. Yu Junxian paused. There's a young man named Feng Hongye and some others from the Manhwa tribe who brought gifts to our mountain villa, saying they want to negotiate peace. Chi agreed on the spot, and a table was prepared in the main hall for a feast. She asked you to come and entertain the guests. Yu Junxian looked up, the bright moon rising, a flicker of dislike flashing in his eyes. They were wasting his time. Let's go, he said, turning toward the main road on the right, then turning again toward the front yard, the same courtyard. At Kuang's small courtyard, a large table was set with freshly grilled oysters, fish, and shrimp. A guard knocked on the door.
Come in, Kuang Xiaobo responded.
The door opened, and a cold wind blew in, causing everyone to shiver. Young Master Yu has returned, and went to the main hall. She was biting into a freshly grilled oyster, slurping, all right, I'll go. She responded to the guard and turned to tell Chi. Chi, I'll go with Brother Song.
Wait.
Chi called Shiyu. He took a lunchbox containing a plate of roasted oysters, a plate of grilled squid, and 5 large grilled prawns, and handed it to Shiyu. Let Brother Song try it. Encourage him to eat and drink a little. That person just needs to pretend to be polite, and send him off. Oh, and tell him I'm waiting for him today. Shiyu nodded softly, took the lunchbox and left.
Hehe, det Jens hukled misthievously.
Chi raised her hand and gave her a roasted chestnut. Since saving Xiao Zhao, their relationship had become more open. Chi often showed concern for Brother Song or interacted closely with him, but they usually ignored it. In the courtyard, several members of the Nanyu tribe discussed angrily. Fengwu Mountain Villa relies on dragging things out. Since the Yu Lord Xian hasn't returned, why isn't there a host to entertain guests? Exactly. They've left us waiting for half an hour. Mountain people are just rude. If they weren't armed with dangerous hidden weapons, how could our Nanyu tribe be afraid of them? Leader Xiang was a shrewd person. His arm was hurt, and he had been angry all afternoon. Today, at the banquet, he looked normal again. He was already planning to drink heavily with Lei Jinghu. He glanced at Feng Hongye, his eyes full of ambition as he lowered his head. Feng Hongye remained calm and went to the side hall to walk around. Sometimes he looked at the display of swords, sometimes he grabbed a handful of rice, and sometimes he tasted a dried fruit. The arrangement inside the hall seemed to be either Chi-Chi's idea or Yu Junxian's. On each side of the wall, different displays were set up. One side showed various weapons. The other side displayed different grains and drinks. It was a very strange combination. Everyone, our young Master Yu has returned, Steward Chen said cheerfully as he entered to greet everyone. Hearing this, Feng Hongye put down the black soybeans in his hand and sat down at the table. Soon after, a pair of cold footsteps approached from afar. A cold wind blew, revealing a tall man wearing a thick ink blue robe, which was lifted by the wind, causing his sleeves to flutter. He moved steadily, step by step, with the moonlight following him like a shadow. His figure cast dark shadows on the ground, radiating a noble and aloof aura of someone in power. His presence was intimidating and cold, making people feel a chill. Hearing this, the members of the Nanyu tribe let out faint breaths. Foam Hongye clenched his fist and lightly covered his eyes, hiding a flicker of jealousy. He hadn't expected that. When close up, Yu Junxian actually had the aura of a king. Judging by his age, he was only about 2 years older than him. Yu Junxian sat down in the main seat, glancing around at everyone. Yu Junxian sat at the main seat, with Xiu sitting to his lower left. The two stood up and toasted the first cup of wine to the guests. The wine was excellent, surprising the Southern Yu tribe. After sitting down again, Lord Yu Xian directly addressed the main topic. Fengwu Mountain Villa is under my family's decision. Since she has agreed to peace, Longmen Town and your Southern Yu tribe will live in harmony from now on, with no more conflicts. Southern Yu tribe. It felt like the banquet was ending, but hadn't he just arrived? Ing Xiang glanced at Feng Hongye and saw him nod. Ing Xiang, arms hanging, stood up and raised his cup with one hand. We were all deceived by the people sent by the Mo Fong master, which caused misunderstandings. From now on, living peacefully and happily is our greatest hope. Our two families are neighbors, trading and exchanging goods at the market, so we often interact. Lord Yu Xian said, but the market in town is still open normally. Ing Xiang stroked his beard, his eyes sharp like a hawk, then asked gently, our southern wilderness is vast and sparsely populated. To the west are exile lands with 1 city and 3 counties, to the southwest are 6 tribes by the sea, and to the south are Yanzi City and Gucheng, 2 cities. Longmen Town is within Yanzi City's jurisdiction. I've heard that Longmen Town has fought many battles with Yanzi City, but I wonder what the Crown Prince of Yu plans to do about Yanzi City? Foam Hongye raised his wine cup, took a sip and looked down. He originally planned to persuade Yanzi City to assist in the Huainan battle. But after receiving secret messages, he learned that the major families within Yanzi City had long been at odds, with forces divided among them. He changed his mind, observing Lord Yu Xian's thoughts, aiming to persuade an alliance. Moreover, Lord Yu Xian has left his original position. That's his real purpose for this trip. Lord Yu Xian calmly said, Yanzi City's rulers have, for decades, deceived the people, neglected the land, fostered bandits, and controlled underground moneylenders. They arbitrarily kill and oppress people for personal gain. Such corrupt leaders, since Fengwu Mountain Villa intends to settle here, we cannot stand by and watch. That's why we took Longmen Town. It also separates us from Yanzi City. In fact, the top leaders of the Southern Yu tribe already knew the truth. That's why Yanzi City had always tolerated the Southern Yu tribe and never interfered. Ing Xiang paused, trying to probe. According to the imperial maps and political control, our Southern Yu tribe has always been split, half under Yanzi City, half under Gucheng. Yanzi City has always wanted to reclaim our tribe. If Yanzi City aims to take back Longmen Town, I worry our Southern Yu tribe might be caught in the middle. Does the Crown Prince of Yu have plans to escalate the conflict? Could we send troops to fight together? Lord Yu Xian looked around calmly. One Longmen Town with 30,000 soldiers could easily wipe us out. To ensure long-term peace and discourage strong enemies from attacking, Yan City must be taken, but this is not part of this year's plan. He speaks with a mix of truth and falsehood. He won't initiate war himself, and we can coexist peacefully. If he does, we will fight back. For now, Longmen Town is enough for us to settle down. My sister Chi-Chi doesn't like fighting and prefers farming and trading. Xiang shows a calm smile, raises his wine cup, and insincerely says, our Nanyu tribe follows the young Master Yu. His statement, whether true or false, reassures the Nanyu tribe. The young Master Yu calls her my Chi-Chi, which hints at a hero caught in domestic love, making him seem even more trustworthy. Next to him, she looks at the somewhat quiet feast. He finds some good drinkers, and as they chat back and forth, the atmosphere becomes lively. Seizing the moment, Xiu takes out grilled seafood from the food box. Brother Tsang, this is specially prepared for you by Chi-Chi. This grilled oyster is made by her herself. Hearing this, Yu Junxuan's eyes show a smile that spreads to his lips, slightly curved. He takes an oyster, peels off the rugged shell, revealing the plump, white oyster meat inside. The oyster is served with salty, slightly spicy garlic, scallion, and chili sauce. When eaten, the meat is tender and smooth, with a fresh, clean taste. Perhaps feeling hungry, Yu Junxian eats all 8 oysters in one go. You brother, do you like seafood? Feng Hongya walks over with a wine jar. Just as so, Yu Junxian replies, lifting his head as someone moves a long table and small stools nearby. Today, Feng Hongya is just a guest at the feast, occasionally saying a few words. But everyone knows that the Nanyu tribe respects him greatly. Feng Hongya sits down, shakes his cup in a toast, and, seeming to be a long-time friend, asks you, brother, are you interested in leaving here and exploring the outside world? Yu Junxian straightforwardly replies, no plans. He decisively blocks the topic. It's clear he doesn't welcome their group. Feng Hongya thinks for a moment, but isn't in a hurry to persuade him. Instead, he tastes a grilled prawn, saying, very good. The fire is just right. He signals his servant to peel 3 more prawns, which Feng Hongya eats one after another. Feng Hongya is good at talking. Seeing Yu Junxuan's lack of interest, he shifts from local customs to strategy and tactics, asking many questions. After drinking, Yu Junxian shows some interest. He talks about trivial topics, but with sharp insights and a commanding presence. Feng Hongya increasingly feels that Yu Junxian is a leader or a trusted advisor. Such a man with deep thoughts. However, Dexian rarely comments on Yu Junxian. The only time he gained nationwide fame was when he killed his father. According to his spies, after Yu Junxian returned strongly, he defeated the Xian Qin Yang Wangfu easily. His act of killing his father is widely debated. Some insist he murdered his father to seize power. Others believe it was false accusations, and his father's death had other causes. Feng Hongya clenched his wine cup tightly. Such a strong opponent. Either he must win him over or destroy him. He also planned to send a letter to his father to inform him of the situation. Under the moonlight, Fu Qiqi, slightly drunk, staggered over and squatted in the side hall, listening for a while. Song Dage is usually talkative at important events and likes to control the conversation. After listening for a while, her eyes grew heavy. She covered her small mouth, told her attendants to bring Song Dage some hangover soup, then yawned and staggered away. When she left, Yu Junxian looked at the side hall, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Feeling something, Feng Hongya also glanced toward the side hall. A faint sound of footsteps grew distant. He guessed it was Fu Qiqi. A hero struggles with a beautiful woman. If she wasn't useful to him, he would be stubborn and keep to himself. What a pity. Feng Hongya, with mixed feelings, left the banquet. At Kuang's small courtyard, just after Fu Qiqi and others left, Tian was also there. Seeing the seafood on the table and thinking of Zhuang Pingyi, she hesitated whether to serve him some. What reason could she give? Thank him for helping her today? No, that wouldn't do. It had to be a general reason. After thinking for a while, she decided to say that Zhuangzhu sent him some seafood since he was present today. Yes. Wrapped in her cloak, Tian carried a lunchbox and quietly left the courtyard. The moonlight was gentle, and even the playful cold wind seemed a bit mischievous. What a coincidence, Miss Tian. Feng Hongya's soft, pale face appeared closer with an oil lamp, and his smile widened. What bad luck. Why did she run into him? Tian thought to herself. Unlucky. Your feast is over. Go back to the inn, Tian said with a ghostly look, gritting her teeth. Feng Hongya ignored her hostile attitude, his eyes shining with a strange light. Where are you going, Miss Tian? I'll see you off. Tian chuckled. This is our mountain villa. Do I need you to see me off? Can't you see our soldiers patrolling back and forth, proud and vigorous? The fierce little wildcat. showing her claws and teeth, trying to lure him in. Feng Hongye drank wine, shedding his usual gentle disguise, and suddenly approached Kayan with a sly smile in his eyes. There's a little wild cat who promised to take me to the dock for a tour, but somehow, the little wild cat ran away. The moon tonight is so beautiful. How about the little wild cat keeps me company to enjoy the moon? No room for refusal. There was also a sense of danger, like being watched by a snake, making her feel sticky and nervous. Kayan's heart suddenly darkened, feeling a bit scared. She looked around nervously, noticing no one nearby. Only his bodyguard was far away, about 10 meters behind, and the patrol soldiers had just left and wouldn't return for another quarter of an hour. Should she run forward? Even the lonely, quiet main road ahead looked fierce and frightening. Just as her thoughts formed, that internal energy locked onto her breath. Seeing the confused panic in the little wild cat, Feng Hongye softly chuckled and stepped closer, one step at a time. Little wild cat, let's go. He was smiling, but his smile was cold and chilling. What the heck? Could he be a split personality? A perverted monster? Forget it. Better stay away from this freak. If he makes a move, she would have to show her skills. Suddenly, Kayan threw down her lunchbox, crossed her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and swung her face, sharply scolding like a street woman. Are you full or just drunk? Or are you peeing too much? Coming here to show off in front of me? Go away. Get lost. Your alcohol smell is so strong it's making me sick. Seeing the twisted, sneering face of the freak in front of her, she had to pretend she was drunk and make up some excuse. She could just say she drank too much and bluff her way out. I can't control your 2 pounds of meat? Look at your handsome, healthy guards. It's a perfect moonlit night. Hurry back home.
Hey,
what are you guys doing? Hurry up and carry your master back. He's so drunk, he's even mistaking people. Spit flew everywhere, blown by the cold wind onto Feng Hongye's face. Feng Hongye froze in surprise. His bodyguard behind him widened his eyes in shock. Soon, a voice called out, Kayan? What's wrong? It was Zhuangpingi, walking over from the side with a calm face, concerned. Did you twist your ankle? Why are you out so late? He arrived just in time. It hurts everywhere. My bones are cracked, my foot cramps. Quick, help me back. Kayan's legs went weak, and she leaned weakly on Zhuangpingi. Feng Hongye snapped out of his daze, his interest deepening. His slender fingers took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the spit off his face. The unpredictable little wildcat often surprises people. When she saw the two approaching, her black hair fluttered in the wind, intertwining and echoing in the air like lovers cuddling, lingering affectionately. It was quite eye-catching. In her subtle, single-phone eyes, a flash of crimson and a fierce aura appeared as if real, tightly watching Zhuangpingi. It was probably the man who brought tea to the villa today. Judging by his expression, his thoughts about the little wild cat were obvious. Suddenly, a strong wind rose. Feng Hongye's crimson eyes gathered storm clouds, and his palms pressed together, channeling internal energy through his hands. That perverted guy wants to kill Zhuangpingi. Ti Yan's eyes darkened. Clack clack, a series of quick, forceful footsteps approached, patrolling. In an instant, the murderous aura disappeared, and Feng Hongye returned to his polite and calm demeanor, saying softly, "The night has deepened. Since Miss Ti Yan doesn't need anyone to her, we will return to the inn first. Farewell, Ti Yan." Was that person a ghost? Little wildcat, the debt you owe me, after today, you'll have to pay double. A wave of internal energy swept past her ears with a lingering sound. Ti Yan shivered. What's wrong? Cold? Zhuangpingi quickly took off his cloak and draped it over her. Feeling frustrated and unable to vent her anger, Ti Yan muttered unhappily. Not cold, just disgusting. Zhuangpingi's face darkened. Why is he staring at you? Perverted freak. Hypocrite. I just saw him for the first time today. Who knew he'd be so nuts?
Tea yang kurse dongrili. Haha.
Feng Hongye, who was just at the door, faintly heard the wildcat's angry scolding and chuckled briefly. This small mountain villa was quite interesting. Huai-san, go check where the Wen family currently lives. Also, what is that man's name and surname just now? Yes, senior brother, Huai-san replied, then disappeared instantly. The half-moon hung crookedly in the sky, casting a thin, clear glow on the branches of the phoenix tree in the courtyard. The light seeped through the window, dappling onto a small pile on the bed. Yu Junxian gently lifted the faint candle inside the blue plum blossom lantern. Suddenly, the candle flame brightened. Fu Qiqi, the little cat, opened one eye slightly, seeing it was Brother Song, and casually grabbed the quilt with both hands before closing her eyes and sleeping peacefully. Her arms, exposed on the blue quilt, looked like two white jade, delicate and smooth. Following her arms upward, only two silk ribbons remained on her snowy skin. Yu Junshuan's eyes were deep. He slowly sat on the bed, tucking her smooth arms back under the quilt. In less than 2 breaths, her arms mischievously slipped out again. The little girl softly closed her eyes and whispered, Today the fire pot was too hot, very warm. Cheeks flushed red, almost bleeding. It's not heat, but clearly too much white wine, causing a burning sensation inside. Have you been drinking again? Yu Junshuan's throat bobbed slightly as his fingertips stroked her delicate hand, a gentle smile playing on his lips.
No.
I haven't drunk. Fu Qiqi blinked confusedly and moved closer to Yu Junxian. She slipped out of the blanket, revealing her back, white, smooth, and delicate, with only 2 silk ribbons trailing down. It was very visually tempting. Yu Junxian took a deep breath, as if this was a slip dress in the apocalypse. His large hand rested on her white back. Suddenly, his heart felt like it was scratched by a cat's claw, itchy and dry. It made him want to do something forbidden. Hee. The little girl stayed still, obedient, and he faintly heard a low, clear, charming laugh, soothing and calming, yet strangely reassuring. Fu Qiqi held Yu Junshuan's hand tightly, her lips slightly pouted, exhaling softly like a fragrant breeze, whispering, sleep. Sleep. Any man couldn't resist that. Yu Junshuan's brow twitched. He suddenly leaned over, supporting himself on either side of her body, and kissed her forehead, her eyebrows, her nose, her earlobe. Warm, moist breath fell like raindrops, making Fu Qiqi feel a tingling, numb sensation spreading through her body, making her feel soft all over. Suddenly, the warmth withdrew.
Fu Qiqi pouted in dissatisfaction.
Yu Junshuan's dark eyes burned like flames. He bit her small, trembling lips gently, lightly licking, nibbling, biting, as if he was cherishing a priceless treasure. His hot lips brushed and nibbled on her cheeks, sending bursts of fiery warmth that sprayed onto her nose. Qiqi whined softly, suddenly opening her eyes wide, her gaze dreamy and moist like water beads, meeting Yu Junshuan's deep, intense black eyes, full of desire and passion. Brother Song. She struggled to speak, her voice faint and unclear. The rest of her words were swallowed by Yu Junshuan's lips, his tongue greedily tasting all the sweetness in her mouth. His long arms slowly moved from her back, passing through the thin, smooth silk, resting on her slender waist, tightening to hold her soft body close, pressing her against his strong chest. They were inseparable. Qiqi, overwhelmed by heat she couldn't describe, Dudong Panshangqir, whispering like a dream, unable to help but softly hum, as if floating on clouds, light and airy. The cold winter night felt especially long. A cold wind occasionally knocked against the window, and even the faint moon secretly slipped down, casting a gentle light on 2 people who were tightly embracing each other. The next morning, as the warm sun rose, Fu Qiqi slowly opened her eyes on the bed, blinking lightly. Her clear eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, giving her a dreamy, lazy look, like a small cat just waking up. She blinked again, confirming that a beautiful face with a noble, ancient charm was reflected in her eyes, more elegant than the cold, sharp appearance of the end-of-world heroes, like an immortal fairy. Thinking of how she had Dudong turned over last night, her drunken words made her blush with embarrassment. Luckily, Brother Song was very calm, and at the last moment. It wasn't that Yu Junxian was so composed. He just wanted to give her a proper status, which made him run out to the corridor to stand in the cold wind for an hour late at night. While Brother Song was sleeping soundly, mischievous little Fu Chichi pinched her eyebrows and pressed her forehead. Actually, Yu Junxian had already woken up. Seeing her increasingly daring little hands messing with his face, he suddenly opened his eyes. His black eyes, deep and vast like the ocean, moved to her little hand, pinching his nose. Then they shifted up and down, finally settling on her clear, misty face. Caught in the act, Fu Chichi's tiny heart fluttered fiercely. Last night, her gaze was just as intense, hot enough to seem like it could draw someone into her bones.
Ah!
Thinking of some indescribable scenes, she exclaimed in embarrassment, curling up under the quilt, obediently staying still. Hee, hiding under the quilt and still breathing? Aren't you worried about suffocating yourself? Yu Junxian chuckled softly, pulling her out and holding her in his arms, gently stroking her. His little Chi-Chi was indeed a mischievous little fairy. Yu Junxian brushed his fingers over her misty eyes, then lowered his head. A long, tender kiss pressed down, and his big hand gently caressed her waist.
Fukiki suddenly trembled.
Knock, knock. A knock at the door disturbed their tender embrace. Big sister, wake up. Xiao Zhao pounded on the door. Fu Chichi was startled, her eyes darting around as if trying to escape. Yu Junshuan's black eyes, full of a gentle smile, flicked his tongue and bit her. After a long moment, Yu Junxian let out a satisfied hum and released Chi-Chi. Fu Chi-Chi covered her reddened lips, giving Brother Song a playful glare, then called out to the door, "Big sister is awake. Wait until she's dressed." After some rustling, Chi-Chi opened the door. When Xiao Zhao hurried in, her short legs jumped onto the Luohan chair. Just as she was about to sit down, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. "Why are you here?" The little girl stared wide-eyed at Yu Junxian, who was calmly standing nearby, and asked sharply. Yu Junxian gently sipped his milk and said casually, "Window." The window on the right was wide open, letting a warm ray of sunlight come in at an angle. Xiao Zhao pouted and muttered, "Still a grown-up?" Jumping out the window, without manners. She took a cup of milk brought by her sister and drank it all in one go, as the housekeeper was back online. "Big sister, you're lazy today. No morning exercise." Morning exercise. But she had to get herself up first. Chiu Chi-Chi, feeling guilty, pushed a piece of fruit candy into Xiao Zhao's mouth and explained, "Big sister was hungover and woke up late." Xiao Zhao chewed the candy and hummed. After sitting for a little while, she jumped down from her chair, clasped her hands behind her back, and said, "Aunt Chu made porridge and small buns. Let's go have breakfast." Everyone was so worry-worthy. Chiu Chi-Chi held Xiao Zhao's hand and led her outside, while Yu Junxian lazily followed, grabbing Chiu Chi-Chi's right hand. Chiu Chi-Chi pinched the soft flesh in her palm hard, then pulled away quickly and hurried forward. Yu Junxian was in a very good mood, smiling all the while. Xiao Zhao turned her head, feeling something strange. Seeing her older brother's smiling face, she pouted again and muttered, "Brother Song, can you walk faster? You look like a silly big kid, always sneaking smiles." No wonder Sister Kayan said love makes people less smart. Sister-in-law, this kind of person is always hard to deal with, especially at 6 or 7 years old, interfering in others' business and not understanding adults' world. At the dock, there was a noisy rush of carts and people. Some carried hoes, some held baskets, and others had short knives. Everyone rushing to work. Next to them, on the second floor of the Chilean Inn, senior brother, I explored several places last night at Fengwu Mountain Villa. I found many courtyards inside the city walls. Although most are still under construction, I got a bit lost. After wandering around a few times, I figured out some gossip. Luckily, the hidden mechanisms are still being built. I managed to escape within half an hour. Huaisan only returned at 2 o'clock last night. I asked the craftsman downstairs early this morning. Fengwu Mountain Villa is built in the style of Wu Fortress. If it's completed according to the plans, it will take at least a year and a half, Fu Jian added. A mountain villa and courtyard built like a town must have cost a lot. The Wen family is willing to invest in Yu Junxian, who is quite capable. He took over the Wen family in Duanzhou. But I don't know what the real mystery inside is. Standing by the window, Feng Hongya looked over the bustling dock and let out a soft sigh. How could two unrelated groups unite and settle in the southern wilderness? Thinking about the frontline battles, Floating Sword asked, Master, can you go to Huainan and Songling for the fight? Feng Hongya showed a faint, almost unnoticeable smile, which was a little chilling, then quickly hid it. This time, I received news from the Wen family, unexpectedly. I can't miss it. Since the head of the Wen family is coming back, we should stay here for a while. We need to get some of the Wen family's silver, money, and supplies. Send a message to Feng Chongsher. Let him handle everything according to the plan. Floating Sword cupped his fists and said, Yes. Just as he finished speaking, the scene shifted. When Shan Miao was dressed in a pink jacket and a scholarly skirt, standing prettily at the door, looking around eagerly. Behind her was Jir, a new maidservant sent by Madame Wen. Jir advised, Miss, if the master returns, it will probably be afternoon. The workers just started work now, and everything's a mess. Let's go back for now and come again afternoon. I have nothing else to do. I might as well wait for my father and older brother. When Shan Miao couldn't explain clearly or say much, she wasn't really waiting for her father and brother. At this moment, Feng Hongya, who had just left the inn, saw Wen Shan Miao at a glance. The crowd was full of rough workers in plain clothes. But she, like a delicate flower, was dressed brightly and extravagantly, looking very noble. Feng Hongya approached her, a gentle light in his eyes, calling out, Miss Wen, what are you doing here? When Shan Miao reached her target and quickly showed a shy, maidenly gesture, bowing politely to Feng Hongya. Young Master Feng, I don't know if my father is traveling by water or land. I usually come to the dock early in the morning to wait, then go to the city gate in the afternoon. Jir looked surprised at the suddenly formal Miss Wen, noticing her eyes seemed to resemble those of a noble lady, which seemed odd. She tugged gently at Miss Wen's sleeve. When Shan Miao subtly placed a neat stack of withered leaves she had picked into Jir's hand, giving a warning look. Jir took the leaves, feeling anxious, but trying not to show it. She understood that Miss Wen was here to find this noble young man. No wonder, before leaving yesterday, Miss Wen kept calling for Aunt Hua in a distracted way. When she returned, she looked shy and was rummaging through her clothes and jewelry. She immediately told the young lady. Their little actions caught Feng Hongya's attention. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, scrutinized Wen Shan Miao for a moment, filled with a flirtatious glow and a touch of pretense. This Wen family lady's behavior was no different from those women in Minjiang or Lindu City who pursued him. Thinking about the grain and silver supplies, Wen Hongya smiled gently. I plan to stay a bit longer at the dock. This place has very unique buildings, and I want to see them in the morning. If it's convenient, may I invite Miss Wen to go with me? When Shan Mei, surprised and pleased, stepped forward. Yes, I will take young Master Feng to see the river and the willows and phoenix trees. Although it's winter now, the water here is very special, and the phoenix trees are still lush green. She finished speaking with bright eyes and eager anticipation. Sunlight filtered through the branches, like golden threads spreading out and shining on Wen Hongya's tall figure, giving off an elegant and noble aura. When Shan Mei's heart beat faster, and she felt her good words from the past weren't enough to describe him. At this moment, she regretted not listening carefully in class. Wen Hongya raised an eyebrow. The group headed to the river. After walking for about half an hour, Wen Hongya grew bored. Such women only needed their beauty. No skill was required to win them over. Suddenly, a familiar shade of blue flashed toward the house in the center of the square. Wen Hongya's lips curled into a smile, and he casually said, I've noticed that Tian's manners and behavior depend on her master or servant status. But where is she from? Seeing Wen Hongya's changing expression, when Shan Mei's instinct told her that Wen Hongya's feelings for that lowly girl Tian were different. Fu Qiqi had already said that Tian was her sister, but Tian was self-declared as Fu Qiqi's most loyal servant, despite her fall from grace. When Shan Mei clenched her fists, I heard she was bought on the run from a famine, probably a girl from a poor family. Thinking of last night's scene where she acted like a shrew in the marketplace, Wind Hongye's smile grew even wider. If that's the case, and she acts so improperly, can Fu Zhuangji tolerate her? When Shan Mei thought to herself that Fu Qiqi was from the countryside and didn't understand proper manners, so her followers were even more rude. But she dared not speak ill of Fu Qiqi from experience, so she harshly criticized Tian. She probably thinks that Tian, a girl with no parents and all alone, is pitiful and thus tolerates her. But I heard that Tian used to frequent brothels. Perhaps she grew up in such a low place, which is why she's so rude and unrefined. Some of this was true. She had overheard Tian joking with Wen Shijun about brothels. Wind Hongye raised a lazy eyebrow. Brothels? That was unexpected. If that were true, he would spend more gifts and take her for himself. Finally, when Shijun arrived with the news. From afar, he saw Wen Shanmei passionately talking with an unfamiliar man. When Shijun hurried over, giving Wen Shanmei a sharp look. Third sister. Wen Shijun. Why is she here? Wen Shanmei's heart skipped a beat, and she looked flustered. Nervously, she called out, "Elder sister." Seeing the puzzled look from young Master Feng, Wen Shanmei nervously introduced herself. This is young Master Feng. So you're Miss Wen. My younger sister has been mentioning that Miss Wen is very good at managing the household, Feng Hongya said politely. You're too kind, young Master Feng. When Shijun gave a slight bow to greet him, then turned serious and looked at Wen Shanmei. Third sister, Mother said you should practice calligraphy at home today. Why did you go out without her permission? Her words felt like a scolding, making Wen Shanmei feel embarrassed and hot in the face. She also felt very wronged and hurriedly explained, "When did Mother say I had to practice calligraphy? I came here to wait for father and elder brother. You can ask Jir if you don't believe me." Walking around the dock with a strange man and daring to argue back. When Shijun's face showed annoyance, her eyes sharp and commanding. Perhaps third sister forgot the time and also forgot Mother's instructions. Her gaze was so intimidating that Wen Shanmei felt afraid. Under the pressure, Wen Shanmei clenched her teeth and awkwardly said, "Then I'll go back with elder sister." Throughout, Wen Shanmei was watched coldly by Wen Shijun, and she didn't even get a chance to greet young Master Feng. Feng Hongya looked at Wen Shijun's back thoughtfully. The two sisters were very different. One was graceful and elegant, poised and polite. The other was petty, with unruly words and actions, lacking decorum. Just now, he was focused on asking about Lord Wen and Zhen, unaware that the eldest daughter of the Wen family was so outstanding. Huai-san, find out about the Wen family's wife and eldest daughter. After giving the order, he headed straight toward the house in the center of the square. In the middle of the square was a two-story mansion under construction, with a strange, oval shape. Feng Hongya circled around and saw that the entire first floor was made up of 2 or 3 shops. The main door was very distinctive, each different, some fan-shaped, some arched, some with archways, and some long rectangular doors. Are these shops being built? Feng Hongya asked casually as he approached the workers inside. The worker laying bricks looked up, saw he was a scholar, and cheerfully replied, "Yes, our master built this business." Feng Hongya nodded and stepped inside, hearing a familiar voice. This is the master's new blueprint. The empty space in the middle is for a small garden with 2 fake mountains and 3 small wooden houses. In front of the wooden houses, bamboo will be planted and winding paths will form 4 corridors leading in all directions. Tian pointed to a large open space in the middle of the shop and explained the blueprint to Zhuangpingi. Zhuangpingi nodded, picked up a ruler, and made some adjustments on the drawing while saying, "The bridge crosses the water pavilion, with strings and zither connected from afar, and corridors surrounding quiet paths. The 4 diagonal routes are clear. This matches the scene of the water pavilion Lan Ting." How about naming this place Water Pavilion Lanting? Oh, Zhuangpingi, you are truly a talented young man, Tian teased, patting his back. All right, let's call it that. I'll tell the master when I go back, Zhuangpingi replied with a slight blush, looking serious. I heard that the Zhuang family's ancestral rule is to be scholars and craftsmen. Their family has many books, especially the current leader, Zhuang's eldest grandson, who is well-read and talented. But, Brother Zhuang? His tone was calm. But Tian sensed a dangerous, hostile feeling, his voice overlapping with last night's figure. Tian rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit scared as he looked back. It's really that pervert. Zhuangpingi, the shop's garden is just like this. If you have something, come to the inner courtyard to find me. Goodbye, he shouted and then ran away quickly.
Hey, slow down.
Zhuangpingi tiptoed and called out, watching until Tian disappeared from sight before turning his face away. He looked at Feng Hongya with a blank expression, picked up his ruler, and continued to modify the design. Feng Hongya raised an eyebrow and stepped closer to look at his drawing. Zhuangpingi turned to block him. Feng Hongya shrugged. Through investigation, Zhuangpingi learned about his identity. He had paid silver to Huai San to find out. He was the grandson of Minister of Works Zhuang Pei, who had served as chief supervisor of construction for many generations. Many of his family members also worked in the Ministry of Works. The Minister of Works was responsible for managing city construction, dredging rivers, repairing buildings, and overseeing craftsmen's procedures, all funded with silver. Now, the Zhuang family had moved to Fengwu Mountain Villa, which explained why its city walls were so strong and the courtyards, layered like rain after spring, rose from the ground. Unexpectedly, Zhuangpingi, the young leader of the Zhuang family, had seen the previous maid. The Zhuang ancestors held official titles of the third rank, and even before exile, Zhuang Pei was a fourth-rank minister of works. Such a noble family could not allow Zhuangpingi to marry a servant girl. Seeing Zhuangpingi's calm and silent expression, it was just a minor matter. For the great cause, he was willing to form a good relationship with the Zhuang family. Feng Hongya, familiar and teasing, said, I heard my father and your ancestor were old friends. Since I've come to Fengwu Mountain Villa and I am a junior, I should pay my respects to Zhuang Lao. Brother Feng, do you have time to introduce me? Wind Hongya moved out his grandfather, and Zhuangpingi's calm brow slightly twitched. He looked up and said softly, It seems that during the previous dynasty, my grandfather had dealings with your respected father. Now that my grandfather is old and living in seclusion here, he is just an ordinary rural old man. Young Master Feng, no need to be polite. Actually, Zhuangpingi did not know Feng Hongya's identity. He guessed they knew each other from official work. The two exchanged some polite, indifferent words. Zhuangpingi remained cold and distant, feeling bored, and turned to walk toward the riverbank. Money can make ghosts push millstones, let alone the whereabouts of old Zhuang are not a big secret. In just a few days, Feng Hongya learned where old Zhuang was. He heard that today he went to the thatched cottage. Feng Hongya took his people and also turned toward the thatched cottage. The so-called thatched cottage was not really made of straw. It was a viewing platform by the Wei River, with 3 connected houses built in an elegant style, especially one wall made entirely of glass, like a large floor-to-ceiling window. Inside the house, one could see the full view of the Wei River at a glance. On a winter rainy day, with a few coal fires burning, a pot of tea, and some slices of meat roasting, people sat and watched the distant peaks undulate outside the glass wall, shrouded in a light mist, hazy and fleeting, with only the mountain peaks in dark ink color punctuating the clouds and fog, resembling a natural ink wash painting. Everyone heard that the glass wall was transparent like nothing, allowing a view of the wonderful scenery, which drew many visitors. They all sighed that imported goods were truly rare and wonderful. As for Chi-Chi, she just smiled mysteriously. Feng Hongya had been wandering around the dock these days and naturally heard about this rare sight. He had long wanted to see the full view. As he approached the yard, he heard 2 old men arguing inside. Old Zhuang, Wu Xiaozi, where's your Mao Tai? Share a few cups with me.
Wu Xin, no.
Old Zhuang. Humph. Fuyata said she'd send me some red wine next time. It's also an imported product. I won't let you drink a single drop. Wu Xian. Bah, who cares? Fuyatu said she'd send me white wine, slightly yellow, sweet and mellow. I build houses first. I forge weapons first. But I was imprisoned for 10 years. Some people. The whole family exiled. A servant was about to knock on the door, but Feng Hongya stopped him silently and remained silent himself. The Wu family? If the Zhuang family boasted every day about being the second-best builder in the Great Mystery, then the Wu family was outright arrogant, having a signboard in their mountain villa that read the world's #1 forging master. Indeed, they were truly worthy of the title. Many of the famous weapons in the world, including 6-layered masterpieces, came from the Wu family. In the previous dynasty, many elite soldiers' weapons were also forged by the Wu family's people stationed at the Forging Bureau. During times of chaos, the Wu family preferred to stay away from the world, so they announced their retreat and closed their doors to visitors. How did they end up moving to Fengwu Mountain Villa? At this moment, 2 people arrived. Young Master Feng? Coincidentally, this little brother says he is your personal guard. I think he took the wrong path and brought him here for you. Fu Qiqi's delicate face turned cold as she threw the Huai San into his hands. Huai San, who had fallen to the ground, got up awkwardly and stood behind Feng Xinya. Senior brother, I just heard they're holding a martial competition and wanted to go see. Feng Xinya coughed softly and smiled gently. Master Fu, sorry for the trouble. This is my little junior brother. He loves martial arts and is young, so he's a bit curious. I promise to keep him in check from now on. Fu Qiqi didn't comment. She had already seen Huai San 3 times, who was skilled in light footwork and sneaked around the villa daily. Is there something you came for?
Fu Qiqi asked.
Feng Xinya, I heard the old master is here. My father and the old master are old friends, so I came to visit. The old master and Wu Xian heard the noise and came out to open the door. Your father and I are old friends? Who is your father? The old master came out with his hands behind his back. Feng Xinya was humble and polite. My father's name is Feng Changqiu. The old master's face twitched. He is the governor of the 3 prefectures in Minjiang, Feng Changqiu. He is also one of the 4 major powers vying for dominance in the chaotic world today. The old master looked cautious. We are colleagues, familiar with each other. But I have a family to take care of and am staying with others, so it's not convenient to entertain you. No problem. I've long wanted to see the wonders of the thatched cottage. I also brought some fine spiritual mist tea for you to taste. Feng Xinya continued to be gentle and polite, with a touch of eagerness. The old master was speechless. Was he trying to chase them away? Fu Qiqi's eyes were clear. Feng Xinya had been at the dock these days, gathering information about the Wen family, with obvious intentions, plotting against the Wen family. Today, he also showed friendliness to the old master, perhaps planning to target the Zhuang family too? Miss Fu, are you looking for me? Wu Xian, who had been away from the crowd for 10 years, had heard a little about the Wu family but didn't know much about the new situation and didn't want to get involved. Fu Qiqi nodded. Uncle Wu, I have something to discuss. Please come back to the mountain villa with me. Wu Xian, with his sleeves empty, happily followed Fu Qiqi down the mountain. Then, the old master clenched his teeth. Halfway there, Fu Qiqi took out an object and handed it to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, the forging camp, still has the original team. The weapons are now on track. I have another matter to ask for your help with. Wu Xian hummed softly but didn't take it, acting proud and stubborn. You girl, all you know is to order me around. Qiqi blinked her cat-like eyes and sweetly said, I'll give you 3 bottles of Maotai. Wuxin's eyes brightened. Great, okay, I accept. Qiqi handed over a hand grenade, thought for a moment, and then said, The hand grenades and explosives I have are items I stole from overseas shipments long ago. But I have only a limited amount. I want to gather people to study the hand grenades and explosives. So this time I bought 5 craftsmen who make firecrackers. Hand grenades, explosives, firecrackers. Wuxin kept thinking about these things. Wuxin had already seen Chi-Chi's secret weapon camp's hand grenades and explosives. One grenade, about the size of a palm, was wrapped in a ring of round iron sheets. Inside, who knows what was placed, but it could up a small fish pond. The power was truly shocking. Although he was curious, such secrets were not easy to ask about, so he had kept silent. Now, hearing that Chi-Chi bought craftsmen who make firecrackers, he pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Are the items inside related to firecrackers? Chi-Chi trusted him completely and directly handed over the recipe. This is the recipe for making hand grenades. Brother Wu, please have someone check it. Wuxin grabbed the recipe, became more and more fascinated, and headed straight to the forging camp. Do you want 3 bottles of Maodai? Remember, Brother Wu, pay attention to safety and precautions. Chi-Chi waved her hand and showed a happy, gentle smile. Seeing Brother Wu's dedication to research, perhaps next year they could produce landmines. Then her secret weapon camp would truly be famous. As they reached the village gate, they saw Xiao Zhaozhao leading about 10 people, ready to leave. Why take a carriage? Ride horses. Ride quickly. Xiao Zhaozhao shouted at everyone, whipping the air with her whip. Wow, so spirited. She dared to send people out on their own. Chi-Chi slowly stood in front of the horse, crossing her arms, and said softly, Have you grown bolder? Dare to go out alone? Making such a big show of it? Seeing it was her sister, Xiao Zhaozhao stuck out her tongue. I already told my brother. When sister goes back, he will tell you. What is it? Chi-Chi asked. Yan Yan was much calmer than Zhao Zhao, always thinking carefully before acting. Even Yan Yan agreed with her, so it must be something important. Sister, Zheng Manzi said he's returning home to see his mother and younger siblings, but he hasn't come back. I asked around and found out Zheng Manzi was locked in the ancestral hall by his own people. He was hungry for 3 days and didn't see a drop of water. Xiao Zhaozhao sat on her horse, swinging her little legs, and said angrily, Zheng Manzi is the young man who escaped from the iron mine. Later, he led them up the mountain to dig out the old iron mine hideout. I heard he had been working hard in the military camp for training recently. After training, he stayed in Xiao Zhao's small courtyard, acting as a gatekeeper and doing his duty well. Thinking for a moment, it might be good for Xiao Zhao to get some exercise too. Fu Chi said, All right, go early and come back early. Xiao Zhao happily responded twice, walking with short legs and waving a small whip.
Go.
The little black horse galloped forward, with about 10 people following closely behind. When the figures disappeared 2 miles away, Fu Chi ordered at the city gate, Hu Kazhu, call 10 more people to follow them. Signal with a flare if needed.
Yes.
Hu Kazhu nodded and took 10 men to follow on horseback. Zheng Manzi's family is from Tongzhuang village, about an hour from Fengwu Mountain Villa. The group passed through Longmen town and headed straight west. Nan Yuan had just returned with his master from the defenses of Longmen town. Seeing a team of people, he hurried over in a panic. Nan Yuan sent someone to catch up, but returned after half an hour. Master, it's Miss Xiao Zhao. Yu Junxian frowned, looking unhappy. Send someone to follow her. A child running around everywhere. Yes, Nan Yuan replied. When Xiao Zhao arrived at Tongzhuang village, she hadn't yet found out where Zheng Manzi's family lived. Suddenly, she heard distant wails and curses. Xiao Zhao trembled, recalling the familiar flower lady. One life for another. Kill Zheng Manzi, that beast, and let him serve as the family's funeral sacrifice. Zhao, Zheng's eldest daughter-in-law, shouted sharply. Zheng Lijing disagreed. He's a healthy person. How can we just kill him? Besides, we can't set up our own court. Lindao frowned. I am his grandmother.
Y decide.
Kill that beast. He killed his eldest uncle. He must pay with his life.
No. No.
It was the eldest uncle who first hit my brother, knocking him onto and he died. Zheng Fana, who had just run over, had a thin, battered face. She knelt suddenly, bowing her head to Zheng Lijing. Smack. Smack. Zhao, Zheng's eldest daughter-in-law, rushed over and struck Zheng Fana hard across the face with both hands. Zheng Fanner spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Zhao was about to slap her again, a whip swung over and struck Zhao down to the ground. Who dares hit my mother? Are you tired of living? Everyone turned their heads in shock to look at the small whip in midair. Sitting on a tiny black horse was a little girl, wrapped in a red fox cloak, revealing a delicate, bright face. Her skin was like a peeled boiled egg, white and smooth like a big bun. On her round little face, her small nose was blushed pink from the wind. She looked like a little fairy child. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled with anger as she stared at Zhao, yet they also looked icy and adorable. It was a year of famine, and with the city of swallows suppressed deliberately, it was hard for villagers to find enough food. Everyone looked pale, thin, and worn out, dressed in patched clothes. Suddenly seeing a lively, fair-skinned little girl, everyone was stunned.
Little, why did you hit me?
You owe me silver, Zhao said, trying to hide her anger, as she noticed the girl's valuable clothes and couldn't dare to curse her directly. Zhao tightened her reins, her small face looking very displeased. If you want silver, you better be brave enough to take it. With that, she jumped down from her small black horse and went to Zheng Fanner. She took out a small handkerchief to wipe away the tears and blood from Zheng Fanner's face. Zheng Fanner timidly avoided her, saying, "You'll get your handkerchief dirty." Grandma Lin looked at the delicate embroidery on her handkerchief, flowers and birds, very beautiful. She felt heartache for the little girl, who was crying. "Are you Zheng Manzi's sister, Zheng Fanner?" "Don't worry, I came today to take Zheng Manzi back," Zhao said softly but with firm determination.
What?
"Take Zheng Manzi back?"
Who are you?
Grandma Lin exclaimed, spitting as she spoke. Zhao pulled Zheng Fanner away from her, ignoring Grandma Lin. "Are you the village elder's grandson?" "I am Zheng Manzi's owner. He has already been sold to my family. His life and death are not for your village or clan to question," she said sweetly but with a different kind of strength. Village elder Zheng Lijeng saw the little girl, who looked like a fairy, only 6 or 7 years old, speaking clearly and logically. He looked at his grandson, who was squatting on the ground digging for ants. He sighed, thinking how noble and refined this child must be, born into a wealthy family. "Little girl, which family do you belong to? Where is your grown-up?" "I only know Zheng Manzi is working outside, but I don't know where he is," Zheng Lijeng asked. Zhao smiled warmly, showing her white teeth. "Zheng Manzi's matters are decided by my family. Mother, look at her delicate skin and clothes, even better than the granddaughter of the local gentry. She's wearing a silver bracelet. Oh my, it's inlaid with gemstones. Mother, let her pay the silver for Zheng Manzi's sale. I want that gemstone bracelet," Zheng Xiaoyuan, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, exclaimed loudly. As she shouted, more villagers gathered around, their eyes greedily fixed on her. "Look at this 6 or 7-year-old girl. We might as well take her home and sell her. She must be worth a lot of silver," they thought. The person who wanted to trick Zhao into selling herself was Zheng's 3rd son. He and Zheng's 4th son, sneaky and sneering, hid behind the crowd. When they saw Zhao dressed in new clothes, looking lively and alone, they became greedy. Zheng's 4th son thought quickly, "No way. Everyone in the village has seen her. If her family comes looking for her and can't find her, they'll come straight to our house. They might even destroy it." Ha, he was dreaming. Not just destroying the house, they might even cut off your head. Zheng's 3rd son looked around. Most of the villagers were gathered here, which made him feel unlucky. Zheng's 4th son glanced at Zheng Fanner, smirked, and whispered to Zheng's 3rd son, "Let's do this." Meanwhile, in front of the dead man and a pile of silver, for Granny Lin, this wasn't a choice. It was like winning a big fortune, enough to make her smile in her sleep. Granny Lin looked greedy, showing her yellow teeth. "You little girl, you can't take Zheng Manzi away. I'm his grandmother. He's sold for money, and you haven't paid yet. You need to pay first before you can take him." She pointed at the silver chain on Zhao's neck, her white sweater, and the black horse.
And
20 taels of silver. "No," 50 taels of silver. Drooling and smelling sour and rotten, she was so close that Xiao Zhaozhao stepped back a meter, pouting. Aren't you dreaming? Wake up already. Mother. Zheng Manzi killed the head of the family. How can we let him go? No, one life for another. If he's wrongfully killed, the head of the family will be buried with him. Zhao Shi suddenly got up from the ground, glaring fiercely. Granny Lin spat. You pig brain? The big boss is part of me. If he's gone, I'll be sad. But life must go on. Yangzi and Shanzi are talking about their wives now. But where will the bride price silver come from? Zhao Shi hesitated. She knew it was polite, but the head of the family was gone. Unable to argue with her mother-in-law, Zhao Shi sat on the ground, hugging Granny Lin's leg and crying loudly. Oh, head of the family, my life is so hard. You're gone. How will our family of 3 survive? Go, go, go. Shanzi and Yangzi, take your mother home. Granny Lin said disdainfully, annoyed that her eldest daughter-in-law was slow and stubborn. Zheng's eldest daughter, Lin Weichao, blocked Xiao Zhaozhao's way, looking jealous at her bracelet. My mother is his grandmother. No gifts, no one can leave with her. Xiao Zhaozhao looked at the whole Zheng family, full of trouble. Her memories of Wazi village became clearer, and her face grew even more unhappy. Stinky sister, she had arranged a backup plan. She let herself go into the village alone, while she handled the problem herself. Otherwise, she could lead a group of 10 or more to rush in and crush them easily. How impressive. Grandpa Li Zheng, let's go, Xiao Zhaozhao said obediently, controlling her temper. Zheng Li Zheng, who can read, finished reading the contract handed to her by the little girl and then took it and his people toward the ancestral hall.
Mom.
They've left. Lin Weichao hurriedly stomped her foot. Old Lady Lin pushed Zhao aside, agile as a monkey, rushing forward to grab Xiao Zhaozhao's sleeve, her face harsh and full of anger. Kill for revenge. Otherwise, Zheng Manzi should pay with his life. Today, I will kill that beast, or you can pay silver, and they can take the person away. Xiao Zhaozhao used some strength to pull back her sleeve, which now bore 5 black claw marks. She said irritably, Isn't Zheng Manzi your grandson? Why do you want to kill him? Even the highest judge in the sky can't just kill someone without reason. Someone nearby explained to Xiao Zhaozhao. Zheng Manzi's father is Zheng Heir II. Zheng Heir II died outside when he was out trading. Zheng Dado took the 4 brick houses and 11 acres of land left by Zheng Heir II and agreed with the clan to raise Zheng Manzi properly.
Zheng Fenner cried even harder.
They had agreed that half of the house and land would be for her father when he married, but now not only did the old Zheng family refuse to return them, they also sold off her older sister, father, and older brother. Now, because her older brother came back and wanted to split the family, her great-uncle picked up A and threatened to kill him. Mind your own business. Old Lady Lin spat, though everyone in the village knew the story. It was embarrassing to bring up because it reflected poorly on her. The old Zheng family's house was left by Zheng Heir Lao, and the 11 acres of land had been reduced to less than 5. Xiao Zhaozhao was young, but she grew up in the village and knew all the ins and outs. First, she would bring Zheng Manzi out to see what he thought. Seeing the little girl give her a cold look and walk away, old Lady Lin still wanted to follow, but Zheng Lao Si pulled her aside secretly. Mom, what about Zheng Fanner and Zheng Songzi? Where could Zheng Manzi run off to? I see this little girl dressed brightly. She must come from a wealthy family. Mom, I think we should coax her back home. If we marry her into our family, won't we have plenty of money in the future? Our Guangzi is only 7 years old, but already knows how to read the 100 family surnames. He'll definitely have a bright future. Their family's business might not even be a good match for our Guangzi. Exactly. Let that little girl be our old Zheng's granddaughter-in-law. In the future, all her family's money will be ours. I told you our old fourth is so clever. Old Lady Lin patted her thigh happily, exclaiming. When Xiao Zhaozhao arrived at the ancestral hall, she saw Zheng Manzi fighting 3 men with 2 broken wooden sticks. Zheng Manzi, who had been hungry for 3 days and was weak, still held his ground. As a fist came flying, Zheng Manzi spun behind one of the men, pulling him over, and then punched the incoming fist, which hit the man's face, causing 2 noses to bleed. Zheng Manzi dropped the man and swung his stick at the attacker.
Stop. Stop.
Zheng Lijing hurried over. Actually, the fight was almost over. Zheng Manzi had fought 3 men alone and won. Zheng Manzi spat out some blood, his scarlet eyes scanning the newcomer. Big brother. Zheng Fanner cried as she ran over.
Clang.
The stick Zheng Manzi was holding fell to the ground. His eyes bright, he knelt in front of Xiao Zhao Zhao behind Zheng Fanner, choking on his tears.
Miss.
You came to save me? His messy hair, bloodshot eyes, swollen face, pale lips, and torn clothes looked just like when she first helped him. Xiao Zhao Zhao sniffed, annoyed. It's been half a month since I nursed you back to health, and now you look like this again. Though she complained, she still took a small bag from her black horse and handed it over. Zheng Manzi laughed foolishly, took the bag, and gulped everything down.
Sweet.
Yes, salt and sugar water. I brought it just for you, Xiao Zhao Zhao said, tilting her head. Zheng Lijing sighed, thinking Zheng Manzi had found a good master. Lijing, Zheng Manzi wants to run away. And he beat us 3 until our faces are swollen. The 3 men staggered over. Xiao Zhao Zhao glared at the man speaking. Can't you 3 beat Zheng Manzi? And Zheng Manzi hasn't eaten or drunk for 3 days. Her small eyes widened in disbelief. The 3 men looked away shyly. Zheng Lijing cleared his throat. Zheng Manzi, since your master has come looking for you, you should go with him. But if the Zheng family reports this, and your uncle's death is involved, you might be summoned. Xiao Zhao Zhao's little eyes flicked around. Her sister asked her to handle this, so she decided to support Zheng Manzi and see how he would deal with it. Oh, my clever little head. Xiao Zhao Zhao, with her hands behind her back, mimicked her sister's cold expression and said, Justice for the wronged, fairness in arguments. The white cannot be painted black, and the black cannot be painted white. Zheng Manzi, don't be afraid. If they report to the authorities, you should too. Let's clarify everything. Yes, miss. Zheng Manzi gratefully thanked Xiao Zhao Zhao. Miss Xiao is standing up for me. He took a deep breath before looking at his sister. Big brother, Zheng Fanner let out a tiny, happy cry like a mosquito. Zheng Manzi pulled Zheng Fanner aside. In just 3 days, his face had become thin and dark, with no good flesh left. Thinking of their father, mother, and eldest sister, he couldn't help but feel sadness and anger. His eyes flashed with determination. It's the perfect time to report. I will accuse the Zheng family of 3 crimes, selling my father and me secretly, forcing my mother to death, and seizing our family property. Stop talking nonsense about your mother. Lin Posey, who was following behind, immediately scolded angrily. Mother! Zheng Laosi made a funny face and whispered, Marriage matters and money are the real issues. Seeing the little troublemaker so angry, Lin Posey almost forgot about the money. Zheng Laosi cleared his throat and fake smiled. Family is family. Even if bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Why report to the officials? Uncle, our family won't report this. Zheng Lijing frowned. Zheng Laosi was planning something. Still, it was best to settle things quietly, without going to the government. All right, since you won't report it, this matter is over. Everyone disperse. Zheng Laosi stepped forward, pretending to smile but with a cold look, and patted Zheng Manzi's shoulder. Manzi, your eldest uncle just died a few days ago. Everyone was so upset that they accidentally locked you up. It was all a misunderstanding. He paused and then added, since Miss Dongjia personally came to find you, our Zheng family can't ignore etiquette. For lunch today, Uncle Si will pay for some meat to treat your family. He thought Zheng Manzi was young and didn't understand the situation. Zheng Manzi, imitating Zheng Laosi, forced a smile. Uncle Si, there's no need for food. Our Miss Dongjia isn't short of a meal. If you won't report it, I will. The 3 crimes are all true. I believe the magistrate will clear our family's name. That little brat. He's gained some courage after being away for a few years. Zheng Laosi stared at Zheng Manzi. Zheng Laosi's 3rd brother, with clenched teeth, came over and said darkly, "Manzi, don't think you can refuse the punishment. I and Uncle C have worked hard to persuade your grandmother and sister-in-law not to report you. If we don't beat you to death, you should understand some things. Otherwise, don't ruin the life you've just gained." Seeing the dangerous look in his third uncle's eyes, Zheng Fanner was scared and hid behind Zheng Manzi. When she was dressing in the morning, she overheard her third uncle and fourth uncle plotting to sell her to a brothel. Xiao Zhao Zhao, carrying her hands behind her back, drew a tiny sword and performed a few sword moves in the air. "I, the head of the household, never said I would kill Zheng Manzi.
Who dares?"
The cold wind blew fiercely, and the sword aura was intimidating. Old Zheng Sen swallowed hard. The young girl knew how to use a sword. Fourth brother, this. Fourth Zheng looked grim. A girl of 6 or 7 just playing tricks. No need to be afraid. Old Zheng Sen straightened his back and spat. "All right, Zheng Brat, you leave first, and I'll sell Zheng Fanner and Zheng Songzi after you." Zheng Fanner trembled and sobbed. "Big brother, they said they want to sell me to a brothel. I don't want to go." The eldest sister was sold to a brothel, and she was taken away by bad people. When he and their father went to the abandoned graveyard to collect bodies, she was, with no good flesh left. A murderous look appeared in Zheng Brat's eyes. "They dare. Even if I die, I will kill all those animals before I go." Old Zheng Sen shivered inexplicably. "Zheng Fanner, come here. Don't disturb Zheng Brat's effort." Xiao Zhao Zhao took out a small dagger from her boot and handed it to Zheng Fanner. "If anyone bullies you, use this. My sister taught me. I used to be scared of these bad people, but now I've killed wild boars, wolves, and bad guys. I'm not afraid anymore." Everyone looked at the delicate, white little fairy girl talking about killing as if she was chopping chickens. No one believed her. But Zheng Fanner stared into Xiao Zhao Zhao's eyes and believed her. Fourth Zheng advised, "A family should stick together and not boast. When your father and you were sold, it was because the eldest owed gambling debts. But the eldest also died." Zheng Brat didn't really want to report to the authorities. He just wanted to take his brother and sister away safely. Revenge wasn't urgent. He planned to learn skills first, and then deal with those people one by one. Zheng Brat turned to the village chief. "Grandpa village chief. When my grandfather passed away, the clan decided that the Zheng family would raise my father. As a reward, half of our house and land belonged to the Zheng family. Many people know this." "That's true." Village chief Zheng knew this well. It wasn't just because Zheng Brat's father was weak, but also because the 3 Zheng brothers fought fiercely. Hearing Zheng admit it, Granny Lin felt a sharp pain in her chest and pretended to be angry.
"No.
"We raised Zheng heir, and all the house and land belonged to us." Zheng Brat snorted coldly. Calmly, he took out a piece of cowhide paper from his shoe. Many elders, including the clan leader and village chief, signed and stamped as witnesses back then. Granny Lin's heart sank. The old second always acted innocent, but he had kept a trick up his sleeve. She rushed forward to grab it. Zheng Brat deliberately sidestepped just before she reached him. Xiao Zhao Zhao saw an opening and kicked a small stone.
Bang.
Grandma Lin fell gracefully onto a stone, looking dazed as she looked up. She felt something in her mouth and spat out. A mouthful of dirt and a tooth flew in a curved line onto the stone. Realizing what happened, she shouted, "Ah!" Then she spat out some blood. Someone chuckled softly. Pfft. Old Zheng San looked upset. "Zheng Manzi, how dare you hit an elder?" Zheng Manzi glanced at him. "Did I hit him? Or just kick him?" Everyone else laughed again.
"Hey!"
Old Zheng San was furious, his anger rising. At that moment, the village chief and a few older elders arrived. "What's all this fuss about?" "It's not right," said the village chief, with a half-white beard, leaning on a cane. From Xiao Zhao Zhao's perspective, it looked like he was pretending. His steps were strong, so he didn't seem to need a cane. Zheng Lizheng explained the dispute between Zheng Manzi and the Zheng family. The village chief looked at Zheng Manzi. He hadn't seen him in years, but now he looked tall and strong, with the presence of a true grandfather. However, if it reached the officials, it wouldn't be good. It would shame the family. Zheng Manzi, since your third and fourth uncles say this matter is over, then it's settled. Everyone go back. Respecting elders means fairness. If the younger generation of the Zheng family can't handle this properly, they won't achieve much, Xiao Zhaozhao said mockingly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she saw Xiao Zhaozhao, and a plan flashed in her mind. Whose little kid is this? So lively. Where are your adults? It's cold. Don't let the little one catch a cold. Come, let's go to my yard to warm up, said the village chief kindly. He looked like someone trying to sell a child. Thank you, sir. I practice martial arts, so I'm not afraid of the cold, Xiao Zhaozhao replied with a polite, slightly awkward smile. Zheng Manzi had heard his father say that the village chief was young and experienced, but also calculating and greedy. That's why he hadn't yet produced the documents for dividing the family property. Xiao Zhaozhao looked around. The crowd was thick inside and outside, all staring at her as if she were a rare treasure, making her uncomfortable. She moved closer to Zheng Manzi and whispered, I brought over 10 people. If they can't beat them with words, we'll just fight. Zhang Lijing, nearby, overheard and gave her a meaningful glance. No wonder a little kid dared to wear jewelry and run into the village. Zheng Manzi nodded slightly at Xiao Zhaozhao, then turned to Zhang Lijing and the clan leader, especially looking deeply at the clan leader. I just came back, and the clan members blindly accused me of killing Zheng Dezheng. Over a dozen eyes saw it. Old Zheng was holding and threatening to hit me. I accidentally fell onto the chopping knife and died. My eldest uncle doesn't even want to call out, saying I'm reckless and ignorant. The clan leader was a bit displeased, but what does it matter since he ordered someone to arrest me? Who told you to hide? Who told you to come back? If you hadn't come back, our big brother wouldn't have died. Granny Lin argued fiercely, full of anger. Everyone knew Granny Lin was a troublemaker, but they didn't expect her to be so shameless and without limits. Xiao Zhaozhao's eyes widened, and the little kid pouted. Oh, so this is how the Zheng family acts, thinking they're the boss of everything? Do you breathe near your house and you have to pay silver? She spoke in a simple, adorable way, making people like her.
Ha ha ha.
The villagers burst into laughter. Lin, shut up. Little kid, don't listen to Lin's nonsense, said the clan leader, trying to be polite and smiling, then turned to warn Granny Lin with a glance. Granny Lin opened her mouth but didn't say anything, twisting slightly in frustration, giving Zheng Lizi a look of grievance. Zheng Manzi loudly said, Today, all the villagers are here. Let's all judge fairly and see some people's true faces. The Zheng family took silver from my grandfather, lives in the house my grandfather built, and eats the land my grandfather bought, but they've been using my father as a servant since he was young. When my father married, they made our whole family serve them. We work day and night, but barely get enough to eat. Old Zheng Dazhang owed gambling debts and sold my eldest sister to a brothel for less than 2 months. Soon after, he sold me and my father to a mine. My father even lost his life at the mine. The younger generation didn't know much about the Zheng family situation, but after hearing Zheng Manzi, they discussed among themselves. Granny Lin spat and said, I am his mother. I didn't give birth to him, but I raised him for over 10 years. I still can't be the head of your family.
Wrong. Wrong.
That was my second brother, who was filial and earned silver for my father's retirement, said Zheng Lao Si, dryly. Some people are born not human, completely heartless. It's only been 3 years, and they've been eating my family's blood bread, even forcing my mother to die. Zheng Manzi's eyes reddened. Zheng Fanner squatted down and cried loudly, grief-stricken. An older woman shed tears. When the mother of the rough man died, she was only skin and bones. The Zheng family didn't even want to buy a mat for her. Instead, everyone pooled a few copper coins to dig a grave and bury her. Everyone looked at Granny Lin, old Zheng San, and old Zheng Si with suspicion. Wasn't it said that her mother was greedy and fell to her death in the dark? Nonsense. She fell by herself. Granny Lin, seeing the disdainful looks from the villagers, stared fiercely at the little troublemaker, wishing she could punish him. The rough man, Zheng, shouted loudly. I just came back less than a day ago and mentioned splitting the family. They raised their hoes to beat me to death. There are gods above. Aren't you afraid that our ancestors or my own grandfather will come out of the ground to settle accounts?
Why?
Why can't you accept our second branch? Why do you want to beat us all to death? Are you human or not? Granny Lin shrank back, her face like she had been slapped, her expression becoming more fierce. Old Zhengxi distanced himself awkwardly from the situation, speaking to the villagers. Rough man, these things have nothing to do with my fourth branch. Old Zhengxi snorted. You little brat, your father and mother's matters have nothing to do with our third branch. Zheng, the rough man, stared with bloodshot eyes. When a disaster strikes, not a single snowflake is innocent, and they, the whole family, are no different from troublemakers. No rush. These grudges will be paid back slowly. Little Zhao Zhao looked up at the sky, feeling like crying. She missed her father and mother.
Sing Fana sobbed uncontrollably.
Her older sister was gone, her mother was gone, and her father and older brother said they were dead too. She thought that even in death, she would raise Song. Zheng Lijing sighed deeply. He also disliked the old Zheng family, but his second branch was irresponsible. Now that the rough man was back, he had to help. Rough man, you are the head of your second branch. Since you're back, say what rules you have. Zheng, the rough man, glared fiercely at the Zheng family members and said, Decades ago, a family separation agreement was written. It was still unsigned when my father and mother died. Family separation? We don't want the house. But we want 3 acres of the 5 acres of land. Dream on, you animals. Not a single inch of land will be divided. It all belongs to our Zheng family, Granny Lin shouted angrily. No way. The family head of Zheng tapped the ground and shouted angrily, How can your fourth branch take half of the family property? Zheng, the rough man, handed the document to Zheng Lijing. Grandpa Lijing, this is the contract from back then. Zheng Lijing looked at it, then passed it to a few older men, who nodded repeatedly. When it was time to pass the land to head Zheng Lijing stepped back early and returned it to Zheng Manzi. Head Zheng. I am the head of a Zheng family. I didn't agree, so it doesn't count. Zheng Manzi, with a calm face, said, Grandpa, don't forget, according to the agreement, we should get 5 acres and 5 points of land, 2 brick houses, and 30 taels of silver. If you're greedy and overreach, we will report to the authorities to settle this. Head Zheng's face darkened. How dare this brat talk back to him? He only took 3 acres of land and the business route his own grandfather ran, which he inherited. Zheng Lijing turned away from Head Zheng and discussed with other elders for a moment. Then he looked around and said firmly, We all signed and agreed back then. Now, since Manzi has stepped back a little, after some discussion, we, the elders, will support his decision, and the land will be divided, as he said. Mrs. Lin refused immediately, crying out that the village was bullying her as a widow. Mrs. Lin, you're shameless. If it weren't for her following that person, her family wouldn't be so oppressed. That widow isn't obedient. She's always running west with her legs open. Zheng Lijing cast a disdainful glance at Head Zheng. Who's in the west? It's obvious. If the main beam is crooked, the others will be crooked too. He keeps trying to push him out of his position as the village head. Little Zhao Zhao's worldview was once again shaken. Head Zheng's sinister eyes swept over the crowd, trying to see who was spreading rumors, but someone who was shouting and didn't listen carefully said coldly, Fine, your family can split up like that. Old Zhengxi quickly whispered something to Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin jumped out again, shouting, You can't take Zheng Fana and Zheng Songzi away. If you want to leave, do it yourself. Zheng Manzi looked at Mrs. Lin as if she were a fool. If we're splitting the family, my sister and brother will definitely go with me. If you don't want to split, fine. Report to the authorities. To be clear, my mother. Why did she die? Mrs. Lin choked. Others might not know how Fanshur died, but she knew very well. The eldest son, drunk and urinating in broad daylight, dragged Fanshur into the house. Later, Fanshur hanged herself. That's why she firmly believed that the eldest son's death was suspicious, definitely caused by this little brat using some magic. Otherwise, how could he have just happened to be cut by the chopping knife? No matter how Mrs. Lin and the Zheng family caused trouble, Zheng Lijing found a young man to write the family division agreement. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and not wanting to offend the village elders, Zheng Si dragged his mother to sign and seal the documents. When Zheng Manzi was about to get her household registration, Granny Lin caused trouble, demanding money. Without money, she wouldn't let her get the registration. Village Chief Zheng looked at Zheng Manzi and said, "Since you're splitting from the family, but still part of the same family, all those issues are the fault of old Zheng. Now he's dead because of you. When someone passes away, it's like a light going out. Let's forget about the past. Your grandmother is your elder. Naturally, she should make decisions." Granny Lin, thinking she had a good plan, used Zheng Manzi's engagement and marriage to make some money later. Someone whispered, "She's just trying to profit from Zheng Manzi's marriage." Xiao Zhaozhao liked Zheng Lijing and asked Grandpa Lijing, "Please help Zheng Manzi write a proof document. Zheng Manzi can bring the family split papers and re-establish her household registration." Seeing that the young girl had nothing to gain, Granny Lin spat out insults. "What's it to you, little? Zheng Manzi was sold to your family, but Zheng Fanner and Zheng Songzi are still our Zheng family members."
Little?
Xiao Zhaozhao pouted and, lifting her short legs, kicked Granny Lin hard for the first time today. Granny Lin cried out in pain, the same spot, one tooth, and a mouthful of blood. "You little shameless woman." Zheng Lajong rushed forward angrily. "How dare you hit my mother? I want compensation." Xiao Zhaozhao pointed her sword at Granny Lin. "Watch your mouth, or don't blame my sword for being sharp." In a flash, her sword swung across Granny Lin's face. Granny Lin was startled, feeling like she was facing death for the first time. But she didn't realize that the sword's movement changed direction and cut off a piece of Zheng Lajong's hair.
Ah!
Zheng Lajong, frightened, rolled away helplessly. Granny Lin sighed in relief, seeing blood on her son's face. Though she was angry, she dared not move. Then she quickly jumped onto her black horse and shouted behind a house, "Come out, bring a few people to Zheng Manzi home to pack." In a show of force, there was a loud clattering of metal and heavy footsteps. A dozen strong men dressed in armor and carrying large knives suddenly appeared. They fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone knelt down, too scared to make a sound. Xiao Zhaozhao mounted her black horse again, looking at the villagers who had just been arrogant and greedy. In front of such power, they looked weak. She softly said, "My sister says that good and evil have consequences. Just watch, bad people will be punished. Grandpa Lijing, you're a good village chief. One day, you'll have a good life." A gust of wind blew past, and Xiao Zhaozhao rode her little black horse out of the village. Seeing Zheng Manzi and a few others leave, everyone followed. Until Zheng Manzi, along with his younger brother and sister, disappeared from sight as they walked out of the village. Everyone felt jealous and longing. The old Zheng family, pale as paper and frightened, only regained their senses after Xiao Zhaozhao and Zheng Manzi's group had gone far away. On the way home, Granny Lin hummed with dissatisfaction, feeling unwilling. Old Zheng Fourth glanced at his eldest son Zheng Guangzi, who was covered in dog hair. It was a pity there was no good chance today. Otherwise, that little girl would be a perfect match for Guangzi. Looking at her strong guards, who were wealthier than he imagined, Zheng Fourth started to think. Once he found out where Zheng Manzi was working with his quick tongue, he was sure he could find a way to get another chance and come up with some plans. People who are ignorant and fearless are truly remarkable. When they returned to the courtyard, they heard loud crying and wailing. They rushed inside to see chaos everywhere. Undeterred, Granny Lin pushed open each door, smashing every room into pieces. "Are you dead? Who did this? Who smashed the place?" Granny Lin lost 2 teeth and spoke with a gap in her speech. Zhao's wife looked dirty and vacant-eyed, as if she had gone crazy, allowing Granny Lin to push her around. Zheng Yangzi tiptoed over, afraid, and said, "Mother hit Zheng Songzi." Zheng Manzi tore up the house. Oh heavens! That's a beast. Let a lightning strike me down. Granny Lin was so angry her lips trembled. She sat on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying loudly. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap struck, and lightning hit the old peach tree in the yard. The old peach tree, over 40 years old, broke in half. Soon after, Zheng Laosan and Zheng Laosi, who had rushed back from the village head, were stunned. Back at Fengwu Mountain Villa, Tian took over Zheng Manzi's 3 siblings and arranged a place for them in a small house. Zheng Fana looked as if he was dreaming, gazing at the new house, bed, table, chairs, and the beautiful clothes his kind sister had given him. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhaozhao sat in the main hall, excitedly telling everyone about what happened today when she met Zheng Manzi. Xiao Yanyan was very interested and kept asking questions. Is it really the same as with Hua Pozi? Of course, shameless and without limits. Little sister, are you afraid? No way. I've long stopped being afraid of Hua Po and her gang. Next time I see her, I'll slap her a few times to get my revenge. Just kicking Granny Lin? You should kick her a few more times. Brother, when we fight, we need to use secret tricks. If we do it openly in the hall, it looks like I'm bullying her too much. Yu Junxian slightly curled his lips, seeing Chi-Chi resting her chin on her hand with a sweet smile that made people want to sneak a bite. He pulled over a pair of soft slippers, held them in his hand, and softly asked, "Have you suffered a lot before?" His tone was slow and deep, with a relaxed and tempting charm.
Oops.
Chi-Chi's ears turned slightly red. Since I came here, I haven't suffered. Before, I was just like Zheng Manzi's family. Yu Junxian pulled Chi-Chi closer. Today, I want to eat the seafood you grilled. Chi-Chi thought for a moment. Xiao Zhaozhao, at 6 years old, remains calm in dangerous situations and handles things well, which is worth praising. She turned around and said, "Today, I'll cook for you. I'll make cola chicken wings."
Yay.
Sister is so great. Chi-Chi happily jumped up. Master, something's wrong. Lady Wen is asking for you. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the courtyard, looking anxious and shouting loudly. When Chi-Chi and the others arrived at Wen's small courtyard, dozens of people had gathered from the gate to the garden, causing chaos, and there were sounds of moaning. Steward Chen led people shouting, "Everyone, drink some hot soup first. The doctor will arrive soon." Servants and maids moved around, serving tea and hot water and tending to wounds, cleaning them with hot water. It seemed that Old Master Wen and Young Master Wen had returned. Chi-Chi frowned. It was cold and snowy, and with so many people, it was inconvenient to treat wounds. She turned to Kayan behind her and said, "Kayan, take some people and move the injured to the clinic." Okay. Kayan turned around and called for help. Seeing Chi-Chi and the others arrive, Steward Chen wiped his forehead's cold sweat and hurried over. "Master Zhuang, young master, you've arrived." Chi-Chi, sister. When Shijun ran over, interrupting Steward Chen, her face flushed. "My older brother is badly injured and unconscious." Chi-Chi, sister, quickly, come and see my brother. Seeing Wen Shijun's tense expression, it was clear her brother's condition was serious. They walked to a side room in the inner courtyard and saw a middle-aged man with messy clothes and red eyes standing nearby. When he heard the door open, he turned his head and saw Chi-Chi. He called out bitterly, "Niece Chi." Familiar voice. Chi-Chi called him Uncle Wen. If they were on the street, Chi-Chi probably wouldn't recognize that this was Old Master Wen. It had only been half a year since they last saw each other, but Old Master Wen had changed from a handsome middle-aged man into a rugged, unkempt old man with messy hair and a beard, looking at least 10 years older. Next to the bed, Lady Wen was carefully using a damp cloth to gently clean the bloodstains on Wen Zixian's face, as if she were handling a precious treasure. She kept her head down, knowing that Chi-Chi had entered the room. She softly said, "Junior, everyone please leave. Only me, Chi-Chi, and Shengnian need to stay here." Lady Wen, usually calm and composed, was trembling slightly even when speaking. "I will stay here," Old Master Wen said hoarsely. It was shameful to admit, but his eldest son had been protecting him all the way, and near Longmen Town, they were ambushed from 3 sides, all to save him, and he was badly injured. No need, Lady Wen replied coldly. Seeing Old Master Wen hesitating and not moving, she shot him a sharp look. He immediately said, "I'll go out." He stepped toward the door, but kept his ears alert. Lady Wen called Sheng Nen over, turned Wen Zixian onto her side, and let her lie there. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and the blue dress Wen Zixian wore was soaked dark red with blood. Lady Wen's eyes clouded with tears. "Juner, have someone bring 3 basins of hot water, and get your older brothers new clothes from my room." "Okay." Chi Wen left the room. Seeing her father glancing back repeatedly, her eyes dim, she sighed softly. "Dad, go wash up and have a bowl of hot soup to warm your stomach." Old Master Wen's eyes moistened. "All right, you go ahead. I'll rest here." After watching his daughter leave, Old Master Wen finally noticed the young man standing outside the door. He was handsome, calm, and noble in appearance. He guessed this was the person mentioned in his eldest daughter's letter, Li Yuan Yu Junxian. "You young master? My wife and children thank you for your care." Yu Junxian nodded politely, understanding the situation. Hearing the commotion outside, Feng Hongya saw Old Master Wen and Yu Junxian exchanging cold greetings, and it seemed they didn't know each other well. "Is that Old Master Wen? My surname is Feng. I heard young Master Wen was injured. Luckily, I have an uncle who has studied medicine since childhood, and he's quite renowned." A middle-aged man behind Feng Hongya nodded to Old Master Wen. Old Master Wen was unsure. When did the Feng family's young master come to Fengwu Mountain Villa? His eldest daughter hadn't mentioned it. "If your uncle is free, perhaps he could help treat my family's wound," Yu Junxian said calmly. Feng Hongya raised his eyebrows. "My uncle's medical skills are comparable to the court's top doctors. So, he's an expert. Please, come in. My son has been unconscious for 2 days. Our accompanying doctor couldn't find the cause," Old Master Wen said happily. "No need. Chi can treat him," Yu Junxian replied evenly. Old Master Wen choked. Feng Hongya. Master Fu also studied medicine. Why hasn't he asked about it? Inside the house, Wei Zixian, lying on his side like a broken doll, was at the mercy of others. Madame Wen took a pillow, raised her son's head, took a deep breath, and began to cut open his back clothes. She cut through 3 layers of clothing, then sliced open the white bandages wrapped around him, revealing 5 winding wounds on his fair back, wide, like spider claws. The wounds emitted a strong, foul smell of decay and pus. It was very frightening. Chi was a bit surprised. The bandages were wrapped in white cloth, like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, which was not breathable and easy to breed bacteria. "He's injured. Why are so many bandages tied around him?" "The wounds need air to prevent quick infection." Sheng Nan, covered in dirt, paused with her hands full of torn cloth, her voice trembling. Young Master was stabbed 5 times in the back. The medicine I prepared was used to bandage him, but seeing Madame Wen dismiss everyone else and only keep Chi, it was clear she wanted to tell the truth. Madame Wen gently wiped away her tears and softly said, "Chi, help Xianer see.
She
is a girl." A gentle voice sounded, as if coming from the sky. A girl. Chi-Chi's small heart was stunned. Dressed as a boy. Now was not the time for curiosity. Chi-Chi calmed her mind, reached out to check her pulse, and used her wood element healing ability to sense her body internally. After a moment, Chi-Chi withdrew her hand. She is unconscious because she's poisoned. Sheng Nan raised her voice. It must be those people from the martial world. I don't know which lord they serve. It's not about borrowing grain. Their goal is to kill us. Madame Wen stared steadily at her pale daughter. Chi, help me save Xianer. She trusted Chi completely. Even her broken body and the illness she carried from birth, Chi could help her recover her vitality. Moreover, her Xianer had borne the burden of the Wen family for her, never truly being herself. Chi nodded, opened her medicine box. She disinfected her knives with alcohol, carefully cut away the rotten flesh from the wound, then washed it with saline solution, and finally applied iodine disinfectant to prevent bacterial growth. Under Shengnian's surprised gaze, Chi-Chi sewed up the wound with needle and thread, like mending clothes. Finally, she sprinkled some hemostatic powder and wrapped the wound with sterile gauze 3 times. Let Madame Wen and Wei Zixian lie on their sides for now, so the wounds don't get pressed and worsen. Seeing Madame Wen silent, Chi-Chi looked up. Tears streamed down her face. Madame Wen, don't worry. I will save Wei Zixian. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Elder sister Xian. Madame Wen choked with tears. Fu Chi-Chi, worried she might cry, quickly selected 2 medicinal recipes for knife wound treatments from her recent notes and handed them to Shengnian. She wrote down the prescriptions and handed them to Shengnian. The prescriptions were just minor aids. To treat the wounds properly, she needed to use the medicinal powder she had just prepared, and to detoxify, she had to use her wood element abilities, gradually removing the poison. Outside, old Master Wen, seeing Jun Xianyu's calm and composed expression, gradually felt reassured. He began to carefully understand how Madame Wen's health was, including her eating, dressing, and daily needs. Your father and mother really love each other, Tian sighed to Wen Shijun. Love? Wen Shijun smiled bitterly and did not argue. Father. Suddenly, a loud, heart-wrenching cry echoed from the archway. Recently, when Shanmei and Feng Hongya had been very close. A few days ago, Feng Hongya praised her handkerchief for its unique style and artistic beauty. That handkerchief was made from dried leaves carefully stitched together by ant flour to look beautiful. To please Feng Hongya, when Shanmei went early in the morning to find pretty maple leaves at the foot of the mountain. She searched for an hour and collected half a basket. Just as she returned to the outskirts of the mountain villa, she heard her father had come back. She was overjoyed, dropped the maple leaves, and ran to the Wen family courtyard. That's how the scene began. Old Master Wen saw his 3rd daughter dressed brightly and full of spirit, clearly well cared for. Shaner, slow down, it's Dad. Dad has returned safely.
Wow. Dad.
I missed you so much. When Shanmei ran into her father's arms, crying happily. Hey, be good. Old Master Wen caught his 3rd daughter, tears streaming down his face. Shut up. What are you crying like a ghost or wolf? When Shijun scolded sharply. Old Master Wen looked awkward as he pulled Wen Shanmei aside. When Shanmei, leaning on her father's arm, complained sadly, Dad, big sister always bullies me. She won't let me make clothes, won't give me my monthly silver, and makes me do chores every day. When Shijun scoffed dismissively. At that moment, the door opened. This is my son's sick room. If old Master Wen wants to pour his heart out to your daughter, please find another place. Madame Wen appeared expressionless, rarely showing anger. Frightened, when Shanmei stopped crying abruptly, her lips moving as she tried to complain to her father. Old Master Wen awkwardly smiled. It's my fault. Yes. Sienna still needs to recover. As he was pulling Wen Shanmei out of the courtyard, she suddenly saw Fu Chi-Chi and shouted loudly, Dad. My mother told Fu Chi-Chi to sell her. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes curved slightly, giving Wen Shanmei a half-smile as she glanced at her. She walked straight out. Old Master Wen knew his 3 daughters well and thought there might be some disagreements among them. When Shanmei saw Fu Chi-Chi looking at her like a troublemaker and rolled her eyes. Her tears became more aggrieved, and she looked tearfully at her father. Seeing he was indifferent, she cried even harder. Dad, we don't have a mother anymore.
Mother was really sold by Fu Chi-Chi.
Dad, I want my mother. I want my mother. Wen Xingxi and Wen Pengzi rushed in shouting loudly. No, to be precise, he was neither thin nor fat, just what an 8-year-old should look like. He worked every day, which made him lean and quick. Old Master Wen stopped Wen Xingxi from crashing into him, patted the boy's head, and sighed deeply. He looked around and saw Wen Shanmei and her brother crying sadly, while others ignored them and went about their own business.
He was a bit surprised.
Fuesignes? Fu Chi-Chi crossed her arms and suddenly said coldly, Your family's flower lady wasn't sold by me. Instead, she sold my sister. That's a debt still owed. Old Master Wen was struck like thunder. He understood, so the flower lady really sold her? He tremblingly asked Wen's wife. Where is she, Ren? Wen's wife answered coldly, with anger in her voice. Manager Chen, please send the unimportant people out of Zhuhui Pavilion. Unimportant people. Of course, that meant. Everyone looked at Old Master Wen and the Wen siblings with the sad faces. Manager Chen looked calm and approached the master. Sir, you've only had a sip of soup since you arrived. You can't handle more. I'll take you to eat. The kitchen is making your favorite songgui fish. And our eldest son is seriously injured and unconscious. If we cause a fuss here, it won't help him recover. Old Master Wen thought about his eldest son's health, nodded deeply, and left with his people. Clever and mischievous, Xiaoyan approached and whispered. So, I was wrong. Your dad's favorite is actually your very powerful flower lady. When Shijun was used to such situations. But seeing his mother's mourning face, he relaxed a bit, knowing his older brother was out of danger. He had some free time and started teasing Xiaoyan. When Zixian was seriously poisoned and Fu Qiqi still came every day to detoxify him. If he woke up in 5 or 6 days, he'd be fine. In short, with her around, he wouldn't die. Fu Qiqi remembered she promised to roast seafood for Brother Tsong and make cooked chicken wings for the 2 little ones. She couldn't help but step forward and hold Brother Tsong's hand. I'll go back and roast seafood for you. She tilted her head, her cat-like eyes shining brightly. Very charming to you, Junxian. He held her small hand gently, rubbing and squeezing it, occasionally drawing circles in her palm. It felt slightly itchy.
Fukiki blushed.
Back at Fengxin Courtyard, the kitchen had already prepared 8 chickens, leaving the thighs, wings, and claws, while the bodies were marinated, ready to make smoked dried meat. Fu Qiqi took out ingredients like cola, scallions, soy sauce, and so on, marinating the chicken thighs, wings, and claws. Noticing some large shrimp still unskewered, Yu Junxian rolled up his sleeves and sat next to Qiqi, threading the shrimp onto bamboo sticks. Seeing the 2 masters looking at each other affectionately and the 2 cooks sharing a secret smile, they took the charcoal fire and quietly went to the warm pavilion. They deliberately left a private space for the masters. After about 15 minutes of busy work, Fu Qiqi finished her preparations and saw that the chicken wings were marinated almost ready. She planned to first make cola chicken wings, then go to the warm pavilion to grill seafood. Seeing Brother Tsong resting his chin and smiling at him, Fu Qiqi took out a milk candy from her space and put it in Yu Junxian's mouth. Yu Junxian. Babying a child? He's not a little kid like Xiao Zhao Zhao. But the taste was excellent. First it was sweet and rich, then a fresh fruit aroma, with a wonderful texture. He asked, is there fruit flavor in the milk scent? Fu Qiqi, pouring oil into the pot with a cheerful smile, replied, yes, honeydew melon flavor. Delicious, right? Brother Tsong probably forgot, you love honeydew melon the most. I have seeds for it. Next time I plant some, you can try it. Okay. Yu Junxian thought of the apocalypse scene. Indeed, there was a yellow melon he loved to eat. The pot heated until red hot. Qiqi added and scallions to release aroma, then took them out, put in chicken wings to fry until both sides were golden, then poured a can of cola over them, covered the pot, and simmered until the wings absorbed the sauce. Meanwhile, Old Wen listened to Steward Chen's story, his gaze breaking apart in disbelief. He said weakly, She stole someone? Ran away with someone? Steward Chen nodded affirmatively once more. Go out. Old Wen said weakly, let me be alone for a moment. After a long while, the scene faded into 4 colors. Old Wen called Wen Shanmei, who appeared emotionless, and asked, Shaner, I want to ask you, where did your mother go? Suddenly, he saw his father's cold eyes. When Shanmei was frightened, when Shanmei's eyes flickered with unease, she couldn't admit it. She couldn't say it. Her mother was taken by Fu Qiqi. Fu Qiqi was revengeful against her mother and her.
Shaner?
Old Wen's gaze was obscure, interrupting her. When Shanmei rushed forward and held her father's hand tightly, tears and smiles mixing. Dad, We came to this broken place. Fu Chi doesn't give us food or clothes. She makes us sew clothes and shoes for those mean people every day. Look at my brother. He's so thin from their torture. They're so cruel, making my brother fix houses and cut wood every day. Mother thinks of you every day. She works day and night sewing clothes to get food for us.
But
They still slander her. Mother didn't do anything wrong. Suddenly, one day, she was caught by assassins. It's Fu Chi and Wen Shijun. It must be Wen Shijun who tricked Fu Chi into betraying our mother. Actually, they sold our mother. When they were on the boat, they threatened to sell her every day. Old Master Wen's face was calm, and he slowly released Wen Shanmei's hand. How exactly did your mother disappear? Wen Shanmei's heart trembled, and her eyes looked everywhere but at him, avoiding. I don't know. When you were at the old house, who was your mother's lover? When she came to Longmen Town, how many people did she associate with? Old Master Wen's eyes widened, and his anger grew. Whoever slanders my mother, she didn't do anything wrong at the old house. Only here. When Shanmei panicked and blurted out. So, your mother ran away with someone. Did you see that lover? Old Master Wen's voice was full of fury. When Shanmei covered her mouth in fear. What did she just say? That her mother had a lover? Father came. She wanted to go back to her old life. She wanted beautiful clothes, exquisite jewelry. She wanted her father to stand up for her. She wanted to take revenge on those who bullied her. She also wanted to marry young Master Feng. No, she didn't know. She had never seen the man who pressed her mother onto the table. Her mother smiled and said she would go with that man to the most comfortable and smartest place. She didn't hear that. I don't know. When Shanmei's face was pale, old Master Wen staggered out the door. On the third morning, after receiving accurate news, old Master Wen hurried to that Chinji tea house with his people. Since Chinji tea house took on the secret business, they earned 3 times as much money as before. The owner tasted success and hired 4 women who had worked in brothels. Day and night, they served customers without rest. Therefore, every day, customers came in like a flood. The place was very lively. Those with lots of money waited in line for hours. Those with less money just came to drink tea or cheap wine and listen to the sounds. Although Chinji Tea House was a 2-story shop, made partly of bricks and partly of wood, its soundproofing was average. No need to listen carefully. You can hear the sounds of moaning coming from the side rooms converted from 3 private chambers, along with men's breathy jokes. It has the scarbin inside for half an hour? Screaming like crazy. When it gets to me, does that woman still have strength? Look at what you're saying. You don't need that woman to put in effort. Don't you have any strength yourself?
ha ha ha. Exactly.
I've only heard of a broken plow, never of broken land. Chen's tea house is located on the main road between the Southern Yu tribe and Longmen Town. Old Mr. Wen, disguised, and his men arrived at Chen's tea house in less than 2 hours. As soon as they entered, they heard men in the dining area talking openly about private matters, while the other men chuckled knowingly. Guard Li's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the dark-faced old man and whispered, inside the A room, should I go and bring the person out first? Old Mr. Wen paused briefly but said nothing, heading straight to the 2nd floor A room. Guest, you're here. There's an empty table on the west side of the 1st floor.
Oh,
No seats left on the 2nd floor.
wait.
The young waiter, holding a cloth on his shoulder, hurried after him. Old Mr. Wen ignored him completely. The waiter, watching the guests walk toward the side rooms, loudly called out, Stop. Today the girls have finished their shifts. If you want to come tomorrow, you need to leave a deposit. From the rooms nearby, sounds of private activities could be heard. Old Mr. Wen's steps were heavy as gold, heading toward the innermost room. I say, you're causing trouble, huh? Stop right there. The doorman, hearing the news, called 2 newly recruited thugs over. Guard Li and his men drew their long swords instantly. The doorman hesitated, weapons in hand, with a threatening aura. No one dared to provoke him. He awkwardly smiled. Sir, are you interested in Miss Lien? Maybe I can talk to the guests inside. What do you think? Meanwhile, old Mr. Wen was already standing at the door of the A room.
It's so big, so white, so soft.
Even if I die on your bed, I'll accept it. A man shouted excitedly, making eager sounds as if biting into food. Men are so unfaithful and unkind. You said the other day you'd ask the shopkeeper to marry me, take me home. Today, you just bully me without mentioning marriage. Be gentle. Familiar, breathy moans and sounds of pleasure filled the air.
Wait.
I'll wait until I save enough silver. The doorman raised the price again. Now it's 20 taels to take you out, the man mumbled.
Dead. Slow down.
Old Master Wen felt a blank space in front of his eyes as a surge of blood and energy rushed to his head. His stormy eyes signaled to Gardley. Gardley was overwhelmed but forced himself to act. He kicked open the door. Inside there was a table and behind it a bed. On the bed, 2 bodies, twisted together. One black, one white. A man was moving, then turned around and cursed loudly. Can't you see I'm busy? I paid silver for an hour of service. He thought someone was waiting in line behind him, so he was anxious. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Old Master Wen stared at the man, who was dark-skinned, with a scruffy beard and yellow teeth. Below him, a woman's head was sticking out from the tangled bodies, her face full of pleasure, eyes half closed, calling out softly, "That dead guy? Wait, I'll take care of him, and then I'll call you." She pouted and blew out a warm breath. Take care of him? Old Master Wen said coldly, spitting out the words with ice in his voice. Aunt Hua was stunned for a moment, leaning forward, eyes wide as she looked at the visitor.
Bang!
She kicked the man away and hid in the bed. Get out! All of you get out! The man, completely, hit the wooden bed frame and saw stars. He reached out and slapped Aunt Hua's face. Just because I showed you some color, you started a brothel? You dare to hit me. Do you think I really want to marry you, you broken thing?
Ah!
Gardley drew his sword quickly. The man looked down in shock as the sword tip pierced his chest, blood pouring out. He turned around in surprise.
You
Dare to kill. He fell forward, dead. 1/4 of an hour. Old Master Wen said, and left the room with his men. The shopkeeper was stopped outside by several guards. Seeing Gardley, who was the first to come out, with a cold, blood-dripping sword in his hand. Then, he saw the old master walking toward him with killing intent in his eyes. A cold wind pierced his bones, and the shopkeeper screamed in fear.
Ah!
Someone's been murdered. Wen's guards kicked him to the ground, and old Master Wen drew his guard's long sword, stabbing it into the shopkeeper's chest. A jet of blood shot into the air and splattered on the shopkeeper's face. It all happened in an instant. The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he looked at old Master Wen.
Why?
Why did you kill me? He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, 2 thugs trembled and begged for mercy on the ground. Don't kill me. It's not my fault. We're just temporary workers. Please, sir, spare my miserable life. At that moment, guests on the first floor heard screams and rushed upstairs. They saw old Master Wen's face as cold as ice, holding a long knife and stabbing the innkeeper in the chest, blood pouring out, a terrible sight. The innkeeper was already dead beyond recovery.
Ah!
Someone's been murdered.
Run!
Bandits are here. Guests on the second floor hurried down, while those on the first floor rushed up the stairs, pushing and shoving, people piling on top of each other, rolling into a heap. My eyes. Who's stepping on my backside?
Get out!
Who's blocking my nose? The shouting and cursing continued for a while, then everyone dispersed like birds flying away. Meanwhile, Aunt Hua from room A, hearing the screams outside, trembled and tears streamed down her face. She picked up a pair of scissors from the small table, pressed it against her neck, the blade cutting her skin, causing pain. She thought of her children, Shaner and Seer, her eyes darkening with anger, her face twisting as she gritted her teeth and said, "The Wen family belongs to me, to my Seer." After a long moment, the door opened. She brushed her hair, fixed her makeup, and wore a slightly old, patched-long coat, but her beautiful face still shone brightly. Aunt Hua slowly walked to old Master Wen, knelt heavily on the ground, her hands trembling, her lips trembling but silent. The air became deathly silent. Old Master Wen looked out the window at the cold wind howling past, then coldly uttered 4 words.
Kill them.
Burn it all. The guards drew their swords and struck, splitting 2 attackers apart. As the group left, the Qin tea house suddenly caught fire, flames raging wildly, burning everything to ashes in just an hour. Aunt Hua, sitting in the carriage, felt anxious inside, but when she thought of that secret, her eyes flashed with excitement and madness. Back at Fengwu Mountain Villa, it was already 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Aunt Hua, wrapped in a large black cloak, was taken into the Wen family's backyard. Ti Yan had been watching closely. Upon receiving news, she hurried to Fengxin courtyard and told Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi sneered coldly. I thought old Master Wen was a notable person. Why bring that woman back instead of killing her on the spot? Hee. Maybe old Master Wen just can't part with Aunt Hua's big chest, Ti Yan said mischievously. Suddenly, a deadly aura stared fiercely at Ti Yan from behind. She felt a chill down her back and turned around. It was Yu Junxian, that deadly figure. Does he walk silently? Young lady.
Witch.
Senior Wu said she still needs saltpeter. I'll arrange for someone to send it to the mountain. In a panic, Ti Yan hurried away. Yu Junxian adjusted his robes and sat down coldly, saying, The merchant ship will set sail in 2 days. This time, let Ti Yan handle the shipment. We can't just go ship goods every 2 or 3 weeks. Ridiculous. It's all because of that one sentence. Fu Chichi leaned on Yu Junxuan's side and pushed a piece of tangerine into his mouth, smiling softly, saying, She has a careless personality. Next time, I will warn her to watch her words. Yu Junxian bit into the tangerine, his Adam's apple moving, cold and tempting. Fu Chichi couldn't help but swallow. Yu Junxian wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi and kissed her on the forehead. Fu Chichi's ears turned red. Such a mischievous little girl. She's sensitive and often jokes with Kayan and the others, but she's all talk and no action. Yu Junxuan's eyes were gentle as he softly stroked their intertwined hands. Fu Chichi bit her lip, thinking, Big Brother Tsong just likes to play with her hands. Then she heard Big Brother Tsong say, It's not just because of Kayan's behavior but also Feng Hongya. He thinks Kayan is just an ordinary maid and wants to ask for her. He's been trying to bother Kayan several times during patrols, more than 5 times. Among Feng Hongya's men, there are some experts. Kayan is brave and likes to go alone. Feng Hongya seems gentle and polite but acts without limits. Fu Chichi sat up straight, looking alert. She likes to wander in the marketplace, listening to gossip in the workers' and servants' quarters. That's a bad habit that needs to change. Although it's her own territory and most people wouldn't dare attack her, someone like Feng Hongya, who appears kind but is actually dangerous, could easily do harm. She had seen when Shanmeng throw herself into his arms, but Feng Hongya showed no affection in his eyes. Yu Junxian nodded. Yes, Feng Hongya originally wanted to form an alliance with us. When I refused, he stayed at the dock. His plan later was to seize the grain supplies from the Wen family. He moves very quickly. Old Master Wen just returned 3 days ago, and Feng Hongya has already made contact with him. From his expression, I can tell he's confident. If that's the case, Old Master Wen will definitely take people away from Fengwu Mountain Villa. Thinking of Madame Wen, Fu Chichi couldn't help but worry. I always thought Old Master Wen and Madame Wen were harmonious, but recently, while tending to Wen Zixian's injuries, I realized they don't even respect each other. Sometimes, Madame Wen openly dismisses Old Master Wen. Especially today, Madame Wen told me she wants to stay at Fengwu Mountain Villa with Wen Zixian and Shijun long term. That doesn't include Old Master Wen. Should we drive Feng Hongya away? Yu Junxian knew Chi-Chi loved Madame Wen very much. His gaze fell on her delicate face, and he smiled gently and deeply. You want to turn the dock into a trading port, but in the future, there will be many troublemakers coming and going. No fear. According to the original plan, we will continue recruiting soldiers. I have 10,000 troops already stationed across the Wei River. Once Fengwu Mountain Villa is built, I will send people to Yuxian to set up a large camp. With troops on both sides, we will not fear anything. Across the Wei River is Yuxian, where Yuan used to be.
Yes.
In the evening, at the Wen family small courtyard, in the main hall of the East Courtyard, two people sit separately. The room is dimly lit, with fragrant incense curling up by the window. There is silence. With your skills, how can Sheer have an affair right under your nose? Old Master Wen speaks. Madam Wen calmly replies, Old Master Wen, you praise me, but why should I interfere? Old Master Wen is annoyed. You are the head wife of the Wen family. Managing the inner household is your duty. After a moment of silence, Madam Wen chuckles softly.
Duty?
Old Master Wen, you might be confused. Your favored concubine, Hua Yinyang, only has the title of concubine. Her expenses and lifestyle are more luxurious than mine as the main wife. Moreover, didn't you once say yourself that Hua Yinyang's children are taught by her, and she manages all household affairs in her courtyard? When did I ever need to interfere? Are you jealous? Resent me? Old Master Wen's expression is unclear. Jealous? Resent him? A trace of mockery flashes in Madam Wen's eyes. This time, they fall into even longer silence. Madam Wen picks up a white porcelain teacup, takes a gentle sip of chrysanthemum tea. The fragrance is light and calming, making one feel happy. Even though Xiener is not fully awake today, she can already swallow soup and water on her own. After drinking a full cup of tea, Madam Wen smiles and says, Warm Ping Song, have you forgotten? Back then, you, a merchant's son, and I, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house. You went to great lengths to ruin my reputation, causing others to gossip, and I was forced into your Wen family. Once again, her tone is light and indifferent, never once taking him seriously. Though she is the official wife, she has never even come close to his bed. It was only after Sheer and Sure took medicine twice that they could exist. A flash of pain crosses Old Master Wen's eyes. You know, I admired you back then and I only wanted to marry you. But 20 years have passed, and you've never cared for me. If not for, perhaps Sheer and Sure wouldn't have come into this world. Enough. I will feed Sheer medicine later. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Madam Wen does not like to mention such sordid past events. Today, he came to her because he found Hua Yinyang and wanted to vent his anger. She has no reason to listen to him. Whether you keep or release Hua Shiren, I have no opinion. Old Lord Wen looked discouraged and asked, Even if I let Hua's wife manage the household affairs, she is so dull-witted that she probably can't compare to a maid or a servant girl around you. You clearly could have stopped her from causing trouble in the inner quarters, ruining her reputation and affecting Shaner, but also harming Sure. Madam Wen was calm and unhurried. Why should I stop her? Sure was tricked out of the house to get medicine and was kidnapped by bandits. Was that just a scheme by the second wife? I didn't realize Aunt Hua had a hand in it. If I hadn't met 7-7 that day, my daughter might have been harmed or worse, killed. Now, I haven't taken her to task for her arrogance, but she belittles herself. How can I be willing to accept that? Old Lord Wen was stunned. Her? Does she have the guts? Madam Wen chuckled with a hint of mockery. Her character is noble and she doesn't bother to deceive him. That's the truth. Old Lord Wen lowered his voice. I understand. In that case, she brought this on herself. Madam Wen shot him a glance, not understanding. Today, they made a big show to demand an explanation, but it was all loud noise with little real action. Then she listened again. This time, Xian and I went to various shops to collect silver and goods, and we had to hide from those chasing us. We encountered more than 10 battles, with scenes of hunger and death everywhere, bodies lying in the streets. I thought I might die outside. On this journey, I thought a lot. If only we had soldiers, if only we had power, maybe we wouldn't be at others' mercy. If I weren't the son of a merchant back then, if I were a noble son, Xiao Di, would you look at me with more respect? Maybe we could play music together and stay by each other's side. Old Lord Wen stood up, walked over to Madam Wen, with gentle eyes fixed on her delicate, graceful face. Madam Wen couldn't listen anymore and sneered. Words are useless without actions. Warm Ping Song, who was clever and brave, had a meticulous mind. If he wasn't like that, his father wouldn't have valued him. The Wen family, under his leadership, went from being the richest in a small county to one of the top 3 merchants in Dashuan. Is human ambition just about status? Hypocrisy, deception, ruining reputations, and false thoughts. To make Xiaodi see him in a good light, he might have to be reborn again. Old Lord Wen reached out, trying to support her, but Madam Wen furrowed her brows and pushed his hand away. On his face, which bore no traces of time, appeared the same disgust and contempt as before. He had survived life and death, intending to live peacefully with Xiaodi and her. The deep, painful look in his eyes lingered for a moment before he turned and slowly left the room. I am not upset with you because of her, but because you never considered yourself part of the Warm family. That year, I am sorry. He staggered, his silhouette lonely and heroic. The figure disappeared, and the door quietly closed. Inside, everything returned to silence. Mrs. Wen stared at Xinxiang with an unclear expression. The young Mu AI also had dreams and a beloved person in her heart. It was him, Wen Pingsong, who destroyed everything and brought her into the Wen family. Hearing her father angrily searching for her mother, Wen Shijun hurried to the main courtyard but saw maids and servants standing outside the door, with only faint words heard inside. After half an hour, her father came out, pale and looking old. Wen Shijun worriedly stepped forward to support her father. Dad? Old Mr. Wen looked at his eldest daughter with kindness. Mo Xiaodi disliked him and the Wen family, but he had raised his children to be outstanding and respected him deeply. Old Mr. Wen forced a few bitter smiles. I'm fine, it's my fault. I upset your mother again. Wen Shijun's expression was complicated. Her parents were a mismatched couple she had known since she was young. Aunt Hua returned to the backyard full of hope, expecting to see her daughter worried and her son Mu Mu's affection. But as soon as she entered the yard, Shanmei screamed, Why are you back? Why didn't you die outside?
Shania?
Aunt Hua's face suddenly turned pale, and she staggered and fell to the ground. Her courage to return was because of her children. Go away.
Get out.
Shanmei pushed her. Dad already knows, Mom already knows, everyone knows. Why are you back? Why didn't you die outside? Shanmei naively thought she could deceive her father. Even if she was an illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, she was innocent. She also thought her mother was dead, died outside, and she had already mourned her mother. Enough. But she came back. If others found out her mother was unfaithful, how could she marry Lord Foam? Aunt Hua's face was full of tears, whispering in disbelief, It's for you, for your brother. Seeing her, Shanmei remembered that day when that man pressed her mother heavily on the table.
What was her mother saying?
I've never been this happy. This is what life should be. Ugh. Shanmei retched and rushed into the room.
Shania.
Aunt Hua's heart felt as if 1,000 ants were biting her, painful beyond words. Dinner was finished. Tian said, Brother Foam, at Lord Gongzi's place, he keeps giving you hairpins, flutes, and jade charms. On the surface, he seems polite, but people might think he's a bit reckless. I can only send someone to tell him he's been too obvious. But I heard you've almost fallen for his tricks several times? Ugh, that crazy pervert. I can't chase him away. I saw him take a detour. I think he's planning to propose to the Wen family. You should stay away and go with me to buy supplies for the new year.
No.
I don't want to go out. I won't buy supplies. Tian clung tightly to the beam, crying out loud. Finally, Tian, looking unhappy like a bitter-gourd face, walked out of Feng Xian courtyard. It's all that crazy pervert's fault. What gentle lady, what noble gentleman. How could I have been so blind to like him? She angrily kicked the wall.
Ouch.
Her toes hurt from kicking too hard. Hee. A man's voice laughed. The streetlights reflected a clean, sunny face, It's Zhuangpingyi. A gentle smile played on his lips, making people's hearts inexplicably race. Tian glared and crossed her arms. Stop laughing and come help me. Zhuangpingyi. It seems this is the fourth time he's helped her. Why is he so impatient? Zhuangpingyi stepped forward, carefully supporting her waist as they walked. Tian glanced at him. He's improved. Before, if she hadn't taken the initiative, he would have just barely touched her hand, with enough space between them for two people. Why did you hurt your foot again? Zhuangpingyi asked softly. Tian was furious, but held back her anger. It's that crazy pervert again. Because of him, I have to leave the boat soon. I won't be able to go home for at least half a month or 20 days. So, you'll only be able to return to the mountain villa in the lunar month? Zhuangpingyi's smile faltered, showing some disappointment. He wanted to say, follow her and go together. But the construction of courtyards, training grounds, and secret passages inside the mountain villa was underway, so he couldn't leave. Tian nodded. I need to find that crazy pervert before I leave to settle the score. Otherwise, I won't be called Ji. Zhuangpingyi's eyes darkened. He visited my grandfather again today. From what my grandfather said, he's leaving Longmen town soon. Get lost. Leave early. Spot. Forget him. Do you want to buy anything? I can bring it back for you. Suddenly, she moved closer with a gentle body. Zhuangpingyi's ears turned slightly red. If it's convenient, please bring me a few brushes of hui ink. Also, if you find good raw jade stones, regardless of color, you can bring them back. He secretly glanced at Cha Yan again. Earlier, Xiao Zhaozhao had mentioned that Cha Yan's birthday was on the 25th of the second year. All right, I'll take care of it for you, Cha Yan said confidently. Be careful, don't always get too close to the crowd. And if you encounter danger, don't try to fight it, run first. Most importantly, stay with others. Yes, the young lady instructed me. I will disguise myself as a man and move around with Xiangyi. That's the safest way. Zhuangpingyi secretly looked at Cha Yan again, who looked as bright as fire. Today, she didn't tease him or make jokes about him, which made Zhuangpingyi feel strangely wistful. The next morning, early, Cha Yan had someone watch Feng Hongye's movements. She considered whether to throw a snake into his room, make him fall into the river, or add some castor beans to weaken his legs. Or even find a woman to scare him. Whatever it took, she wanted to cause trouble. She kept watch all day, but saw Feng Hongye staying in the Wen family's yard. During breaks, he even went to drink tea with Lao Zhuang. By evening, she still hadn't found a chance. Frustrated, Cha Yan returned to her courtyard to pack her things, as she had to leave early the next morning. It was cold and freezing. She wore 3 coats, 2 pairs of boots, and several layers of regular clothes. The warmest and lightest was a padded jacket given by the girl, made of duck down. Cha Yan, there's news. Before she arrived, the voice came first. It was Song Pan. I found out that tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock, when Shanmei plans to invite Feng Hongye to Fengping Mountain to watch the sunrise and pick maple leaves. Hearing this, Cha Yan put down her padded jacket, but then thought, Old One is back. That crazy pervert might not want to go out with Wen Shanmei. Poetry June's message says it's decided for tomorrow, Song Pan said with a smile. Huh, then it's confirmed. Cha Yan paced around her room 3 times, having an idea. She asked, check if Wen Shanmei plans to bring snacks? In the past, Wen Shanmei liked to carry a lot of things, food, supplies. A whole basket. Hee, I found out she plans to make silver thread jujube cake, Song Pan, who is 10 years old and full of cleverness, said happily. This was a perfect opportunity. Cha Yan raised her chin proudly. Look, even heaven is on my side. Before leaving, I must teach that crazy pervert a lesson. The next day, the sun rose warmly, casting a golden glow. Feng Hongye wanted to talk more with Old Wen but was told by Steward Chen that Old Wen had gone to Longmen town and would return in the afternoon. He was about to leave. At this moment, Wen Shanmiao carried a basket and walked over, followed by her younger brother Wen Xingxi. Wen Shanmiao casually invited him to pick maple leaves. Feng Hongye, the steward, observed carefully, standing firm like a pine tree. He understood that old Lord Wen also had this intention. Turning to look at Wen Shanmiao, he noticed she appeared more graceful and dignified today. Upon closer look, she also seemed to have a hint of Wen Shijun's shadow. Seeing her younger brother with her, it seemed more appropriate, so he agreed to pick maple leaves. Today's performance by Wen Shanmiao was clearly the result of a day's training by Manhwa. A few days ago, Manhwa returned home, and the mother and daughter had a big argument. Manhwa was heartbroken, but only for half an hour. She then turned around and comforted her daughter. Heard that her daughter was passionately involved with the eldest son of General Feng's family, she immediately set an example, pointing out Wen Shijun's daily words and actions, and spent the whole day teaching her daughter. After 2 hours, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. Feng Hongye looked at the rugged, winding mountain path covered with golden leaves, adding a quiet, mysterious atmosphere. He became interested, bent down, picked up a few leaves, and asked Miss Wen, "Did you come here in the past to pick these maple leaves? What did you use them for?" When Shanmiao covered her mouth, smiled softly, and replied, "Yes, in the past, I used the leaves to make bookmarks, embroider bamboo fans, and also made a few robes for my father and elder brother. TSK, where there is a mother, there is a daughter. Look at those lively eyes, eager to throw themselves at that perverted man." From a distant big tree, Cha Yan held a telescope, watching the scene and commenting continuously. Xiang Yi snatched the telescope and saw the two people laughing like mischievous lovers over a few leaves. Boring. They stared for about half an incense stick.
Eat it. Eat it. Cha Zan whispered hesitantly.
Xiang Yi leaned against the tree trunk, sat up straight, and became alert. Soon, through the telescope, Cha Yan saw Feng Hongye's face flush red suddenly, clutching his stomach. He excitedly counted out loud 1,
2,
3,
8.
Then Feng Hongye dashed toward a nearby toilet. This was an entrance to the back mountain, where soldiers trained daily, including a mountain road carrying loads. People came and went. Si Shu built a latrine here for collecting manure. Cha Yan chuckled, threw the telescope to Xiang Yi, took out a slingshot, aimed at the toilet, and shot a small modified firecracker marble. Feng Hongye, who was relieving himself, suddenly felt a cold wind, carrying a strong force. It was a hidden weapon. Feng Hongye reacted quickly, tilting his body, and the small marble fell into the cesspit. Before he could react, another small marble shot quickly afterward. Feng Hongye's eyes sharpened. He pulled up his robe and ran out of the public restroom.
Boom.
An explosion caused the restroom to collapse loudly. Flying feces splattered in the air. Feng Hongye, dressed in white, looked like a drenched chicken.
No.
A droppings-covered chicken. Countless pieces of feces, yellow, black, brown, fell from the sky, landing on his head, face, and body. Nearby, some laborers heard the noise and wanted to go see. But the alert guards quickly stopped and drove them away. Still, some recognized Feng Hongye, the generous guest at the inn.
Then, the toilet collapsed.
And the droppings-covered chicken incident happened. Everyone, curious, dispersed. In the distance, Xiang Yi and Kaiyan laughed like two very silly people, jumping down from a big tree and confidently walking toward the dock from the other side. Next to the restroom, a furious wind swept through Feng Hongye. He used his inner strength, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly like a storm.
Master.
About 20 meters ahead, there's a pond, a guard said nervously. Feng Hongye tiptoed and jumped to the pond's edge, then dove straight in, splashing water everywhere. Soon, the water calmed again. A few guards, one after another, took off their outer robes, only wearing their inner shirts. "Am I cold? Are you cold?" One guard shivered and asked others. Another guard trembled, cold. "The water looks like it's frozen?" When Shanmei, who was stunned, couldn't close her mouth for a long time. 8-year-old Wen Xingxi had just gone to collect bird eggs. When he smelled the foul air drifting from above, he spat in disgust.
Pa.
Who's pooping?
So groß.
thinking about the occasional threatening aura of Lord Feng when Shan Mei's scalp tingled. She glared fiercely at Wen Xingxi. Shut up. Even though she was clumsy, she knew she had to leave quickly. She grabbed Wen Xingxi and ran back. Hey, what are you doing? My bird eggs. I haven't finished collecting 2 nests. If you bully me again, I'll tell Dad. Wen Xingxi kicked her. After a while, on the pond surface, a handsome young man with bright lips and white teeth, Feng Hongye, appeared. He looked expressionless as he climbed ashore, took the clothes handed to him by a guard, and disappeared into the forest. Soon after, Feng Hongye came out dressed neatly, but the smell still lingered. One guard returned. Master, we didn't find the assassin. Another guard came back. Master, we didn't find the assassin. The third and fourth guards also returned. No assassin was found. Feng Hongye's cold eyes couldn't hide his anger and bloodthirstiness. Cold air surged around him, his aura rising fiercely, almost reaching the point of explosion. All the guards stiffened and suddenly knelt to the ground. A wave of foul smell hit him, constantly reminding him of what had just happened. Instantly, murderous intent filled the air.
Bang! Crash!
Rocks flew across the ground. Trees toppled over. The kneeling guards were hit by stones and fallen branches. They dared not move. Despite the cold winter, they felt like they were burning in icy flames, sweat pouring down their foreheads like rain. From today on, one of the 4 great sons of Dashuan, the handsome young master Feng Hongye, added another joke to the story. News reached the master's ears, and when Shijun was shocked, Tiyan's revenge was indeed ruthless. Back at the inn, Feng Hongye carefully eliminated targets one by one. However, news from Fengwu Mountain Villa said they hadn't seen young Master Yu, or Master Fu, nor had they seen Miss Tiyan. Until the sky darkened and cold winds howled. Yu Junxian and Fu Qiqi, dressed in cold, murderous aura, had just returned from Longmen Town after battle. Yanzi City had sent troops to attack again. They dismounted and headed toward the main courtyard. Lei Jinghu chuckled. Boss, those guys, some can fight. Did I recruit any of them? Fu Qiqi said, no rush. First, send the 600 prisoners to the iron and coal mines to cool off. Once they are convinced, they'll be incorporated into the army. I think after spring, you can select people. Shiyu said, I choose 200. Lei Jinghu said, I want 200 too. Zhang Wei, at the back, timidly said, then I want 50? Zhang Wei was the former small leader at the mine. He was tall, strong, but ugly. During the excavation, he slacked off, and Fu Qiqi broke his nose. Later, Fu Qiqi used a flying leaf diamond to subdue him.
No.
Mostly, it was the lure of the army's big meals and sharp weapons. The 10-day excavation task was completed in less than 5 days, working day and night. He turned around and ran to join the competition, played 5 rounds, and entered the army. Half a month ago, he was sent to garrison Longmen Town. When Yanzi City's people attacked, he saw his chance and knew it was a test from Boss Fu. He worked hard, killing over 100 enemies alone and stopping a young general from the other side. After this battle, he was promoted to squad leader, in charge of 100 men. Wow, they really divided the troops. Fu Qiqi left a sentence, the contest resumes. Based on team performance, personnel will be allocated. Xiang Xi heard Lei Jinghu's thunderous shout and walked toward the gate. Song Gongzi, Zhuangzhu, you're back. The Wind Young Master has been waiting for you for half an hour. Yu Junxian raised an eyebrow. Fu Qiqi was confused. After sending Lei Jinghu and his group to have their meal, Fu Qiqi and Yu Junxian entered the main hall. Feng Hongye's face was as dark as ink. After a light greeting, he asked with hidden anger, You young master, Fu village master, I have something to ask Tiyan girl, but your mountain villa has hidden her. A strong, irritating scent of powder hit her nose. Fu Qiqi frowned. The smell came from Feng Hongye. Why would a man smear himself with such thick, fragrant ointment? Seeing Fu village master rubbing his nose, Feng Hongye's face darkened even more. Yu Junxian took off his cloak for Qiqi, and they sat down. Fu Chichi shot him a sidelong glance. Could it be that she knew Tian had left the boat? Was he deliberately looking for her? Just joking, her family's people, and he's an outsider, can look for her if he wants. Chi-Chi said bluntly, "Why are you looking for Tian? She has urgent matters to attend to. She left early this morning and went far away by boat. Since she's gone, she should give up." Leaving by boat? Foam Hongya gritted his teeth. That little wildcat who bears grudges won't escape his grasp. He suddenly stood up and cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave." Once Foam Hongya left and was out of earshot, Xiang Xi couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing loudly. Chi-Chi blinked her cat-like eyes. How could the usually composed big sister Xiang Xi lose control like this? Yu Junxian looked at her with a questioning expression. Xiang Xi took a sip of tea before recounting what had happened that morning. Then, Yu Junxian and Chi-Chi exchanged glances. It was a long moment. Ha ha ha. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. The next day, a group of temporary workers prepared to go to work. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked, "Did you hear? Yesterday, someone was caught cheating." Everyone perked up. They carried their hose and sticks, rushing over. "Hee hee, I heard it was a young man and woman, both good-looking."
They paused.
Just tell us quickly. Didn't you hear? Several people saw a couple in the maple forest yesterday morning, sneaking around. Maybe they got too excited and fell into the latrine, covered in. And then, until the man jumped into the pond, only to find that his thing was just a tiny embroidery needle. Useless. Later, they realized it wasn't too intense, but the thing just didn't work out. Suddenly, a group of intimidating guards approached, their cold eyes like icy shards, making the air around them drop sharply in temperature. Everyone looked on silently, in perfect understanding. Suddenly, everything went quiet. A man, who was listening intently, had his back turned to the approaching person. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Just as he was in the middle of an exciting story, he curiously looked around, then suddenly a long sword was pressed against his neck. "You." The sharp tip of the sword was close to cutting his neck. Realizing this, the man was so scared he wet his pants and couldn't speak a complete sentence. "Young Master Feng, did this big uncle upset you? If so, I'll call the manager to punish him properly." Xiao Yanyan, carrying a small bag, slipped into the crowd and bowed politely, speaking seriously. Following behind, Song Pan also bowed, but as he looked down, he suddenly thought of something and forced back a laugh. Foam Hongya composed himself, not looking down on him just because he was a little kid. He slightly bowed his hand. "Young Master Xiao, no need to be polite. It's just a misunderstanding among the servants." A 6-year-old child, like an old scholar, serious and steady. Very well taught. Foam Hongya gave a signal, and the guard released his sword. The man fell to the ground. Xiao Yanyan acted as if he hadn't seen and smiled at Foam Hongya, saying, "Today I need to go to class with Grandpa Zhuang, so I'll take my leave first." Foam Hongya nodded. One big, one small, both with their hands behind their backs, walking away. When Shanmei once said that the Fu family, including Chi-Chi, was just a small farming family in a mountain village in Suyan City. That family looked like this. The 3 siblings were not only very handsome, but also more knowledgeable and poised than children from noble families. It's likely that their identities were unusual. After a brief thought, Foam Hongya coldly said, "Let's go." A group full of killing intent disappeared into the street, passing by the workers. "Senior brother, should we kill them all? Kill 1 or 2, but can we kill hundreds? If we really kill them, can we leave safely? Even Lord Fu doesn't stop the rumors." "It's fine. Lord Fu is an honest man, but he's probably too busy to care about such trivial matters." It must be said that Foam Hongya's approval of Chi-Chi was beyond what Chi-Chi expected, because it was Chi-Chi who arranged everything. On the street, the crowd was still scared and didn't realize that the main character of this incident was the imposing young nobleman. They thought he had committed some taboo. No one dared to speak anymore. They didn't dare, but others did. Gossip with a hint of scandal always sparks interest and gets exaggerated. Within a few days, This gossip spread like wildfire across the docks and the mountain villa. The person who started everything sat on a bench, leaning against the windlass side of the boat, swinging his legs and basking in the sun while munching on sunflower seeds. The ground was covered with seed shells, showing he had eaten quite a lot. Xiangyi nudged her and asked, "Do you think the master will be angry?" Cha Yan rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't worry. He definitely won't. The master cares for us so much that he wouldn't get angry. Plus, Feng Hongye quietly suffered a big loss and values his good reputation. He wouldn't say anything." 6 days passed. Fu Qiqi guessed that when Zixian should wake up today, and she arrived half an hour earlier than usual. When Madame Wen saw Qiqi, she immediately sent away the servants inside, including old Master Wen. Qiqi had already sensed the strange relationship between Madame Wen and old Master Wen, but she just greeted them briefly. Old Master Wen bypassed the screen and kept looking back, with a worried expression, but his gaze was not on Wen Zixian on the bed, only on Madame Wen.
"Xiao Di.
"I think I should stay here and help out," he said. Coincidentally, a servant outside called out, "Master, there's trouble in the back courtyard again. They insist on seeing you today." Old Master Wen looked uneasy. Madame Wen's eyes flashed with a sharp light as she glared. Old Master Wen immediately left. After everyone dispersed, Qiqi sat on the edge of the bed, placing her hand on Wen Zixian's pulse, activating her wood element's spiritual power. Soon, countless tiny green dots emerged from her fingertips, flowing along her neck veins into her body. It took about 15 minutes, then she took a sip of cola. Qiqi's eyes were clear, and she calmly said, "The toxins inside Zixian's body are mostly gone. Only a small amount of residual poison remains. I think she will wake up today. Once she wakes, feed her some plain porridge first, then after she breathes well, give her solid food." Sheng Nan didn't understand and asked, "What does breathe well mean?" Qiqi rolled her eyes and said seriously, "Nonsense. During the coma for several days, she was fed clear broth and her intestines were resting. Suddenly eating hard food will stimulate her digestion and cause diarrhea." Sheng Nan admired her and said, "I will definitely follow Master Fu's medical advice." Madame Wen only heard the words "she will wake up today" and didn't catch the rest. Seeing Zixian's pale face finally showing some color and her lips turning pink, she seemed to be getting better. Today, she would surely wake up. At 11 a.m., when Zixian slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight was too bright, so she closed them for a moment. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at her mother, dressed in a blue dress like a chrysanthemum, with black hair like ink. The warm sunlight fell on her mother's gentle and calm body, making her glow with a jade-like radiance, which gave Zixian a strange sense of peace. Mrs. Wen was only pretending to be asleep, but she opened her eyes as if sensing something, and happily grasped the hand that reached out to her.
"Xia."
"Mother, I made you worry." When Zixian let out a hoarse, weak sound. Mrs. Wen quickly fed her some pear syrup little by little. After about half an hour, when Shijun returned and saw her eldest sister chatting happily with their mother about what she had seen and heard on the way, she wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes, feeling glad. Meanwhile, in a side room in the backyard, Flower Lady had been causing trouble for 6 days straight. She had not been seen by old Master Wen, so her daughter was sent to call him. When Shanmei begged for a long time, old Master Wen went to the side room and saw Flower Lady only wearing a spring shirt, revealing her curvy figure, but her eyes showed a disturbing sense of dissatisfaction. Old Master Wen's eyes grew cold. He suppressed his anger and sat at the head of the table. He remembered that she could sometimes provoke Xiao Di, but he didn't expect her to be so shameless. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he made a decision. Then he asked, "What's the matter?" Flower Lady felt uneasy and didn't dare step forward, thinking of a secret. Her expression suddenly became excited and a little wild. "I know a huge secret. It must be discussed with the lady present, face to face." Old Master Wen slowly stood up, looking down from above. "You think Xiao Di is as shameless and lowly as you?" Flower Lady was stunned, then saddened, and finally burst into wild laughter.
Haha, I'm Louli.
The future head of the Wen family will come from my humble belly.
I'm Louli.
Then all the descendants of the Wen family are born from lowly origins.
Dream on.
Old Master Wen's eyes fixed on her, cold and sharp. Flower Lady clearly felt that the old master wanted to kill her. If she was going to die, she would drag someone down with her. She crazily declared, I swear by Xingxi and Shana, that Xiaodi is hiding a huge secret. If I lie, I will not have a good death. Old Master Wen's face turned cold. He raised his voice and ordered outside, Bring the lady here. Manager Chen responded, Yes. In just 15 minutes, Lady Wen came over. Flower Lady deliberately stood in the middle, gazing affectionately at Old Master Wen, her chest heaving under her tight clothes, clearly noticeable. But Lady Wen looked straight ahead without looking at her and sat directly at the upper left seat. Speak, Old Master Wen said coldly, glancing over. How did I end up spoiling such a person? Flower Lady lifted her chin proudly and sneered, I didn't expect you to be so fooled by Xiaodi now. Lady Wen simply glanced at her without any expression. She seemed indifferent. Flower Lady hated her inwardly.
Why?
Why does she always seem so proud and aloof? You've tricked Xiaodi because you're afraid. You think no one knows your secrets, but someone does. Aunt Hua shouted, her twisted face appearing in Mrs. Wen's eyes, like a madwoman. Mrs. Wen gently brushed her sleeve and stood up, ready to leave. Stop right there. Aunt Hua shouted angrily. Mrs. Wen ignored her and walked out slowly. You're lying to Xiaodi. You've deceived the Wen family for 19 years. Wen Zixian is a girl. Ridiculous. Old Master Wen, a gentle man, couldn't help but curse. Mrs. Wen hesitated, then turned around and sat back down.
Serve the tea.
Yes. Qian Su responded and soon brought in a cup of tea. Aunt Hua stared fixedly at Mrs. Wen's face, but didn't see the panic she expected. She's pretending. It must be an act. When Zixian is a girl, Xiaodi is still trying to deceive us. Call one Zixian over, and you'll see for yourself. Aunt Hua yelled loudly, acting like a clown. Mrs. Wen took the tea, sipped it calmly, and said softly, My daughter Zixian is a girl, so what?
Boom.
This statement shocked Old Master Wen deeply. Xiaodi? Old Master Wen exclaimed. Aunt Hua's face cracked. No, Xiaodi is pretending to be calm. Why isn't she afraid? Mrs. Wen looked relaxed and composed. Go ahead, is there anything else? If you say Zixian is a girl, my daughter is talented and no less than any boy. Old Master Wen was stunned. Are you lying to me? Mrs. Wen asked, and what do you plan to do about it? This is a chain around Zixian's neck. If it's taken off, it's just what she wants. Old Master Wen choked. Even as Mrs. Wen left the room, he hadn't recovered. Mrs. Wen returned lightly and gracefully, seeing Chi-Chi there, unafraid. Zixian, your father knows you are a girl. That was what Huasher told him. Her tone was very normal, like meeting an old acquaintance on the street. Have you eaten yet? Seeing her daughter stunned, Mrs. Wen felt guilty. It's mother's fault for dragging you into this, for almost 20 years. Such a big girl, like you should have married long ago, but you've been delayed. Tears streamed like pearls. Mother, I chose this myself. Zixian's eyes turned red. Chi-Chi silently handed them tissues. Mrs. Wen smiled softly. I've wanted to tell everyone this for a long time. I also told Chi-Chi about it earlier. I will have you and your sister live in Fengwu Courtyard. Your father can decide whether to marry a new wife or take a concubine. That's his choice. Are they planning to separate? She truly didn't see her as an outsider. Fu Chi-Chi smiled softly and said, Stay. I wish to stay. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she turned her eyes and made a joke. I didn't expect that when Lord Wen took off his makeup, he would be such a beautiful lady who outshines everyone.
Fu.
Chi-Chi, you dare to mock me? When Zixian glared.
Hee.
Old Lord Wen was dazed as he returned to the study. He sat there blankly for an hour, looking tired. Then he went to the main hall, which was warm like spring. Why did you lie? Madame Wen didn't want her biological father to see her, but she looked at the sisters Xianer and her. First, I was born weak and sickly. The doctor said I could only have one child. Since I could only have one, why not sleep with him? Old Lord Wen was still upset about this. Madame Wen, second, you forgot what happened back then. Before I gave birth, you were out trading, and I received news that you had been kidnapped and killed. At that time, she was with her second child and some relatives, trying to take over as head of the family. She said she, as a woman, couldn't control the Wen family. In the chaos, she fainted and gave birth early. Xianer was born a month early. Old Lord Wen knew she was referring to her stepmother. From his words, he could imagine how dangerous it was back then. I don't know. Madame Wen continued, I was unconscious. When the servants saw the family members closing in, they called my second uncle and fifth uncle. They immediately took Xianu out, claiming he was a young master and he should inherit the family.
Old Lord Wen, and that?
She meant the child. Madame Wen, of course, he was Ngu's child, born just a day earlier. When the situation was dire, my eldest brother finally arrived. They decided to go along with it, raising him as a boy. So that was how it was. He knew the rest of the story, because he returned 6 months later, and the family's guards were still watching over everything. There were rumors flying everywhere, saying the Meng family wanted to swallow the Wen family's wealth. But in reality, the Meng steward immediately handed over all accounts the next day, and by the 5th day, the Meng army withdrew completely. Old Lord Wen, no wonder Xianer has been studying martial arts at the Meng family since she was young. Madame Wen, after Xianer grew up, I asked her. When she changed back to being a girl, she knew that girls in the inner chambers couldn't attend school like boys, practice riding and shooting, or use bows and arrows. She didn't want to. Suddenly, Old Lord Wen remembered a year when he was out trading. He went to see Xianer, who was young and excited, pulling him to the training ground to practice martial arts, showing him how she drew her bow and rode her little white horse. Her eyes shone brightly. The silence was deep. Old Lord Wen thought carefully. There were some flaws, but with Xianer's talent, passing the imperial exams was not impossible. However, the elders kept urging her, but Xianer stubbornly said she had no interest in exams. Lady Hua originally thought she had revealed a huge secret, that she could rely on her son to gain status, and forgave her for those shameful deeds. After waiting and waiting, on the second night, she received a deadly, soul-draining poison. A guard, like a messenger from the underworld, said, Lady, please come. A porcelain bottle. Poison. Lady Hua's eyes widened, her hands clenched so tightly that her palms bled, but she felt no pain.
No. Impossible.
My son is the future head of the Wen family. You can't kill me. Lady Hua suddenly rushed toward the door. But she was pulled back by the guard, who grabbed her arm, held her elbow, and forced a pill into her mouth. Terrified, she gagged and struggled, but the medicine took effect quickly. Her face turned red, her neck thickened, and she curled up, rolling on the ground in pain. After rolling 3 times, she spat out a large mouthful of blood, then tilted her head and stopped breathing. Wrapped in black cloth, she was thrown into a coffin in the courtyard and buried on the back mountain under the moonlight. Master, the task is done, said the guard. Old Master Wen paused with his brush. Get out of the way. Father, where is my mother? When Shanmei rushed in despite the servant's attempt to stop her. Old Master Wen's sharp gaze swept over Wen Shanmei. You are 14 now, old enough to be engaged. Do you not know what your mother did wrong? Wen Shanmei's heart skipped a beat. Her face turned pale as she sank to the ground. My mother is dead? In Fengxin Garden, a group was packing up to leave. Little Zhao Zhao held onto the ropes, pouting. Sister, I want to go too. Such a good opportunity for looting and stealing, yet they wouldn't let her go. Fu Qiqi nodded and patted her little head. Can you embroider? Can you read the characters in the plum blossom calligraphy clearly? Little Zhao Zhao looked downcast. Aunt Wen had taught her very well, but she just wasn't cut out for studying. Everything was ready. At the city gate, A group mounted their horses and galloped toward Longmen Town in the dark. Little Zhao Zhao climbed the city wall, and when she saw no one around, she looked disappointed and came down. "Master, the younger brother and sister of Master Fu are ahead," said a guard to Feng Hongya. Feng Hongya looked over and saw two small figures, followed by 5 people, walking over with smiles. "Young Master Fu, Zhao Zhao." Hearing this, little Zhao Zhao was very displeased. Her brother was young Master Fu, so why was she just Zhao Zhao? Then she scorned, "It's already dark. Why are you still wandering outside?" Feng Hongya, tolerant of the clever and mischievous girl, took out a piece of jade and handed it to her. Zhao Zhao's eyes are bright. Inside a jade block, there is a carved jade dragonfly, full of life and energy. Its wings seem ready to fly, very lively and spirited. At first, she didn't want it, but Zhao sensed that it was not just ordinary jade, it was something special. Her eyes widened. "Big brother, I want it." Xiao Yanyan looked at his eager sister with some difficulty. "Zhao, it's too valuable." "No, I can't. When sister comes back, I will buy it for you." He knew that what Zhao wanted was probably not ordinary, but his sister said that Lord Feng was dangerous, so they could only do business and not get too close. Feng Hongya raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. "I had someone bring it here. It's a gift for Zhao." Zhao blinked her little eyes. Sister Cha Yan said he was a strange and creepy person, but he looked quite kind. The jade dragonfly, she really wanted it. She thought for a moment and took out a small jar from her little backpack. "This is the only milk candy in the world. Very sweet. Look, I'll trade it with you." A guard nearby smiled. 1 jar of candy for a top-quality jade carving. That's a fair trade. But little did they know, one day in the future, when Feng Hongya faced misfortune and fell into a low point, that small jar of candy became a light that helped him find hope again. Feng Hongya took it politely, tasted a piece, and the smell of milk filled his nose. It was the best candy he had ever eaten. Delicious. Zhao happily put the jade dragonfly away. "I'm not lying." They were at the outer city gate. Feng Hongya kindly saw her to the inner city gate, where Zhang Xiai was waiting to meet her. On the way, Hua San and Feng Hongya met up. "Senior brother, it's the young Master Yu and Fu Zhuangzi who took more than 50 people out." Feng Hongya looked up at the moon high in the sky. It was already 8 p.m. Could they be planning to attack Yanzi City secretly? By midnight, Fu Qiqi and her group arrived at Bacay County, reaching Long Chui Peak. They hid at the foot of the mountain, leading their horses into the nearby bamboo forest. An undercover guard greeted them. "Master Zhuang, the silver ore has been packed into boxes. As planned, someone will come to pick it up in a few days. But since the iron mine was lost, the number of guards has tripled, up to 1,000 people." Fu Qiqi nodded and turned to Yu Junxian. "Brother Song, shall we proceed as planned?" Yu Junxian took her hand, indicating agreement. Then he turned to the others. "I will lead the front. The 5 of you form a team. Remember, protecting your lives is the top priority."
"Yes."
A low response came in the dark. Nan Yuan, Shi Yu, and others had already sharpened their weapons, ready for action. In the past, Nan Yuan looked down on theft and robbery. But after stealing from Yanzi City twice, that feeling was surprisingly satisfying. Yu Junxian half-hugged Qiqi, spun around, and jumped into the woods. The others, 5 people in a group, followed closely behind. In the end, only 2 guards remained to watch the horses, looking enviously. Yu Junxian and Qiqi, after just 2 incense burns, reached the silver mine. A cluster of small buildings covered about 7 or 8 acres. In the quiet night sky, snores echoed one after another. Qiqi's plant-based special ability nurtured her body, and her eyesight was better than Yu Junxian's. She leaned close to his ear and said, "The outer defenses are tight, 6 people per post, less than 300 meters apart. I think they don't need to change shifts. They are arranged at alert points." Her unique, rich, and subtle floral scent carried the vitality of plants. She slightly supported him. Yu Junxian's ears turned a little red, and he softly said, Take out the 4 groups of people. Create an opening." They separated. Chi-Chi took out 2 silence guns and swiftly ran to the right. The dry leaves rustled loudly in the cold wind. After walking 200 meters, they found a small hut, only 5 or 6 square meters, with 6 people inside. 4 of them were crowded together sleeping, while 2 kept watch, breathing heavily and sniffling. My nose is freezing stiff. Push in and keep going inside. Push over there, everyone's pressed against the wall. 2 powerful bullets, one on the left and one on the right, shot into the chests of 2 people, and the rest of the sentence disappeared into the darkness. Chi-Chi jumped down from the tree, aimed her gun at the corner where 4 people were huddled, and shot once at each. Within half a quarter of an hour, the 2 guard posts, 12 people in total, were silently taken down by Chi-Chi. Then she stabbed a few more times into their necks and chests. A few kicks knocked down the hut. This created the scene after a fight. Then, a person stood in a conspicuous spot. As he turned his head, he saw Brother Tsong approaching. Silently, they exchanged smiles. Yu Junxian came over, kissed her on the forehead, something he had wanted to do for a while. In the chaos of the attack, amidst the blood and wind, they planned to have another date. Chi-Chi felt very excited. She hooked her neck and also pressed her forehead against Brother Tsong's, giving a heavy kiss. She jumped down, pulled Brother Tsong, and ran straight ahead. Haha, Yu Junxian chuckled softly. The little troublemaker was becoming bolder. They remembered the warehouse location mentioned by the hidden guard. They circled around a large building, then turned through a small grove, arriving at an open area. Behind the houses, the mountain cave was hiding the silver ore. Chi-Chi and the others silently approached the wall of the house. The people inside hadn't slept yet. "Sir, it's already late. How about tomorrow?" A woman's voice, groggy from waking, was softly stirred by his touch for a while. In fact, she was already awake, but she didn't want that to happen. "My eyelids keep twitching. I can't sleep. Let's play a little first." The man's tone was a bit impatient because he was eager, touching and nibbling as he was already burning with desire. After fiddling with something again, the woman finally let out a gentle gasp, cold. The man replied, "Once I start moving, it'll warm up." The woman had to cooperate, but she felt uncomfortable. This person has a sickness, making him bigger than a needle for embroidery. Every time it was awkward, either too high or too low. If she found a chance, she could find someone to help her feel better. If not, she had to do it herself, which was not enough to satisfy her. Chi-Chi felt very alert. Soon, a smell that only comes after intimacy drifted into the room. She was utterly speechless. She rolled her eyes in disgust. Yu Junxian's brows furrowed coldly. He hugged her tightly, moved to the corner of the room, and jumped over. There was a noise, and both thought nothing of it, but the man inside, experienced from the martial world, had deep internal strength. "Who's there?" The man stood up and shouted loudly. "The woman." Another half-life situation. Hearing the sound, the nearby night watchman came over. Chi-Chi and the other jumped down the wall, each grabbing one, stabbing a short knife into their chests. They tilted their heads and lost consciousness. The man who reacted quickly earlier, dressed in a cloak, shot out a sharp flying dart, breaking through the air directly toward Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi dodged and pulled the corpse to block, and the dart just pierced into it. "Who dares to come up here and steal?" The man had jumped into the yard and shouted angrily. Seeing clearly, it was a middle-aged man named Sun Hu. Chi-Chi released her spiritual power to sense Brother Tsong. He has deep internal strength. Yu Junxian nodded. They couldn't kill him easily. If the fight dragged on, it might attract 700 or 800 people from the forest's edge. He whispered, "I'll lure him away. You and Nanyuan and Shiyu, take the silver and leave." Sun, who was a martial artist, recruited by Yanzi City. He was proud by nature. When he saw 2 masked young kids, he thought they were just some fools playing tricks, because the fools had 2 strong young men. He had been holding back frustration all day, feeling unsatisfied with the fight. Now was his chance to beat the fools badly. He was furious, wielding a long sword and fighting Yu Junxian. Unknowingly, their fight moved farther and farther away. Inside the room, the woman knew about the fight today and also thought it was just some fools causing trouble. She simply took off her clothes, curled up in the quilt, praying that her master would return in about an hour. She was not satisfied with the small circles and crosses she had just drawn, so she had to find someone quickly and finish it off. Outside, Fuqiqi saw two people walking further and further away. She drew her long sword and rushed toward the three people running toward her. The difference in strength was too great. She cut each one like slicing a watermelon, one strike, one down. More guards arrived, attracted by the noise. Chi-Chi moved among the crowd, cutting down anyone who shouted loudly. When Nanyuan and Xiu arrived following the signals along the path, they saw that the yards were filled with bodies. Fuqiqi was standing in the yard under the moonlight, with over 100 people blocking her way. They dared not approach her, the female assassin, nor make a sound. When they tried to speak, flying arrows shot toward them. Chi-Chi turned around and said, "They're coming. Let's finish this quickly." "Xiu, I've got 10. 15 for me." The others were confused. How could dozens of people break through 3 layers of defenses and reach the inner area? Without much thought, they saw these people draw knives, sticks, and hammers. Rushing forward. Once engaged, it was even more shocking, brutal fighting, targeting hands and heads. Bandits. After fighting for a while, only bodies remained on the ground. "Let's go to the cave." Everyone crossed the corridor. Chi-Chi glanced at a nearby room where a woman had already fainted from fear. Forget it. She wouldn't kill an unarmed woman. Nanyuan walked along, sighing. Robbing the silver mine was so difficult. Xiu smiled. There were 2 adults at the silver mine from different families with long-standing grudges. Today, they fought again, each winning and losing, both fighting fiercely. The plan was for one to guard inside and the other to guard outside, taking turns. Because of the conflict, today the outsider was a reckless guard who brought people to stand outside, deliberately leaving the middle area empty. They also sent someone to sneak attack, planning to steal silver and teach Suanhu a lesson. But they encountered Fuqiqi and her companions. They didn't kill anyone. They tied them up, gagged them, and hung them on trees. Otherwise, even a small fight or shout would have woken everyone up. Soon, Fuqiqi and her group reached the cave entrance, where the heavy iron door was blocked by several large stones. They hugged each other, trying to move them, but couldn't. Xiu spat into her palm, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "When I count to 3, everyone push with all your strength." "Okay." As they approached the stones, suddenly the stones grew legs. Clang clang. The 3 large stones slowly rolled apart. Everyone turned sharply. Chi-Chi was smiling beautifully in the moonlight, one hand pressed against the wall. There's a mechanism. The master was really clever. The stones disappeared. Those with hammers prepared to break the lock. There's a key. Chi-Chi waved the metal piece in her hand. "Everyone, are we sure we're not just wandering in our own backyard?" They opened the door and rushed into the cave. Under the light of the torch, boxes of shiny silver crystal columns were revealed. These are natural silver ore in its raw form, needing refining. Inside, there were about a dozen boxes of refined silver bars. One soldier picked up a piece and bit down hard. It's tough." Everyone's eyes lit up. "You bite one, I bite one, it's all silver." Nanyuan also wanted to try, but thinking of the beautiful master like a fairy as the top guard, he felt it wouldn't be proper. He cleared his throat politely and said, "Let's take the silver and go down the mountain quickly. It's already 3 in the morning." Clatter. They brought small carts and various parts like wheels. One by one, they installed small funnel carts with 2 wheels inside and outside the cave. They packed the silver into bags, placed them in the carts, and tied them securely with ropes. Everyone pushed their small funnel carts along the narrow path outward. The caring Fuqiqi locked the door carefully, and the large stone blocks were put back in place. On the trail, there was a secret passage used for transporting silver ore, leading to the mid-mountain area. This route had been explored long ago by Yin Xiao. The group pushed their carts into the secret passage. At 4 in the morning, everyone appeared in the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. Fu Qiqi listened carefully. Brother Song hadn't come down the mountain yet. She said to Nan Yuan, "Morning is almost here. Too many people might reveal us. You all take the silver and go back first. Brother Song and I will follow later." Okay. The group, riding horses and pulling carts, left into the night. After 15 minutes, Qiqi saw Brother Song, dressed in flowing clothes, walking slowly from the bamboo forest under the cold moonlight. Qiqi put away her blanket, holding a chicken claw in her mouth, and went to meet him. Yu Junxian saw her cheeks puffed out and gently took her hand, smiling. "Have you been waiting long?"
Ikimomblet, mu. No.
She was a pro at biting chicken claws. She chewed around for a few turns, then spat out the perfect bones. She took a bucket from her space and handed it to Brother Song for him to wash his hands. After he finished washing, she gave him a box of milk and 2 buns. Yu Junxian sat on the ground, slowly tearing and biting a bun, taking a sip of milk. Qiqi stared at him intently and suddenly smiled. Yu Junxuan's eyebrows moved slightly as he wiped his mouth. Anything else? He thought she had some food crumbs on her lips. Fu Qiqi shook her head lightly. "Last year, when we went to rescue Xiao Yazi and every night when we helped the refugees produce food, we also returned to the cliff at this hour, drinking milk and eating buns." Yu Junxuan's lips curved into a warm smile, and his eyes looked a little warmer. "Just us two? Staying in the tent at night?"
Oh.
Brother Song's gaze. Was it expectation?
Yes.
Fu Qiqi tilted her head. Yu Junxian quickly finished the food and clapped his hands, saying, "The silver in Swallow City is gone. It must mean they no longer want to attack us. Let's go and check the situation in Swallow City."
Fu Qiqi.
She feels like Brother Song's real intention isn't just about the wine. As they leave, they look toward the mountain. Throughout day and night, countless torches appear, and people on the mountain shout loudly. Nearly 1,000 soldiers, 200 or 300 miners and craftsmen, all shouting loudly, creating a thunderous noise. A quarter of an hour ago, Xia Maozi saved someone from an attack and rushed to the interior, where he saw a pile of corpses. He was so frightened he hurried to the cave entrance. Seeing it was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his happiness lasted only 3 seconds. Inside the cave, nothing was there. Xia Maozi howled to the sky. Soon, his people found Sun, who was injured. This was because Yu Junxian deliberately spared him. When they confronted each other, it was a dog-eat-dog fight. A message was sent by pigeon to the city lord's mansion. What? The silver mine has been robbed? Chao Zhongxiong roared in despair. It was dark and heavy, covering the entire city lord's mansion. The busy maids and servants all held their breath. In the main hall, Chao Qingzhu of Swallow City looked grim. "Tell me, how could the heavily guarded silver mine be stolen?" The other 3 people in the hall looked at each other, all suspicious. Duan Dun considered and said, "There are over 700 guards outside. If they didn't alert the sentinels, they must be very familiar with the terrain." Zhu Xingxing's face darkened. "It was Xia Maozi who guarded the outside yesterday, and he is one of his men. Could he be suspicious?" "Brother Duan, what do you mean?" "Xia Maozi stayed in the silver mine for 2 years. If he had bad intentions, wouldn't he act sooner?" Duan Dun smiled gently. Yes, Brother Zhu, you're right. The traitor, who can hide so well that even Xia Maozi didn't notice, must be very deep in hiding and hold a high position." "Humph, a smiling tiger." Zhu Xingxing snorted coldly. The thief killed nearly 200 guards in the interior, yet no one called for help or sent signals. "Isn't that suspicious?" Go Mousen glared. "You're talking nonsense." Sun, who said that the 2 young men who came were skilled fighters, far above him. "The thief is cunning and probably lured him into the mountains early. Since they're young?" Sun, who couldn't defeat them? "And if only one was left behind, where did he get the key? Could he really carry away the silver alone? Maybe he's just stealing for himself." Zhu Xingxing didn't believe it. He thought Sun, who was full of bad intentions, possibly planning to steal all the silver himself.
Zhu, shut your mouth. I think it was you who ordered the theft.
Someone with the surname Go. Want to fight? I'll settle the score. Master Chao slammed the desk, trying to hold back his anger. Shut up. A silence fell, but everyone sneered and looked at each other suspiciously. Master Chao looked at the three of them, his eyes cold. Search. Find the silver within 5 days.
Search.
Everyone moved quickly, checking each other's households. By habit, whenever something went wrong, the heads of the families always suspected each other, those they knew, because in their eyes, only their enemies could secretly steal silver and still have the skill to do so just before shipments. Their reasoning was logical. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became. Then they also suspected the iron, or they had previously lost. This investigation uncovered many secrets. Fengwu Mountain Villa, Wen family courtyard. Their cooperation was now stronger because of their family ties. So, when Feng Hongye discussed the partnership with Old Master Wen, it was subconsciously seen as a marriage alliance. But when Old Master Wen heard Feng Hongye mention the bride-to-be, he was surprised. Marrying Miss Yang? Shouldn't it be Shaner? Feng Hongye smiled politely. The eldest lady is both beautiful and wise, a good choice for a wife. Now, with the war, my father can't send someone to propose, so please, Old Master Wen, don't worry. The eldest lady. His own eldest lady was someone else. Sigh. He hadn't thought about how to meet Siener. Old Master Wen thought for a moment. It was probably Shan Mei, a daughter born outside the main wife's line, and the Wen family was mainly a business family, so their social status was quite different. Poetry girl, Xiao Shi, was also very suitable. He hesitated. Young Master Feng, you should know my wife's family, right? I can't decide my daughter's marriage alone. I need my wife's approval. Feng Hongye naturally knew about the Meng family. It was because of the Meng family that he wanted to make Wen Shijun his official wife. He immediately said he was willing to wait for Old Master Wen's good news. Old Master Wen thought carefully. He believed this was a good marriage. Currently, the Feng family was a minor power, but if they succeeded, Feng Hongye could become a prince. That would mean his Wen family, as scholars and officials, would have a chance for titles and honors. Excited, he hurried to find Madame Wen. Madame Wen slammed her teacup on the table, showing a hint of anger. If you want to compete for that great achievement, I won't stop you. But don't use my Sienna or poetry girl as bargaining chips for your ambitions. It was rare to see Madame Wen angry. Old Master Wen felt a strange chill and hurriedly explained, Feng Hongye is clever and gentle, a good match. I truly care for poetry girl. Madame Wen sneered coldly and shot him a look. Mr. Wen clenched his fists tightly and sat upright. After a moment of silence, Lady Wen spoke softly. Sienna, sure, I have agreed with them. They will find a suitable man first, and then we will discuss marriage. Unable to do otherwise, Mr. Wen sent someone to deliver a message to Feng Hongye. When Feng Hongye received the message, he was still not willing to give up. He stopped Wen Shijun. Miss Wen, I believe I am a gentleman and will respect my wife. Why do you not agree? His face was bright and handsome, with clear eyes and a gentle expression. His eyes even seemed a little warm. If most women saw him, they might fall for him easily. Wen Shijun was confident and calm, with gentle, almond-shaped eyes. Her expression was steady. Thank you, young Master Feng, for your kindness. I prefer a simple life, living in Fengwu Mountain Villa, planting vegetables, which is quite nice. Whether she had feelings or not was obvious at a glance. Miss Wen showed no interest in him. Feng Hongye was someone who could let go easily, and he smiled warmly. I understand. It's my regret. I hope Miss Wen finds a good person soon. Wen Shijun thanked him with an elegant smile that felt like spring breeze, and then left. San Hui from Huai sighed regretfully. This Miss Wen is a perfect match for elder brother. They look like fairy lovers standing together. Feng Hongye smiled and said, When I think of fairy lovers, I imagine that fierce little wildcat. She's the perfect match for me. After everyone dispersed, when Shanmei looked pale and exhausted as she walked out from the corner. Traitor. They are all liars. What made Wen Shanmei even more collapse was that an hour later, she was informed she was betrothed to Feng's fifth young master, a son born of a concubine. A cold wave surged from her feet, and she felt her body turn cold, colder than the outside wind. Her nose started to sting and turn sour. At that moment, she finally understood. Her father did not love her the most. Young Master Feng was just playing with her. When Lady Wen heard the news, her brow furrowed. Success often came at the cost of many lives, especially when fighting for the highest throne. If she made a wrong move, the Wen family might be destroyed. Never mind. She still had to send a letter to her elder brother and plan ahead. Seeing Lady Wen pick up a new brush, Xia Zhaozhao quickly put down her embroidery. Mother, I'll help you grind the ink. Lady Wen nodded at the ghostly spirit. Today was not too bad. After sitting for half an hour, she finally saw the shape of a lotus leaf she had embroidered. All right, rest for a while. Later, I'll teach you to write. Okay. Xiao Zhaozhao happily agreed. The brush was much thicker than a sewing needle. When Mr. Wen entered, he saw his wife bathed in a fiery orange glow. She was bending over, holding a small hand in her right hand, carefully practicing calligraphy. The little girl looked delicate and beautiful. Mr. Wen was momentarily stunned. He had just come from Sienna and was a bit shy, but still dared to go inside. If Sienna had been dressing as a girl since childhood, would she also be so clever and adorable? Little Zhao Zhao is someone who listens everywhere. She saw first and called out softly, "Hello, Uncle Wen." Old Mr. Wen snapped back to himself. Oh, you're practicing calligraphy? The Plum Blossom Small Seal script. Your wife's Plum Blossom Small Seal script is excellent. Mrs. Wen ignored him completely. Old Mr. Wen was used to this and then asked Zhao Zhao, "Where's your sister?" "I haven't seen her these past few days." Little Zhao Zhao pouted. "My sister and brother Tsong have something to do. They will return in a few days." Talking about Chi, she was dining with Yu Junxian at a restaurant in Yanzi City, jokingly leaning towards brother Tsong now and then. It's such a pity, such a handsome young man, but he's a bit shy. That dark-faced kid is shameless, deliberately pestering the young master. Can't you see the handsome young man's face turning dark? Could he be forced at hay? Why is he still lying on that young man? Isn't that wrong? In broad daylight, forcing a good man. Everyone was angry and upset, pounding their chests. Some curious people approached, first giving a disdainful look at Chi, then asking Yu Junxian with concern, "Young master, are you in trouble?" Then 3 more people arrived, surrounding the small space, making it seem cramped. Chi had a face, blinking innocently. The onlookers. Too ugly. Yu Junxuan's brows formed a sharp line, casting a shadow. "You're blocking our sunlight." Everyone turned their heads. The warm sun shone at an angle, illuminating them all. They moved back, leaving only a streak of light. "Young master, don't be afraid. We'll stand up for you." "Is that dark kid threatening you?"
No.
"Is that dark kid poisoning you?"
No.
Finally, they gave up. At this moment, Zhu Qinjin and her maid came upstairs and overheard the discussion. Looking over, they saw a man sitting by the window, dressed in black, with a handsome face and a commanding presence. When did the southern wilderness have such a handsome man like a fairy? Could he also be a refugee from Huainan? Since the war between Huainan and Songling, people from several states in Huainan had been fleeing everywhere. Although the southern wilderness was poor, at least they were safe from death. Now, thousands of refugees are stranded at the foot of the mountains outside the city. Wealthy local gentry and anonymous nobles had already paid for their settlement and moved into Yanzi City or nearby counties. Therefore, everyone was not surprised when they saw Prince Yuxian's face. Zhu Cheng and I was only 17 and not yet engaged, considered a young lady of a good age. She heard that Zhao Xiuying's husband was from a family surnamed Tian who came from Huainan to escape trouble. The young man in front of her had an extraordinary temperament, definitely not from an ordinary family. She must surpass Zhao Xiuying. "Young master, what is your surname?"
Iamzaking me.
Her face slightly reddened, and she looked at Yu Xian with shy affection. Zhu Qing and I was the only daughter of her family, usually a bit spoiled and arrogant. Seeing her acting like a delicate young girl, everyone knew she had taken a liking to this young man. Chi-Chi suddenly choked when she heard her introduce herself. Is she a pig spirit? Yu Xian remained calm and natural, picking up a handkerchief to wipe the water from Chi-Chi's mouth. But the tea here isn't good? Chi-Chi nodded softly, shaking her head. Instantly, Zhu Qing's mind raced with a million thoughts. Where did this ugly kid come from? She harshly asked, Who are you? A servant of the young master? That's very rude. Chi-Chi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her voice uncertain, like a young boy's changing voice, innocent. I'm not Brother Song's servant. A flirtatious and shameless woman. What is a man blinking at? His eyes are actually quite nice. Zhu Qing and I was even angrier. You, get out of the way. She pushed past Chi-Chi to sit beside him. Yu Xian slightly lifted his chin, calmly glancing at Zhu Qing and I with a gaze that seemed to look down on her, creating an oppressive feeling. Zhu Qing's pupils shrank, feeling guilty and scared, and she whispered weakly, Young master, what is your surname? My father admires talented young men like you very much. Would you like to come to our Zhu Qing residence for some tea? Get lost. Yu Xian coldly replied. Hey, pig spirit, do you still have no shame? Stealing men at the restaurant, Zhao Xiuying, dressed in a crimson dress and a fiery red fox fur cloak, sneered. You ugly thing, go. She looked at Yu Xian but didn't finish her sentence. Young master must have just arrived in Yanzi City. I won't disturb your meal. Since you are new here and unfamiliar with the place, I will leave a servant for you. If you have any questions, just call him. Zhu Qing and I adjusted her sleeve, bowed slightly, and slowly turned around. Zhao Xiuying sneered, Oh, pig spirit, you really like a man? What a pity, he didn't even look at you. Zhu Qing and I pouted her lips, and as she passed her, she stepped on her hard. I don't know that your husband was the one you stole back from the silk shop. Good pig spirit, how dare you hit me? Zhao Xiuying rushed after her. Zhu Qingjin ran quickly and had already gotten into her family's carriage, excited to return home. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she shouted loudly, Father, I found a suitable son-in-law for you. Father, he's handsome, and no man is more good-looking than him. Zhu Xingsheng, who loved his daughter very much, shouted, Daughter? Really? Zhu Qingjin nodded happily. Zhu Xingsheng asked, From Huainan? Zhu Qingjin nodded again. Zhu Xingsheng loudly commanded, Get the weapons. Go, and bring the son-in-law here. Father. Zhu Qingjin hesitated, covering her reddened face with a handkerchief. Zhu Xingsheng took people and went to Xingshun restaurant. After some hesitation, Zhu Qingjin followed. Soon, Zhu Xingsheng arrived at Xingshun restaurant. Ignoring the shop assistant's greetings, he led his people straight to the second floor. His old eyes scanned the room and landed on Yu Junxian. The old daughter had good taste. This son-in-law was really handsome. Son-in-law? Come. Today our Zhu family is hosting a banquet to welcome you. Fine wine and delicious food, everything you want. Zhu Xingsheng was very familiar and went to pull Yu Junxian forward. Yu Junxian tilted his head, his gaze cold and probing as it rested on the hand on his shoulder. Let go. You're disturbing our meal. Chi cooperated, stuffing the lotus leaf chicken into her mouth and chewing. Zhu Xingsheng was stunned. I am Zhu Jia, the head of the 4 big families in Yanzi City. So what? Yu Junxuan's eyes were calm and steady. Yu Junxian had a naturally imposing bone structure. His face was composed, and he didn't need to show anger or coldness deliberately, yet people felt a strange sense of fear. Zhu Xingsheng loosened his grip and sighed. Good young man. If you marry into my Zhu family, I promise you, your second child with Chinner will have our family name. Chi, biting her chopsticks, was confused. Marrying into the family? What does that mean? Brother Tsong won't marry into the family. Zhu Xingsheng frowned. I'm talking to your master. Don't interrupt. Yu Junxian picked up a piece of pine nut fish, tasted it lightly, and then said, This is my partner. Why would I marry into the family? Zhu Xingxing looked annoyed and exclaimed, You're
A.
Chi, pretending to be proud, snorted and glared at him.
It.
A beautiful jade being pecked by crows. Zhu Xingxing rolled up his sleeves.
No.
Even if I have to tie him up, I will bring him back.
Go.
With his shout, more than a dozen guards surrounded them. The leader reached out to grab Yu Junxian. Yu Junxian clapped his hands, and instantly the table collapsed. Porcelain bowls shattered. Chi stood up quickly, activating her spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, countless shards of porcelain flew into the air, smashing toward the guards.
Oh.
A dozen guards didn't even touch the hem of someone's clothes, and all got hurt. Zhu Xingxing stared at the two men in front of him, one tall and one short, with deep fear and caution in his eyes.
Who are you?
From Huainan? Prince Yuxian didn't want to bother with him. He took out 2 silver ingots and threw them to the shop assistant hiding behind a pillar. Meal money, and tips for your service. The shop assistant was prepared not to accept money, but was surprised to receive a tip. He nervously nodded and bowed. Thank you, young masters.
Please come again.
Zhu Xingsheng, ignored and annoyed, stopped the 2 men. Why don't you dare to show your names? Are you from the martial world? Prince Yuxian looked at him calmly, sending a gentle internal energy that pushed him back. Zhu Xingsheng, with a sullen face, retreated and had a faint feeling. If he kept bothering, he might get seriously hurt today. Soon, Zhu Qinjin, who had rushed over, stared wide-eyed as the young man in black robes walked past him. Her heart pounded wildly. Then she saw the young man in black. Actually, holding hands with that awkward young man. Father, your son-in-law ran away? Zhu Qinjin cried anxiously. Zhu Xingsheng swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, Old girl, you've given me a hard problem. That young master, we can't afford him. No, I don't care. I want to marry him. Dad, think of a way. Zhu Qinjin's once warm heart cooled down, feeling uncomfortable. Zhu Xingsheng tried all sorts of ways to coax his daughter back home. After the handsome young man and the Zhu family members left, everyone sat back down, still a bit stunned.
No wonder.
That handsome young man likes the dark-haired boy. Look at his skills. When he flips his hands, he can make porcelain bowls fly like knives and hit people. Master. A martial arts expert. Walking down the street, they attracted many onlookers. Even a man and a woman wouldn't hold hands openly on the street, let alone 2 men. Chi felt warm and uncomfortable, gently twisting her small hand, trying to pull away. Be good, don't move. Prince Yuxian led her towards a guest house. Chi looked up and whispered, There are so many people watching us. His big dark face looked even more clear, like a lake after rain. Prince Yuxian's heart warmed slightly. He pinched her little hand and said gently, Since our disguises have changed a bit, no one will recognize us. Fu Chi glanced around at the people nearby, and sure enough, that was the case. Then, the 2 of them strolled along a street, visiting shops one by one, buying jade, carvings, brush hairs, and food. Soon, Yu Junshuan's hands were full and couldn't carry more. They finally left their goods at a shop, asking the owner to deliver them to the inn. Generous with their spending, both men occasionally whispered softly and held hands from time to time. Overall, their affection was clear. In less than an hour, news spread throughout Yanzi City, attracting young women who found reasons to go out just to see the handsome and charming young men. Women from the southern wilderness didn't follow strict family rules, showing their faces was quite normal. Some were bold, like Yu Xiaoying, who directly expressed love to suitable men and even took them home. Sir, what is your surname? Look back at me, young sir. Young sir, I am prettier than that dark-haired boy. My family doesn't need a son-in-law. I want to marry you. Fu Chi kept looking back at the long line of flirtatious women, all acting coquettishly and whispering sweet words. She regretted only slightly shaping Brother Tsong's face, not making him look uglier. Seeing Chi nervous, Yu Junxian felt happy and asked, What would you like for dinner? Bought some to eat at the inn. Too many people, Chi said, pouting at his handsome face. Yu Junxian chuckled softly. All right, let's buy a roasted chicken, some grilled ribs, and some chestnut cake. All of Chi-Chi's favorites, and soon they bought the food. A group of young women watched eagerly as the two entered the inn, and some, with mischievous intentions, sent someone to guard the inn entrance. Back in room number 3 of Jiazi, Fu Chi-Chi took water from her space, washed her thick eyebrows that looked like 2 worms, and cleaned her entire black face with medicinal juice. Finally, her skin was as white and tender as snow. Chi-Chi patted her small face, satisfied. Yu Junxuan's heart moved. He pulled her close and gently wiped the water droplets from her face with a dry towel. Chi-Chi saw Brother Tsong carefully and gently wiping her face for a long time, his eyes gradually glowing with heat, making her heart beat faster. Suddenly, his breath grew closer, and his handsome, sculpted face kept enlarging and approaching. Chi-Chi's heart fluttered. She closed her mouth, only to see lips pressing on her forehead, then disappearing. Before they could share a long, tender kiss, Chi-Chi felt a bit disappointed. She grabbed the towel and threw it into the basin to wash. Suddenly, a pair of long arms wrapped around her, spinning her onto the bed, leaving Chi-Chi slightly stunned. In fleeting moments, lips pressed against hers, accompanied by a low, teasing laugh. Chi-Chi, have you been thinking about this? It was pure, seductive, and tempting. Chi-Chi. Evil Brother Tsong, tease her. Chi-Chi's ears turned a light pink, and her cat-like eyes widened. She used her tongue to press against her upper jaw, trying to stop Brother Tsong from coming in. Yu Junxuan's dark eyes were deep, like a black hole that could draw in souls. His voice was hoarse as he asked, Chi-Chi, do you really not want to? Yes, she shook her head. Yu Junxuan's black hole of a gaze was full of tempting hooks. Playfully, he brushed her red lips with his soft tongue, gently nibbling from her lips, nose, and forehead, then circling back clockwise until their lips met again. Chi-Chi suddenly felt a jolt like an electric current running down her spine to her heart. Then, she bit him hard and mumbled a protest. You're just bullying me. My face just got cleaned, HM. Her hum was swallowed in a gulp. A hand reached up and gently stroked her tender waist with calloused fingertips. Chi-Chi. In the end, Yu Junxian managed to stop himself. Seeing Brother Tsong drink a glass of icy water, his face's redness faded. Chi-Chi buried herself in the blanket, only her white skin visible, her small face full of bright smiles. Such a mischievous little fairy. Her clothes were torn apart, and she took out clean clothes to change into. The two of them sat by the stove, eating roasted chicken and ribs. Chi-Chi also took out chicken feet from her space. They drank cola and occasionally chewed on snacks. Most of the sounds were made by Chi-Chi, who happily gnawed on a piece of rib with her small mouth. Yu Junxian ate chicken feet slowly, biting gently and carefully, making sure no meat crumbs fell outside his lips. Brother Tsong still hadn't fully remembered the end of the world memories. In this life, he had been immersed in traditional etiquette since childhood, and his elegant manners when eating were deeply ingrained. After tidying up, they slept on the same bed, but with separate blankets. In the middle of the night, there was a rustling sound at the window. They both suddenly opened their eyes. Yu Junxian gently pinched Chi-Chi to signal her not to make a sound. Soon, the window was pushed open, and a figure jumped into the room. A thief. Chi-Chi's eyes brightened slightly as she moved her little head quietly. After landing, the thief held a half-burned incense stick, which had nearly burned out. He threw it aside and approached the bed with a heavy cough. Inside the tent, the two people didn't react. The thief, used to sneaking quietly, tiptoed to the cabinet and gently rummaged through it. Where are the silver coins? He turned and went to the horizontal bar behind the bed, fiddling with the clothes for a while. Why aren't there any silver coins? Unwilling to give up, he turned the room upside down but still couldn't find the silver. Finally, he tore off a piece of roasted ribs, chewing while sighing, and said, I just want some money. If I steal the silver, I'll leave. But the two brothers are not careful. They hide the silver very well. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it.
Then, don't blame me.
I had no choice but to tie up the eldest brother today. Sometimes a girl's voice, sometimes a man's. If it weren't for Yu Junxian and Fu Qiqi's strong skills, you might think it was a man and a woman. The thief ate 2 pieces of ribs, then reached the bed. Before touching the blanket, a long leg stretched out and kicked him hard in the stomach. Ah, he cried out, writhing on the ground in pain. Yu Junxian took the clothes from Qiqi's space and they dressed neatly. They left the blanket and turned on the light. The room was brightly lit. The thief rubbed his eyes, which were showing, and widened them in surprise, one proud and noble, the other cute and lively. It was actually a man and a woman. Today, in Yanzi City, everyone was talking about 2 men, one tall, one short. The thief felt wronged. Why didn't you 2 knock me out? He was still dressed, clearly knowing someone might attack tonight. He was the first to arrive, but still got caught. Qiqi blinked her cat-like eyes and curiously asked, "Are you a man or a woman? Your voice is so special." The thief staggered to his feet, grimacing and clutching his aching chest. "I'm a man." A very masculine voice. "Oh, so you're a young lady," Qiqi said. She moved the charcoal stove on the table, and the fire flared up. Then she placed the teapot on top. The thief. She looked relaxed but seemed deep and unpredictable. She secretly glanced at the man beside Qiqi, feeling a strong pressure. The ground was too cold. He clenched his teeth and limped to sit on a chair, as if waiting for judgment. When he saw her cold and sharp gaze again, he pulled down a black cloth, revealing a delicate face that was almost crying. He looked pitiful and said, "I am from Huainan. I followed a group of refugees fleeing to Manhwa. We don't know how many people have died along the way. We want to enter the city, but we've been chased away like drowning dogs. If we don't get food and clothes soon, everyone will freeze or starve. During the day, I saw you were generous and wanted to steal some silver to buy food for my villagers." Qiqi paused for a moment, understanding the hardship of fleeing. "Then, what do you mean by saying you want to tie up Brother Song and send him to various government offices?" The female thief nervously dodged and said, "I overheard during the day that the masters of the houses are unwilling to recruit. This young master is here as a son-in-law, but Zhu Chen's wife still isn't willing to give up. She paid 500 taels to have someone kidnapped to Zhu's residence." Qiqi nodded, thought for a moment, and cheerfully asked, "So, someone will come tonight?" The female thief, named Belle, nodded. Soon, the room was completely dark. With continuous thuds, the sound of people being restrained echoed. Belle looked at the 5 people tied in the corner, her heart pounding with fear. After a long night of torment, dawn finally arrived. Qiqi heard the noise and knew that Brother Song had woken up. She poked her head out and looked at the dimly lit window, feeling a bit dazed. Seeing Qiqi's adorable, dazed expression, Yu Junxian was in high spirits and smiled affectionately, saying, "Get up for breakfast." "Yes." "Good morning, Brother Song." Qiqi raised her small, white face, stretched lazily, then activated her mental energy. Her wood element power spun around her body a few times, making her look like she was shrouded in mist, lively and extraordinary. Yu Junxian carried the warm milk over. He took a small sip from her little mouth before handing the milk to Qiqi.
Oops.
Qiqi's ears turned red as she lowered her head and sipped the milk. Her swallowing made a gurgling sound. Seeing Qiqi's obedient and cute face, Yu Junxian couldn't help but feel his throat tighten slightly, his voice a bit husky. "Bring out the frying pan, eggs, and buns." "Brother Song is making breakfast?" Qiqi asked cheerfully, quickly setting the items on the table. Yu Junxuan's lips curled slightly as he washed the frying pan, placed it on the charcoal fire on the table, heated it up, and poured in a little oil. When the oil was hot, he cracked 2 eggs into the pan, frying them until golden on one side. He flipped them, and the eggs spun in the air. It had been a long time since he cooked for Brother Song, and Qiqi watched intently, her bright eyes fixed on his tall figure and slender fingers, full of pink bubbles of admiration. Seeing Qiqi staring without blinking, Yu Junxian raised an eyebrow and asked. Qiqi rested her chin on her hands, puffed her cheeks, and said, Brother Song looks good. It was a true fan's admiration for their idol. Yu Junxian smiled gently, picked up the 2 fried eggs, and handed them to Chi-Chi. After frying his own eggs, he also fried 4 water buns. The 2 finished breakfast, then changed their appearance and went to the room next door. As soon as the door opened, Belle appeared, looking panicked. She stared for 3 breaths before recognizing the man and woman from last night. "Young master."
Miss.
"Good morning," Belle timidly called out, inviting them in. Inside the room, there were 13 people. She was the only one not or gagged. She had thought about escaping. Every time she stepped out of the room, she saw Miss Fu's sincere eyes and her caring attitude towards the refugees. Faced with life and death decisions, she ultimately chose to stay. Chi-Chi seemed to know she was still there, and she handed her a paper bag and a water mushroom. "Here's your breakfast." When the bell pinched the paper bag, it contained 2 hot-boiled eggs. When she opened the water mushroom, it was steaming hot water. Her cold body suddenly felt a warm flow of heat, making her feel cozy. Then, she couldn't help but shed 2 tears of warmth. Under Miss Fu's urging, Ling Dang quickly finished her breakfast and drank the warm water from the water mushroom. The same suffering was felt by the 12 people in the room, watching a tall, sharp figure walk in slowly, like a sword. Everyone's expression froze. They felt sharp pain in their backs, heads, or chests. Yu Junxian sat at the table, silently glancing around at everyone's faces, occasionally tapping his finger on the table with a loud dong-dong sound. The overwhelming pressure made everyone shiver with fear. Finally, Yu Junxian spoke. "Go and remove all their silver, swords, and other weapons. Then pour a bucket of cold water over each of them." Without needing to point it out, Ling Dang knew he was talking about her. She quickly moved to the crowd, pointed at a middle-aged man. The man's mouth twisted, unable to make a sound, only glaring fiercely at Ling Dang. She slapped him directly.
How dare you glare at me?
"Be careful, I might poke your eyes out." Someone was protecting her under her. With quick, skillful movements, she pinched the middle-aged man's collar and took off his waist pouch, not even missing his armpits or shoe soles. She took a quick glance and found over 10 short knives, nearly 10 long weapons, and more than 300 taels of silver notes and silver. Ahem. And 2 books of inappropriate love stories. A cold wind blew, flipping open a book, revealing a little person fighting. Yu Junxuan's face darkened instantly. Ling Dang, quick-witted and fast, threw the 2 love story books into the charcoal fire, burning them into ashes. 12 buckets of water were meant as punishment, but couldn't be poured inside the room. Ling Dang thought for a moment, then led the 12 people to the backyard. To the surprise of the shopkeeper and the shop assistant, she grabbed water buckets and poured water over them. Everyone watched the shopkeeper and the shop assistant, making muffled pleas. The shopkeeper turned away, knowing that all 12 had been, probably because they had temporarily opened an extra room last night for guests. He was skilled in martial arts. He was not someone to be messed with. Master Yu stood at the window on the 2nd floor, watching 12 thieves shivering in the cold water, their lips turning purple. He nodded slightly and said to Chi-Chi, "Let's go." The 2 of them went downstairs and met the belle. Seeing them about to leave, the belle was anxious. "Miss, what about me?" Fu Chi-Chi calmly replied, "Go upstairs, pack your things, take the silver and knives, and buy some food." "Okay."
Got it.
The belle was very happy and quickly packed the silver. They had only about 300 taels of silver, enough to buy 4 carts of coarse grain. In previous years, they would have bought at least 15 carts. Heartless merchant. The belle pushed a cart angrily. A delivery boy nearby was unhappy. Since the war, grain prices have kept rising. Luckily, we are in Swallow City. If we were elsewhere, even with silver, you might not be able to buy any grain. The belle choked, realizing this was true.
But they had over 1,000 people.
The grain was barely enough for a few days. Outside the city, at the foot of Chicken Bone Mountain, a group of refugees huddled together in a recently dug hillside cave to keep warm. Their eyes were hollow and numb as they looked outside. The cold wind howled, the sky was dark, and it was about to rain. It was getting colder. Recently, they had only dug up roots and wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. They had little winter clothing, no food, and if they hadn't found a place to stay, many more villagers might die from hunger and cold. "Mother, I'm cold." A 3- or 4-year-old child looked longingly at the cave in front and called out. Mrs. Gao tightly wrapped her leaf-made blanket around the child. "Hold tight, I'll hold you close. Soon it will be our turn to keep warm." Hearing her grandson and second daughter-in-law talking, Grandma Sue half opened her eyes and looked at her trembling grandchildren with pale faces. Tears filled with blood streaked down her cheeks. "If I go, I just everything and bury it. With a little change to these ragged clothes, I could make a few warm outfits for the children." Hearing this, her 3 daughters-in-law's eyes reddened. They dared not say it outright, that would be unfilial. They also dared not deny it. If someone passed away, they had to think about those still alive. Several old women and old men also told their sons and daughters-in-law similar things, sharing the same hopeless words as Grandma Sue. Despair spread among the refugees. Although many had become numb from experiencing life and death repeatedly, their hearts still ached with pain. No one knew who first started crying, but soon, the sound of sobs and wails filled the air. It was all suppressed grief. Not far away, He Lijing took 2 puffs from his empty dry tobacco pipe, feeling uncomfortable inside. He stood up and walked to a small path nearby. When the cold wind cut into his body like a knife, his heart sank even more. Over 3,000 villagers from 7 or 8 villages escaped together, but now only about 1,000 remain. "Dad, do you think the bell can bring wealth and good officials to the rich families?" He Jingsheng, He Lijing's youngest son, shivered and asked nervously. "I worry that the wealthy families in Yanzi City only want young and strong servants. We have over 1,000 people, but only about 200 are young and strong. If all the young and strong leave, the old, weak, women, and children might not survive this winter." He Lijing's cloudy eyes looked ahead at the official road, full of hope and worry. "Fortunately, they are many, and many bandits and robbers who came to steal have been driven away by them." Actually, he could tell some of those people were truly bandits, but he suspected they were guards hired by the powerful to steal people. If they were taken to be honest servants or maids, that might be a way out. But he fears they're sold to dark places. If they get in, they might never come out alive. To find a safe place, they had moved through several villages, counties, and cities. Every time they hoped, they were met with harsh words, or worse, arrows and long knives that mercilessly pierced towards them. They could do nothing but keep fleeing. The cold wind made He Lijing sneeze repeatedly, and the rain gradually fell. The two had no choice but to return to the cave on the rain grew heavier, and they probably wouldn't even be able to dig up wild vegetables today. They didn't know how long had passed. "Dad, someone's coming," He Zhengsheng shouted. Everyone looked eagerly at the approaching figure. The figure drew closer. "Uncle He." Bell-shaped ornaments wrapped in a raincoat waved to everyone. Everyone widened their eyes, looking left and right, and saw Bell coming back alone. Despair. Endless despair. Their eyes were as dull as ashes. Bell approached, and He Lijing raised and lowered his hand, struggling to say, "Girl, don't freeze. Go ahead and build a fire." "Build a fire?" "No, 20 people. Go push the grain and clothes," Bell said crisply.
"What?"
Everyone stared in disbelief. "Bell, what are you staring for? I met a good person. I bought food and clothes for everyone. Hurry." At the broken temple at the city gate, He Lijing suddenly became furious, his eyes glowing green. "Quick, Shengzheng, He Mao Shi, Quanshuer. All of you go fetch the grain." Next to him, Su Lijing was also gesturing and calling people. Actually, without waiting for everyone to arrive, more than 50 men had already rushed into the rain and headed toward the broken temple. The cold rain couldn't extinguish their passionate hearts. That was hope. At the broken temple, Zhu Qinjin looked tenderly at Yu Junxian. She sat calmly on one side of the temple, acting as a beautiful background. Fu Qiqi, who was pretending to be Yu Junxuan's cousin, also played Feng San. "Miss Xu, Do you know where there are medicinal herbs? Are over 1,000 villagers. Many of them are sick, he said. Zhu Qinjin noticed Yu Junshuan's slight movement and quickly said, Yes, I have a herbal shop at home. He Zhu, go check again. Have the cloth arrived? If it has, then have them bring a cart of medicinal herbs. He Zhu looked helplessly at the main road. Miss, it's raining now. I think we're delayed. Please wait a moment. But Zhu Qinjin ignored He Zhu and asked Fu Qiqi, Phone cousin, what else do we need?
Just tell me.
Qiqi tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment. She had already traded 5 carts of grain, 2 carts of cloth, 2 carts of cotton, and just added a cart of medicinal herbs. If she asked for more, it wouldn't seem right. But if she paid with silver, she wanted to make sure people felt comfortable. Her praise was like giving away money. She threw it out freely. Miss Zhu is so kind. She's like a living bodhisattva saving suffering beings.
Cousin, right?
Zhu Qinjin straightened her back, feeling much taller, her heart swelling with happiness. Young Master Tsang likes it, that's good. She was originally arrogant and outspoken, speaking casually, but now she deliberately sounded gentle, which made her feel uncomfortable. Yu Junxian looked expressionless, with cold ice in his eyes. Qiqi's eyelids suddenly twitched. Big Brother Tsang was angry. She quietly stepped back. Yu Junxian tilted his head to look at Qiqi, with a mixture of affection and warning. Oh no! Because when they were buying cloth, they happened to meet Zhu Qinjin, a wealthy lady who was eager to help. She quickly pretended to be Tsang's cousin. Their group had escaped from Huainan and now faced difficulties. Over 1,000 villagers had no food or clothes. They might freeze to death in the cold winter. At that moment, Zhu Qinjin's love, which had been dead, was revitalized with hope and life. She agreed to buy the supplies, pulling out her silver. Zhu Qinjin, lost in thought, was interrupted by Qiqi. Phone cousin? Living at the inn with Big Brother Tsang might be inconvenient. Why not stay at my house temporarily? Miss Zhu is truly kind-hearted, but my Big Brother Tsang cares deeply for the villagers. He must see for himself that everyone is properly settled. Zhu Qinjin remained silent. Her Zhu family was wealthy and powerful, but they still couldn't find a way to shelter over 1,000 people. The two of them exchanged casual words, while Qiqi tried hard to block Zhu Qinjin's infatuated gaze. In the awkward atmosphere, a servant bringing cloth arrived. Before he could unload, Zhu Qinjin sent him off to deliver medicinal herbs. At this moment, Belle, leading dozens of people, arrived. On the way, the refugees had been told by Belle to enter the dilapidated temple. They bowed to the cold and stern Yu Junxian, calling out, Big young master, peace be with you. Then they turned to Fu Qiqi and said, Cousin, peace be with you. Afterward, they all respectfully thanked Zhu Qinjin, saying, Thank you, Miss Zhu, for your kindness. Seeing the dozens of ragged, impoverished refugees, Zhu Qinjin smiled brightly, though her heart was still a bit anxious. Watching this scene, she felt her worries settle down. After exchanging grain, cloth, and medicinal herbs, Fu Qiqi cleared her throat and advised Zhu Qinjin, Once we settle everything properly, we will come to your estate to speak with your father. Zhu Qinjin, with perfect understanding, interpreted this as them coming in a few days to propose marriage to her father. Her face flushed bright red. Finally, under Fu Qiqi's repeated urging, Zhu Qinjin reluctantly returned to the city. Fu Qiqi had other plans and followed Belle down to the foot of the mountain. It was probably because other refugees and bandits heard about the grain, and along the way, they encountered several groups. Fortunately, many people came, armed with swords and knives, scaring off the robbers. At the cave, hopeful He Lijing and others waited. After waiting for 15 minutes, they finally saw the grand army returning. He Lijing, tall and agile, rushed forward. Using a broken knife, he cut a hole in the cart and reached inside with his dark, calloused hand. There was moldy yellow millet and black millet grains, but they were edible. He quickly packed another bag. Yellow, black, white. The grains didn't look very good, but they could be eaten. He Lijing, tears streaming down his face, knelt on the ground. Bodhisattva. Heaven.
We are saved.
We are saved. The men pulling the carts, already overwhelmed with excitement, turned red in the face, their eyes bloodshot, trembling with joy. Just because they saw Yu Juanxian's natural authority and intimidation, they hadn't yet fully released their emotions. Now, with He Lijing's loud cry, everyone broke down. A group of men, over 2 meters tall, cried desperately, "We're saved.
We won't daddy anymore.
My mother can live. My children can survive." In the cold wind, a large group of people cried loudly. Chi-Chi walked forward, her gaze scanning the refugees. They were all unkempt, thin and gaunt, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes. The adults wore only 2 tattered, patched-up shirts. The children's bare feet were red, and their faces looked pale and blue. No wonder Belle said they didn't dare to stay in one place while fleeing. If they kept walking, they might die halfway. Chi-Chi held Brother Tsong's hand, drawing strength from him, and softly said, "We escaped from Su Yen City last year. We've been refugees all along, feeling just as hopeless as everyone else." "Don't worry, I'm here," said Yu Sei. Although Jin Yu didn't remember that time, she sincerely appreciated the him who had always stayed by Chi-Chi's side. Belle had just finished explaining that these supplies, grain, cloth, and medicine, were all sent by these 2 young men. Everyone looked at them with thankful eyes, kneeling and bowing in gratitude. Chi-Chi waved her hand and said, "Being alive is the most important thing. It's freezing outside, everyone get up." Once everyone stood up, Chi-Chi continued, "If you trust me, after distributing the grain and clothes, rest for half an hour, then continue heading southeast. Belle will lead everyone to a safe place to rest. Now I have a new name. I'm called Yu Sei. From now on, everyone call me Yu Sei," Belle excitedly shouted. She was an orphan, and her name was given randomly by strangers. When she was about 7 or 8, she joined a circus troupe, traveling far and wide to make a living. When war broke out, the troupe's senior members were conscripted into the army, and the junior members scattered. Some became servants for the wealthy, others became concubines. Belle, because of her pretty face, was forcibly taken by rich people to be a concubine. She worked hard to learn martial arts and was especially talented in speech and singing. After escaping, she wandered alone in Huainan village, occasionally trading goods, and managed to get by. When she met Chi-Chi and heard about a town and a large wasteland where refugees could settle, she suddenly knelt down and recognized Chi-Chi as her leader. Feeling like she had a new life, Belle wanted to change her name. Chi-Chi thought of her tea brand, Tea Face, and then named her Yu Sei. Seeing everyone staring blankly, Yu Sei shouted, "Are you all just standing there? Let's go southeast to find our new home. I've heard there's the sea and a river there, so we won't go hungry." Having experienced many scenes of being driven away or shot at, it still sounded unbelievable that someone could offer them a safe place. Healy hesitated and stammered, "Is there really a safe place? Most of us are old, weak women and children. I'm afraid we'll only cause trouble for others." "There is only trouble there, just a burden." "Yes. There is land to farm and houses to live in. The 2 young gentlemen are living by the sea. If you don't believe it, ask them." Moonlight said loudly, looking at the 2 noble young men in front of him, one tall, one short. They stand quietly, giving off an air of superiority, as if they command armies and dominate all around. Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Yes, there is food and a house, but you must work for it." The last piece of driftwood in the drowning despair was used, and a large pile of fire was built. Like during the New Year, everyone gathered around the fire, roasting clothes, sewing garments, making dry food, mending straw shoes, and repairing carts. Chi-Chi was drawing a simple map to guide them to Longmen Town. Yu Sei Jiuxian went to a hidden, deserted place and set off a signal flare. Soon, nearly 10 people in black arrived. Yu Sei Jiuxian calmly said, "Notify Nan Yuan and Xu to help the refugees return to Longmen Town. The 3 of you follow behind the refugees and look after them on the way. The rest of you don't need to follow me and Chi-Chi. Keep a close watch on Yanzi City." "Yes, my lord." The guards responded and then dispersed. Seeing Brother Song return, Chi-Chi knew he had made arrangements. She then went to Moonlight and handed over 2 simple maps. This is the map to Longmen Town. Be careful along the way and don't reveal your destination easily. Our people have been notified and will send soldiers to meet you halfway. Miss, don't worry. We will reach Longmen Town as soon as possible. Moonlight was moved. She took the map, hid it well, and went to discuss security with He Li Zhang and others. At this moment, an old man, hunched over, led a child to Chi-Chi. He handed her a large flatbread and looked at her with dull, pleading eyes. Young master, you must take us in. The old man was wise. He knew that going forward, the young master in front of him would need to shelter them. Chi-Chi took the bread, took a bite to reassure him, and said, Old sir, don't worry. Where you go, there will surely be a new home. The old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. Old man, I have one more thing to ask. If I and the others are gone along the way, I hope you will accepting heir as a servant or... That was the old man's real purpose. Seeing him standing in a guard-like posture, half a step behind the child, it was clear that he was a servant, and the child was the master. Chi-Chi then turned her gaze to Yuna. She was about 8 or 9 years old, small and young, with a clear and confident look in her eyes. Yuna saw the young master examining her and bowed politely, speaking clearly and properly. Please, young master, take me in. He performed a scholar's bow, indicating he was educated and literate. Suddenly, Chi-Chi felt the large pancake in her mouth no longer tasted good. This was not a refugee, but clearly a noble young master. She suspected he might be a big trouble. Chi-Chi placed her hand on the old man's wrist. The old man's eyes flickered with hidden emotions, and she suddenly felt a warm current pass through her body. He smiled and said, I have little oil left in my lamp. Living one more day is just surviving one more day. I only ask that you find a safe place for Yuna. Chi-Chi, with a toothache and deep skill, had already guessed her daughter's identity. Unfortunately, as he said, his oil was almost gone, and he wouldn't live more than 10 days. She looked at Yuna again. She was as small as Yen Yen, upright and proper, like a little old man. She felt a bit of pity and made a promise. You should Yuna safely to her destination. If we don't return, find the young man who is supposed to meet you. He will arrange everything. The old man, named Biao Lao, nodded, pulled Yuna, and left. Chi-Chi returned to the fire and sighed. I didn't expect that among these refugees, there are hidden talents. The old man and the child just now are quite powerful, one skilled in martial arts, the other exuding a noble air. But the old one is dying soon, leaving a final wish. Yu Junxian looked at the 2 distant figures and wondered, that child looks very familiar. Then his brows relaxed. Since they want to settle in Longmen Town, their identities can surely be verified. Yes, if they are honest, they can serve as a book boy for Yen Yen. The large pancake was quite good, crispy and fragrant, with a hint of wild vegetables. Chi-Chi shared half with Brother Song. Soon, more than half a year passed. Over 1,000 refugees helped each other, packing up everything. They had raincoats for shelter, dry food to fill their stomachs, and the weak and sick took turns sitting on the carts. After the 5 village officials bid farewell to Chi-Chi and Yu Junxian and set out, they left the camp. Yu Junxian and Chi-Chi found a hidden place, changed into new clothes, tidied up their appearances, and transformed from a tall man and a short man into a middle-aged couple. They rode horses and rode around the area, estimating there were still 3,000 or 4,000 refugees, thin as skin and bones, ragged clothes, huddled around the fire in the cold wind. Their clothes were too thin, and the weak ones might not last half a month. They could already hear coughing everywhere. It was very distressing to see. Chi-Chi, otherwise, at night, we could perform a miracle to produce some grain? Yu Junxian, no, from Suyan City to Longmen Town. Once you think it through, your identity won't be safe. He paused for a few moments. Chi-Chi, we could steal grain from the government offices to help the poor. Yu Junxian, yes, but not too much. Otherwise, these refugees might lose their lives. We shouldn't just steal from the government. We should take from several households. They finalized the plan. That night, more than half of the wealthy people in Yenzi City experienced a theft at their granaries. When the guards on patrol were awakened by cold water, they were confused and didn't understand what had happened. This was a big matter, so the city gates were immediately sealed. As long as the grain hadn't been taken out of the city, it was still inside. Inside the city, chaos ensued. Everyone was searching everywhere. They even found some grain in the less crowded alleys. On the third morning, outside the city, refugees suddenly found bags of grain. Especially notable was a note written in big red characters that said "kill," with smaller words underneath. Leakers, your lives are forfeit. Yesterday, someone used silver to buy medicine in the city, knowing about the wealthy families losing grain. They dared not speak out and quietly shared the grain, then secretly dispersed in groups. Among the dispersing crowd, a young boy carrying a medicine box suddenly appeared. You have caught a cold, and you used herbs like ephedra, perilla leaves, and jingjia to boil water to disperse the cold. Ephedra is slightly bitter and spicy, helps sweat and release the exterior, and calms the lungs. Perilla leaves are spicy and warm, help release the exterior and dispel cold, promote qi, and soothe the stomach. Is slightly warm and spicy, helps release the exterior and dispel cold, transform phlegm, and stop coughing. Jingjia is slightly warm and spicy, helps release the exterior and wind. You've been coughing for 7 or 8 days. Now, herbs are hard to find. You can drink water boiled with licorice daily, as licorice is easy to get and helps boost energy, clear phlegm, and stop coughing. Also, drink water with and scallions 3 times a day. Even those who are not sick should drink water daily to ward off cold. Among the refugees, some were medical practitioners, but they hadn't expected such simple remedies. Everyone treasured the instructions and, following the young healer's guidance, quickly found the herbs. Many people who fled the city due to the cold died, more than a few hundred. Every household, while digging wild vegetables, habitually collected medicinal herbs, dried them over fire, and kept them for emergencies. With some grain and herbs, some refugees decided to escape to the abandoned villages. No matter what, they needed a shelter from rain and wind to survive the last month of winter. Standing on the high ground, Fuchichi gazed at the distant refugees. The future was uncertain, life or death. She softly whispered, "After we return, we will send people to hide among the refugees. If anyone is willing to move to Longmen Town, we will accept them. Our Longmen Town has few soldiers. Too many people can cause chaos or attract unwanted attention," Yu Junxian analyzed calmly. "Longmen Town is too small. We can only accept people in small groups. We will turn all the wasteland around Longmen Town into villages, first building simple thatched houses. At least they will have a place to stay." Chi-Chi sighed with regret. Yu Junxian decided to visit Yenzi City suddenly. First, to gather information. Second, to be alone with Chi-Chi. His wish was fulfilled, and they prepared to leave. From the mutual suspicion among the 4 families and the theft of supplies, they gained insight. They planned to stir chaos in Yenzi City and aimed to take it over next autumn. That night, without anyone noticing, they placed a thick stack of books and letters on the desk of the 4 family head study. Suddenly, a small stack of booklets appeared on the desk, listing the trade routes for weapons from previous years, missing silver, missing weapons, and some dark secrets of the city. Things best left hidden. A sharp slap in the face. A provocation. A warning. The atmosphere in the city lord's mansion was as tense and oppressive as before a storm. Chao Zhongxiong, the city lord of Yenzi City, was like a furious lion. He smashed everything from his study to the main hall and bedroom. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Find out the truth. After a long search, nothing suspicious was found. It turned out there was no intruder. His trusted aides, trembling with fear, entered the study. They dared not meet the Lord's eyes and stammered, "Lord, the study is a restricted area, heavily guarded. Whoever placed the books and letters on the desk must be an insider." Chao Zhongxiong suddenly raised his head. His chaotic mind cleared, recalling recent investigations into past corruption involving the major families. He sneered sharply. Could someone be plotting against the Lord himself? With this realization, he remained expressionless and shouted, "Anyone who entered or patrolled the study last night, tie them all up and throw them in the dungeon." Soon, a group of armed guards rushed in, arresting the servants and patrols, dragging them to the dungeon and beating them. No one paid attention to their desperate pleas. With each strike, the air filled with a thick smell of blood, and the dull sound of sticks hitting flesh echoed. After the skin was torn and blood flowed freely, Chao Zhongxiong sat on a grand chair, asking suspiciously, "Tell me, who is the mole? Admit it now, and I might spare your family's life." The room was silent. No one dared to answer. After a moment, the patrol captain weakly said, "Master, I was on patrol last night with Hu Zhen and Feng Yushu. We never left alone. Please investigate carefully." One person spoke, then another, each trying to explain. The servant finished tidying the study with Xiao Fengzi at 10 last night, locked the door, and then left. Chao Zhongxiong sneered, making a vague sound. "Everyone claims innocence. The study has no outsiders coming or going, and there are no signs on the doors or windows." Yet, a stack of letters and notebooks appeared on the desk. Could they have just appeared out of nowhere?
Huh.
In a furious rage, Chao Zhongxiong threw his teacup to the ground.
Crash.
It hit the chain shackles, making a dull clattering sound. A group of people on the ground dared not spit out blood, but swallowed it down painfully. Chao Zhongxiong's face was full of anger. "All of you are tough nuts? Then forget it. Beat everyone to death with sticks." Suddenly, Hu Chun'er, who was serving in the study, staggered forward a few steps. "City Lord, I want to report. A few days ago, I saw Feng Yushu sneaking around under the Haidang tree, secretly meeting someone." Chao Zhongxiong looked at Feng Yushu. Feng Yushu's back turned cold. He was doomed. Soon, he confessed, it was all about spies from the Go family. They dragged out the roots, bringing in groups of people for interrogation. They uncovered over a dozen spies, some planted by various families in Yanzi City, and others sent from different towns and cities. When Chao Zhongxiong angrily demanded the heads of several families for punishment, each family also brought the list of spies they had found. They were all real. A tense, explosive meeting quickly ended. From that day on, the alliances among the major families fell apart. They started forming factions, fighting over resources and troops, from verbal disputes to sword fights. One time, things got out of control and 6 people died. After that, the struggle for power in Yanzi City became even more intense. Meanwhile, those secretly contributing to the chaos, like Yu Junxian and Fu Qiqi, had already left on horseback. The families waited anxiously, but Song Gongzi did not come to propose marriage. They sent people to find the refugees, only to learn that 4 or 5 days earlier, the refugees had already set out to escape southeastward. Song Gongzi must be upset that I didn't arrange for his relatives, so he had no choice but to go south. Zhu Chenjing felt heartache and frustration. Today, it's cold and icy, and it looks like it's going to snow. Young Master Song has suffered so much. Hizhua advised, "Miss, don't worry. Young Master Song and the young master from the other family have carriages, food, and warm clothes. They should be fine." Zhu Chenjing thought about the scene in the heavy rain, where young Master Song struggled to move the carriage, and her heart broke even more. Snowflakes fall all around, pure and white like feathers. A black horse happily heads toward Fengwu Mountain Villa. When it reaches the city gate, the guards use a simple telescope to see the visitors clearly and shout excitedly, "Greetings, Villa Master." "Greetings, young Master Yu." The guards open the gate and go out to meet them. They nod to each other, hand over the reins, and walk toward the inner city. Coincidentally, today Kwang Xiaobo and his friends returned by boat. Everyone was busy at the dock moving supplies. Moonlight, after helping unload some supplies at Fengxing Courtyard, was walking on the road. Suddenly, she saw a man and a woman walking hand in hand, one dressed in black, the other in red. One was handsome and cold, like a mysterious immortal, with a captivating glow. The other was lively and water-like, with beautiful features and a charming, playful aura. Such a scene was the most beautiful sight in the world.
Miss.
Moonlight ran over quickly. Seeing the young lady again, Moonlight felt a long-lost excitement and sense of belonging. She couldn't quite explain why. Behind her, Cha Yen and others hurriedly followed, feeling a bit tense. Her voice was full of genuine emotion, sincere and heartfelt. Just after turning from the sea, she saw someone calling her miss from both sides, busy organizing supplies, recording everything, acting like a deputy steward. She was completely captivated. Villa Master, young Master Tsang, Yu Junxian, always cold, nodded to the two. Moonlight, Cha Yen, I'm back, Chi-Chi said, quickly stepping forward on her little legs with a bright smile. Today was snowy, and she enjoyed the scenery on her way back, feeling especially happy. We're having hot pot today. Moonlight didn't understand what hot pot was. Seeing her confused, Cha Yen felt a surge of pride. Okay, I'll arrange it. We brought back over 1,000 jean of lamb. Today will be lively, so let's set up a few more tables. Cha Yen hurried to the big kitchen to find the chef and plan the dishes. She also arranged for people to invite Elder Zhuang, Uncle Wu, and Aunt Wen. Moonlight was excited and didn't notice Cha Yan's determined expression or the glance she gave her before leaving. All right, go ahead and do your work, Chi-Chi said with a smile, seeing Moonlight's rosy cheeks and adorable dimples, which made her look sweet and charming. It seems she has adapted well. With just a few words from her letter, she managed to enter the inner city. In reality, she is still a bit away from fully entering. She currently lives outside the city walls. Before Chi-Chi returns, Xiang Xi and others dare not let anyone casually enter the inner city. However, Yusui has a thick skin and spends every day busy with Xiang Xi. Seeing that she can read and write well and is very good at accounting, she has recently asked her to help with inventory. Fake sister. Little Zhao Zhao heard the news and ran over on short legs. Didn't you say you'd be back in 2 or 3 days? How many days has it been now? The little one snorted and turned to ask Yu Junxian, is it you? Bad brother Tsang? Yu Junxian raised an eyebrow and handed over a bundle. This is a gift for you and Yen Yen. The little kid wanted to coax her, especially his little sister-in-law. Little Zhao Zhao pouted but saw a half-exposed jade sword. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't resist the sweet talk. He took the bundle and held his sister's hand to go back to the house. The hot pot dinner was lively and bustling. Chi-Chi learned about the marriage alliance between the Wen and Feng families. Feng Hongya had finally left Longmen town, but according to scouts, he had turned toward Huainan. Huainan was fighting fiercely with Songling, and it seemed Minjiang wanted to join in and take territory. The next day, Yu Junxian organized a military camp competition. Chi-Chi began handling affairs and summoned Xiang Xi and others. Xiang Xi, what about the over 1,000 refugees? How are they arranged? Xiang Xi flipped through a book. More than 400 are settled in newly built courtyards in various villages. The rest are in the new western suburb military camp. They fit just right. It's very cold, and mainly they lack quilts. Madam Wen sent Chen Steward to buy some old quilts from each village and household after learning this. There are still shortages, so some were bought from the Nanyu tribe barely enough. Chi-Chi nodded. She planned to train soldiers and build several military camps, but ordinary people couldn't withstand the cold. Let the soldiers in the camp help chop more firewood. Kwangbo's cave should be divided into kilns to produce some charcoal to distribute to the refugees. All must be properly signed, stamped, and recorded. Xiang Zi pointed to a stack of ledgers on the desk. Everything is recorded clearly. All grain, quilts, clothes, and so on are on credit. The strong and healthy have started working to pay back, while the women, children, and the weak are allowed to stay at home and work, with accounts kept per item. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Moreover, kindness should be repaid with kindness. Chi-Chi turned to Shiyu. Shiyu, you and Nan Yuan should carefully check the household registration notices and record everything. Multiple verifications are necessary to confirm identities. He said, "All right, I am currently learning from Brother Nan Yuan." Kwang Xiaobo, seeing that the estate affairs were mostly settled, reported on the items purchased during this shipment. Then he hesitated, as if wanting to say more. Master of the estate. This time, we saw Fu Changhong. He was always close to Tsong Fengyu. After we finished buying supplies, he kept sending people to follow us, probably with some ulterior motives. Chi thought for a moment. Fu Changhong was quite capable, managing to get close to the Prince of Zong. Fear not, the mighty soldiers of the Yi King are far from here. If they want to continue seeking revenge for Zong Yi, they will likely send spies and martial artists as before. Everyone should stay alert and watch out for strangers or suspicious behavior. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door. Master of the estate, Bai Lao requests your presence. He has brought young Master Yu.
Bi Lao?
Chi's mind spun in circles before she remembered who he was. Oh, he's still alive. Before leaving, she called Brother Tsong and saw the guards leading them to the dock-in.
She felt a bit surprised.
They didn't expect an old man and a young boy to still be staying at the inn. They probably had a lot of silver and were hiding among the refugees, likely trying to escape for their lives. When they entered, they saw Yun Er crying as if her heart was broken. Bai Lao was half leaning against the bed, holding Yun Er's hand tightly and repeatedly chattering. Chi approached. Bai Lao looked as if his life was flickering, with a flush on his cheeks. He even joked, "I've heard the manager at the dock say the estate master is heroic, but I didn't expect her to be such a beautiful young lady. Rest for a moment. Let me check your pulse." Chi sat on a small table by the bed and took his pulse. Bai Lao watched her, then looked at Yu Junxian. In just a few years, young Master Yu doesn't even recognize this old man. "I once traveled with our prince to Li Yuan."
Yu Yumsuen remained silent.
The identity of a former imperial heir was openly spoken, so they wouldn't dare to drive them away from Longmen Town. "It's clear now. Actually, you don't need to reveal your identity. It's safer for him that way." Chi released his wrist, glanced at Yun Er again. It was clear she was hiding her identity, but unfortunately, Bai Lao's body was just an empty shell now. Bai Lao shook his head. "We've been fleeing with the young master for over 3 years. I've tried many times to entrust him to others, but there was no suitable person. When I saw the two of you that day, I knew the young master was safe. After many years of war, corpses are everywhere. The local authorities treat refugees like locusts. Yet, you two are willing to extend a helping hand and save the refugees, showing great compassion. Moreover, King Qin was always honest and loyal, guarding Dashuan and defending the borders. Young Master Yu will not be weaker than his ancestors." Yu Junxian looked at Yun Er with calm eyes. "I have no intention of restoring the former dynasty." The war grew more intense. The former royal family members, except those who surrendered to local lords, had all died. Even those who escaped found it hard to survive. Old Bai shook his head. "Young Master Yu, you misunderstand." He then turned to Yunu and asked, "Do you remember your father's great wish?"
Grandpa B. Uener stubbornly clung to Bia's sleeve.
Her father died in a chaos of arrows. His head hung on the city wall for 7 days and nights. Bai felt deep guilt. In the end, only he, an old man, protected the young master. The others, whether alive or dead, were unknown. Your father once said, "The world's fate is like this. It divides for a long time and then unites." The Xia dynasty lasted over 400 years before falling to Shang. Shang lasted 500 years before being overthrown by Zhou. Zhou's rule lasted 300 years, then the spring and autumn period divided into 7 states. Qi unified the 6 states, and after 200 years, Qi fell. So, Gaozu of Qing founded Qing State, which has lasted 300 years. History shows that no dynasty or ruler lasts forever. The shortest may be 2 generations, the longest several hundred years. All eventually fall. Do you remember what the prince said? Yuner's eyes turned red. Children should not speak of their father's faults, nor ministers of their ruler's evil. Father was helpless, But the truth is that the emperor ancestor was foolish, favoring corrupt officials. The crown prince's succession turned him into a puppet, and the people suffered greatly, leading to chaos and war. The great destiny of the great heaven is already exhausted. Father wished me to live in hiding, safe and sound, and to continue the lineage, so I wouldn't shame our ancestors. Chi-Chi listened quietly, but Bai and Yun'er's conversation was meant for them. It showed their stance, no desire to claim the throne. He is the son of King Xian. Yu Junxian saw Chi-Chi tilt her head in confusion, trying to understand. Chi-Chi suddenly realized. The previous dynasty's King Xian was a legendary figure, a talented and charming scholar. He studied under many great teachers, loved reading the classics, poetry, calligraphy, and painting. Despite being born into royalty, he despised power and fame.
Wie pattet Yuna es Hand?
The prince's final order was that Yun'er should take her mother's surname, Tung Fei Bai, with the courtesy name Yunxin. Yun'er lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Her voice was hoarse as she sobbed. Father left me a letter inside the jade tiger-shaped sword. I know now.
Bis tirs flowed freely.
The prince was a man of integrity. He sought no fame or power. He could have escaped from Lindu, but he said that his flesh and blood belonged to the royal family. Only when they died with the previous dynasty could it all be over. He believed that someday, the common people would see a wise ruler. Chi-Chi couldn't bear to see such sorrow, especially since Yun'er was only 8 years old. Chi-Chi stepped forward and hugged Yun'er. She looked at Brother Song for a moment and said, I accept it. From now on, no one will know Yun'er's past. He is just a little refugee I found. In the end, Fu Chi-Chi and Yu Junxian held a treasure map from the previous dynasty and returned to Fengxing Courtyard. Within 3 days, Grandpa Bai passed away. Fu Chi-Chi and her friends accompanied Yun'er to bury Grandpa Bai on the back mountain. From then on, Yen gained a new playmate, Tianfei Bai. The military camp contest hosted by Yu Junxian was also coming to an end. It was a team competition. The first place was the Divine Machine camp led by Shiyu. Several young leaders were personally trained by Yu Junxian. They were clever, adaptable, and fierce in attack. The second place was the Tiger Leopard camp led by Lei Jinghu, which was the most popular among the crowd. But surprisingly, Zhang Wei took second place. Throughout the contest, they played new tactics like flanking, feinting, and surrounding Wei to save Zhao. Despite Lei Jinghu's high strength and many soldiers, Zhang Wei's constant efforts wore them down, leading to their defeat. In the individual competition, several dark horses appeared. Chi-Chi had been worried about recruiting soldiers without generals, but after watching the finals, she was filled with passion. After awarding helmets and weapons, Chi-Chi summoned Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, not bad. Next year, I'll let you lead a 1,000-man army. Zhang Wei never expected to defeat Lei Jinghu's Tiger Leopard camp. Seeing the master's sincere praise, he was overwhelmed with tears. I'm just a commoner. Master, you don't mind my background? Chi-Chi calmly replied, former General Gu Chao from the previous dynasty, born in the common folk, a hero of the martial world. His reputation is mixed, but after serving the court, he guarded the northern border of Yunzhou for decades and became a national hero. One's background doesn't decide everything. Effort can help you reach the top. Zhang Wei was so excited he couldn't contain himself. General Gu Chao. Could he be compared to him? He grew up listening to stories in tea houses, mostly about General Gu Chao. I will fight. Master, don't worry. I will make a name for myself, and not let you down. Chi-Chi smiled warmly and handed him a reward. Zhang Wei was so inspired, he took a set of dark black armor and a red cherry spear, then jumped and ran out happily. The next day, Zhang Wei wore a blue robe and a large black cloak, standing on the city wall to block Tiyan. Zhang Wei's appearance was rough and ugly, with a lot of flesh. Over the past few months, he had lost about 50 or 60 pounds. His features became sharper, with a bit of a handsome look. Tiyan looked at Zhang Wei's cheeks turning red, confused.
Der.
Miss. Zhang Wei stopped Tiyan. Tiyan raised an eyebrow. Did you not go to school? Are there any surnames related to T in the 100 family surnames? Zhang Wei was flustered and said, I know. Miss T's surname is G, GT girl.
대하얀 초콜릿 소스리.
Zhang Wei scratched his head and took out a small box. A few days ago, I saw this jade comb in town. It suits Miss T very well. I want to give it to you. T Yen, who had a clever heart, instantly understood that he liked her. I remember you're a few years older than me. I should call you Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang has good taste. This jade comb is beautiful. Keep it well and give it to your future sister-in-law. Suddenly, Zhang Wei felt a blockage in his chest, a mix of frustration and awkwardness.
Think about it.
I'm giving this to you. He shoved the comb into T Yan's hand and then hurried away.
Hey.
Zhang Wei. Before she could react, he was gone. T Yan could only hold the comb in her hand.
Hihi. Que kikitis de Tian.
Could it be that she's unlucky in love this year? Facing the gazes of the village chief and young Master Yu, T Yan forced a rare, awkward smile. That guy is just sick, with a crazy brain. Seeing them walk away, Chi worried and said, according to the secret scouts from Yanzi City, someone tried to kidnap Zhu Qinjin. Young Master Yu's eyes turned cold. That's also because Zhu's family didn't protect her well. Zhu Qinjin is a bit arrogant, but her nature isn't bad. Not to mention, she bought supplies with her own money. Without her, it would be hard to transport grain out of Yanzi City. If something goes wrong, I'll be worried. Chi sighed. Snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. Young Master Yu put a cloak on Chi and tied it up. You, silly girl, the Zhu family and the other 3 families in Yanzi City are foolish and greedy, draining the common people's wealth. Many civilians have been displaced or lost their families. It's a crime that affects future generations, Chi coquettishly said. Yes, I'll send a message to find Zhu Qinjin, Yu Junxian said helplessly. Meanwhile, Lei Jinghu, after losing a battle, didn't feel ashamed. He heard that one of Zhang Wei's strategists was skilled in military tactics. Now he realized he had paid for not studying hard enough. The next day, Lei Jinghu carried 2 pieces of meat, 2 packs of red dates, 2 bolts of cloth, and 2 sets of writing supplies to the village house. As soon as he entered, he knelt before the village elder. Master Zhuang, Yan said that you are the most knowledgeable in Longmen Town. I've come to ask to become your disciple. The elder was surprised at first. Listening carefully, his white beard almost curled up with joy. Hey, there's no first in literature, no second in martial arts. I am not a great scholar. Then, sir, you're the top in Longmen Town, Lei Jinghu said seriously, thinking for a moment before giving a ranking. The elder. That statement is perfectly fine. Old Master Zhuang asked kindly, what do you want to learn? Since the younger generation is showing respect, he would teach them, whether one or many. Military strategy.
Tactics. Formation.
Lei Jinghu heard from Nan Yuan and recounted everything in detail. Old Master Zhuang coughed heavily. I am good at the 4 books and 5 classics, but I only know little about military tactics. If there is a top expert, it would be young Master Yu. Young Master Yu? Lei Jinghu shrank back. Not long ago, he had foolishly challenged young Master Yu and was beaten badly in front of over 1,000 people. That feeling, that sharp pain, still lingered in his mind. If young Master Yu became his teacher, if he didn't learn well, he might be beaten like a punching bag in class. Just thinking about it made him shiver. The ceremony continued. When Chi heard about it, the official opening of the Education Institute was announced. The dean of the Education Institute, Old Master Zhuang, took on the role honorably. The Zhuang family's young men and many talented refugees were all hired for the Enlightenment and advanced classes. For the military tactics class, young Master Yu could not participate, but he sent Beige to teach. The archery and horseback riding classes attracted over 20 eager students. Being a teacher was very respectable. They were all martial men, strong but not very skilled in academics. They competed fiercely. Since there were too many people, they decided to test them through competitions. The rules for horseback riding and shooting: 3 rounds of riding, with 5 large drums along the route, 2 bonfires, and after passing the fire, they must ring the drums. The top 5 scores will be considered for the teacher list. For archery, 20 arrows will be shot, and the number of hits will be counted. The top 5 will be included in the teacher list. Lei Jinghu loudly announced, as the chief examiner this time. Yes. Over 20 people responded in unison. Hold on. When Zixian arrived dressed in male riding clothes. On the martial arts stage, Chi blinked. Are you here to compete for the archery and horseback riding teacher position? Are you healthy? Don't worry, I've recovered about 60%, when Zixian said gently with a smile. If I stay idle, I might just end up with a body full of scars from spears. Chi suggested, if that's the case, you should teach the literacy and arithmetic classes instead. When Zixian stepped onto the climbing wall in the martial training ground, then jumped down.
See?
Is that a problem? Everyone cheered. Chi had to nod, as the Meng family had trained him since childhood. Young Master Yu looked at when Zixian's gaze toward Chi, which was unusual. He pinched Chi-Chi's hand under the table. Chi turned his head, confused. Young Master Yu squinted his eyes, flashing a secret look. A few days ago, Nan Yuan reported to him that Chi and the Wen siblings were sitting close together at Chiu Shui Pavilion, enjoying tea around a stove. Not long after, Madam Wen heard about it and slowly hurried over with graceful steps. Chi quickly moved the central stove to give way to Madam Wen. However, old Master Wen, who was following behind, muttered to himself, I don't agree. Doing what a teacher should do. Madam Wen simply shot him a cold glance. The more than 20 strong men participating in the contest sneered when they saw a young boy with a fair face suddenly appear. They turned their heads away without bothering to bother with him. With such delicate skin and tender features, he still wanted to shoot arrows and ride fierce horses? Everyone took their positions. At the sound of Lei Jinghu's loud shout, nearby soldiers struck drums and gongs. Get ready. Start. Dozens of people rushed forward like arrows shot from a bow. The leader was Wen Zixian, galloping fiercely on his horse. Big brother. Keep going.
Xin Si Jun shouted loudly. Swish.
A group of rough men turned their heads to look at the adorable young lady. Old Master Wen's face darkened with anger.
Chia, si properly.
What are you doing? Xian Shijun's small face was as white as peach blossoms, pink and delicate. Yes, father. She bowed obediently, perfectly polite and graceful, then kept her head still and slowly sat down. Old Master Wen was speechless. Everyone was rebellious. Madam Wen gave him a half-smile, as if she was amused. Then, Old Master Wen sat upright and serious. T-Girl Yan's eyes flicked around, and she pulled Xiao Zhao, shouting, Big Brother Wen. Keep going. Big Brother Wen. Keep going. When Zixian waved a long stick like a sword, striking the big drum steadily, making a thunderous sound. There was a burning obstacle in front, a blazing fire. This part tested the coordination between person and horse. When the horse was afraid of fire, the rider had to find a way to overcome it. He looked calm on his face, tightly gripping the reins, circling around the fire once, then retreating. When Zixian only retreated about 8 meters. Suddenly, she shouted, Giddy up. And without hesitation, both she and her horse charged through the fire.
Wow.
So cool. Xiao Zhao exclaimed loudly. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they cheered along. Young Master Wen. Keep going. Young Master Wen. Keep going. The atmosphere was very lively. Old Master Wen's heart was even more broken, and his face darkened further. Without surprise, when Zixian won first place in archery and riding. Her archery score was unexpectedly perfect. Many soldiers saw Wen Zixian for the first time. When they saw a black horse suddenly appear, some admired her, others became cautious. The teachers had chosen their students. Now they began recruiting students. Because of the snow, training was reduced, and there were fewer tasks to do. Additionally, Fengwu Mountain Villa allowed credit payments, so life became more stable. At the start of the new semester, nearly 500 students signed up. Each class had 60 students, divided into 8 classes. The college had not been fully built, so they temporarily used an open space as a military camp. During the opening ceremony, several hundred people gathered, creating a lively scene. Old Master Zhuang felt a strong sense of responsibility. His prepared speech was only a quarter of an hour, but he ended up speaking for nearly half an hour. The education college started classes as usual. As the year-end approached, Wu Xinqing, with a messy hairdo, excitedly gathered people on the back mountain, shouting hoarsely, "It's done. Today, everyone will see how powerful my hand grenade is." Although he was older and a senior, his wild look made everyone smile. They stood in groups on the hillside, all watching him. Lost in his excitement, Wu Xinqing pulled out an iron bottle from a nearby box, pulled the fuse hard, and threw it onto the hillside. They waited for 2 seconds.
Boom.
It exploded with a 2-meter radius. 7-7 couldn't help but feel surprised and impressed. In just over a month, Uncle Wu had perfected the ratio for the gunpowder formula. My goodness, it really works. It's not as powerful as the Villa Masters, but digging and leveling mountains definitely works. Chaoyan took out a hand grenade, examined it. It wasn't as delicate as the Villa Masters, but it worked well enough. Lai Jinghu, standing nearby, grabbed one and said, "Give me. This thing is great for defending the city. Next time the people from Swallow City attack, I'll throw a few baskets of these and wipe them out completely." He then pulled the fuse, and it exploded before he could throw it. "Be careful. It might up in your hand," Wu Xinqing shouted. 7-7 was in a dangerous situation. He kicked out, and a loud explosion rang out in midair, accompanied by fireworks. Lai Jinghu trembled with fear, swinging his arm. Just a moment more, and the explosion would have hit him. "Is it going to up in your hand?" Wu Xinqing called out. 7-7, in a tense moment, kicked out, and the explosion burst in the air, with fireworks shooting everywhere. Lai Jinghu was terrified. He shook his trembling arm, almost dropping the grenade. Did this hand grenade recognize someone? Next to him, Ning Tuo patted his chest, saying, "Oh my, I almost blew up Brother Lai." Wu Xinqing straightened his back. "Most of them are fine. A small part might be due to incorrect proportions, and the iron bottle isn't sturdy enough. No worries, we have experience. If something's wrong, we'll throw it away immediately." Lai Jinghu looked a bit unlucky, realizing he had only a semi-finished product. 7-7, with sharp eyes, noticed Wu Xinqing's scars all over his hands. It was clear he had a lot of experience, probably having exploded many times. "Chaoyan, send someone to take Uncle Wu back to the courtyard to rest." Wu Xin looked anxious. "Now is a critical moment. I need to change the formula, and the iron bottle still needs purification. I can't rest." Like a stubborn old man, he sat heavily in the snow, clutching the nearby stone pillar, refusing to let go. Chi-Chi was both angry and amused. "We saved you just now, and you've already lost half your life. It was hard to bring you back, but in just over a month, you've lost more. Uncle Wu, with your current look, Grandpa Zhuang will surely laugh at you. My eyes are gone. I can't move my arms. How will you develop more powerful cannons in the future?"
Cannons?
Wu Xin ignored Zhuang Lao's joke. He said he was the first to build a house, but he actually made a hand grenade. Chi-Chi tempted him. Like a tank, it can move. When you put explosives into a cannon, it can shoot hundreds or even thousands of meters. Catapult? Wu Xin's quick mind immediately thought of the projectile principle of a catapult. Chi-Chi nodded. "Uncle Wu, take care of your health first, then improve the hand grenade. Once the technology is mature and you can produce tens of thousands, you can continue researching cannons." Wu Xin understood the reasoning. Dragon Gate Town was too small, not enough to threaten others. Only powerful weapons that stand undefeated can make people afraid to underestimate them. Inside a mountain cave. "Get lost. Who are you?" "My father is Zhu Xingsheng. If you dare to attack, he will kill you all." Zhu Qinjin shouted desperately. Zhu Qinjin had been imprisoned for over 10 days. The burly guard had been kind to her, but today he suddenly barged in with a lecherous look. Seeing Zhu Qinjin like a frightened little deer, The 5 men burst into loud laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Your father? I'm so scared. Smack. A slap landed on Zhu Qinjin's face. Do you think you're useful now? Always ordering me around. Today you want roast chicken, tomorrow fish soup.
Bah.
Today I'll get my revenge, with interest. He said this as he took off his shirt and untied his waistband. Seeing the man down to just a pair of open-crotched trousers, Zhu Qinjin truly panicked. She stood up and scrambled around the cave. The 5 men looked like a pack of wolves teasing a white rabbit, one tearing off a cotton coat, another pulling a cloak, until finally they revealed their pale bodies.
Ah.
Get lost. Go away, my father. My father will definitely kill you. Her desperate and tragic cries for help lasted half an hour, until finally silence returned, leaving only the heavy breathing of the men. About an hour later, a group of people in black descended from the mountain. Outside the cave, they heard obscene sounds. Understood. Still arrived too late.
Stop.
With a loud shout, a group of men in black burst in. One person working stopped, shut up, and tilted his buttocks. The other 4 by the fire were still unaware. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the man with his buttocks raised lost his head. A burst of blood sprayed onto everyone's face.
Ah.
In extreme fear, the 4 men hurriedly ran backward. Inside the cave. Dead end. I'll fight. One man picked up a stick from the ground and spat at the intruders. The remaining 3 finally reacted, determined to fight to the end. One drew a torch from the fire and showed a fierce look. Brothers, I advise you not to get involved. Just as he finished shouting, blades like snowflakes shot out, streaks of red. For more heads dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhu Qinjin, who was empty-handed, looked like a flower battered by a storm, broken, lifeless, and scarred. A man in black had already thrown a large cloak onto Zhu Qinjin. The black-clad killer, who had killed 5 men, all went outside the cave. After a while, silence filled the cave. Watching the snowflakes dance in the evening, heavy snow had sealed the mountain. A few black-clad men, helpless, said their master told them not to interfere, but Miss Chi-Chi said they should. The leader entered the cave, seeing Zhu Qinjin, who looked like a corpse, and had to give a strong dose. He coughed softly and cruelly said, Miss Zhu, your family had trouble during the 10 days you were lost. Your father is dead. Finally, Zhu Qinjin, motionless like a corpse, slowly moved her eyes and opened her mouth. After a long time, she regained her voice and asked, What did you say? Her voice hoarse, like a broken wind instrument. The black-clad man said, Your father is dead. It was as if her mind was struck by 5 thunderbolts. Suddenly, she exploded. Nonsense. How could my father be dead? The black-clad man said, Put on your clothes. We will secretly show you his body. Zhu Qinjin looked at the man with a fierce gaze. The man returned her expression blankly. They hesitated for a moment. Zhu Qinjin took off her cloak, and in front of the black-clad men moved slowly, like an old woman, one piece at a time, dressing herself carefully. The black-clad men quickly jumped outside the cave. When Zhu Qinjin came out again, her head was without any jewelry, but her hair was neatly arranged, carefully tidied. The moonless night turned the snow on the ground into frost. The group hurried into Zhu's house, heading straight to the memorial hall. My son has 5 children. I should be the head of the family. When the eldest uncle was still alive, he liked my younger brother Wei the most. He even said himself that he wanted to adopt our brother Chen. Nonsense. When did old Zhu say that? Inside the morning hall, the argument continued. Zhu Qinjin's eyes blazed with anger as he tore off the white cloth from the corridor. Can you help me kill those people? I will give you 100,000 grains of food. Zhu Qinjin looked fiercely at Buzhong, the person in charge of the secret patrol remaining in Yanzi City from Longmen Town. Buzhong lowered his head, deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons. If they killed everyone, they would have to stay hidden for a while and couldn't act recklessly. But 100,000 grains of food. It was too tempting. Enough to feed Longmen Town through spring. He decided to risk it. Okay. Suddenly, a group of people in black burst into the hall. There's an assassin. The steward at the door, who was a guest, didn't finish speaking before he was pierced through the heart with a sword. Everyone inside was thrown into chaos. Zhu Qinjin drew her long sword and walked up to her supposed younger brother, Zhu Yi. When did my father acknowledge you, this group of bloodsuckers? When did he accept you as his stepson? Senior sister Chen, don't kill me. It's my father. He told me to lie. 15-year-old Zhu Yi was so frightened he wet his pants. Seeing Zhu Qinjin coldly staring at him like a savage beast, filled with murderous rage, Zhu Yi's fear reached its peak. He knelt and kowtowed to Zhu Qinjin. I only became your stepson. Senior sister Chen, you're just talking nonsense. I'm leaving. I'm running away. Suddenly, he pulled out a small dagger and stabbed at Zhu Qinjin.
Go to.
Zhu Qinjin sneered coldly and struck with her sword. Zhu Yi, with wide eyes, couldn't believe it as he felt a hand of blood from his chest and collapsed to the ground, dead with eyes wide open. Zhu Qinjin, filled with hatred, stabbed repeatedly. Ha, they think they can take my family?
Dream on.
Nieces? I am your fifth uncle. A middle-aged man nearby saw Zhu Qinjin and called out for help. She ignored him and walked to the coffin in the middle of the room. Within just 2/4 of an hour, the Zhu family's house was engulfed in flames. In a nearby alley, Zhu Qinjin, holding a corpse, let out a sinister laugh. Haha, they think killing my father and stealing the Zhu family's estate will get them my family silver? Grain? Dream on. Because refugees kept arriving at Longmen town one after another, nearly 4,000 mouths depended on Fengwu Mountain Villa for food. The grain stored in Chi-Chi space was enough, but they also needed to keep some in reserve. So, these days, they had been staying in the forbidden area behind Fengwu Mountain Villa, where there was a 3-acre field. Planting seeds took less than 1/4 of an hour, and sprouts appeared, blossomed, and bore fruit. In just 2 days, the 3-acre field was full of crops. Fortunately, during her free time, Chi-Chi went with Yu Junxian into the deep mountains and forests, where they found many high-level medicinal herbs. After absorbing them, her wood-type supernatural power has now recovered to level 7. During this period, rice production was not much, but pumpkins, taro, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and soybeans totaled around 40 to 50,000 jin. On the 3rd day, a gray pigeon flew into Fengshin Garden. Nan Yuan had been waiting nearby and took down the message from the pigeon. After reading it, he went to the greenhouse in the backyard of Fengshin Garden. He saw the master working in the fields. He silently passed by her. Yu Junxian paused for a moment, but continued to the land. Miss Fu, there's a letter from Yen City, Nan Yuan said, handing her a note. Chi-Chi finished reading and sighed deeply. Old Master Wen was startled and carefully set down his teacup, pouring himself some tea to calm his nerves. Ahem, I was mistaken. Then which young master from the Yu family, the one your respected master prefers, is it? Old Master Wen tentatively asked. None. Fu Chi-Chi said fearlessly. Why rush? Whoever sits in that chair won't neglect Li Yuan. In the end, Old Master Wen didn't get the answer he wanted. Watching the efforts to win over the Yu and Meng families for Feng Hongya, there was little progress. Such a perfect opportunity to make a great contribution, yet these two groups didn't seem to value it. Old Master Wen felt frustrated. Meanwhile, at the dock, the bustling scene was lively. The last cargo ship before the new year had returned from the river. Cha Yan was early waiting at the dock. When Kuang Xiaobo disembarked, she asked, Xiaobo, where are my raw stones? Did you bring them back? The 2 raw stones you wanted have all been transported back. I also bought 5 more. You can take them to the owner of the estate, Kuang Xiaobo said, adjusting the box in his arms. This time, the jade quality was excellent. He directly asked his master to craft 2 sets from the best pieces. Cha Yan brought the 2 raw jade stones back to her courtyard. She encountered Yu Junxian, tall and graceful, walking slowly toward her. The guards behind her fell silent. She pouted and said, Why is everyone afraid of him? Yu Junxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of green as he looked at the stones pulled out by the guards.
What's that?
He asked. Raw jade stones. A few days ago, we agreed with the jade merchants. Today, Xiaobo brought them back, Cha Yan explained. Yu Junxian stopped and examined all the jade stones, inspecting their quality through a small cut. His gaze finally settled on the 2 raw jade stones, and he paused in thought. A piece of cool, glowing jade. A piece of bright red jade with a rosy hue. Both are top-quality raw stones chosen by Cha Yan. She suddenly feels a pang in her heart. I want this piece of jade, Yu Junxian said softly. Nan Yuan, deliver it to Fengxin courtyard. Cha Yan's face fell. Yu Junxian casually turned his head. Do you have a problem? Take it away, take it away. Cha Yan waved her hand. She brought this piece of jade for Zhuang Pingyi. The rosy red jade was planned for the master of the house. Its color is like phoenix flowers, fiery and bright. The master will surely like it. But she didn't know that top-quality jade can also nourish Chi-Chi's special wood element. Zhuang Pingyi arrived and saw the rosy red jade. His eyes lit up. It's perfect for Cha Yan. He lowered his head and leaned in close. Seeing the color, he thought it was shy, and the fine jade seemed to grow like delicate branches. Hearing the sound, the jade's voice was clear and pure, like washing away dust from the world. The jade's tone was bright and beautiful, shining through the room. Cha Yan saw Zhuang Pingyi staring intently at the raw jade stone and not speaking. She knew he didn't like it. After all, the jade was gentle and breezy, carved into a jade crown that suited his tall, handsome figure. Its pure jade quality was perfect. Do you have tools? Cut it into 2 pieces. Keep one for the master of the house. Half. Even half is bigger than 2 palms. After measuring, if it's full jade, it could make a pair of bangles, 2 hairpins, a pair of earrings, and a jade pendant, just enough for a complete set. If it's not full jade, it could still make a bangle or a pair of earrings. Why not look at the other pieces? Some are average and a few have green. Cha Yan suggested. Zhuang Pingyi was worried Cha Yan might see through his thoughts. He quickly hid his feelings with a touch of coldness. Jade grows in the mountains, nourishing the plants. Pearls come from deep waters, and cliffs don't wither. I will take it. He hurriedly left with the raw jade stone. Jiazan. She managed this. She collected a scholar's silver ticket worth 1,000 taels, and made him accept it with difficulty. Yu Junxian used lightning and thunder to carve a jade bangle from the raw stone in just over a day and a night. On New Year's Eve, 6 lively tables were set for the family dinner. Lei Jinghu and Nan Yuan and others drank and argued loudly. Yu Junxian kept control over Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked at him with resentment. While he was toasting, Chi-Chi secretly poured a bottle of red wine into the wine barrel and drank with Cha Yan and others. When Yu Junxian returned, Chi-Chi's cheeks were flushed. She grabbed his hand and said, Brother Tsong, I'll show you a dance called the Heavenly Fairy Scatterflowers. Seeing a group of rough men singing and playing instruments below, Chi-Chi pinched her fingers, and her supernatural power flickered in her palm. Lord Yu Junxian looked grim as he swiftly entered Fengxin courtyard. Inside, a tall pile of phoenix trees was covered in snow. Ha ha ha. Chi-Chi giggled like silver bells around the phoenix trees, and as she moved her hands, bright red phoenix flowers slowly bloomed, set against a pure white background, stunningly beautiful. Is it pretty? Her fiery red eyes sparkled with liveliness and grace, reminding people of a fairy tree on a snowy mountain peak, proud and high in the sky. Yu Junxian waved his hand, pulling Chi-Chi into his arms. He slightly smiled, his voice deep and husky, beautiful like a snow mountain spirit. Then, the falling phoenix flowers scattered like rain and waterfalls, glowing with sunset light, covering the 2 lovers who snuggled together. Their breaths grew hotter. Chi-Chi bit her lip, her back being gently stroked by a large hand that seemed of magic power, slowly caressing her waist. Her sensitive skin trembled under the touch. I saw you secretly drinking 2 bottles of red wine. Yu Junxuan's gaze was flirtatious, fixed on her misty eyes. A petal fell onto her brow, burning like fire, matching the redness at the corner of her eyes. I just took a small sip. Yu Junxian leaned down, biting a phoenix flower petal, then grazing her eyebrows, the corners of her eyes, cheeks, and nose. A tingling sensation like an electric current shot from her brow to her chest, making her heart beat faster and her face flush. Chi couldn't resist. Her body softened, losing strength. She licked her dry lips and whispered, "Brother Song."
I'm Festi.
It sounded like a murmur. Yu Junshuan's dark eyes turned red, his Adam's apple moving as he said, "I'll feed you." Suddenly, a soft, long body pressed into him. The rich, sweet wine scent mixed with fresh wood aroma overwhelmed her senses, making her tremble uncontrollably. She slowly closed her eyes, her hands curling around Brother Song's neck, her nimble tongue curling slightly in response. The air grew thinner. A faint, fragrant breath floated in the quiet, creating a mist of scent.
Ah!
"You bad boy." A childish, soft voice sounded. Chi suddenly pulled away. Only her red lips remained. Her body was still restrained by the wide, tall figure. Then, she saw Xiao Zhao covering her eyes with rocks, and Rock turned his head and closed his eyes. Followed by Nan Yuan, who had already slipped outside the courtyard gate. Chi was anxious. "Brother Song."
You.
"Let go. It's not convenient." "Yes, we are at Qiushui Pavilion." Yu Junxian spoke calmly, slowly, without hurry. Their figures disappeared. After a long while, the two little cute kids opened their eyes, still seeing someone there. "Bad boy Brother Song." Yu Junxian half-held Chi as they approached Qiushui Pavilion, when suddenly they heard from outside the outhouse. The man hurriedly pulled at the woman's clothes, eager to take her onto the soft couch. "Did you tell Sister Xiang Ci about our engagement?" "Humph, of course I did. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be able to come out with you. After the spring festival, I'll ask my mother to propose marriage to the village chief and Sister Xiang Ci. You're so beautiful. Where did you learn all this? Gentle stuff? Be careful. Don't bite. Where are you going after you leave the boat?" "Nothing. Just read a comic book." "Hey, a fighting comic book." In the blink of an eye, the sounds of a man and woman quickly entangling, their heavy, hurried breathing, filled the room. It was awkward. Very awkward. Even though Yu Junxian quickly took Chi away, both of them being supernatural beings, they could still faintly hear the intimate sounds of their collision from afar. When they returned to Fengxin Courtyard, the atmosphere was filled with their romantic charm. The next day, Chi handed out red envelopes, paying special attention to Xiang Yi. Her brows were tightly knit, full of hope, still a maiden. She couldn't help but think, men are like wolves. But a good man at the final moment can still keep that layer of protection. "Village chief?" Xiang Yi, feeling guilty, raised her collar slightly. It was better not to pull, but when she did, Chi immediately saw the purple and red marks on her neck, like bruises. It was clear the night's fight had been intense.
Cough.
"Did a bug bite your neck? I have some ointment here, you can apply it," Chi said seriously. Xiang Yi always felt there was something hidden in her words. Her face turned red, and she took the red envelope, humming, "Okay." Sure enough, it was the 6th day. Madame Kuang's eyebrows lifted happily as she invited Aunt Chu to be the wedding matchmaker, first coming to Chi-Chi's place. This year, the magpie came early, chirping and chirping, nesting in your Kuang family. "Xiang Yi is beautiful, talented, and capable. Your Kuang family is truly lucky."
Und gejucked.
"Oh, I and Xiang Yi are like mother and daughter, very close. 2 years ago, on the mountain, I even told the head of the household that Xiang Yi would marry into my family someday. I never thought such a dreamlike good thing would come true." Madame Kuang smiled broadly, unable to close her mouth. "Are you secretly happy?" Aunt Chu deliberately rolled her eyes and laughed. Chi-Chi's eyes curved into a smile as she turned happily to Sister Xiang Ci. "Sister Xiang Ci, what do you think?" Xiang Ci, usually calm and steady, couldn't hide her joy now. Madame Kwong and her mother treated her as a junior, and the Kwong family's manners were impeccable. Xiao Bo Kwong. She had watched him grow from a simple farmer boy to now the captain of a trading ship, in charge of everything. Xiang Yi went to the Kwong family, and she felt at ease. She suddenly changed the topic and looked at Kwong Xiaobo in the corner. He was pulling at the window frame, secretly looking at Xiang Yi. Kwong head? Here. Kwong Xiaobo had just finished morning exercises when he heard Sister Xiang call him loudly. He immediately stood at attention, chest out. Everyone chuckled happily. Kwong Xiaobo adjusted his hair. Xiang Xi pondered and said, Xiang Yi and I are from the martial world. We came to Longmen Town after being saved by the village head. We are naturally free-spirited, as you know Xiang Yi is. Everyone calls you Kwong head. You are proud now, but if you cause trouble outside, my Xiang Yi won't forgive easily. Xiang Xi, don't worry. If he acts like his older brother and can't tell right from wrong, I will break his leg. Kwong Bo Nyang promised first. She often heard Chi-Chi talk about wanting a lifelong partner. What about my real mother? She would break his leg too. Yesterday, Xiang Yi said she wanted to cut off his third leg. A disabled person of high rank. Thinking about a bleak future, Kwong Xiaobo immediately shrank his neck and shook his head.
No.
I won't cause trouble.
I just want Xiang Yi.
Xiang Xi was satisfied and nodded at Chi-Chi.
All right.
Let the village head help pick a date and arrange the wedding. Chi-Chi decided firmly. Kwong Xiaobo heard this and suddenly ran out quickly. Xiang Yi, wife. We're getting married. In the yard, a group of carrot heads practicing swordsmanship suddenly looked at Sister Xiang. Xiang Yi blushed, and her sword moved, stabbing toward Kwong Xiaobo. Humph. You have to beat me first.
Beat you?
Then can I carry you to bed? Kwong Xiaobo still remembered yesterday's incident of sneaking into the warm chamber. He took a shot at her from outside, feeling a bit regretful. Xiang Yi raised her eyebrows sharply.
Fool. You.
Be quiet. Not wanting to part with him, during their fight, Xiang Yi let him win. Kwong Xiaobo then dragged her into some corner. Old Zhuang checked the lunar calendar. The wedding was set for the 6th day of the 3rd month, with 3 matchmakers and 6 wedding ceremonies, just in time to finish everything. After 15 days, it would be the new year, and everything would start anew. Actually, on the 5th day of the new year, the mountain village had already begun work. At the end of last year, based on a point system and military merits, each military camp and labor team was rated into 4 levels. Each level received generous year-end rewards, such as rice, meat, fish, candies, and cloth. Especially the top 30 or so with outstanding military merits. Each was given a small 3-room courtyard in the military family compound. When their families saw the new courtyard, they were very happy. There were new tables, new quilts, and even complete sets of pots and bowls. Most notably, the water well in the courtyard was especially delightful. Even in peaceful times, we don't have such good days. If many people were watching over me, I would wish to go back last year, to work hard and train well. This year, the point system is still in place, so on the 5th day of the new year, everyone is determined to improve, hoping for promotions and bonuses. Therefore, those carrying hoes leave early in the morning. Those training arrive at the training ground at dawn, shouting loudly. At this moment, Zhu Qinjin, who usually keeps a low profile, came over and said, "You have 2 female soldiers? I see that the women around you, Xiang Xi, Kayan, and Yusei, are all skilled fighters." Chi-Chi didn't understand her intention and replied, "Yes, all the women and children around me are good at fighting. In chaotic times, it's a survival skill." Suddenly, Zhu Qinjin started crying uncontrollably. After crying for a while, she said, "My father once hired a swordsman for me when I was young, but unfortunately, I didn't realize my limits and looked down on women who trained in martial arts. If I had listened to my father, I wouldn't be in this situation. And my father wouldn't have fallen into someone else's trap and been killed." Chi-Chi sighed. Women face many hardships, especially women in the inner chambers. Actually, I respect you. Respect me? Better to live badly than die happily? Zhu Qinjin said sarcastically, then added self-deprecatingly, I also want to die. Be done with it. But my father, he only has me and treats me like a treasure. If I don't avenge my family, how can I be worthy of being his child? Chi-Chi said, You must not belittle yourself. I heard you're very knowledgeable. I am planning to establish a girls' school. Would you like to be a teacher? Zhu Qinjin looked bitter. Someone like me, how can I be a teacher? Looking down from above, the world is vast, and I fear I can't even find a place to hide. Chi-Chi was a bit surprised by Zhu Qinjin's resentful and self-pitying look, mainly because her usual fierce, commanding image was so deeply ingrained. So, what is your plan? Zhu Qinjin wiped her tears and changed her tone, her eyes turning fierce. Learn martial arts. I will join your women's camp with my martial maid. I won't disturb you. Just treat me as an ordinary soldier. This surprised Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, My women's camp is very strict in training. Someone like you, with no martial foundation, probably can't endure.
No.
I can do it. Zhu Qinjin took off her outer robe, revealing a black combat outfit, her face full of hatred. The heads of the Chao family, the Duan family. I want to kill them myself. And so, a clumsy new recruit appeared in the women's camp. Every day, she was covered in scars but still gritted her teeth and trained until sunset. Suddenly, everyone became more competitive. It used to be 3 hours of training each day, but now everyone trains for 4 hours, as if they're full of energy. Tian was once again helplessly blocked by Zhang Wei in a corner of the training ground. Miss Tian, I have no parents, and I will treat you well in the future. I will give you all my money, everything I have. Zhang Wei, who was initially nervous and awkward, now spoke more smoothly. He kept staring at Tian with a bold look, waiting for her answer. Tian felt a strong urge to find a sack, put him inside, and hit him with a stick. He had blocked her 7 or 8 times. Many people were already gossiping about it. Captain Zhang, looking at my height and small build, I don't think I match you. You should find a taller girl. Tian deliberately belittled herself, gesturing with her hand. Her height was just above Zhang Wei's chest. Zhang Wei looked gentle. Strong and sturdy, I can protect you better. Tian shivered and said, Honestly, I like someone else. Zhang Wei didn't believe her, his eyes full of teasing. In her mind, Tian desperately searched for a boyfriend. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in her thoughts. She was happy and blurted out, I like scholars like Zhuang Pingyi. Just as she finished, there was a loud noise. Zhuang Pingyi, nearby, was stunned in place, dropping his scroll in shock. Both turned to look at the sound. Tian, seeing a savior, rushed over and grabbed Zhuang Pingyi's sleeve, then ran away. She left a parting remark as she went, Captain Zhang, when you get married someday, I will definitely give you a big gift. Watching them leave, Zhang Wei's expression darkened, like a hurt bear. Captain Zhang? Oh, your confession failed again, said Zhu Qinjin, sitting on the wall and mocking. Coincidentally, this was the 3rd time Zhu Qinjin saw Zhang Wei confess to Tian. Zhang Wei looked embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, and said, Miss Zhu. He glanced casually, his hair messy, face scratched in several places, and his gaze lingered on her wrist skin, which was especially bruised and purple. Miss Zhu, you have no basic skills. Climbing over walls or hills with brute force can easily cause injuries. You could practice basic skills with Miss Zhao Zhao's troop for a month or 2. Once your muscles and bones are stronger, then do special training. Zhang Wei kindly advised. Zhu Qinjin's face darkened. It's none of your business. Mind your own. Zhang Wei. He brushed dust off his face, trying to help her, but she brushed dirt onto him. Ah, a scream came from the other side of the wall. Zhang Wei didn't care about his face covered in dust and dirt. He jumped onto the wall and saw Zhu Qinjin clutching her stomach in pain, with several winding blood streams seeping from beneath her. Zhang Wei ignored everything else and quickly picked her up, shouting to a nearby soldier, Hurry, call the military doctor. He ran to the center of the martial arts practice ground and saw the master of the estate, who, yes, was a healer. Master, Zhu Qinjin is injured. She's bleeding, Zhang Wei shouted. Fu Qiqi, holding a long cherry blossom spear, threw it to a nearby soldier, saying, "Keep practicing. Pair up in twos, for 15 minutes. The person on the left side moves up one step, then switch opponents." "Yes," the soldiers responded. Fu Qiqi followed Zhang Wei toward the nearby tent. Gently setting Zhu Qinjin down, Zhang Wei looked at his blood-stained right hand and exclaimed, "Master, her bottom is hurt."
Fu Qiqi.
Hurt in the bottom? What kind of injury is that? Qiqi sat at the edge of a pit, resting her hand on Zhu Qinjin's right hand. Seeing her face turn pale and hearing her painful groans, she asked, "Does it hurt there?" "Stomach," Zhu Qinjin weakly replied. Qiqi's mental energy circulated along her meridians, finally stopping at her stomach. In a moment, Qiqi was stunned. She told Zhang Wei, "Go outside, arrange for some buckets of hot water, and find a girl's clothing from He Zhu's family." Zhang Wei responded with an and went out. Before that, Cha Yan, who had escaped, pulled Zhuo Pingyi and ran to the arch bridge, finally letting go and catching her breath, saying, "Sorry, I was just annoyed by Zhang Wei, so I had to come up with this plan." "Look at your face turning red, you're scared, huh? With such tender skin, how will you find a wife in the future?" Cha Yan's small mouth moved quickly, but the blush on her ears betrayed her. Zhuo Pingyi was still overwhelmed with joy, feeling dizzy. Seeing Zhuo Yan's face turn red and then pale, she wondered if she had previously teased him with flirtatious words, or that time when she forcibly kissed him. She suddenly felt a bit disappointed and awkwardly laughed. "Brother, you really like me, huh?" Zhuo Pingyi's happiness flickered in his eyes. He quickly controlled his slightly excited expression and pretended to be reserved, saying, "I." Cha Yan, nervous, suddenly feared hearing his next words. Just then, He Zhu was seen rushing by with a basket, panting heavily. "He Zhu, why are you running so fast? My girl is badly injured. She's bleeding all over." He Zhu exclaimed in panic, followed by two maidservants.
"Huh?
"Master Zhuo, I'll go right away." Cha Yan ran back to the training ground with her. "It's Xine EU." But Cha Yan had already run far away and didn't hear the rest. Zhuo Pingyi looked disappointed as he took out a fiery phoenix hairpin from his sleeve. Inside the barracks, Qiqi used her wood-based supernatural power to spin inside her body several times, adjusting her health. Finally, her eyes showed a complex expression. "You're pregnant." Zhu Qinjin's eyes widened, and she bit her lip tightly, memories of the cave scene flashing through her mind.
"Ah."
Zhu Qinjin pounded her hands on the pit, shouting several times. After a long while, she looked at the bloodstains near the pit with a defeated face and coldly asked, "Is he dead?" She meant the fetus. "You train too hard and show signs of a miscarriage. Take good care of yourself and the fetus should be fine," Qiqi honestly said. Hearing this, Zhu Qinjin struggled to get up and rushed outside. Qiqi grabbed her. "You're still bleeding. Aren't you tired of risking your life? Let go. I need to train. I want to practice the spear."
"I want to learn swordsmanship."
"How can he still be alive? He should die. He deserves to die today." Zhu Qinjin kept trying to break free from Qiqi's hold, her whole body falling into madness. Qiqi slapped her across the face. "You're trying to kill yourself. If you die, how can you avenge your father? The child doesn't matter. There's a way."
Yes. I don't want him. He must die."
"Tell me, what way?"
"Hurry."
"He must die today." Zhu Qinjin knelt on the ground, face full of pain. The two outside the door just heard this and froze in shock. "Child?" He Zhu was horrified. "What did you say about a child?" Kayan knew the truth. Now, He Zhu was Zhu Qinjin's top maid and needed her care, so she pulled her aside and told her about the accident earlier this year.
No wonder
Miss takes a long bath every day, over half an hour. Must turn her body red before stopping. I thought she was upset because the master died." He Zhu's face was filled with tears. When they returned to the house, Zhu Qinjin was already asleep. Haju, help your lady change her clothes. The abortion medicine, I will ask Kayan to deliver it. I will come by this afternoon at 3. Chi-Chi said calmly. Abortion medicine? Haju's face turned pale, and she swayed. Okay, thank you, Master Fu. Chi-Chi sadly left, walking towards the small martial arts training ground, changing direction. The woman was struggling. She had to plan for Zhao Zhao. In recent days, she had selected over 80 orphans among the refugees, aged 5 to 12, and assigned more than 40 of them to Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao as their personal guards. Fong Yu stepped forward. I heard your father is a hunter, and you have used a bow before. Show everyone a demonstration. Little Zhao Zhao, with her hands behind her back, walked out with the same steps as Yu Junxian, her face expressionless. Yes. Fong Yu, the tallest girl in the second row, stepped forward, took the bow and arrow from Zheng Manzi, and moved her left leg forward. She slightly bent her front knee and struggled to pull the bow because her body was trembling. The bow was tilted to one side, not straight. With a twang, the arrow flew past the target. Ha ha ha. Everyone, just children, laughed loudly at Fong Yu missing. Quiet. Xiao Zhao Zhao said sternly, looking serious. Is it funny? Fong Yu's stance is very correct. You three, demonstrate whether you can make a proper shooting posture. The 3 boys who laughed the loudest stepped forward, awkwardly trying to imitate a crab walk. One of them staggered and fell to the ground. This time, the children didn't dare to laugh. You all go back to your teams. Do you know why Fong Yu's stance was correct but she still missed? The little girl pretended to be mysterious. Dozens of small heads shook in reply. Whoosh! Xiao Zhao Zhao pulled the bow back fully and shot an arrow that hit the center of the target 100 meters away. Hit! Right in the center.
Wow.
Miss Zhao Zhao is so amazing. Xiao Zhao Zhao remained calm and confident. Archery requires strong arms and steady footing. I've practiced every morning since I was 5. First, I hang upside down from a tree for half an hour, then I practice horse stance on plum blossom posts for another half hour. Only then can I be as steady as that big stone. The younger children listened, seeming to understand, but not fully. Still, they admired Zhao Zhao deeply. Qiu Qiu, leaning against the corner wall, felt comforted. Xiao Zhao Zhao, the clever girl, knew how to show off her skills to make everyone admire her. She turned and headed to the opposite side, hearing the sound of hee-hee-ha-hee as the children exerted their strength. It turned out the children had split into 2 teams, standing in horse dances, arm wrestling 2 by 2. As she approached, she just caught the tail end of their sounds. Soon, 23 children had won. Quickly, form lines and team up. Xiao Yan Yan, holding a stick, waved and directed. The 23 children quickly formed 2 teams. After some effort, only 6 remained victorious. Xiao Yan Yan nodded with satisfaction. You 6 are team leaders now, each with 7 little soldiers. From now on, you are like captains. As leaders, you must set an example and lead training. The 6 children's eyes sparkled, and they nodded seriously. One young child was unhappy and stepped forward. I lost today, but I know I will win next time. It's because I didn't eat enough before, so I didn't have strength. I don't agree either. We just lost because I couldn't hold my breath and got discouraged. Everyone burst into laughter. Quiet. Raise your hand before speaking in the future. Only answer when given permission. Next to him, Song Pan's eyes widened angrily. Little Yan Yan's face was calm. After Song Pan finished speaking, she said, a few people caused trouble just now. Deduct 1 point. Deductions mean less food. A few people looked a bit discouraged. Little Yan Yan also praised, although it's a rule, Hu Quanzi's question was right. There's also one more piece of news to announce today. From now on, there will be monthly and quarterly exams. If you can win first place in each group during competitions, you'll have a chance to become team captain. Right now, I have 6 teams. In the future, there will be 10 or 20 teams, 1 camp, 2 camps. My future camp leader, like Uncle A, can divide the small yard, land, grain, and cloth. This time, The ghost heads covered their mouths, afraid of shouting out happily. Their eyes sparkled as they stared at Yan Yan. Fu Qiqi couldn't help but admire Yan Yan's talent. Her leadership skills were as good as an adult's. She also thanked the 3 teachers. First, Brother Song enlightened her, then Qiu Jian taught her during her travels, and now old Zhuang was giving lessons. Each had their strengths. After 10 days, Zhu Qinjin finished her confinement and could finally go out. She originally wanted to take a walk nearby, but unexpectedly ended up at the training ground. Miss Zhu, is your injury on your healed? Zhang Wei saw Zhu Qinjin recovering and looking pale, and asked with concern. Zhu Qinjin looked confused. Your injury? Zhang Wei touched his head, then remembered. Zhu Qinjin was the young lady of the family, not someone like him, a common person. He apologized. I was talking nonsense. Zhu Qinjin suddenly remembered that day when Zhang Wei found her injured. She laughed so hard tears kept flowing. Ha ha, my injury. Yes, I hurt my... Suddenly clear. She wiped her tears, and her face lost its dead look. She looked more lively and sincerely said, Thank you, Zhang Wei. Suddenly coming and going just as quickly? All right, no need to thank me. Zhang Wei saw everyone had already run far away and didn't mind. He turned around to continue training. Zhu Qinjin walked back happily. On the way, she met Granny Wei, who was out digging wild vegetables. Zhu, bring your small knife and basket. Let's go dig wild vegetables with Granny Wei. Zhu asked, Miss, can't you touch cold water yet? It's been enough time. No problem, Zhu Qinjin said, already walking ahead with Granny Wei. Seeing the young lady happy, Zhu wiped her tears and went back to the yard, bringing a few small knives and 2 baskets. In the wasteland, these are dandelions. The doctor still uses them as medicine. Eating them is good for health. Grandma Wei dug out some wild vegetables and taught Zhu Qinjin. Zhu Qinjin took them and prepared to compare and dig. Miss Jinjin, look at this one. Thin, long leaves called shepherd's purse. The owner loves to eat it. I heard it's very fragrant when used to make dumplings. But I didn't want to make dumplings, so I just boiled it to eat and it's very sweet. Grandma Wei dug out another wild vegetable. Does Fu Qiqi like wild vegetables? Zhu Qinjin asked uncertainly. Yes. The owner is kind, and he even arranges for people to collect wild vegetables at the dock every day, exchanging them for grain. Talking about exchanging grain, Grandma Wei smiled with her eyes squinting. The potatoes and sweet potatoes she exchanged for smelled very good. Zhu Qinjin looked at the barren land. The old, weak, and children were all digging wild vegetables. She naturally focused on digging shepherd's purse. When Zhu arrived, the 2 dug for nearly half an hour and collected enough for a basket. Back in the yard, she asked Zhu to help pack all the wild vegetables into dumplings with pork, specifically instructing that the shepherd's purse must be blanched in hot water to remove bitterness. Zhu was puzzled, wondering when the young lady learned to cook. The dumplings were cooked, and Zhu Qinjin tasted one. Sure enough, it was fragrant and delicious. Zhu, pack 3 plates. Come with me to Fengxin Courtyard. Okay. Hearing Fengxin Courtyard, Zhu knew it was a gift for Master Fu. She also tasted the dumplings and found them very tasty. Master, Miss Zhu is here? Yusei knocked on the door.
Come in.
Fu Qiqi was counting medicinal seeds and fruit seeds. February was approaching, the time to plant seedlings. Zhu Qinjin carried a lunchbox and entered alone. I heard you like shepherd's purse pork dumplings. I dug the shepherd's purse myself, and I also made quite a few dumplings. Eat them while hot. Qiqi was lost in thought. You went to dig wild vegetables? Why not? Don't believe me? The proud young lady Zhu Qinjin was straightforward. Qiqi peeked and saw she looked healthier than yesterday, with dirt under her nails, so it was real. Good to understand. People need to live, and life must go on. She packed various seeds aside, took the lunchbox, and set out 3 large bowls of dumplings. Zhu Qinjin handed her chopsticks. Qiqi tasted one, delicious. Shepherd's purse is the freshest in the season, and your cook's filling is well seasoned. A perfect match. Depends on who digs the wild vegetables, the proud young lady said haughtily. Probably hungry, Zhu Qinjin ate a large bowl, then put down her chopsticks and pointed at a few boxes of seeds on the ground. Curious. What are these? Seeds for grain, medicine, vegetables, and fruit trees. The wasteland has been cleared, and the refugees are waiting to plant seedlings and transplant rice. Chi-Chi replied. Zhu Qinjin looked at Fu Chi-Chi with a complicated expression. She heard from Grandma Wei that the land Fu Chi-Chi divided out, the tenants only need to pay 5 layers of rent, while others usually pay 7, and they can borrow seeds and tools in advance. You are kind-hearted. In times of chaos, who would want to shelter useless refugees? Not only do you shelter them, but you also arrange houses, food, and land for planting. Chi-Chi rarely joked, pretending to be proud as she said, "The more beautiful you look, the greater the responsibility." When Yu Junxian came to call Chi-Chi for a meal, she saw the two talking happily. Having experienced the loss of her family, Zhu Qinjin grew to respect Chi-Chi more and more. Her petty thoughts about men and women gradually faded. Knowing they were discussing something important, she stood up gracefully and bowed. "Young master Yu, peace be with you." Then she carried the empty meal box and left casually. Chi-Chi handed over the wrapped medicine seeds and fruit tree seeds to Yu Junxian. "Later this afternoon, we'll go to the back garden's forbidden area to grow seedlings. We need to prepare for planting." Seeing Yu Junxian frowning, Chi-Chi pinched his waist. "Oh, seeing someone show no affection for you, you start to feel lost." Yu Junxian's dark eyes brightened slightly, and he embraced Chi-Chi. "But are you jealous?" Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. As they walked along the main road, they saw the Wen sisters coming together. "Chi-Chi, we're here to eat with you," Wen Zixian said familiarly and affectionately. Yu Junxian's expression turned slightly cold, shielding Chi-Chi on one side and blocking Wen Zixian's gaze. Wen Zixian realized she had been careless. In front of Chi-Chi, she naturally behaved like a daughter. "Sure, just in time to go back and eat together," Chi-Chi said casually, glancing at her elder brother Song. Along the way, they learned that old Master Wen had been thinking about the Meng family army. Today, they finally found out it was because Wen's wife didn't want to get involved with the Feng family, blocking his letter, and he was furious. The two sisters usually come to Chi-Chi's place to eat for free. "I heard Meng's family also has a cavalry unit, skilled at training ghost soldiers. After covering their hooves with felt, they can raid silently at night for 100 miles, Yu Junxian suddenly said. When Zixian was surprised. "Young Master Yu, you've uncovered their secret. The Feng family wants my maternal grandfather's cavalry to go to the northern battlefield to help fight the Nangong family." Yu Junxian said. Near the outskirts of Lindu, a miracle appeared at Lake Taihu. A giant stone suddenly displayed 5 characters. Heaven's decree, the people obey. So the common people petitioned to make the Nangong family emperor. The Feng family is anxious and wants to stop the Nangong family from becoming emperor, planning a surprise attack, but lacking good soldiers and commanders. Miracles. Fu Chi-Chi felt that uncomfortable feeling again. Her family used her miracles to grow from an unknown force into one of the 5 major powers in just over a year. She decided to find time to destroy her family's reason for doing this. When Zixian's eyes flashed with a dark light. "I see now." She had already donated 120,000 pounds of grain to the Feng family and was even trying to drag the Meng family into trouble, greedy for profit. She wouldn't hesitate to ignore her father-daughter relationship now. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. "Master Zhuang! Young Master Wen! Young Master Qiao is here!" Manager Chen's eyebrows lifted with joy as he hurried over happily. When Zixian steadied herself, feeling a buzzing in her head.
Fukiki smiled warmly.
"You say, invite young Master Qiao into the main hall. Also, tell the kitchen to prepare quickly. Lunch and dinner will be served in 2 hours." "Yes." You say enter the inner courtyard efficiently, quickly taking charge. Yu Junxian tilted his head, confused. Fu Chi-Chi gently tugged on Yu Junxian's arm and explained, "We've been fleeing from Longmen Town. Along the way, Qiu Jianbai protected us for 3 months. Later, we heard when Zixian was caught in an assassination deadlock, so he went to help her escape. We haven't seen each other for about 7 or 8 months. Yu Junxian nodded. Is that the Chiu family from Yunju City in the west?
Yes.
Does Brother Tsong know?
Yes.
The Chiu family is skilled in trickery and strategy. They have always helped wise rulers during chaotic times, stabilizing the country. That's why every family's collection includes a record of the Chiu family.
Chiu Jianbai likes Yan Yan.
He's been teaching him along the way. I heard that Chiu Jianbai is very talented, personally taught by his grandfather with great wealth and knowledge, known as a little Zhuge Liang. So that's how capable Chiu Jianbai is. Big brother? Big brother Chiu has arrived. When Shanmei saw her brother looking stunned and called out to him several times. Yes, I'm fine, when Zixian regained his composure and coughed lightly. Everyone waited at the Taiji Square for Chiu Jianbai and his group. Soon, they saw the leader in the distance, dressed in white, spotless, like cold snow in a desolate land. The figure grew closer, when Zixian slowly moved to the back, taking a less noticeable position. Just as Chi-Chi was about to greet him, an energetic old man with a white beard suddenly appeared behind Chiu Jianbai, carrying a wooden gourd at his waist. Hey, you clever girl Fu? Nan Yuan and Bei Zhou were hoeing the ground, while Cha Yan was using her not-so-exquisite light skill to scatter seeds back and forth. Before Chi-Chi could respond, the old man shouted urgently, Girl Fu? Not engaged yet? Look at my Jianbai. He looked a bit pale and tender, but he could fight and listen well. From now on, when you enter the house, Grandpa will stand by your side. He definitely won't bully you. Everyone. The old man who doesn't follow the usual rules turned out to be Chiu Jianbai's grandfather. Yu Zhuanshuan stepped forward 2 steps, looked directly at old Chiu, and said calmly, Junior Yu Zhuanshuan greets Grandpa Chiu. Thank you for your concern. My family's Chi-Chi is now engaged. Old Chiu let out a sound, circled around Yu Zhuanshuan a few times, and said with admiration, Good bone structure, born to be a brave and noble leader. Then he took out a small booklet from his pocket, flipped through a few pages, and after reading, shouted at his grandson Yu Zhuanshuan. That kid could he be the same Yu Zhuanshuan from before? You guys are talking nonsense. Hearing his grandfather call him, Chiu Jianbai looked away from Wen Zixian and turned to Yu Zhuanshuan. He also heard old Chiu reading from the booklet. Yu Zhuanshuan from Liyuan, known for boasting and arrogance, rude and uneducated, truly a fool. He paused briefly. Not only a fool, but also reckless in morals, extremely cruel, killing his father, which is unforgivable. That's nonsense. Grandpa was skilled in traditional medicine and he understood a bit. The person in front of him, Yu Zhuanshuan from Liyuan, was truly outstanding. Chiu Jianbai said calmly, Grandpa. Originally, Yu Zhuanshuan from Liyuan went to Chiu Jianbai. Old Chiu thought for a moment, then said, The third family Jianbai? Did he go to the Zong family? Yes, Grandpa. Chiu Jianbai replied. Old Chiu's mind seemed to turn quickly. The third family Jianbai went to the Zong family? Yes, Grandpa. Chiu Jianbai confirmed. Old Chiu suddenly remembered that Jianbai was blacklisted and planned to confront Yu Zhuanshuan someday, shouting accusations. The Yu Zhuanshuan he saw in the Qin mansion long ago was completely different from the person in front of him. Old Chiu, with his hands behind his back, looked at the moon and said, Hungry? Let's go back and have lunch. Fuchichi. As the hostess, she finally had a chance to speak. Grandpa Chiu, please come this way. We have prepared some light wine, just waiting for you. The group hurried towards Fengshin courtyard. Chiu Jianbai unconsciously moved closer to Wen Zixian and whispered, Brother Wen, why did you leave without saying goodbye? I wrote many letters afterward, but I never received a reply. Wen Zixian, with a cold face and a hint of distance, replied, Is your cousin Xu Yuan's leg better? Chiu Jianbai looked suspiciously. Xu Yuan's cousin. Fengshin courtyard. Xiao Zhaozhao was already hungry, sitting on a chair, lazily swinging her legs. Big sister still isn't back. Meanwhile, Xiao Yanyan sat upright and handed her a plate of walnut cakes. Zhao Zhao, Have a piece to fill your stomach first. No, I don't want it. Zhao Zhao shook her head. Today, I have big pig's trotters. I want to eat on an empty stomach. Forget it, I'll go check on them. Zhao Zhao quickly rushed outside just as a group of people was entering. She didn't stop in time and bumped into old Xiao, who was holding tightly to his gourd around his waist. Big brother, this is a good thing. Such a fragrant gourd, Zhao exclaimed. Old Xiao huffed and glared, stunned. It was a little girl dressed in pink, with a white, tender face, adorably cute. Her delicate eyebrows and eyes showed cleverness and a bit of mischief, giving a strange but familiar feeling.
Yes.
It looks just like it. Old Xiao stared at Zhao Zhao without blinking. Fu Qiqi stepped forward, took Zhao Zhao's hand, and said, Zhao Yan, come over. Meet Grandpa Qiao. He is Brother Jianbai's grandfather. Little Yan came over and saluted old Qiao together with Zhao. Another one? Twins? Old Qiao was surprised and whispered softly, almost to himself, could this be the little kid that Bai told me about? Another one with a kingly aura. Fu Qiqi heard this and exchanged a glance with Yu Junxian. Is old Qiao still a spiritual master? Yu Junxian nodded slightly. After eating, everyone dispersed. Only the old Qiao family and Fu Qiqi and Yu Junxian remained. But old Qiao Jianbai was a bit distracted, watching Wen Zixian walk away. At the front, old Qiao took out a small telescope, a mirror, an English booklet, a small fan, all modern gadgets from the end-of-world civilization. Old Qiao had strong internal power, possibly able to move objects with his mind. Qiqi used her mental strength to probe the space, checked repeatedly, and confirmed there was no strange black hole. Old Qiao laid out his little gadgets on the table. Miss Fu, I saw the remote vision you gave by Xiaozi. It's similar to the telescope I have. Oh, she even knew it was called a telescope. Qiqi sat up straight, surprised and a bit excited. She was eager to recognize her hometown. Do you recognize these items, Miss Fu? Old Qiao asked expectantly. Does this mean a test? A secret code? Should he say, Heaven King covers the Earth Tiger, the pagoda suppresses the river monster? Qiqi answered, glass mirror, English songbook. She listed everything confidently. Old Qiao's eyes widened. Just as I guessed about by Xiaozi, you all have been to the modern civilization world, just like my ancestor?
Huh?
It's not the same world. Bai was happy. Yu Junxian didn't answer. Fu Qiqi shook her head. I've heard of the modern civilization world, but it's already destroyed. The world we dream of is called the End of World, a place where monsters and strange beasts run wild. Old Qiao's ancestor was clever, coming from another time. She used the excuse that she had been there in her dreams. Old Qiao listened carefully and urged, Go on. Keep talking. Lord Yuexian cleared his throat and interrupted. Those are just fleeting dreams. What we see and hear in dreams may not be true. Also, the things we have taken were stolen from foreign outsiders. Traveling by boat and carriage has been tiring. Lord Xiaoho and young Master Qiao can stay first. I and Qiqi need to tend to farming this afternoon. Old Lord Qiao looked sharp and focused. He suspected Lord Yuexian was up to something. He thought about it and heard that the two young children would go to practice martial arts in the afternoon. He decided to talk with them. After the two children left, Qiqi and her companion went to the forbidden area in the backyard. Swallow City Chao Zhongxiong's eyes flashed with hostility.
What?
Zhu Qingjin is now in Longmen Town? Zhu Xingsheng truly deserves to die. He dares to collude with outsiders. Agon quietly said, City Lord, according to the report, there was no previous contact. Zhu Qingjin surrendered by offering 100,000 jin of grain and entered Longmen Town. Humph! Has the messenger sent from Longmen Town returned with news? Chao Zhongxiong asked. Another gun replied, The message has come back. Longmen Town is busy rebuilding and preparing for farming. Regarding troops, because of Qiqi's generous conditions, they recruited over 2,000 soldiers after the new year. Currently, Longmen Town has about 4,500 to 5,000 soldiers, only half of whom are new recruits, so it's not a big problem. Nonsense. Not a big problem? Why haven't we taken it yet? Chao Zhongxiong glared at him. Everyone looked nervous. At this moment, there was a knocking sound outside the door. "City Lord, the lady wants to see you?" a servant asked. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. The city lord and his wife appeared close but were actually distant. Their close followers knew this well. The servant at the door looked into the sinister eyes of the city lord, feeling nervous. A blue-clad guan stepped forward quietly and asked, "City lord, shall we withdraw first?" Chao Zhongxiong looked at them with a dark expression. "Remember to keep an eye on the Duan family and the Go family. Don't let any of the other families go. At Longmen Town, we must cause a refugee riot." "Yes," they replied, bowing as they left the courtyard one by one, paying respects to the city lord's wife. "Greetings, madam." Mrs. Duan smiled politely. "Thank you all for your hard work." But before the last one left, they exchanged a few moments in the air. Mrs. Duan nodded. After she entered and sat down, Chao Zhongxiong asked coldly, "What is your purpose for coming?" Mrs. Duan smiled gently and replied, "Since the death of the Shui family 2 years ago, Qi Ran has been very sad. She is now 20, living alone in the house, with no one to care for her. It's time to find her a new husband. My younger sister's daughter, Manhwa, will come of age next fall. You've seen her. She's beautiful and graceful. I see that the 2 children are quite suitable. I want to ask the master's opinion." Chao Zhongxiong's eyes flickered with a hint of gloom, and he said with a half-smile, "Is it Duan Dun's idea? The Chen family?" "It's still Duan Dun's decision." Duan's family had anticipated this question, and it seemed real or fake. "Chiron has been raised on my lap since he was 5 years old. He has always been respectful to me. I admit I have some selfish reasons. My niece has come into the family, and everyone's relationship is closer." Chao Zhongxiong's lips carried a slight sarcasm, but in recent years, Chiron had grown a bit closer to the Li family, which made her anxious. "I will think about it." "All right." Duan's family stood up, bowed politely, and left the room. As she stepped out of the courtyard, she kept a gentle smile on her face. When she reached a place with no one around, her smile faded, and her delicate eyebrows raised slightly. "Send a message to my elder brother. Let's proceed."
"Yes."
The maid lifted her head, glanced around, then exited through the side door. After dividing the family's assets, a storm was brewing, and another bloody conflict was imminent. Though this time, it was uncertain which family would fall. Fengwu Mountain Villa. Grandpa Qiujian Bai and his grandson returned to the guest house arranged by Qiqi. Grandpa Qiujian began to sort his luggage, pulling out a pair of purple sandalwood gourds, each about 3 fingers wide. Qiujian Bai looked puzzled. "Grandpa, why did you bring the purple sandalwood gourd with you?" Your grandpa have a big use for it," Grandpa Qiujian said mysteriously. "You've been watching Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao all day."
"Why?"
Qiujian Bai helped his grandpa pack his luggage. Grandpa Qiujian looked calm, holding a large purple sandalwood gourd at his waist. "I've always liked clever and cute things. Isn't that right?" Qiujian Bai didn't believe him and shot a glance. Grandpa Qiujian pouted. "There are many similar people in the world. Without clear understanding, how can I talk nonsense?" Meanwhile, Qiqi and her companions had already arrived at the restricted backyard. "Master, the seeds have been sown." Tian sat on a phoenix tree, munching on a green cucumber. Qiqi nodded, placing the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier zombie crystals on a felt mat, then sat cross-legged. Yu Junxian protected her side. In just over 20 days after the new year, Longmen Town had taken in more than 2,000 refugees. Currently, the daily grain outflow from Fengwu Mountain Villa was counted in tens of thousands. Even with the 50,000 grains borrowed from Wen Zixian and the 20,000 grains given by Zhu Qinjin, it was far from enough to last until the autumn harvest. Qiqi refocused her thoughts, nodded at Brother Song, and with both hands, she gently pressed the soil. Countless tiny green light spots entered the earth and slowly spread, covering all 3 acres of land. Soon, the fresh soil seemed to come alive, sprouting countless tender shoots. Visible to the eye, the shoots gradually grew into bean seedlings. In just 15 minutes, a batch of soybeans, black beans, and other seedlings grew 10 centimeters tall, making them perfect for planting. Nan Yuan finished his work with Chi-Chi, opened 3 water gates, and the rushing water quickly soaked the soil. The soaked vegetable fields, along with Kai Yan and Beija, hurriedly pulled out the seedlings and packed them into baskets. Shiyu, knowing today was for seedling cultivation, returned early from the Divine Machine Camp and went straight to Chi-Chi. Brother Song, Sister Chi-Chi, Uncle Wu has improved the hand grenades. He used refined white clay to seal the openings, which helps prevent moisture. The fuse now takes a little longer to ignite, giving us more time to throw them. Chi-Chi nodded, feeling more confident with Uncle Wu's improvements. Tell Uncle Wu to increase production. There is another matter. Last year, Uncle Wu sent a message to his family, and the family had replied that they would send some young men over. I estimate they will arrive around mid-February. We will prepare a guest house at the dock for the Wu family. Also, the forging workshop needs to be expanded with a courtyard. She replied, good. As they pulled out seedlings, Yu Junxian looked up. We need to prepare 2,000 hand grenades. A few days later, Nan Yuan will take them across to Yuxian. The situation on the other side is also tense. Okay, I'll arrange for them to be packed tomorrow, Shi said. By the way, Uncle Wu wants to take a disciple. Chi-Chi asked, does he want Zheng Manzi? Chi-Chi remembered Xiao Zhao's complaint that Uncle Wu borrowed Zheng Manzi for 5 or 6 days and hadn't returned him yet. Yes, but Zheng Manzi is determined to become Zhao's guard, Shi said with a smile. The forging camp always needs someone loyal. Uncle Wu will eventually return to his family, so Zheng Manzi is the best choice. I'll talk to Zheng Manzi, Chi said. After finishing the important work, Shi joined the others in pulling out seedlings. Chi-Chi held a zombie crystal stone to recharge her energy. In 3 acres of land, the group took 15 minutes to finish. The next batch will be for potatoes and sweet potatoes, Chi-Chi instructed. Grinding them into powder or making potato and sweet potato strips makes storage easy. These 3 acres are mainly for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. They had prepared 5 digging tools. 2 people worked together, making 5 shallow trenches in a row. Then they just needed to toss in the sweet potatoes and potatoes. As night fell, the sky darkened and the evening settled in. Everyone was exhausted, their backs and waists sore, but they finally finished planting the seedlings, strips, sweet potatoes, fruit trees, and medicinal herbs. After a quick meal of noodles, they went back to rest. Chi-Chi saw Tsonggij following behind, pouting her little mouth. Every time Tsonggij stayed in her bed, she couldn't get a good rest. Tsonggij will sleep in the west room tonight. Yu Junxian gently pinched her nose. If you don't cause trouble today, we can rest early. Chi-Chi casually glanced at the intimate area between her legs and muttered, in the end, you'll suffer if you keep causing trouble. If you hold it in too much, will it still work well later? Yu Junxian leaned in, eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Chi-Chi, do you really want to test if it works well? His gaze was a bit wild, his voice deep and husky. Chi-Chi blinked her long eyelashes, her eyes playful and clever. She raised her hands and said, I surrender. Brother Song must be very good. Yu Junxian moved closer, holding her hands and interlocking his fingers, pressing them against the doorframe. Oh, how does Chi-Chi know it works well? Chi-Chi looked at his suddenly enlarged handsome face, especially the prominent Adam's apple, which looked very and tempting. Her heart screamed, ah. She tried to control her naughty thoughts, her fingers twisting nervously, trying to show an innocent smile. Brother Song, it's time to sleep. Is Chi-Chi inviting me? Yu Junxuan's nose pressed against Chi-Chi's nose, rubbing back and forth, hot breath blowing on her face. Chi-Chi stiffened all over, her mouth dry and tongue parched. She could only widen her eyes in protest. He was teasing her again, but she dared not speak. If she opened her mouth, their lips would meet, and she would fall into Yu Dedeo's tricky game. Yu Junxuan's dark eyes slowly burned with passion. Their bodies pressed against the wall, their temperatures hot. Suddenly, Udideo's large hand landed on her waist, his long fingers rhythmically tapping her soft flesh. A jolt of electricity shot through her. Chi-Chi bit her lip, her body slowly shrinking, wanting to escape. Yu Junxian had already noticed her small movements. He suddenly grabbed her tightly, capturing her lips and greedily devouring and attacking, stirring up a storm between their tongues. In their wild kissing, Chi-Chi's mind gradually became dizzy. She couldn't help but whisper in ecstasy. Long after, in the dark night, the moonlight was intoxicating. A girl's coquettish voice sounded, complaining, "You said you wouldn't cause trouble, but my shoulder was bitten by a little dog. My hand."
Ha.
The man's clear laughter, full of affection. "Tomorrow you can bite me. Go to sleep." The girl huffed angrily. The next day, feeling refreshed, Yu Junxian personally prepared breakfast for Chi-Chi. He scooped a big bowl of sea cucumber and mincemeat porridge and handed her 2 small chicken roll and shredded potato cakes. "Chi-Chi, eat more for breakfast. You need strength." Suddenly, the memories of last night's death struck Chi-Chi again. "My hands are weak now, sore and aching."
Well,
"Let's proceed at this pace." Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks, bit down on her porcelain spoon, and glared at Yu Junxian. "Not eating." Yu Junxian's dark eyes flickered slightly. He also thought of something and suppressed a smile, speaking seriously. "I meant that today we still need to nurture seedlings and also check the rice sprouting at the farm." "Chi-Chi, what are you thinking about?" "Chi-Chi. Such a noble gentleman act." Frowning in displeasure.
Gulp.
Chi-Chi drank a bowl of porridge in one go, then picked up a piece of cake, like she had a grudge against egg pancakes, and bit into it fiercely several times. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside. "Village head." Yu rushed in quickly. "Our seedling fields in Shihuang village just sprouted new shoots, but someone destroyed them." Chi-Chi's eyes flickered. Farming was a major plan. Who dared to harm the seedlings? They didn't want to live. "Songgij, you go check the medicinal herbs. I'll take people to Shihuang village." Yu Junxian nodded. With the chaos, urgent need for medicine, and his elder sister asking about buying herbs in Nanhang, he understood the situation. The medicine farm's fields had already been prepared for planting. Today, they needed to remove the medicinal plants from the backyard forbidden area. Chi-Chi grabbed her cloak. "Let's go. Prepare the horses." Shihuang village was a temporary settlement, made up of refugees from various places. After hearing about the destruction, villagers rushed to the scene. They saw that the newly sprouted green seedlings, about 3 fingers long, had all been trampled into the mud, destroyed, completely ruined.
Who?
"That brat did it." In the cold winter, we fled all the way, chased like dogs by many people, and lost many lives. Luckily, Longmen Town took us in, gave us houses, food, and land to farm.
But
that lightning strike. How dare they destroy our crops? Wu Li, a big man in his 30s, sobbed painfully, clutching his head. "Oh heavens, this will cut off our way out." An old man nearby held up a half-broken tender green sprout, crying out mournfully. "Will we be driven out of Longmen Town if our seedlings are destroyed?" A woman asked sadly. "Driven out? There are over 1,000 jin of crops planted here. We can't afford to lose them. What should we do?" "I don't want to be driven out. My grandson will starve, and my granddaughter might be sold. My husband broke his leg. How can we escape?" "The killer of Tian Dao. They want to cut off our last hope, leaving us with nowhere to go." Wah, ugh. On the fields, everyone knelt down and cried out in despair. When Chi-Chi and her group arrived, they saw this scene. In the fields filled with sadness, helplessness and despair show clearly on the faces of the refugees. The moonlight seems to call out, and Chi-Chi waves her hand, slowly moving forward. A young girl at the edge recognizes Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, in her 3rd year of middle school, comes to give candies to the children, leaving a deep impression. She walks over to Chi-Chi, grabs her skirt, with red, tearful eyes, wet and shiny. "Big sister, are you going to chase us away? Please don't send us away. We will listen and behave." My parents will take good care of the land, and I will take my little brother to pick wild vegetables. Chi-Chi tidies the little girl's messy hair. This is your home. I won't chase you away. Hearing the noise, the people in front gather around, begging. Wu Lijing pushes through the crowd, stumbling and kneeling before Chi-Chi. Master, we are sorry to you. Chi-Chi ignores him and walks straight to the seedling field, squatting down. To the villagers, it looks like she is digging out a seedling buried in the mud, but in fact, she is using her wood element powers to scan the land. Half of the seedlings still have life. After sensing the field, she washes her hands in the muddy water, stands up, and looks over the crowd behind her, calmly saying, "Everyone get up. Those who need to turn the fields, prepare to work. Those who need to clear the land, hurry to get the tools." Wu Lijing arranged for people to stand between the ridges and help straighten the half-buried seedlings. After tidying up, add 3 times the usual workers to guard day and night. Second, strictly follow the instructions for growing seedlings. At least half can be saved. If half of the seedlings are lost during planting, I will arrange for people to deliver more. Yes, yes.
Good.
Wu Lijing is overwhelmed with joy. Not only will they not be chased out of Longmen Town, but the master will also send them more seedlings. You're such a good person, master. The refugees, tears in their eyes, are full of gratitude. Wu Lijing selects over 20 diligent women to help rescue the seedlings. The crowd gradually disperses. Seeing that the master is still here, he hurriedly runs over. Master, do you have any other instructions? Chi-Chi looks at the busy refugees working in the seedling fields.
We checked the footprints around.
5 people damaged the seedlings. The footprints vary in depth. If they are villagers, there should be signs. For example, whose clothes are muddy and wet, or whose doorstep has muddy footprints. Wu Lijing suddenly realizes. The villagers who turn the fields are afraid of dirtying their clothes. They would have cleaned the mud early in the morning, so they wouldn't keep muddy footprints for the next day. Moonlight, you and Wu Lijing investigate, I say, patrolling the village. Wu Lijing stood among the crowd, speaking seriously to identify the villains. They almost lost their homes again, and everyone was filled with righteous anger. I saw Aunt Gao washing clothes this morning. All her husband's clothes were covered in dirt. Yes, I saw that too. It seems that Hunger also washed her clothes today, and they were all fresh with mud. I wondered why she went to work in the fields so early. This revealed the stories of 7 or 8 families. When the villagers brought these families to the creek, they started shouting angrily. We haven't even settled accounts with you. That fool. Born without a sense of shame. Stealing clothes from my family and throwing them in the yard covered in mud. And you villains, falsely accusing us of destroying the crops.
Bah!
Malicious scoundrels, struck by lightning. An old woman with a sharp face scolded angrily, hands on her hips. Exactly. Seeing us as easy targets, slandering our leader for destroying the crops, just to chase us away. Such wickedness. It can't be our leader doing this. Who is really trying to wipe us out? Their conscience is gone. A thin woman sat on the ground, crying and cursing at the same time. Did you do it? Did you? My clothes were still hanging in water last night. You shameless person, stealing my clothes to do bad things. Another angry woman pointed at some families she had conflicts with before. A woman being accused, also fiery-tempered, rolled up her sleeves and shouted back, "Who's slandering you? I saw you washing clothes at the creek early this morning, cursing all the way. Do you dare swear you didn't curse my family? Who's got nothing better to do than steal your old clothes?" As they argued, the women started fighting. If you hit my mother, I'll beat you to death. Who's poking my nose? Suddenly, chaos broke out. Stop fighting. Hold on. Despite Wu Lijing shouting himself hoarse, no one paid attention. When Chi-Chi returned from farming, she saw everyone fighting fiercely, throwing dirty words and insults. Her eyes sharpened. She threw her sword at a nearby tree, which snapped with a loud. The women pulling hair, grabbing faces, and choking each other all stopped. Seeing the cold look in Zhuang's eyes, they all froze like ice. Everyone stiffened and obediently knelt on the ground. The lively scene from before suddenly fell silent, as if the market had emptied. Under the moonlight, a large group of quarrelsome women were fighting. She had already gone to the side early on. She had stayed in the village for a few years, and whether these women were trying to stop or help the fight, they immediately started hitting each other. She approached and briefly explained what had just happened. After hearing this, Chi-Chi glared at Wu Lijing, noticing the blood marks on his face were all caused by scratches. He lowered his head in shame. The soldier brought over a chair. Chi-Chi sat on it casually and glanced at everyone with indifference. "You, come here." She pointed at the woman who had cursed the loudest. The old woman trembled and knelt down. "Village chief, my son really didn't destroy the seedlings. Grain is more important than anything, I understand that." Chi-Chi tapped her sword on a stone and directly questioned, "What did you do last night? When did you sleep? When did you wake up?
Who can testify?
Why are all the clothes you washed today covered in dirt? Let me see a few footprints. Are your hands stretched out straight? Eyes wide open?" Next, after a series of questions, Chi-Chi understood that someone else was responsible for destroying the seedlings. They had taken the blame. This group of thieves was quite interesting. They chose 8 households, all rough and reckless, always looking for easy gains, acting arrogantly, bullying the weak, avoiding trouble, unreasonable and quarrelsome, basically a bunch of problematic families. Moreover, these 8 households had a common trait. They were large, with many people. The Kai family, in particular, had about 15 members. If they hadn't come personally today, the village might have faced a deadly conflict. They returned the stolen clothes without drawing attention and left no traces, indicating they were skilled fighters. "Village chief, what do you think?" Wu Lijing looked uneasy. Chi-Chi's eyes darkened slightly. "The thieves are not from their families. I will send people to investigate thoroughly. Be more alert in the future." "See, I told you it wasn't us." Kai's wife sharply raised her voice, but when Chi-Chi's cold gaze met hers, she immediately fell silent. Chi-Chi looked around, narrowing her sharp eyes, her aura suddenly becoming commanding. "Today you've been wronged and beaten. It's not a loss. If it weren't for your usual arrogance and bullying, why would the thieves choose you as scapegoats? Outsiders are cheap, and in these chaotic times, living is already hard. If someone had been killed today, you'd regret it forever. In the future, I hope you can get along peacefully with your neighbors and build some good reputation for your descendants." After speaking, she and the others under the moonlight returned home. The clever ones realized the key point and gathered together, carefully sorting out the story to make it clear. These 8 households were still somewhat sensible and felt ashamed. Chi-Chi hurried back to the forbidden area behind Fengxin Courtyard, where everyone had already finished harvesting the medicinal herbs and was planting fruit tree seeds. Lord Yu Junxian threw down the medicinal seedlings he was holding, took off Chi-Chi's cloak, and handed her a warm pancake. "Who did this?" Chi-Chi, while letting Lord Yu Junxian help her remove her clothes, had been busy for over an hour. She was hungry and, biting into her pancake, said practitioners of martial arts, hidden among thousands of refugees. "It's hard to find them quickly. It's not Yanzi City, but the southern tribes. They destroyed our rice seedlings and caused chaos. They're trying to stop our farming." Lord Yu Junxuan's eyes grew cold. "If that's true, I will send 3,000 elite soldiers across the river to take Yanzi City. A small county town cannot be disturbed without causing unrest." Chi-Chi's heart stirred. "If they take Yanzi City, so be it. Let's make a big move." It took 6 days to grow all the seedlings needed. Xiang Xi, along with Chu Shu and a dozen newly appointed farm managers, went to the drying grounds to distribute vegetable and fruit seedlings. The endless green, full of vitality, stretched as far as the eye could see. At the dock, there were 4 merchant ships. Everyone thought they were returning from a trip, their faces and smiles wide with excitement. These are all seedlings grown by old farmers, very well-shaped. "Oh, and there are 3-year-old seedlings here. They can bear fruit this year. Are these sweet potato seedlings? These should be seedlings grown by our mountain village. We're from Longmen Town. I heard last year's sweet potatoes yielded over 3,000 jin per acre. Tian sat on a tree branch, biting a tender leaf, looking at her muddy hands. She was one of the veteran farmers.
Miss Yan.
Zhuang Pingyi called out, raising his head. He asked a few people and learned that Tian was at the drying grounds. She looked down and saw Zhuang Pingyi blushing, his gaze fixed on her thighs, which were swinging openly in the air. Quite inappropriate. Feeling shy, Tian shifted her hips slightly and clenched her legs, but she was straightforward with her words. Hey, Zhuang scholar, class is over? Come down first, and watch out for that tree fork. Zhuang Pingyi, after days of inner struggle, decided to give her the carved firebird hairpin he made himself. Tian jumped down from the tree and stepped closer. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhuang Pingyi took a deep breath, gathering his feelings. Yes, Tian noticed his small movement. He was holding a small box-shaped object in his sleeve. Are you trying to give me a betrothal gift?
Cough, cough.
Zhuang Pingyi was caught off guard and coughed violently, his face turning red. Tian hurried forward, standing on tiptoe to pat his back. All right, after teaching, you should also exercise more. You're too thin. A pleasant herbal and floral scent mixed with her subtle fragrance hit his face. Zhuang Pingyi's ears burned, and he took out the wooden box, handing it to Tian. Zhuang Pingyi's palms sweat nervously. I hesitated for a long time, and my words turned into, I carved a firebird hairpin in my free time, using the original jade stone you helped me buy. The jade yield was very high, so I kept a piece as a thank you gift. As soon as I finished, I felt regretful. All those practice sessions were in vain. Thank you gift? Tian raised an eyebrow and opened the box, immediately liking what she saw. It was a red jade bird-shaped hairpin, with a finely carved bird at the top, wings spread as if ready to fly, glowing fiery red like flames.
Great.
Second aunt was right. Big brother, you have good taste in gifts. A figure suddenly darted out. It was Zhuang Hanji, glaring angrily, reaching out to the firebird hairpin from Tian's hand. Zhuang Pingyi frowned and stopped her, saying, Hanji, that's not polite. Big brother, I like this hairpin.
Zhuang Hanji exclaimed loudly.
The Zhuang family's elder couple had both passed away. Zhuang Hanji was raised by the old lady and was often spoiled, making her a bit spoiled and temperamental. Originally, Tian didn't want to accept such a precious gift, top-quality red jade, skillfully carved, worth at least 500 or 600 taels of silver if sold. If she snatched it herself, she would lose her composure. Tian closed the wooden box with a snap and said, Miss Zhuang, this is my thing. If you reach out to grab it, it's not fitting for the second young lady of the Zhuang family. Zhuang Hanji was furious and embarrassed, shouting, Nonsense. This is clearly a hairpin carved by my big brother for over half a month. You're still taking it back. Tian lazily responded, Your big brother gave it to me. Zhuang Hanji stomped her foot, almost crying, Big brother. She truly liked this hairpin. Mu Jin, take the young lady back. This is not proper. Zhuang Pingyi said sternly. Mu Jin quietly advised Zhuang Hanji. Seeing many people looking their way, Zhuang Hanji snorted and had to leave first. Zhuang Pingyi turned around with a gentle smile. In my free time, I enjoy carving. Tian, what do you like? Tian, having received a top-quality red jade hairpin, didn't dare be greedy. That's enough. I'll look around the courtyard and bring you a gift in return. Zhuang Pingyi nodded seriously. We're waiting for your return gift, Miss Tian. Tian. She was just saying that casually. Zhuang Hanji returned to the Zhuang residence, rushing into the second room with tears in her eyes. Annie. Big brother really gave that firebird hairpin to someone else.
Who did he give it to?
Zhuang Er's wife stepped forward, carrying and helping Zhuang Hanji sit down. Red Xiao, make some tea for the second young lady. By May, bring the lotus cake she loves most. When the old master was feeling proud, Zhuang Er's wife saw the original jade stone, rare top-quality red jade, perfect for a dowry. Especially the flame bird hairpin carved by Zhuang Pingyi, the eldest daughter, liked it very much. She tried to hint several times, but Zhuang Pinyi refused to give in. Today, she secretly learned from a servant that Zhuang Pinyi had gone out. She then encouraged Zhuang Hanji to go and it back, worried she might not be able to get it otherwise. Zhuang Hanji drank a cup of tea to soothe her throat, then angrily said, "Tian, Dian." Lady Zhuang thought about the words and realized Zhuang Pinyi liked Tian. Although she was a maid, she was clever and capable and was favored by Master Zhuang. Now she was the top manager of the inner courtyard at Fengwu Mountain Villa. Especially her way with words, she was very good at talking and could be sharp-tongued. If she entered the family, then Zhuang Pinyi's gifts and affairs would be no concern of hers.
No.
If Zhuang Pinyi wanted to marry, she should marry a gentle young lady from a wealthy family, preferably someone who didn't handle household matters. She made up her mind. The next day, Lady Zhuang happily met Tian by the willow path. "Oh, it's Tian girl. You're growing more beautiful. Look at your skin, so tender like a peeled egg." Lady Zhuang eagerly went up and took Tian's hand warmly. Tian's lips twitched. She didn't remember having close ties with Lady Zhuang. "Lady Zhuang, busy with work? If you're in a hurry, I won't delay you." Tian withdrew her hand. Lady Zhuang held her tighter, her smile not reaching her eyes. "I just finished my work and came to see some girls for our eldest Pinyi. Every one of them delicate and pretty, like flower buds. I'm really happy and want to settle on someone right away. Actually, I need someone to help me decide. I heard you know the girls in town well. Next time, let's meet and have you help me look at them." Looking at Pinyi? She's an unmarried girl from Yining?
Wow. There's more to this.
Tian's eyes paused briefly. Then she smiled and said, "You've come to the right person. I know all the good girls in Longmen Town. Next time you invite me, I'll help you judge." Lady Zhuang's smile deepened, her eyes widened, trying to see any clues on Tian's face. "Deal then. My Pinyi is really anxious." He carved a pair of jade bangles, made of red jade, with intricate patterns. "They're very beautiful. I joked that I'd leave them as a dowry for Hanji. Pinyi said they were a betrothal gift." It seemed the Zhuang family knew Pinyi had given her a flame bird hairpin. They agreed on a time and parted happily. On the way, Lady Zhuang muttered, "I hinted for a long time, but Tian girl didn't show any reaction. Could it be that Pinyi is just eager and rushing?" "Hong Xiao, can you tell if Tian girl has any special feelings?" Red Xiao, servant girl, look carefully, I haven't noticed anything. Second, aunt. Zhuang Pinyi bows. Zhuang's second madam, just stepping over the threshold, was muttering about Zhuang Pinyi. When she heard his voice suddenly, she was startled and almost fell. With Red Xiao's help, Zhuang's second madam straightened up, feeling a bit guilty. "Pinyi, you're going to the study hall. Go ahead. Tonight, I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare roasted duck." "Thank you, madam, for your kindness. Hanji behaved properly yesterday. I've punished her by making her stay in the study room to copy books for 3 days. The meals will be delivered by Mu Jin." Zhuang Pinyi's words carried meaning. Zhuang's second madam flinched. "All right." Zhuang Pinyi directly asked someone to find Cha Yan. From afar, he saw her climbing over the wall.
"Miss Jazan?"
Cha Yan turned around quickly to stop him.
"Sure."
Zhuang Pinyi. It was too late. Inside the wall, Qiu Jianbai and Wen Zixin both turned their heads. "Oh, today the sun is shining brightly, so warm and comfortable." Cha Yan was caught red-handed, looking up at the sky. Inside and outside the wall, 3 people looked up at the sky, cloudy, dull, gray. Cha Yan felt awkward. "Young Master Zhuang, you're looking for me, right? Let's go to that pavilion over there." Zhuang Pinyi, "Young Master Qiu and Young Master Wen are relaxed. Why are you climbing the wall? A gentleman's conduct should not involve spying." "Stop. I am a girl, a humble woman." Cha Yan, noticing the awkwardness and unusual breath of the 2 men, was just gossiping. Today, Zhuang Pinyi had something to do and didn't want to disturb the mood. He returned to the main topic. "Miss Cha Yan, about the gift you mentioned yesterday, could you please make a spring robe? Cross collar, open collar, embroidered with clouds along the edges. If it's convenient, please embroider green bamboo on the chest and hem. Cha Yen widened her eyes. Is this ordering clothes? Or is it ordering clothes? Their eyes met, and a ripple arose. Cha Yen suppressed her feelings and sneered. The robe young Master Zhuang wants. When your new wife comes to marry, she can have any style she likes. Cha Yen suddenly got angry, and Zhuang Pingyi was a bit confused. Just before leaving, Zhuang Pingyi had prepared a speech, but now, trying hard, he couldn't remember it. He could only say dryly, "You don't want to help me make the robe?" Cha Yen clenched her teeth. "I just met your second aunt. She went to see a girl." Zhuang Pingyi's mind didn't react. How did it turn to second aunt? He softened his voice. "Yes, I heard from aunt yesterday at dinner that she mentioned this matter. She arranged to see 3 girls. Is he really going to marry?" Cha Yen felt frustrated and couldn't vent her anger. Zhuang Pingyi looked disappointed. Could it be that Miss Cha Yen has feelings for the younger cousin? Inside the courtyard is a riding arena where 2 people face each other. Qiu Jianbai has long been troubled by a question. Does being close to brother Wen make his feelings become confused? Today, the same thing happens again. He steps forward with his hands behind his back and asks, "Brother Wen, why do you keep avoiding me?" A gentle breeze blows, and vines sway and flutter. When Xian looks at the solitary figure before him, and his heart also stirs with ripples. He takes a few steps back and sits on a long bench beneath the vines, softly saying, "Shangnan handed me a note, but I was injured a few days ago and was also the riding and shooting instructor. My body can't handle much, so I rest early every day." Qiu Jianbai sighs lightly, understanding why Wen seems a bit weaker. "Is your health affected?" "It's fine," when Xian replies simply. Silence returns. Qiu Jianbai stands tall and strides over to Wen Xian, as if it's his first time examining him closely. Wen Xian's eyebrows are shaped like swords, very long and elegant, drawn with dark ink. His long eyelashes cast shadows under his eyes, like curtains. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind, graceful and delicate, charming and gentle. Without warning, a large, clear hand covers his forehead. Wen Xian quickly slaps the hand away. Qiu Jianbai is slightly surprised and gently raises his hand again. "Your face is flushed as if you have a cold. Let me check your temperature." Wen Xian quickly stands up, raising his voice. "Thank you, young Master Qiu. The sun is very hot today." Qiu Jianbai has become young Master Qiu, even though it's a cloudy day. A flicker of surprise appears in Qiu Jianbai's eyes as he looks around Wen Xian. Wen Xian notices and looks up at the sky. It's gray and gloomy. How could he be so careless as to comment on the weather? Qiu Jianbai's eyes are clear and bright, and he speaks with concern. "When we shouldn't be so distant. Is there something difficult you're facing?"
Why?
Wen Xian feels a mix of emotions. He discreetly touches his belly, where a sharp pain still lingers. If the baby were still there, he would be showing now. After a moment, Wen Xian coldly stares at him, with a frosty expression. "After many dangers, and with Brother Qiu's protection, I will repay you. But there's one more thing you should understand. I was injured twice and almost lost my life, thanks to your cousin Hu Shuyuan. She poisoned, cursed, and tried to kill me in every way possible. Now she knows I was saved from the brink of death, and she has sent experts after me. Hu Shuyuan is determined to see me dead or alive, and I accept that. If she dies at my hands, it's because she is weaker than me. And also, to honor my unborn child." "Shuyuan cousin wants to kill you?" Qiu Jianbai is shocked. The atmosphere becomes tense. Seeing Wen Zixian look upset and wanting to leave, Qiu Jianbai held her back and asked with doubt, "Are you two having a misunderstanding?" Noticing his disbelief, Wen Zixian's eyes showed pain. "You'd better ask your good cousin carefully." Qiu Jianbai frowned, casually placing 3 fingers on her pulse. "Let go." Wen Zixian forcefully shook off his hand, making his brow tighten further. He held her wrist tightly, but Wen Zixian, unable to break free, attacked with one hand. They exchanged blows back and forth. Suddenly, during the struggle, when Zixian's wrist strap loosened. They looked up and saw a pale, soft hand. In that moment, Qiu Jianbai was confused. His palm felt rough with calluses, and Wen Zixian looked even more puzzled. Wen Zixian looked at the white clothes tightly holding her wrist, and then sneered, "Brother Qiu, let go, or you'll regret it. If you want to know the reason, feel free to investigate." Qiu Jianbai was stunned and released her hand. She looked ahead at her fragile body and lonely back as she turned into the small door on the right. Shang Nan approached and said unhappily, "Young master, you should tell Brother Qiu the truth." When Zixian's eyes reddened, tears slipping down, "He doesn't even know if I'm a man or a woman. How can there be love? If I said I liked him, it would be the biggest joke in the world." Love begins unexpectedly, searching for its trace far away. Sheng Nan looked regretful. Seeing Fu Qiqi waiting outside the small gate of the stable, she bowed and said, "Master Fu." Qiqi nodded and looked at Wen Zixian. Today she was dressed in men's riding clothes and probably didn't bring a handkerchief. She took out a green lotus-colored handkerchief from her sleeve pocket. When Zixian smiled bitterly, took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. "Sorry for making you laugh." Seeing Sheng Nan step back, Qiqi asked carefully, "What is your relationship with Brother Qiu?" When Zixian's expression turned calm again. "He doesn't know I'm a woman. Please keep this secret, Qiqi." Qiqi nodded. As Wen Zixian walked and talked, she said, "I came to see you today to discuss two important matters." Qiqi signaled her to continue. Wen Zixian said, "My grandfather learned that we plan to settle in Longmen Town and sent me 2,000 elite soldiers. They should arrive in about half a month." Qiqi understood instantly. Having supplies and soldiers in troubled times means being less worried. She pointed to the right side and said, "There is a space there. I'll give it all to you. You can build a house or a camp." Seeing how straightforward Qiqi was, when Zixian smiled and asked, "Qiqi, don't you want to take me in?" Qiqi's eyes curved happily. Of course, she didn't want to miss out on a good general and talent, but her grandfather's Meng family was more capable, a century-old noble family and a prominent clan. You chose to follow me, a rough outsider, instead of your grandmother. Your future would be better if you stayed with her. When Zixian hesitated and then said, "My mother trusts you. My little sister trusts you. I also trust you. My mother is very strong-willed and will never return to the Meng family. Besides, the Meng cousins treat me very well. If I leave and share the power, I might lose good relatives and even become enemies. It's not good to go to the Meng family." Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands.
"Good, you become your own army.
2,000 soldiers will be directly under your command, and you can keep recruiting soldiers." Seeing her eagerness, Wen Zixian also smiled. "Is there anything else?" Wen Zixian's eyes suddenly turned fierce. "My father was blinded by greed and lost his judgment. He already gave over 100,000 pounds of grain and supplies to the Feng family. If he keeps giving, the Wen family's wealth will be drained." Qiqi was also troubled by this. When Old Master Wen heard she had a hand grenade, he kept trying to buy it. She knew it was for the Feng family. "What's your plan?" Qiqi was happy to help for the sake of Lady Wen and her two sisters. Wen Zixian coldly said, "I want to borrow someone from the young master Yu, pretend to be a thief, and secretly transfer all the stored grain from my family's warehouse." "That's a good idea. Without grain and silver, how could Old Master Wen flatter the Feng family?" Qiqi thought quickly. "I'll agree on behalf of Brother Tsang. I promise to steal every grain from your family." Seeing that these two problems could be solved easily, Wen Zixian felt a bit better. They teased each other happily. When they seemed to walk back to Feng Xian Garden arm in arm, Yu Junxian's whole body was cold, and his sharp gaze fixed on their hands. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure pressed down, making Wen Zixian's face turn red. She felt a rusty taste in her mouth and shouted, "Qiqi." Pu Qiqi hurriedly waved her hand to push away Yu Junxian's internal energy. After the pressure eased, Wen Zixian snorted coldly at Yu Junxian and jumped away. Yu Junxian silently watched from afar, like an ice sculpture. Pu Qiqi stuck out her tongue. Jealous men are hard to handle, and even harder are jealous men with strong martial skills. Zixian didn't mean that, Chi-Chi whispered, leaning close. Yu Junxian shot her a cold glance. If he had that intention, he wouldn't still be alive. Chi-Chi pouted. He's so domineering. Humph. She wanted to tell him that Zixian was actually a girl,
but she dared not say it.
Yu Junxian saw her walk straight inside and grabbed her arm coldly. Nan Yuan, send Wen Zixian to the town to handle affairs. Yes, master. Nan Yuan looked at Chi-Chi with a meaningful gaze, as if she was a faithless husband abandoning his beloved wife. Chi-Chi fu.
Hey.
Wen Zixian didn't come to us, but he's still under our command. Chi-Chi muttered, sounding a bit weak and pale, as she had just recruited him. Yu Junxian calmly said, I will discuss this with Madame Wen. Madame Wen would surely support it. Chi-Chi pursed her lips and said, cunning. The next day, Wen Zixian was inexplicably notified to become the town mayor of Longmen. She wanted to refuse, but a flash of white clothing appeared in her mind, and she fell silent. She immediately packed her things and headed to Longmen with her people. On the city wall, a figure in white like snow, Qiu Jianbai, looked confused and sad, with an indescribable complexity in his eyes, without knowing why. In March, springtime, grass and water are the same color. The farming project in Longmen was in full swing, with people everywhere on the mountains, fields, and water. Originally, Longmen had 15,000 native residents. Chi-Chi and Yu Junxian gradually recruited over 3,000 people, plus nearly 5,000 refugees. Now, Longmen had a total of 23,000 people, with over 4,000 soldiers and the rest working on farming. Looking at the lively scene of people planting rice on the hillside, Lao Qiu stroked his beard and sighed, such as a peaceful and prosperous era. Zhuang Lao boasted, do you know what they are planting in the rice paddies? Lao Qiu rolled his eyes. As an old man who isn't diligent in farming, I know. The planting method is special. I asked about it earlier. Miss Fu said last year they tried planting late rice in a trial field, and the yield per mu was 3 times higher than normal rice. Zhuang Lao, oh, Lao Qiu, the new guy, really knows a lot. He asked again. Do you know why there's a string in the middle of the rope and rice seedlings are planted along the string? Lao Qiu's beard twitched proudly. You're really hooked on this. I wouldn't ask so clearly if I didn't understand. Director Zhuang, what do you think? Zhuang Lao waited for him to finish, but he couldn't beat him at chess, couldn't argue about the classics, and couldn't debate strategies. Frustrated, Zhuang Lao wanted to resign on the spot. This lousy director wouldn't stop. There's a reason for this. Look closely. Each seedling is only 5 or 6 centimeters apart. This helps the rice absorb nutrients better and grow strong. Planting along the lines in rows makes future weeding and harvesting easier and saves labor. Just as Zhuang Lao was about to continue showing off, suddenly, he vanished in a flash. At that moment, Lao Qiu was standing behind a man who was sneakingly pouring fresh seedlings from a basket into a hole. After pouring them out, he covered the hole with some weeds and then, with great effort, moved stones to block it. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from behind. The man stiffened, turned around. A big foot suddenly kicked him in the face. Everyone is working hard, and you little troublemaker, dare to damage the seedlings. Always causing trouble. When old Zhuang arrived, he saw Mr. Qiu, who always seemed like a wise, extraordinary person, pressing a man down with one foot and cursing loudly. The man was skilled in martial arts but not very strong. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Feeling frustrated, Mr. Qiu kicked him several more times. The man curled up in pain, trembling like a shrimp, shouting loudly. Soon many people gathered around. Old Zhuang frowned and said, Don't hurt him too much. Be gentle. Seeing the patrol soldiers arrive, Mr. Qiu signaled for the onlookers to step back. When they saw this, everyone was shocked. The small holes were full of seedlings, many of which had rotted, and looked like they had been there for a while. The villagers, angry, grabbed stones and mud and threw them at the man. You're a useless brat who destroyed so many seedlings. All food.
Food.
Food is more important than anything. Your parents didn't teach you. Heartless scoundrel. The man trembled and was beaten unconscious. The soldiers dragged him away. Some people in the crowd looked fierce, their eyes full of anger. Last time, a thorough investigation almost exposed them. This time, they planned to wait until the seedlings rotted and filled the pits. They intended to destroy the rice seedlings in the water fields and set fire to another village, hoping it would cause a riot in both villages. But they didn't expect an old man to ruin their plan. It was a complete failure. Mr. Chiu sensed something and looked at the crowd. A few lowered their heads, looking just like ordinary villagers. When Fu Chichi received the message and arrived at the main courtyard, the man had already taken his own life by biting his tongue. It seemed he was part of the same group. Chiu. The seedlings have just been planted and need half a month to take root and grow new shoots. During this time, increase patrols. Uncle Chiu arranged for each village to build outhouses near the rice fields and assign villagers to guard the night. Yes, they replied through clenched teeth. Uncle Chiu's face turned pale with anger. All the seedlings had been dug up, at least 10 cartloads, covering dozens of acres. The harvest could yield 10,000 to 20,000 jin of rice, worth over 2,000 silver coins. Mr. Chiu and old Zhuang returned after wandering around. Hearing that the man had committed suicide, Mr. Chiu was furious. Always hunting eagles, and today I got my eye pecked out. I suspected he was skilled in martial arts. I should have checked earlier. Fu Chichi comforted him, saying it's okay. They still have accomplices. They received orders and had to act. Since their goal was to destroy the seedlings, they had to take action. Old Chiu let out a sigh and was distracted by the rushing Xiao Zhao Zhao. Leaving his old friend behind, he followed Xiao Zhao Zhao out. Old Master Zhuang widened his eyes. Childish. Always playing with kids. Wasting your talent. Seeing Chi-Chi teasing, Old Master Zhuang misunderstood and awkwardly smiled. Zhao Zhao is a genius, not an ordinary child. Chi-Chi chuckled happily. Yes, Old Master Zhuang, chasing after Yan Yan is actually quite similar to Old Master Chiu. Old Master Zhuang. Can they be the same? Yan Yan is a good kid, very proper and well-behaved. Not like Zhao Zhao, climbing trees to catch birds, playing in the water, such a mischievous little rascal.
But he dared not say it.
After Chi-Chi finished handling farm affairs, she returned to Feng Xian courtyard. She saw Yu Junxian and Nan Yuan. One was calmly smelling tea, like a gentle breeze, and the other was winking and grinning, unable to hide his smile. When Nan Yuan saw Chi-Chi come in, he burst out laughing. Master Fu. Top secret. First-hand information. Yu Junxian frowned, while Nan Yuan looked carefree. Chi-Chi took the letter from Nan Yuan, quickly scanning it. Soon, her face showed disbelief. Chao Zhongxiong's wife, Madame Duan, and her elder brother, the head of the Duan family, have a child? Nan Yuan, full of gossip, said, Isn't this a strange story in the world? Fu Chi-Chi looked curiously at Brother Yu, wanting to discuss it. Yu Junxian tapped his fist to his lips, coughing softly. This involves forbidden matters, things that go against morality and heaven, so it's not good to discuss too much. Moreover, Chi-Chi was still young, so she shouldn't hear such things. This is suspicious. Chi-Chi blinked and said firmly. Nan Yuan. Duan's family has been rooted in Yanzi City for 5 generations. They are a big family. We've met Duan Dun. Ambitious and scheming, but not a person who disregards morality. Chi-Chi analyzed. Yu Junxian raised an eyebrow, pulled Chi-Chi to sit, and personally brewed her a cup of tea. He skimmed off the foam and handed it to her. Nan Yuan looked up, eyes spinning around. His master only had 2 hands to serve Lady Fu. Chi-Chi saw it was a health tea with chrysanthemum, licorice, red dates, and other nourishing ingredients, her favorite. After drinking the tea, Chi-Chi smiled. We should send someone to investigate the Duan family. The head of the Duan family, or Madame Chow, probably has a secret background. Focus on checking the old servants around the Duan family, especially those serving the old lady. They must have left some clues. Nan Yuan became interested. All right, I'll go to Yanzi City myself. Yu Junxian frowned. The usually steady Nan Yuan suddenly acted so impulsively. Seeing his master's probing gaze, Nan Yuan was afraid he wouldn't be allowed to go. He quickly slipped away, trying to avoid trouble. In the training yard, an old man and a young girl chase each other. Little Zhao Zhao pouts her lips and runs as fast as she can forward. Meanwhile, Grandpa Chiu walks leisurely, as if taking a stroll in a quiet garden, always staying close behind. Every time Zhao Zhao thinks she is about to win, Grandpa Chiu manages to get ahead and cross the finish line first. Zhao Zhao is tired of running. Even when she runs, she can't beat Grandpa Chiu walking. The pair of small purple sandalwood gourds can't be won either. Realizing this, Zhao Zhao sits on a wooden post, swinging her little legs. I'm small, so I can't run faster than Grandpa Chiu, she says. Grandpa Chiu mischievously fiddles with a pair of small purple sandalwood gourds, shining them brightly. Learn my secret technique. I'm giving you these small purple sandalwood gourds. They are treasures made from a 100-year-old sandalwood tree. Zhao Zhao pouts and gazes longingly at the gourds. If Grandpa Chiu is free, why not teach me? My brother says everyone likes Grandpa Chiu's lessons. Grandpa Chiu scoffs, those little brats aren't interesting to teach. But I'm even smaller. If you teach me, it'll be more fun. Plus, my sister said, those who are quick won't catch up. Among my peers, my martial arts are quite good, she says with wide eyes. Grandpa Chiu rolls his eyes, noticing her strange internal energy, but he doesn't investigate. He smiles like a sunflower and tricks her. I'll teach you a more powerful internal skill. Your sister's martial arts aren't suitable for you. If you learn from me, you'll be stronger than both Fu Yao and Yu Xiao. The guards hiding in the shadows can't bear to watch as the old master acts like a kid trying to trick a child with a candy. Zhao Zhao twiddles her fingers and blinks big eyes. Grandpa Chiu, can I play with them for a few days? If I have fun, I'll definitely learn from you. Grandpa Chiu slowly puts away the two small purple sandalwood gourds, just like a clever fox, not falling for her tricks. Think about it carefully. I have not only small purple sandalwood gourds but also carved rabbits and foxes from sandalwood. He walks out step by step with his hands behind his back. Zhao Zhao bites her finger, feeling a bit hesitant, and counts on her fingers. Morning training with my friends, then breakfast and practicing calligraphy and embroidery with Antwin for an hour, then sword training for another hour, lunch, a short nap, studying at the academy for an hour, then archery practice and also gun training. And homework at night. The little girl feels very overwhelmed. Grandpa Chiu said she must practice his internal skill for at least an hour every day. She couldn't understand it at first, but soon she came up with a clever plan. On a dark, windy night, two figures, one big and one small, sneak into the guest courtyard. Near the house during the late autumn, Kayan felt nervous. Zhao Zhao, those people are experts. Can we really trick them with just water? Little Zhao Zhao hummed, swear to hang for 100 years if I break my promise. You promise me to. Kayan rolled her eyes, you're cheating. If I knew you were planning to steal, I wouldn't bet with you. It's not stealing. We already wrote a note saying we'll borrow it for 3 days and return it, plus we'll pay a reward. Zhao Zhao pounded her chest confidently. She already planned to give Grandpa Chiu her favorite milk candies when returning the Zeton gourd. Kayan nodded. Hurry up, don't let Grandpa Chiu catch us. Okay. Zhao Zhao nodded firmly. The little girl slipped into the room, opened the door but didn't go in immediately. Instead, she poked her small head out, looked around, and then poked her stick inside. Why are you poking with the stick?
Kayan asked.
What if there are hidden weapons? We need to check for traps first, Zhao Zhao replied. It sounded reasonable, but something felt off. Seeing Zhao Zhao had checked the way, Kayan followed her inside. Suddenly, two people appeared on the roof. An old man peeked around, looking excited. Qiu Jianbai looked at his grandfather with some frustration.
Why do you have to teach Zhao Zhao?
And you already planned to give each twin a purple sandal gourd. Because of a promise. Grandpa Qiu looked up at the moon, a bit wistful. Qiu Jianbai knew his grandfather well. Despite being talkative, if he didn't want to say something, Even with a sword pressed to him, he wouldn't speak a word. Inside the house, Kayan and Zhao Zhao were stunned. Two purple sandal gourds sat on the table, with a note underneath. Today, I foresee a kind person wanting to borrow my sandal gourds. I, being kind-hearted, will lend them. The borrower just needs to write on the note, stamp their thumbprint, and this becomes a borrowing agreement. If not, there might be danger for the kind person. Be careful. Zhao Zhao looked through a hole in the note, feeling troubled. Do I have to stamp my thumb? Kayan patted her small shoulder. Your sister said Grandpa Chiu is very good at astrology and divination. He probably really predicted this. Just stamp your thumb, write a couple of words, and since you didn't put your name, no one will know it's you. Zhao Zhao had a bad feeling, but the two purple sandal gourds nearby made her feel uneasy, like her sensing magic was pounding. I'll sign it. She signed her name, stamped her thumbprint, and they both hurried out of the yard. On the roof, the two people floated down casually. As soon as they landed, Grandpa Chiu quickly ran into the house. Seeing the small red handprint, it was very festive. Chiu Lao took out some medicine from the cabinet, brushed 2 layers on the paper, and borrowed the contract for becoming a disciple. The next day, Fu Qiqi looked at the disciple contract and said in surprise, Zhao Zhao wants to call you master? Isn't the seniority gap a bit too big? Oh no. Yesterday they both fell into a trap. Cha Yan stepped back slowly, planning to escape. Suddenly, a cold aura locked onto her. Cha Yan froze, and the cold came from Chiu Lao.
Cha Zan Aquadili Samai Atku Lao.
Seeing Chiu Lao point at the teacup, she obediently poured tea. Chiu Lao, please drink. This is freshly picked mountain tea, with a long-lasting fresh aroma. Chiu Lao nodded and picked up the teacup to smell it, sighing, good tea. Fu Qiqi was a bit puzzled by Cha Yan's strange behavior, but quickly looked back at Chiu Lao for an answer. Chiu Lao drank a cup of tea, cleared his throat, and then showed a kind and gentle smile, like a Buddha. People in the martial world don't care about small details. Everyone has their own way, and it's not a big deal. This kind of thing is very common in my Chiu family. Then he signaled to a transparent person nearby, Chiu Jianbai, to confirm. Chiu Jianbai was speechless, but nodded slightly in cooperation. He really wanted to accept Zhao Zhao. Fu Qiqi further confirmed, Chiu Lao, do you want to teach her writing or martial arts? She knew the Chiu family was talented in both literature and martial arts. Chiu Lao, looking like a wise master, had a rosy face and a deeper smile. He knew this plan would succeed. I am somewhat skilled in divination and strange tricks. I can teach that. I can read a few characters. Our family has 5 libraries, so I can barely teach that. My light skills are like a chicken jumping. A few jumps are no problem. I can teach that too. He listed more than 10 things in one breath. Chiu Jianbai clenched his fists tightly and coughed heavily. Chiu Lao closed his mouth. He thought he had already expressed himself, very humbly. Young girl Fu, I only understand these shallow things. Next to him, Yu Zhongda opened his mouth wide, and Cha Yan's eyes widened. Shallow understanding? Does he have some misunderstanding about the word shallow understanding?
Fu Qiqi out twitched.
The old mischievous boy who enjoys playing around probably did it on a whim. If it was just a joke, it's harmless. If he is willing to accept Zhao Zhao, I would be very grateful. Fine, I agree to this. After days of farming, Fu Qiqi hadn't even heard Zhao Zhao mention this matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed so easily. When little Zhao Zhao returned.
Huh?
I accept Grandpa Chiu as my master? Little Zhao Zhao stared wide-eyed. Tian tugged at her from behind and whispered, that paper from yesterday was suspicious. It became a master-apprentice contract. Fu Qiqi was busy preparing the ceremony and didn't notice the subtle actions of the two behind her. That old man tricked me? Zhao Zhao exclaimed.
Keep your voice down.
The master of the estate doesn't know we went to steal the purple sandalwood gourd yesterday. It's already decided. Just accept it, Tian said sympathetically. In an instant, Zhao looked like a defeated little chicken, losing all her spirit. Qiqi thought everything was fine, expecting just a simple ceremony. But on that day, old Chiu held a banquet, serving tea, giving words of blessing, crowning, and offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, very formal. Yu Junxian frowned tightly, occasionally probing old Chiu. According to family records, the Chiu family's selection of talented people during turbulent times involved such ceremonies. Chiu Jianbai looked at the newly made Grand Master's wife, a 7-year-old girl, with complex feelings. No matter the doubts, Xiao Zhaozhao officially stepped into her role, studying hard, waking early, sleeping late. 10 days later, Nanyuan returned. He came back excited and said, just as the master said, Lady Chao is not a biological daughter of the Duan family. She was born out of wedlock by Lady Duan's younger sister. At that time, Lady Duan was also pregnant and gave birth to a stillborn. She took the illegitimate daughter back to raise. I don't know how Duan Dun found out, but over time, the pretend siblings became real spouses. They are quite devoted. Lady Duan claimed she was unwell and couldn't have children, so she and Chao Zhongxiong shared a bed for decades. Duan Dun was honest and had only one wife. After her death, he didn't remarry. People thought he couldn't forget his first wife, but they didn't realize he was just faithful to Lady Duan. Chi-Chi looked thoughtful and playfully said, I knew there had to be some dramatic family secret. Yu Junxian chuckled and asked Nanyuan, what's the situation in Yanzi City now? Getting back to the main topic, Nanyuan became more serious. Yanzi City is in chaos every day, fights, bloodshed, chaos everywhere. Duan Dun is ruthless. He's secretly taken 2 iron mines and killed 3 of Chao Qingzhu's sons, framing other noble families. Chao Qingzhu is trying to trouble the Go and Qin families. There's daily bloodshed. Meanwhile, Duan Dun is trying to win over the soldiers. He plans to exhaust Chao, Go, Qin, and others, then attack and take Yanzi City in one go. Yu Junxian praised, Duan Dun is very clever. His plan is very good. If we hadn't interfered, he probably would have taken Yanzi City. Are we going to seize Yanzi City? Nanyuan asked sharply, looking at Chi-Chi. The master is economical with words, and the estate master is more reliable. Chi-Chi smiled, we'll go first. The army will follow. Strive to take Yanzi City, without bloodshed. When I heard that the chaos in Yanzi City was worsening, the plan was already set. Now, with the Duan family holding a grudge, it's even easier. As Fu Chi-Chi and Yu Juanchuan's group rushes swiftly northwest on horseback, Feng Wu Mountain Villa is gathering supplies, soldiers, equipment, and grenades. In 3 days, everything will be outside Longmen Town, following closely behind Fu Chi-Chi's group. Ahead, Zhang Wei sees Zhu Qinjin riding awkwardly, having fallen 3 times and can't stand it. He, tall and strong, pulls her into his arms. What are you doing? Zhu Qinjin turns her head and slaps Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei is stunned. He wants to get angry but quickly looks away when he sees her full, round figure. Today, Zhu Qinjin wears riding clothes that highlight her graceful upper body, which moves up and down as she breathes heavily. Don't move. Zhang Wei swallows nervously, voice hoarse. You're crawling like a turtle. How long will you keep going? Didn't you see the master already far ahead? Zhu Qinjin looks at the dozen figures rushing forward and sighs in disappointment then. You lead me to catch up. Zhang Wei agrees softly, feeling uncomfortable with her close. Zhu Qinjin thinks he's angry and keeps turning her head. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Her hair brushes Zhang Wei's cheek, and her round figure occasionally touches his arm. Even a man can't stand this. Zhang Wei growls, You. Don't move. If you do, I won't be able to ride the horse. He feels nervous underneath. Following Zhang Wei's gaze, Zhu Qinjin looks down at her chest, blushing suddenly and not daring to move. A few days later, at the city lord's mansion, Chao Zhongxiong, drunk after a meal, stumbles toward Lin Shuang Pavilion. The trees sway in the cold wind, and the night breeze blows softly. Suddenly, a woman's voice comes from ahead. The guards want to shout, but then they hear the words Uncle Duan and stop, eyes wide. They listen carefully. Why does Uncle Duan keep inviting the lady out, always at night. We picked some begonia flowers and are heading to the mulberry alley, 3rd lane, in the Huai Tree courtyard. It's probably around 9 at night. The girl's voice is sharp and high-pitched, like she's pretending. Chi-Chi helps pick flowers. The voice shifts again, calm but with a hint of hoarseness. You don't understand. The lady loves bathing with begonia flowers. After she's done, she uses begonia water. If it's late, the lady probably won't come back tonight. The voice quickly returns to its sharp tone, and then, I understand. I understand. It's just, Uncle is too fierce. I envy the lady.
When can I find a good husband like that?
The moonlight turned into a calm young girl. I'll slap you, little rascal, daring to scold the lady. Do your work well, and the lady will help you find a good match. Smack. Chi-Chi nodded along, making sounds as she patted her arm. The two saw a basket of crabapple blossoms, one walking in front of the other, leaving the backyard. Chao Zhongxiong, mostly sober, came out with a dark face. Was that Cui Ying, the lady's maid? Yes, replied the bodyguard with difficulty. The night was cool as water, with a crescent moon moving through the clouds, flickering between brightness and darkness, watching over the joys and sorrows of the world. At this moment, a simple sedan slowly moved forward, swaying and wobbling. It turned down one street, then 2 alleys, finally stopping at the locust flower courtyard in Mai Lane. A woman stepped out of the sedan, fully covered in a black cloak. She was Lady Chao. Lady Chao walked casually toward the back door, where a young servant was waiting with an oil lamp. He opened the door and bowed, whispering, "Madam." Lady Chao didn't speak, but headed straight to the east wing of the backyard. As she reached the door, she heard inside, buy sugar cakes, lotus seed pastries, and spring rolls from Su Xianjai. Put them on the small table, and brew a pot of misty tea. Duan Dun was tending the charcoal fire, giving instructions. Decades of preparing her favorite snacks had become a daily routine. Lady Chao smiled and pushed open the door. Have you been waiting long? Duan Dun heard her voice from behind the gauze curtain. The curtain fell, blocking some of the candlelight, making the room dim and yellowish. You just arrived. I've only been here 15 minutes, he replied. Like an old married couple, Duan Dun went to help Lady Chao remove her black cloak and supported her to the lantern. Spring is chilly, and the night wind is cold. Come, warm yourself by the fire to chase away the cold. I just brewed misty tea, try some. Lady Chao, with a touch of girlish charm, said, You're making me warm the fire and drink hot tea again, like a young kid. It's already March, and the sun feels nice, not cold. Duan Dun's sharp, serious face softened with a bit of silliness. Having no time alone with you lately, I've been looking forward to it for 2 months. I hope I'm not too impatient. The servant and maid brought by Lady Chao had already stepped outside, standing on either side of the courtyard, ready at any moment. Lady Chao held his hand tightly. You're busy with important matters. I shouldn't disturb you. The situation is tense, and there are spies everywhere. If Qi Ran hadn't sent me a message, I wouldn't have come to see you. That's also Qi Ran's filial piety, he replied. When they mentioned their son, they both smiled knowingly. Duan Dun picked up a piece of sugar cake and lotus seed pastry, placing it on a white porcelain plate, then handed it to Lady Chao. Almost time. Soon, our family of 3 will be together forever. Chao Zhongxiong has died, leaving behind 3 illegitimate children. In a fit of rage, he has already killed 2 of Go's illegitimate children, 1 legitimate child of the Qin family, and 2 illegitimate children of the Song family. If he continues to do wrong, everyone believes he will be overthrown within 10 days. Madame Chao uses a wooden fork to pick up a piece of sweet pastry, takes a light bite, and offers it to Duan Dun. Duan Dun smiles gently, eats the remaining half of the pastry in 1 bite, and then hands over the freshly brewed tea. Madame Chao takes the tea, but does not drink immediately. She plays with it in her hand, gently stirring the foam. Because she takes good care of herself, even at 40, her wrist is as white and smooth as the porcelain cup. Are your soldiers and horses ready? Duan Dun slightly sneers. I plan to marry my second sister, with her apricot yellow dress, to General Peng's second son. You agreed to his benefits from the iron mine, and with the marriage and money, why wouldn't he respond? He then tightly grips her wrist again.
It's just hard for you.
In the future, you'll have to hide your identity and stay by my side. Madame Chow gently shakes her head. I am content to stay by your side, and she rants. After chatting for about 15 minutes, Duan Dun plays the flute. The two have been close for decades, like a harmonious melody, with a fixed routine. That routine is, one plays the music and the other dances. Today, for some reason, it feels especially hot. They're very close. Madame Chow takes off her outer robe, revealing a bright red inner dress, making her look as youthful and beautiful as a young girl in bloom. As the flute music flows, Madame Chow, whose name is Duan Wu-yin, shows her arms and spins in place. Her red dress sways lightly, like a butterfly dancing in the wind. Duan Dun's eyes are fixed on Duan Wu-yin, making him forget the music a few times. Today, Wu-yin's body is especially soft and delicate, like a fragile girl with no bones. He really wants to press her down and love her properly. Suddenly, their eyes meet with deep affection. He snaps back to reality, realizing they're already old married couples. Why does he feel such strong urges today, like a young man? Unknowingly, Duan Wu-yin leans closer.
Duan Lang.
Wu-yin. The flute slips from his hand and falls to the ground. Through the window paper, two intertwined figures are clearly visible in the overlapping shadows. Shameless couple. Chao Qinjin, who is secretly watching from the wall, curses. Even at 40, he has grandchildren, yet he still engages in such shameless acts. It's as intense as dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Zhang Wei lets out a cry, looking down at his hand, which is red and swollen from being pinched. He hoarsely says, if you want to curse him, just curse him. Don't pinch me. Chao Qinjin glances at him sideways. Self-righteous old man. Not a good one among you. Zhang Wei. It feels like he's insulting him. Disguised as 7-7 and you say, the two of them took a shortcut and had already approached, just stepping onto the wall. Suddenly, they were caught by Brother Yu Junxian, who grabbed them and blindfolded them. Big Brother Yu? I just saw two shadows fighting, but I couldn't see clearly, Fu 7-7 complained. Yu Junxian gritted his teeth. You're not allowed to look. Big Brother Yu is so petty, 7-7 said, following him into a nearby courtyard. In Ma Clothing Alley, shadows moved in the dark night, completely blocking the already narrow alley. Night travelers saw this scene and turned to run away. The watchman, hearing the bell, pressed close to the wall, lowered his head, and made way quietly, not daring to make a sound. A group of guards quietly arrived at the Huaihua courtyard gate. Chao Zhongxiong looked grimly at the red door. One guard stepped forward and knocked softly. Inside, the gatekeeper asked, "Who is it?" The guard cleared his throat and replied, "Madame's maid, Sister Cui Fun, asked me to deliver some begonia flowers." The gatekeeper responded with an "oh," and soon, muffled sounds of someone dressing could be heard inside. Then, with a creak, the large red door opened. Outside, a fierce group of guards in armor, holding large swords, stood ready. At the front was the sinister and terrifying Chao Qingzhu. The gatekeeper was stunned, opening his mouth in shock. Before he could finish shouting, Chao Zhongxiong swung his long sword. The gatekeeper's head was severed from his body, blood pouring out instantly. Surround them. Chao Zhongxiong's bloodshot eyes gleamed like wolves in the night. The clanging of armor and swords echoed as the guards dispersed in all directions. The sentries of Longmen Town saw this and let out a bird-like cry. Whoosh! Zhang Wei grabbed Zhu Qinjin and ran into a side courtyard, while others quickly retreated to two other courtyards. These two houses had already been bought by Nan Yuan after discovering the illicit affair house linked to the Duan family. At the east wing door, guards and maids exchanged glances. Did you hear anything? From the west? No, from the south too? Someone's coming through the front gate. The group split up and searched in three directions. In the front yard, dozens of dark figures appeared silently, their cold blades flashing, cutting down the servants in the courtyard. Soon, nearly 10 people collapsed into pools of blood. Two guards heading to check the main hall encountered Chao Zhongxiong and his men. The two guards, loyal to Duan, saw the sudden appearance of Lord Chao and stammered, "Sich, Chancellor."
Seize them.
Chao Zhongxiong recognized the two. They were Hu Zhu and Hu Jian, guards beside Duan. Two bodyguards knew they couldn't escape even if caught. They both drew their swords quickly and shouted, "An assassin." Suddenly, more than 10 soldiers from the Duan family rushed out, and everyone was very surprised to see Lord Chao. This courtyard had been bought for over 10 years and had never been discovered before. Why was Lord Chao coming today? Without hesitation, the two men drew their swords and faced each other. They fought fiercely. The soldiers of the Duan family looked anxiously toward the inner courtyard, hoping the master would hear the fight and escape quickly. Unfortunately, inside the east wing of the house, two people had already fallen into a passionate trance under the added heat of the charcoal fire, caught in a dangerous struggle they couldn't escape from. In Yanzi City, on the West Street, a cavalry was heading toward Ma-Yi Alley. "Hurry! The master has been caught by the city lord. We must rush to save him," shouted the leading soldier. "On the East Street, speed up. That Chao Zhongxiong killed my 2 sons without reason. Today I will skin him alive." The head of the Go family spat. "On the North Street, is the news reliable? Did Chao Zhongxiong really only take a few dozen men to fight the Duan family?" "Yes, it's true. Our people saw him with their own eyes heading to Ma-Yi Alley."
No mistake.
"Brother Chun, don't worry. After today, I will support you as the new city lord. Haha, Brother Feng, you will be the biggest hero. After today, I will share the wealth and treasures of Yanzi City with you." In Yanzi City, the streets were filled with flashing blades and shadows, like a ghostly parade rushing toward Ma-Yi Alley. Chao Zhongxiong's eyes were cold and sinister, fixed tightly on the window. Inside, the sound of heavy breathing from a man and the soft moans of a woman created a duet that made people blush. Two maids outside the door had their mouths covered and were trembling on the ground, sweating profusely, tears falling to the floor. Just moments ago, they were dreaming of marrying a scholar in the city and becoming the main wife, with their husbands already chosen. Those scholars had land and shops, living a wealthy life. But now, seeing the city lord, they woke up as if from a dream, only to fall into a nightmare of life and death. The Duan guards haven't arrived yet. I see Chao Zhongxiong's eyes are blazing with fire, eager to swallow Duan whole. We must cover our faces and go in. We can't let Chao Zhongxiong cut Duan with a single sword, or the show will be over. Fu Qiqi wiped her arm with a big hand, eager to rescue Duan at any moment. Chao Zhongxiong is stubborn and proud. "He won't just kill Duan easily," said Yu Junxian, twirling a lock of green silk in her hand. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash. The door of the east wing was kicked open by Chao Zhongxiong, and he stepped inside step by step. He saw Duan crawling on his wife, engaged in primitive actions. Duan Wuyin no longer appeared as the noble lady of the past. Now she looked no different from a courtesan in a brothel, her body open and willing to be driven. She was pretending. For decades, she had been pretending to be pure and noble, pretending to be generous and virtuous.
Dog Duan.
Chao Zhongxiong shouted angrily, eyes bloodshot. On the bed, the two were still and moving. Suddenly, a night breeze blew in. Duan, who was leaning over, turned his head. He saw Chao Zhongxiong, like a demon covered in blood, holding a large knife, walking toward them step by step.
Wuyin.
Duan woke up suddenly, shouted, and pulled the quilt over Wuyin. Wuyin instantly regained consciousness, panicked for a moment, then softly laughed. "You're here?" Seeing that Chao Zhongxiong stopped when he heard Wuyin's voice, Duan quickly put on his inner garment. Soon, Wuyin dressed in her middle coat and outer robe in front of the two men, then walked to the window, opened it. Outside, the sounds of fighting continued. After a few moments, she turned around and sat down leisurely. Her delicate eyebrows moved slightly as she poured 3 cups of tea, pushing them toward the other two. Then she drank one herself. Gradually, the crimson in Chao Zhongxiong's eyes faded halfway. He was always arrogant. He picked up a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, then sneered. What a pair of dogs and women, siblings indulging in sin, condemned by heaven. You too will be punished by the heavens. Duan Dun, to prevent Chao Zhongxiong from suddenly attacking, kept alert and protected Wu Yin behind him. Wu Yin gave a miserable smile, who said, I am related to Duan Lang. It's just fate. Chao Zhongxiong's face changed immediately. You're not from the Duan family? Wu Yin tilted her head to look at Duan Dun. After their gaze met, they nodded in unison. Since he had come to their door, he might as well clear up some confusion. So your mother has always been faithful to him, and I thought you were a pure and noble saint. Chao Zhongxiong's eyes turned red with anger. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the door. Not only is Madame Chao not from the Duan family, but your only son, Chao Chiruan, is also surnamed Duan, not Chao. Zhu Qinjin, escorted by Nan Yuan and Zhang Wei, arrived at the door just in time to hear this, and she sarcastically said, Zhu knew? Zhu knew. You're talking nonsense. Wu Yin, who had been calm just moments before, now said fiercely. To avoid trouble, Zhu Qinjin sat down on a distant chair. Your old servant of the Duan family is still in my hands. As for Chao Chiruan, his true parentage is clear. Duan Dun looked fierce. Did you cause all this today? Zhu Qinjin sneered. You killed my father, and I just fought back. Chao Zhongxiong suddenly became furious. He grabbed Duan Wu Yin and tightly squeezed her neck. You shameless woman! Putting that under my nose and fooling me.
How dare you?
Duan Wu Yin struggled to breathe, trembling and convulsing. Let her go, Chao Zhongxiong. Duan Dun pointed at him and shouted urgently. Let her go? You dare to deceive me for decades? Decades? I raised him like my own son. Taught him to read, swordsmanship, writing. He was more important to me than my own life. And today you tell me he's You, go die.
Godi.
Chao Zhongxiong's face twisted with madness as he shouted and laughed. Suddenly, he stabbed a big sword into Duan Wu Yin's body. Duan Wu Yin collapsed on the ground, tears shining in her eyes. Blood burst from her nose and mouth. Her spasming fingers grasped the sword, stabbing her. Brother Duan, I don't regret it. Duan Dun rushed over, holding Duan Wu Yin, wiping her blood-stained lips, but the blood wouldn't come off. He cried painfully, Wu Yin.
Ha ha ha.
Duan dog, you caused my Duan family to be forever childless. I will make your entire family pay. Watch as your family members die one by one in front of you. Chao Zhongxiong's eyes turned red as he stared at the two of them, furious. One person cried out in grief. Another person cried, laughed, and shouted all at once. They were on the verge of losing their mind. Zhu Qinjin drew a curved dagger, eyes shining with excitement. Finally, he could avenge his father. Almost there. It's happening now. Like a leopard ready to pounce, he seemed about to attack fiercely at any moment. Zhang Wei didn't hesitate and grabbed Zhu Qinjin, trying to run outside. Zhu Qinjin pushed against Zhang Wei's shoulder, fighting and kicking. Zhang Blackie, put my mother down. I want to kill them myself. Zhang Wei carried her to the right, unable to hold her as she twisted and struggled. He growled, you pig brain. With your weak moves, you'll get beaten or sent to meet the afterlife. Use your brain and learn from the leader. Use tricks. Tricks? Understand? No wonder your family is called Zhu. You're as dumb as a pig. Brainless. Zhu Qinjin's face turned pale and then red from being scolded. He wanted to vent his anger, but saw a pair of pointed ears and suddenly bit Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei was tough and thick-skinned. Zhu Qinjin didn't bite hard, just tickling him, making Zhang Wei feel itchy inside. This woman is both spicy and fragrant. He chuckled softly. Brother, your left ear itches too. Want me to bite it? Nan Yuan felt a rush of wind at his feet. He had already stepped away when he heard Zhang Wei's mischievous words and turned to look. He saw Zhu Qinjin leaning behind Zhang Wei, wrapping his arms around his neck from behind, licking and biting his ear. Nan Yuan's eyes widened. When did you two get together? Even in serious trouble, you can't forget to flirt? Zhu Qinjin. Let go. Covering his face, he was so embarrassed he wanted to die.
Huh.
I was interested in Miss Cha Yen, but this pig. Zhang Wei avoided suspicion, loosening his grip. Zhu Qinjin's whole body tilted backward. The noise was too loud. It attracted a guard who shouted, "Are 3 people trying to escape?" The leading guard raised his sword and swung at Zhu Qinjin. She suddenly felt a strong gust behind her. Turning her head, she saw a big sword swinging toward her face. Zhu Qinjin froze in fear, forgetting to dodge. Zhang Wei spat. "You stupid woman. Don't you know how to dodge?" He suddenly took a half step forward, grabbing Zhu Qinjin's head, pinning her under his arm. Only then did Zhu Qinjin narrowly avoid the incoming sword and spun around to kick the attacking guard down. Another guard from the left lunged with a knife, aiming at Zhang Wei. The blade struck his arm, but with a loud bang, it was blocked by his arm. Nan Yuan rushed over, twisting the attacking guard's hand. Seeing no way out, Zhang Wei suddenly lifted Zhu Qinjin and threw her onto a tree. She hung upside down from the branch. "Zhang He."
You.
Looking down, she saw Madame Chao's maid tied below, looking up at her with blinking eyes. "Emerald Green, it's you." Zhu Qinjin, face down, waved her hands in greeting. Emerald Green sniffled and whined. Zhu Qinjin said, "Oh, you want to ask your lady?"
She's dead.
That Chao guy caught her cheating. How could she survive? Emerald Green. Your lady has always been so fierce? I heard she's into rough play, knocking old Master Duan to the ground. Emerald Green covered her mouth tightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then swallowed it back. Chi leapt over, intending to rescue her. Seeing her chatting happily with the maid, she jumped up and sat directly on the branch.
Chat. Keep chatting.
Zhu Qinjin smiled flatteringly. Inside, Duan Dun was very sad. When he heard Chao Zhongxiong wanted to kill his descendants, he stayed rational and shouted, "I'll kill you." He grabbed a long sword nearby and lunged at Chao Zhongxiong's vital point. Chao Zhongxiong sneered, "Overestimating yourself." He flipped and landed behind Duan Dun, stabbing his arm with a curved dagger. Duan Dun bent one leg, avoiding the stab. Blade flashes and sword shadows, only a few moves. Duan Dun falls to a lower position. Seeing Chao Zhongxiong's curved sword about to cut into Duan Dun's right leg, Fu Qiqi, sitting in the tree, slips out a dagger from her sleeve, aiming at Chao Zhongxiong's right arm. She uses her wrist strength, and the dagger shoots out from its sheath. Just as Chao Zhongxiong is about to strike Duan Dun, he suddenly feels a pain in his right arm. The whole person trembles, and his curved sword swings aside, splitting Duan Dun's robe into 2. Chao Zhongxiong turns his head and sees a delicate dagger embedded in his flesh. He grits his teeth and pulls it out. This gives Duan Dun a chance to breathe. "Why did you save Duan Dun?" Fei Leolaizi's old nose finally turns around and climbs up the tree. "The show isn't over yet. How can I die so early?" Fu Qiqi toys with her sword sheath. Chao Zhongxiong's internal strength is good. His eyes sweep around and see the attacker in the tree. He shouts outside, "There's a thief in the tree." Next to the big tree, there are 2 soldiers from the Chao family. Hearing the city lord shout, he looks up and a sword sheath hits his eyes.
Ah!
He screams painfully, plop, falling to the ground, landing on all fours. Chao Zhongxiong, with a quick glance, notices that a skilled thief is helping Duan Dun today. The space inside the house is too small. He leads Duan Dun to the courtyard and calls the guards. "Tie up Duan." More than 10 guards hear the order and surround Duan Dun. "Brother Duan, we are here to save you." Go Mao Sun and his men rush in. Seeing Chao Zhongxiong covered in blood, thinking he's badly hurt, Go Mao Sun laughs loudly. "Chao Zhongxiong, I didn't expect you to have today." Chao Zhongxiong looks around.
Duan, you are so cunning.
You colluded with the Go, Chun, and Feng families, leading me into a trap, trying to trap me. You must be dreaming. Chao Zhongxiong had already received news that several major families planned to rebel against him. To prevent these families from acting rashly, he secretly kept his main forces inside the city, always on alert. A guard pulls out a signal flare, whooshing through the air. Red and yellow fireworks scatter in the sky. Soldiers hidden in the city, dressed in armor, holding large swords, rush toward Ma Elaine. In the courtyard, Duan Dun looks at the crowd, confused and guilty. The flower pavilion is his home, his and Wu Yin's home. How could he bring people here to destroy his home? In the dark night, the sound of horses approaching from afar. Go Maosen's face changes. Not good. Chao Zhongxiong has reinforcements. Today, if we 4 families work together to eliminate Chao Zhongxiong, the Yanzi city can be discussed later. Is that acceptable? Duan Dun glares fiercely at Chao Zhongxiong. He wants Chao Zhongxiong dead more than anyone.
Kill.
As long as Chao Zhongxiong dies today, no matter who becomes the city lord, our Duan family will gain an advantage. The 3 heads of the families Go, Chun, and Feng looked at each other with excited glints in their eyes. Chao Zhongxiong's cold gaze flashed with hostility. Vile little troublemakers. Zhang Wei hid in the crowd and shouted, "Kill." Suddenly, there was a flurry of sword and knife movements. One cut my arm, I'll cut your head. Seeing everyone fighting fiercely, Zhang Wei approached a Qin family soldier, slapped his shoulder, and said, "Brother." The Qin soldier smiled back at him, as if they were allies. "Brother, take this." Zhang Wei grabbed his big sword and stabbed toward his head. "Who are you?" The Qin soldier bent down, clutching his chest, and asked painfully. Zhang Wei grinned. "I am from the Go family. The Go family is killing me." The Qin soldier spat blood and fell to the ground. Seeing that Zhang Wei was from the Go family, the Qin soldier waved his curved sword. Zhang Wei fought while secretly slipping into the Go army. "Don't attack. We are from the Go family. You're attacking your own. Shameless brat." An ambush. Nan Yuan saw that Zhang Wei's idea was good and successfully incited a fierce battle between the Go and Qin families. He fought 1 against 2, as the soldiers of Chao and Qin families couldn't tell his tactics. Chao soldiers, already badly wounded after being surrounded, still spat out blood with hope in their eyes. "Are you a stranger, brother?" "I am a guard from the Feng family. My master said he's just pretending to be on the Go and Qin sides. Today I am undercover to help you, Lord Chao." Nan Yuan said seriously. "The Feng family? You dare to cheat, Feng family." The Qin soldier shouted. "Go Mao's son, did your men kill me? You scoundrel." The battle spread to the Qin family head himself. Meanwhile, the Feng family head was furious. "Chen Erxing, I was going to make you the city lord, and now you dare to attack me." Some with clear minds tried to distinguish the situation but were quickly shot down by Qi, who shot an arrow. More and more of their own soldiers fell into the hands of the other 3 families. The scene descended into chaos. Who was fighting whom didn't matter anymore. Everyone fighting with bloodshot eyes, bodies falling one after another. Fortunately, the courtyards around had already been cleared by Qi and others, but the sound of hooves and fighting in the dark night was especially harsh. The common people, frightened awake, immediately got up, sealed windows, blocked doors, and hid in cellars. Chao Chiron finally received the news and rushed over with his men, only to see the inside and outside of the courtyard brightly lit and fighting everywhere.
"Dad."
"I'm here to help you," Chao Chiron shouted to Chao Zhongxiong. Then, hundreds of people flooded into the courtyard, making it feel very cramped. The heads of the families exchanged a silent understanding and stopped fighting.
"Kia."
Zhao Zhongxiong naturally turned his head, eagerly looking at his son. Seeing Zhao Zhongxiong step forward with a blood-stained sword, Duan Dun's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Cheer! Be careful!" Suddenly, when Duan Dun called out cheer, Zhao Zhongxiong snapped back to awareness. His fierce face flickered with madness, ferocity, and anger. Zhao Qiron met his father's fierce gaze, feeling nervous and uneasy. Duan Dun's expression tightened with pain and injury. "Cheer, he knows everything. Quickly kill Zhao Zhongxiong. He killed your mother." Zhao Qiran stared blankly at the two, asking mother is dead? Did you always know you were born from those two scoundrels? Zhao Zhongxiong trembled, his eyes bloodshot with flames. Zhao Qiran hurriedly looked away. Zhao Zhongxiong truly cared for him. At that moment, Zhao Zhongxiong's last hope shattered. He collapsed completely. Beast. As vile as your mother. Filthy. You are born from an affair. The depth of love turns into the sharpness of hatred. Everyone was stunned. Go Mousen asked in disbelief, are you saying you were born from Duan Dun and Duan Wuyin? Duan Dun and Duan Wuyin having an affair? Aren't they siblings? Lord Foam clenched his teeth in pain. Duan Wuyin slept with two men? Another soldier gritted his teeth and cursed. More than 20 years ago, Duan Wuyin was the most beautiful and talented woman in Yanzi City. Undoubtedly, she was the beloved muse of many young men, an unattainable flower on a high pedestal. Everyone looked at Zhao Qiran, who turned pale and lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to speak. He had never imagined that his true background would be exposed so blatantly and sarcastically. Their original plan was that he was a victim, persecuted by Zhao Zhongxiong, and that his mother had succumbed to coercion and then committed suicide in front of everyone. He was supposed to have entered the city lord's city with a new identity. Zhao Zhongxiong sneered, I never slept with Duan Wuyin. I look down on such a... Hearing this, Zhao Qiran pulled himself out of his embarrassment and looked at his so-called father with complex eyes. He had actually begged his mother to spare his life, to keep him in a side courtyard and let him live out his days. Go Mao-sun hesitated for a moment, then his face changed. Good job, Duan Dun. I came to help you in good faith, and you still struck a... Turns out you had a bigger plan all along. You want to take over Yanzi City alone. Duan Dun wanted to deny it, but seeing the fierce soldiers behind his own son, he fell silent. Leave the Zhao family and Duan family alive. Seeing his expression, it was clear he guessed his intentions. Go Mousen's killing intent surged. He was so angry he struck without mercy. He immediately struck a soldier from the Duan family with a hammer, smashing his head open.
Kill.
Kill the bandits, seize Yanzi City. After hearing the gossip, Zhang Wei, showing his rogue nature, shouted loudly and randomly swung his sword, causing chaos among the crowd. Kill Duan Go. Some others shouted loudly. After killing a few people, Zhang Wei wiped blood on his face and charged into the Go soldiers, shouting, Kill the Go bandits. Zhang Wei fought recklessly, weaving through the crowd. Zhu Qinjin on the tree watched with complicated feelings. Black Zhang. Don't get hurt. Her words sounded like a young lady showing concern. Chi turned to look at her. Was the pig-like red lawn moved? The night was filled with fighting, and dawn arrived. Several clan leaders, covered in blood and badly hurt, were still alive. At this moment, outside Yanzi City, a dark mass of iron cavalry seemed to crush mountains and rivers, arriving in the dawn light like an army of the underworld, with a sharp, unstoppable killing aura approaching the city. The city's defenses had already been called away to rush to Ma Yi Lane for support, leaving only about 10 soldiers on duty, and today the city gates would not open. Suddenly, the sound of iron cavalry shaking the earth echoed, and everyone stared blankly below the wall. People, all of them, dark armor emitting cold, white light. The killing intent was so strong it blinded everyone. Before they could react, several figures appeared on the wall. The most eye-catching was a tall man in black clothes. He glanced at the crowd and said, Open the city gates. His voice was deep and carried an undeniable authority. The city guards froze in surprise.
Swish.
7 or 8 people behind the man in black drew long swords, their sword energy like frost, making a sharp, metallic sound. The guards trembled and hurried to the mechanism, working together to lift the crossbeam, and slowly the gates opened. Young Master Yu.
Master.
Lei Jinghu and Bei Zhi saluted. Lei Jinghu, lead the people to surround Ma Yi Lane. Bei Zhi, lead the people to surround the city lord's mansion. Xiang Yi, lead the people to surround Duan's residence. Said Yu Junxian. Understood. Military orders were like mountains. 7 or 8 groups of soldiers, led by scouts inside the city, rushed to each residence. Brave civilians secretly peeked through the door cracks. Most of them were unfamiliar soldiers. Enemy attack. All soldiers. The civilians were terrified and panicked. They quickly packed soft belongings, grabbed weapons, and tried to escape during the chaos. People in Mai Lane had already fought their way from the courtyard into the alleys. Looking around, last night there were over 1,000 people, now only 100 or 2, all badly injured.
Clang.
Lei Jinghu led 500 soldiers to surround each alley directly. Fu Qiqi suddenly appeared in front of Lei Jinghu. Lei Jinghua was suddenly happy.
Boss.
Fu Qiqi half closed her eyes and looked behind him. Last night, a few martial artists suddenly appeared. These were the followers cultivated by Chao Zhongxiong and others. Yu Dajuan brought his men to Moon Half Lake. Why haven't they finished fighting yet? Hee boss, do you see young Master Yu? I heard some escapees got away, and he's gone after them, Lei Jinghua said with a smile. Qiqi nodded and ordered, send the challenge. Let those who resist go. Do not kill them. Those who surrender, keep them alive. Lei Jinghua took out 2 hand grenades, pulled the pins forcefully, and threw them onto an open space.
Boom.
The explosions were loud and harsh, startling the exhausted soldiers and officers. Everyone looked toward the sound. Behind them, thick smoke billowed, and dust flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, a sharp, elite iron cavalry appeared. They were all strong and tall, wearing shiny black armor with bright patterns, helmets, shoulder guards, cloaks, chest plates, arm guards, and skirts. During chaotic battles, no one would wear such fancy armor unless they had a lot of resources. They also held bows aimed at them, white and dazzling. The horses they rode looked fierce and strong. Finally, they landed in 2 large pits. Everyone peeked in and saw that the explosions created holes about 2 meters wide and over a meter deep, with shattered stones scattered around. If this fell on us, with our flesh and blood, we probably wouldn't lose limbs, right?
Someone asked.
It wasn't really a question, but an affirmation. Suddenly, the area fell silent.
Clang.
Someone threw down their weapon first, followed by a series of clattering sounds as groups of defeated soldiers dropped their weapons. They had fought all night and were exhausted. They had no strength left to fight. Seeing some still look angry, Lei Jinghua grabbed his pickaxe from his horse and smashed it into a high wall. The wall collapsed with a loud bang. Listen up. Rebels kill without mercy. Surrender, kneel, and stay down. Go Mousen wiped the blood from his face, looking at the familiar voice. He stepped forward in disbelief, nearly losing his eyes. You've defected to Longmen Town, Lei Jinghua. When inspecting the iron mine in Longmen Town, he had drunk with Lei Jinghua. Lei Jinghua, with a square face, smiled charmingly. Hey, go family head, it's me, your big brother. Hiss. The heads of the Yanzi city noble families gasped. They had fought all night but were secretly attacked by the enemy. How did you get into the city? What are you all doing? This is Swallow City, not Longmen Town. At this moment, Chao Zhongxiong, dragging his broken left leg, was helped over from another alley. He immediately saw Fu Qiqi calmly eating a bun on the wall. He asked, "Who are you?" Since she was the city lord, he had good judgment. Others only surrounded Lei Jinghu, questioning him, but no one asked her. Fu Qiqi nonchalantly took the water mushroom handed by the moonlight, uncovered the lid, and a fresh aroma wafted out. It's a refreshing tea. She raised her cup and took a sip, then gracefully jumped down from the wall and walked over with her hands behind her back.
Fukiki.
Her voice was soft, but everyone recognized her name.
Swish.
All eyes turned to the legendary leader of Longmen Town, Fu Qiqi. The sun rose in the east, shining brightly, illuminating the quiet girl standing there. Her eyes slightly drooped at the corners, like a small cat just waking up. She looked very obedient, yet her expression seemed to look down on everyone. In the thunderstorm, Chao Zhongxiong understood everything, how he happened to discover the Duan family's affair, and how it was just as coincidental that everyone rose up against him last night. He sighed and said, "Was it you who caused the trouble last night?" Fu Qiqi's gaze flickered slightly, not foolish, just coincidental. Just a coincidence. Good, and evil will eventually be repaid. You officials are unkind, poisoning the people, fooling the world, and yet you still dream of everlasting wealth and glory? Sweet words and false appearances. You are just after power and status, Chao Zhongxiong sneered. But you're just a woman. How do you think you can hold on to this piece of fat meat? Qiqi didn't want to waste words with him and gave a signal to Lei Jinghu. Everyone, lock them all up. Lei Jinghu lifted his Tian kayaks and said, "Crouch with your heads down, or you'll die." No one wanted to die when they had a chance to survive, especially since no one was confident they could break out.
Clatter.
The defeated soldiers all dropped their weapons and crouched with their heads in their hands. At the corner of the wall, Duan Dun kept coughing up blood, holding Chao Qiran's hand softly and whispering, "Qiran, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's firewood to burn. Our big families have been rooted in Swallow City for decades. This outsider can't just take over. I've planned for years. I won't let my efforts be wasted. There are stored grains in the farmstead, and over 1,000 soldiers and horses hidden in the mines. Follow Mr. He. He will find a way to save you." Chao Qiran, tending to his father's wounds, said sadly, "Dad, I will definitely save you." Duan Dun nodded with relief and turned to a well-dressed middle-aged man nearby. "Mr. He, I entrust my son to you." Mr. He clasped his fists and said, "Thanks to Lord Duan for saving me. I promise to serve you for 5 years, and I will keep my word." Last night during the fight, Duan Dun was surrounded several times by Chao Zhongxiong's men and was badly injured. If he went to prison, he might not survive. With a kind face, he repeatedly told him to be careful, and Chao Qiran's eyes filled with tears. Chao Zhongxiong looked at the father and son behind him with a mocking smile. He thought, they still think they can escape after autumn? Even if I die, I will drag them too. Seeing Lei Jinghu bring people over, Chao Zhongxiong proudly said, "I don't need you to tie me up. I can walk myself. Follow me." Amid the flying arrows and grenades, Lei Jinghu knew he couldn't escape. He nudged the soldiers and said, "Take him away and lock him up." When Chao Zhongxiong was being taken away, Chao Qiran suddenly stood up, looking sad. He followed behind, saying, "Dad, please take care of yourself." Chao Zhongxiong paused, then quickened his steps forward. Fu Qiqi noticed that the heads of the major families seemed unusually obedient. She squinted and called out to the moonlight, "The leaders of the big families are being kept separately and guarded heavily." The moonlight issued the order, and she discussed with Lei Jinghu. Inside the courtyard, two enemies argued loudly as they walked out together. "Don't lean on me. Stay away from me." Zhu Qinjin blushed and said. Zhang Weigang puffed out his chest and said stubbornly, "I'm injured. My brain is injured. My arm is injured. My leg is injured." He leaned toward Zhu Qinjin, occasionally glancing at her. "Those big buns make it hard for me to breathe." Zhu Qinjin's clothes were torn on the branches. She changed into a dark blue combat outfit, with a wide belt showing her slim figure. Warm air brushed past her ear, making her heart beat uncontrollably. She looked around and saw the brothers in Longmen Town busy cleaning up the bodies and tying up prisoners. Everyone was working hard. She struggled to support him and led him outside. In Yanzi City, the major families kept their lights on all night, waiting for the result of yesterday's rebellion. Suddenly, loud knocks sounded at the gate. The young master in charge pushed open the door and saw the unfamiliar soldiers outside. The soldiers looked imposing, and he was stunned. This scene appeared in each family's residence. Especially the team led by Xiang Yi. The young master saw a woman and foolishly tried to flirt. Xiang Yi directly cut off one man's arm to calm the situation with force. Within half an hour, everyone in the city knew that Yanzi City had changed hands overnight. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. 3 soldiers galloped quickly down an empty street, holding a flag with a mythical creature called Xieji, and shouted, "From today, close your doors and lock them. Seal the city for 10 days. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a criminal. It took 3 days for the major families to carry out their house searches. All the gold, silver, and treasures were gathered in a courtyard with 4 sections. The piles of small hills couldn't even hold everything, and many jewelry pieces were scattered on the ground. Zhang Wei and Lei Jinghu, who were surrounded by piles of gold and silver, had their eyes wide with greed, and drool kept dripping down. Zhang Wei said, "I've never seen so much silver in my life." Lei Jinghu said, "Our ancestors never saw so much gold and jewelry combined." Nan Yuan secretly went to invite Qi and Yu Junxian to come see the treasures. They didn't think much of it, believing the total value was no more than 20 or 30,000 silver coins. But when the two entered the courtyard, Qi was stunned. She couldn't find a place to step on among the piles of gold and silver. Even Yu Junxian was very surprised. It was truly unexpected. Qi picked up a crown with red jade embedded in a golden phoenix on a Nanma box. It was a pure gold phoenix, head held high, with lively eyes said to be made of deep-sea jade. Its feathers looked real, wrapped into a circular shape, with hollowed-out nests in the middle, inlaid with 28 top-quality red jades. She weighed it. It was at least 5 or 6 jin, about 2.5 to 3 kilograms. Is this the famous queen's crown, made by 36 skilled artisans over a year, called Feng Gui Cha? I didn't expect it to end up in Yanzi City. Nan Yuan smiled and said, "I heard it's worth over 100,000 taels. Actually, it was priceless. If estimated in silver, someone had once offered 100,000 silver coins." Qi blinked and asked, "Is it really that valuable?" She pointed ahead and asked, "And these piles of mountains?" Nan Yuan thought for a moment. "We roughly estimated. They're worth over 2 million. Qi suddenly got angry, threw the crown aside, and couldn't help but curse. Yanzi City's bunch of turtles hid millions in gold and silver mountains, kept fooling the common people, letting corpses rot in the streets, making Nanhuang the poorest place in Dashuan. Even in peaceful times, the people can't eat enough or wear proper clothes." Seeing the crown about to fall to the ground, Nan Yuan quickly leaned forward and caught it just in time. "Miss, this is a treasure. You can't break it." Qi snorted coldly. "Even if it's a treasure, it's just one piece. Anyway, I'll sell it to exchange for silver." Zhang Wei casually said, "It could also be used as a dowry." Phoenix as a queen used as a dowry? Could it be that she has to marry a ruler of a country? Zhu Qinjin just happened to walk in. Yu Junxian saw Qi pouting her little lips, her beautiful eyes bulging with anger, still kicking her small feet towards the wooden box. He couldn't help but smile softly, quietly pulling her tender hand into his palm to play with it. Qi glared at him. "Are you afraid I'll damage the treasure?" Yu Junxian's dark eyes flickered slightly, softly saying, "I'm worried your feet will hurt." "That's so annoying." Zhu Qinjin pouted. "This is what Tian calls the smell of love's decay." Next to them, Zhang Wei sniffed. "Why do you smell like blood?" Zhu Qinjin let out a small sound, softly saying, "I went to the prison this morning to see Chao Zhongxiong, Duan Dun, and a few others, and rewarded them with a whipping and fried meat." Seeing her sad expression, Zhang Wei understood she was thinking of her father, and stayed silent. They sent people to investigate. In Yanzi City, a few noble families had good reputations, Zhu family, Kai family, and so on, always helping the common people. But Zhu Qinjin's reputation was complicated. She used to be a spoiled and domineering young lady, yelling and scolding others whenever things didn't go her way, yet the common folk still liked to be scolded by her. Further investigation revealed that Zhu Qinjin was actually quite foolish. She cursed and hit people, and threw food and medicinal herbs around as if they were free. This is why she remained an old maid and couldn't find a suitable son-in-law. "Foolish girl," Zhang Wei muttered with a smile when he thought of what he found out. Zhu Qinjin's hair stood on end. "How dare you call me that?" They chased each other out in a fight. Qi's eyes twitched, thinking that the two often argued. Maybe they would become a happy couple. In the blink of an eye, one of the candidates for guarding Yanzi City was decided. Zhang Wei. Night at 3 o'clock. The east courtyard gate was pushed open. Nan Yuan approached the window and whispered, "Master, someone escaped from prison." Yu Junxian opened his eyes and lit the oil lamp. Chi, who was in the side room, heard the noise and suddenly jumped up from the bed, quickly dressing. They hurried to the prison. The prison gate was brightly lit, and it was chaotic, evidence of a fight, with about 10 prisoners dead on the ground and another 20 being pressed down by soldiers. Yu Junxuan's eyes darkened slightly.
What's going on?
The person in charge of the prison, Beija, had just returned from the Xie River. Reporting to the master and Miss Fu, Chao Zhongxiong and Chao Qiran were rescued. 2 groups of people came, and they all escaped through the waterway. Chi-Chi's brow furrowed tightly. She had forgotten about the heavy guards along the river. Yu Junxian examined the dead prisoners. They have stab wounds from flying knives and hooked blades. Those are the martial artists who escaped that night. Is the other group from the Duan family?
Baisha interrogated Duan Dun. Baia replied, yes.
Soon after, Beija came out looking upset. Master, Duan Dun is dead. Fu Chi said confidently, if he's dead, he's dead. Duan Shirui won't make a splash. Even if Chao Zhongxiong escapes, he only gathered a ragtag group. Yu Junxian wiped his hands clean and nodded, giving orders. Beija, double the troops. Send 5 hand grenades to each patrol for emergencies. Beija obeyed the order, tidied up the mess, and re-established the defenses. Fu Chi and Yu Junxian checked the prison thoroughly, making sure there were no other issues, and were about to leave.
Wait.
They turned around and saw several soldiers escorting a thin young boy out. The boy looked pale from punishment, with a delicate and gentle appearance. A soldier nearby said, "Return to the master and young master Yu. He is Duan's eldest son, Duan Kaixio, and has something important to say." Fu Chi examined him carefully. She remembered that Duan's eldest son, Duan Kaixio, was often sick, coughing with each step.
Come here.
They arrived at an interrogation room, sat down and looked at Duan Kaixio. Duan Kaixio leaned against the wall, slowly sat down, and gasped before speaking, "Master Fu, young master Yu." Both nodded expressionlessly. Duan Kaixio forced a smile, afraid they wouldn't be pleased with his cold attitude, and said, "I have 2 pieces of news. If you let me and my eldest sister go, we can leave Yanzi City and swear never to return." Yu Junxian tapped the table and asked, "Go on." Duan Kaixio coughed violently, his face turning red. He struggled to speak. Someone in Zhangzhou's hidden city secretly contacted Chao Zhongxiong. He wanted to resolve internal chaos and, with the help of people from the hidden city, planned to wipe you out in one go. He escaped with help from the people there. Actually, not only the people from the hidden city, but also a group of unknown individuals. They haven't revealed their identities to Chao Zhongxiong, but their goal is to take the lives of Master Fu and his siblings. Fu Chi-Chi's expression changed slightly. Zhangzhou's hidden city? King Shen? Truly relentless, always fighting for power, yet still sending minions to deal with her. But who are these other people? Zhao Junxian asked quietly. How did you find out? This is promising. Duan Kaixio noticed Fu Chi-Chi's change in expression. His eyes brightened, but that flicker quickly disappeared, and a look of hatred appeared on his face. Cough, cough. I have known about Chao Chirui's background for a long time. I also know that my mother's death was related to Duan Wuyin. 5 or 6 years ago, I planted an undercover agent in Chao's household, thinking of Chao Qiran, who should have been his cousin, but... Duan Kaixio's face showed a complicated expression, and his voice was weak. Chao Qiran has fled to the mine. There, he has over 1,000 soldiers left by my father, enough for him to survive in these chaotic times. This news had already been discovered by Yu Junxuan's secret guards. The silver mine had been taken, and once the situation inside Yanzi City stabilized, they would seize the other 2 mines. Duan Kaixio saw that Yu Junxuan's calm eyes showed no emotion and felt anxious. My nephew is only 3 years old. He is as weak as I am. Being in prison for so long, I worry. The 3-year-old child struck a soft spot in Chi-Chi's heart. She looked at Yu Junxian, but he was lost and thought about another issue. In the future, They would need many civil officials to govern the southern wilderness. She heard that Duan Kaixio's brother-in-law, Kuchingi, had passed the imperial exam during peaceful times and was one of the only 2 teachers in Yanzi City. In the poor southern wilderness, scholars were rare, and those with good knowledge even rarer. Kuchingi was among the best. This was also why Duan Dun was willing to marry his eldest daughter to the humble Ke family, who only owned about 10 acres of land. Seeing Chi-Chi's eyes, as if she was pleading for them, Yu Junxian suddenly smiled and nodded at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi turned around and said seriously, "You and your eldest sister's family will stay temporarily at your Duan family's side courtyard. One rule: you are not allowed to leave Yanzi City without permission." Before they had established proper rules, the major chaotic families still needed to be dealt with. Duan Kaixio, hearing this, stood up excitedly, causing another bout of intense coughing. Fu Chi-Chi frowned, noticing his face was pale, but his eyes were clear. According to reports, he was a rare honest person in the Duan family and had a kind heart. "If your cough is bothering you, I have a good remedy," she said. Duan Kaixio was a bit confused. Being released from prison was already a great blessing, and now he had a chance to treat his illness? He had been coughing for 7 or 8 years. Looking at Duan Kaixio's uncertain gaze, Fu Chi-Chi chuckled softly. "There is an ointment called chili paste, made from a large amount of autumn pears, along with rawi mania, kudzu root, radish, lilidif, lotus root, juice, fritillaria, honey, and other ingredients, mixed and boiled into a sticky, silk-like consistency. The method is simple. Just eat it directly 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. If it's too sweet, dilute it with warm water before eating. If you use it for 3 months, your cough should improve." Having been ill for a long time, Duan Kaixio knew a bit about medicinal herbs. After hearing Fu Chi-Chi's advice, he thought the remedy was excellent, expressed his thanks repeatedly, and then started coughing again. "Thank you. Thank you, Lord Fu." By the second day, Yanzi City had been sealed off for 4 days, with 6 days remaining. "We need to settle accounts with the major families involved in the unrest and also check and control the troops left outside the city. Additionally, after the lockdown is lifted, the daily management of the people in each county must be finalized. It's a lot to handle. Today, we gather for a meeting. Nearly 20 people are in the room at the provincial government office, but fewer than 7 of the original officials from Yanzi City are present. Among them, the highest-ranking official is only a county captain." Fu Chi-Chi takes out a map and looks at the 7 nervous men, then suddenly points and calls out, "County Captain Kai, please tell us about Yanzi City and the surrounding counties." Startled by the call, Kai County Captain trembles and turns pale. He is 46 years old. He passed the imperial exams and was appointed to Yanzi City by the Ministry of Personnel. However, Yanzi City is controlled by a local warlord. He tried to leave for better prospects several times, but was never able to escape. He has been waiting since he was 25 and is now 46, 20 years of waiting, yet he remains just a county officer managing taxes and recording land and housing. He carefully looks at the handsome young man at the head of the room, who appears calm and confident. It is Fu Zhuang, who is about to become the city lord of Yanzi City, acting as a guardian. She looks at him with encouraging eyes. Suddenly, he has a bright idea. Could this be his chance? He quickly stands up and loudly declares, "South Wilderness is vast and sparsely populated, covering 320,000 square kilometers. Among it, Yanzi City is the largest, covering 170,000 square kilometers. The isolated city itself covers 110,000 square kilometers, and 6 tribes occupy 40,000 square kilometers. Yanzi City governs 5 counties besides Longmen Town, Shanshui County, Anjiang County, Xianchan County, Shuiyang County, with a total population of over 90,000. The arable land is very limited, only about 800,000 mu. The garrison originally had over 20,000 soldiers, but many died or were injured in recent conflicts. Now, only about 11,000 remain. A while ago, over 3,000 soldiers died.
Currently, Fukiki smiles silently.
She has recently cleared out a group of people and sent them to a village outside the city to prepare for building a military camp. Kai County Captain takes a deep breath and continues. Now, we need to recheck the troop numbers. The population inside Yenzi City is over 8,000, with the rest living in the 5 counties and nearby villages. There is also a special area in the southwest, near the sea, consisting of 6 tribes. These tribes are part of Yenzi City's territory, but have been disputed for a long time. The Manhwa tribes control the 6 tribes along the western coast. Our southern wilderness has long been called a place of exile, consisting of 1 city and 3 counties. The city refers to the isolated town, and the 2 counties are Yenzi City's jurisdiction over Shanshui County and Anjiang County.
Fukiki nodded repeatedly.
This Kai County officer is practical and handles various administrative tasks easily. Even Lord Yu Xian was very patient, listening to him ramble on for nearly half an hour. After Kai County officer finished speaking, he stood straight. Fu Qiqi smiled and said, "Kai County officer, please sit down." The officer looked serious, but only sat with half of his body on the seat. Qiqi and Brother Yu usually have different roles. Brother Yu manages military defense, while she handles people's livelihood and economic affairs. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound was heard. Fu Qiqi knocked on the table. Zhang Wei, who was leaning to one side, suddenly sat up, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Is it time to eat?" Nan Yuan kicked him lightly, and Zhang Wei chuckled. Fu Qiqi rolled her eyes at him and said, "Our Yenzi City covers 170,000 square kilometers, but only has 80,000 acres of land, which is a waste of resources. Therefore, we plan to open our gates widely to accept refugees. We intend to build a camp on the west side of the city, which Zhang Wei will lead troops to guard. We will also find a leader to take charge of a few clerks dedicated to accepting and settling refugees." The other 7 officials saw that Zhang Wei, Lei Jinghu, and others seemed distracted, knowing they were discussing matters. After a moment of consideration, they said, "We don't have enough grain to support the refugees. It might attract wolves easily, but driving them away is difficult. We fear the common people won't have a peaceful life in the future." Fu Qiqi raised an eyebrow and said, "So, there's no grain? We just confiscated grain from Chao and Duan families, totaling 1.6 million jin, enough to support 60,000 to 70,000 refugees for 3 months. With 60,000 to 70,000 refugees, we could recruit about 20,000 soldiers. The remaining tens of thousands of people would be enough to build 2 county towns in half a year." The 7 officials looked at each other in surprise. Using confiscated grain to support refugees completely broke their previous understanding of the powerful. In wartime, the main needs are food and weapons. Who would complain about having too much grain? Yet, the new city Lord Fu was sending grain out. Finally, the role of leader was assigned to Kai County officer. He stepped out of the prefectural government building, appearing dazed, walking as if floating on clouds. 1.6 million jin of grain and 200,000 bolts of cloth would be divided among 12 villages. Such an important task was now entrusted to him. Next, everyone was busy without stopping. Lord Yu Xian used tough methods to seize the forces of various noble families, integrating them into Fu's army. He brought in 3,000 soldiers, confiscated 5,000 more, and stationed a total of 8,000 troops in Yenzi City. All the soldiers captured in Swallow City were disorganized and re-registered into the camp. They were all Han men, quick-tempered, constantly clashing, and there were many bloodshed incidents. From morning till night, the sounds of punishment with sticks could be heard. "Master, General Wei and General Shan request to see you." Nan Yuan glanced sideways, lifting his chin arrogantly at the few men. Yu Junxian put down his brush and said, "Come in." General Wei and General Shan, having witnessed Yu Junxian's skills, dared not underestimate him. They bowed very properly and said, "Greetings, young Master Yu." Yu Junxian nodded without raising his eyelids, still considering the military reform and stationing issues. General Wei was a veteran of Swallow City, originally commanding 8,000 soldiers. Now he was under General Lei Jinghu, which made him very unhappy. He shouted loudly to express his opinion. "Young Master Yu, I refuse to serve under General Lei Jinghu in the Tiger and Leopard camp. Yu Junxian suddenly looked up. General Wei was tall, comparable to Zhang Wei, with a full beard, looking very weathered. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, full of pressure. General Wei was secretly surprised. No wonder the training general had led 5,000 men but couldn't take down Longmen Town. Yu Junxian set down his scroll calmly and said slowly, "I'll give you a chance. You and General Lei Jinghu each take 1,000 men to hunt down bandits and rebels. Whoever captures the most people wins. If you win, I will allow you to command one camp." Yu Junxian understood the current state of the camp. The 5,000 soldiers of Swallow City had always been poorly managed, with some bullies among them, which caused frequent fights recently. The best way to boost morale and unify the troops was through battle, winning battles, earning military merits, promotions, and honors, reinforced by strict discipline. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about managing these large soldiers. Outside Swallow City, there were nearly 3,000 bandits and rebels. He already had plans to eliminate the troublemakers and, out of desperation, the remaining helpless refugees who turned to banditry would be incorporated into the army. General Wei, unaware that he had just fallen into Yu Junxian's trap, secretly thought Yu young master was truly a gentleman. With a heroic shout, he said, "I will not fail the mission. Young master Yu, just wait for my victorious return." Meanwhile, General Shan secretly glanced at Nan Yuan, hesitant to speak. He had been assigned under Nan Yuan and also wanted to compete. Nan Yuan faintly said, "If General Shan is free today, I'd like to have a few matches with you." "A one-on-one duel?" General Shan's eyes flickered with struggle. He had heard that Nan Yuan was highly skilled in martial arts. Yu Junxian's gaze fell on the remaining two men, his brow slightly furrowing. Then in the afternoon, you two will spar at the military training ground. Most of the soldiers were rough and relied on strength, just enough to let all the soldiers see, and if anyone still refuses, a live contest will be held. When the soldiers heard that General Nan and General Shan were going to fight, they finished their meals and crowded the training ground so tightly it was packed. When the time came, the two jumped onto the ring. General Shan heard that Nan was using a sword, so he specially chose a sharp broadsword. But he saw Nan standing in the ring, casually pulling out a red cherry spear.
"Begin," shouted Lei Jinghu loudly. "Ah!"
General Shan raised his big sword, fighting fiercely, rushing forward with a strong charge. He saw Nan with a round face, smiling, standing still. The big sword was less than a meter away, and only then did Nan move, leaning back with a slight bend. The red cherry spear shot forward like lightning to meet the big sword. They clashed, sparks flying. It seemed that General Shan had the advantage, with Nan on the defensive. But Nan forced him back repeatedly. Seeing that General Shan was struggling, Nan suddenly flipped and attacked from behind. They exchanged blows for about 15 minutes. General Shan was so exhausted he turned red in the face, knowing deep down that Nan was much stronger. The soldiers cheered loudly. Soon after, someone challenged Lei Jinghu directly, and the atmosphere became very lively. Yu Junxian saw this and canceled the afternoon drills, announcing that anyone interested could challenge, regardless of rank. If they were talented, they might even be promoted. A group of soldiers eagerly ran to sign up. Fu Qiqi heard the news and hurried to the training ground. She couldn't get in, so she coughed loudly behind the crowd. The soldiers turned around and saw Fu Qingzhu, quickly making way. Soldiers from Longmen Town immediately saluted in unison, "Qingzhu." The original soldiers of Yanzi City saw their salute and responded hesitantly, "Fu Qingzhu." Fu Qiqi raised an eyebrow, still unimpressed by a woman. Big Brother Yu said that after finishing her chores, she could guard the ring for a few days and teach these brainless soldiers a lesson. There was no need to wait for chores. Today was lively and full of energy. Just then, on the ring, Zhang Wei was finishing a fight with a general. As soon as they finished, Fu Qiqi jumped onto the ring, glanced around at the thousands of people, and loudly said, "Today I feel like sparring. Is there anyone willing to loosen up and fight with me?" Suddenly, The crowd fell silent. Yu Junxian, sitting high, had bright eyes and a slight smile, and said, "Go prepare a pot of flower tea."
Yes.
His guards knew that flower tea was Fu Qingzhu's favorite. Meanwhile, the soldiers below stared blankly at the ring. A woman? Fu Qiqi, today dressed in men's clothing, with smooth black hair and a graceful demeanor, combined with her pure and elegant aura, gave the impression of a jade-like woman on the street, unmatched among young men. The matter of military drills was not something a delicate woman like her could handle, so most people doubted that City Lord Fu had only risen to power by relying on Lord Yu. Fu Qiqi slightly parted her red lips and said, "Are you afraid?" At this moment, a burly man jumped onto the arena, shouting loudly, "I'm coming." A woman. What's there to be afraid of? Fu Qiqi remained calm and said, "You're no match for me. Bring 5 more." Suddenly, the crowd erupted with shouts. They felt scorned. A fiery atmosphere filled the air, especially the big man at the top of the arena, whose face turned red and eyes blazed with anger. "You pretend to be the city lord, but you look down on us." Fu Qiqi smiled coldly, her expression slightly icy. "No more words. Bring 5 more." The brave men couldn't accept being looked down upon by a woman. They quickly jumped onto the stage, about 10 men. Fu Qiqi was satisfied and ordered, "All right. All 15 of you, come together." The scene fell into brief silence. Soon a soldier shouted from below, "Brother Chong, you guys need to show these men some spirit. The city lord is a beautiful lady. Be careful when you fight." "Ha ha." Fu Qiqi kept smiling, then drew a long staff. Near the drums and gongs, Lei Jinghu squinted and asked, "What do you think they want to do, die?" Zhang Wei leaned over and squinted. "Haha, they're definitely going to be beaten to death by the city lord." Wood? A stick? The feeling of being looked down upon grew even stronger. Don't think that because she's the city lord, they can just let her win. "Brothers,
Charge."
a big soldier spat on the ground, then quickly grabbed his long sword with both hands. In just a few moments, some held swords, some held maces, some held spears, and they formed 2 lines surrounding Fu Qiqi. Fu Qiqi chuckled softly, holding her staff as she strolled casually, drawing a circle on the ground. It was just wood, but it sounded like sharp metal screeching. This was a clear provocation. Everyone instantly tensed up, their fighting spirit rising.
Charge.
6 men led the attack, their blades aimed sharply at Qiqi, rushing forward swiftly. The crowd below held their breath. Aside from her stunning appearance, the city lord sat behind her like a judge of, "Don't hurt her." In the blink of an eye, the city lord in the center disappeared. Up in the air, someone shouted in surprise. Everyone looked up and saw the city lord using light skills to leap into the sky, standing in midair. Just moments before, he was smiling happily, but suddenly he became cold and fierce, like a fierce god. Before anyone could say more, a stick moved. It was like a cloud of beans turning into soldiers. The wooden stick looked like a heavy shadow, falling like rain on the backs of 6 people.
Ah!
Oh no! The 6 people felt a tingling sensation on their backs. They quickly changed their formation, stepping and squatting. 3 of them jumped to attack Qiqi. Qiqi dodged to the side, then stepped on a person's sword, using the force to spin sideways. Her wooden stick, like a round ball, spun quickly and swept across, hitting the backs and shoulders of 3 people with heavy thuds. The others were stunned, their heads spinning with stars. For a moment, they thought if the city lord had used a little more strength, their brains might have burst. The 3 short people rolled to the side to get away. Qiqi stepped on one person's head and struck their arms like a performer hitting acupoints. The 3 felt sharp pain, as if their bones were about to break, and their weapons clattered to the ground. The remaining 9 people were very surprised. But after 3 moves, they had already subdued 6 people. They responded quickly, moving in perfect, practiced steps. They rushed forward.
But
it was all for nothing. They couldn't land a single hit on the city lord. Qiqi kept her calm gaze, moving among the people like she was teasing prey. She flipped and jumped gracefully, always avoiding the attacks of more than 10 people. Not only did she dodge their attacks, but unintentionally, she also hit her own people. After half an incense stick of fighting, the dozen or so people blushed with embarrassment and anger. It was like they were just playing with cats. Chi-Chi seemed tired of playing. She dragged out one person nearby with a cracking sound. The person's arm dislocated, and his big sword fell. Chi-Chi swung her stick again, causing the soldier to kneel. After a brief numbness, he couldn't stand and collapsed on the ground. Seeing the city lord actively fighting back, the others sped up their attacks, constantly changing formations. Soon, 3 more people dislocated their arms or lost strength in their legs and were dragged out and thrown below the arena. Everyone below the stage opened their mouths wide in shock, staring fixedly. Only 8 people remained on the stage. They couldn't help but twist their arms and move their legs, afraid that next time they might hear a cracking sound and end up with broken limbs. They looked at the city lord, whose expression remained calm. Suddenly, she blinked and smiled, turning her head. "It's almost over. I'll show you a magic trick." A few people felt uneasy, trembling violently, shivering with cold. Before they could react, a strong wind swept through. Several people were blown sideways, and the pillars on the stage were pulled out of the ground and flew half a zhang away. Whoosh! Another furious roar followed. The pillars shot up quickly, carving a sharp line as if to pierce the sky. The fierce wind howled around, stirring up dust, causing the soldiers below to close their eyes. Their mouths, too late to close, were filled with the strong wind, making their cheeks puff out.
Boom!
The pillars spun several times in the air and returned to their original position. The powerful impact knocked the 8 people 10 meters down onto the stage. A long silence followed. Then, clear applause from Lord Yu. After a moment, the entire training ground erupted with cheers like a mighty wave. "City Lord! City Lord!" The shouts lasted for half a quarter of an hour. When the noise subsided, Fuchichi looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "Is there still a brother willing to try?" Her eyes swept over the soldiers who had shouted earlier. They silently took a step back, afraid to be chosen. Fuchichi asked, "General Shan?" General Shan awkwardly turned away, feeling guilty. I need to go fight bandits tomorrow. Today, I can't spar with you, City Lord." Another day, I promise." Fuchichi asked, "General Wei?" General Wei looked away and slapped himself. "It's so hot today, huh? Even the mosquitoes are out." Fuchichi asked, "General Qian?" General Qian covered his stomach. "Oh, the potatoes from lunch were made by that 8th prince. My stomach has been upset for an hour." The soldiers looked down on him. An hour? They still stood here watching the show, puffing out their cheeks and glaring. Fuchichi called out all the former generals of Yanzi City before stepping back to the center of the stage. Lord Yu also stepped down. One was proud and noble, with a deep aura. The other was bright as the moon, looking down on all beings. Fuchichi circled around the crowd and said softly, "In times of chaos, I have seen corpses floating everywhere. I have seen people whip animals and humans to vent their anger. I have seen starving people eat dirt and die. I have seen mobs with no regard for human life. I have even seen the worst, people drinking human soup and eating human flesh." Everyone grew quiet, their eyes moistening slowly. Fuchichi continued, "And what about you? Where are your parents? Where are your brothers and sisters? And your wives and children? Have they been abused? Are they clothed and fed? Have they been sick without medicine? Have they been helpless and unable to ask for help? Are they still alive?" With loud shouts that touched the depths of the soul, the young soldier slowly crouched down and let out a sob. Fuchichi raised his voice. "I don't have the ambition to conquer the world, nor can I ask the people to serve me. I don't want much, just to give those without a home a pure land. So I chose to come to the poorest part of Dashuan, the southern wilderness. I want to plant rice fields that stretch 10 miles, grow fragrant fruits, and build a strong army that others won't dare to bully. I also want you to have no worries about clothes or food, to be able to read and practice martial arts, so you can protect your families and live peacefully. So, are you willing to help us build a prosperous rural land? Are you willing to create a pure land for yourselves?
Yes.
Dozens of people shouted in unison, deafening everyone. From this moment on, this army has a spirit and faith. Lei Jinghu wiped away tears and said, "No wonder my master told me that the efforts of the past 10 years were pointless. Fate was meant to be in Longmen Town, and I was destined to succeed later in life. Indeed, when I first saw the town lord, I wanted to cling to him. I will follow the town lord even if I die." Zhang Wei spat and said, "Those fools from Jiangnan Prefecture mocked me, old Zhang, saying I'd be a lonely bachelor all my life, a street rat. When I lead the army to crush them, they'll be so scared they'll their pants." The soldiers were full of enthusiasm and passion. Yu Junxian and Qi decided to let Nan Yuan and Xiang Yi represent them to announce the plans for building their homeland and military defenses. They planned to set aside 2 plots of wasteland outside Yanzi City, one in the north and one in the south, to build military family camps. Soldiers from other places could bring their families here. The soldiers would receive fixed monthly pay, and if they didn't fight, they could take seasonal leave to visit home and be rewarded. The families and children in the military camps would be allocated land based on the number of people. During busy times, they would farm. During free times, they could help make military uniforms, prepare food, or craft pottery. If they had free time, they could also raise livestock and fish, with the army prioritizing buying their animals in the future. All seeds, fruit tree saplings, and young livestock could be bought on credit and paid back monthly. The Longmen Town Education Institute was already taking shape. If children in the military camps wanted to learn literacy and arts and had extra money, they could attend school. Every plan was carefully thought out and clearly explained, and it took effect immediately. The soldiers, who had just dried their tears, suddenly burst into tears again, crying loudly. People born into the lower class are often oppressed and forced to join the army, risking their lives for a few coins, just to provide more food for their families or to stay alive. Unexpectedly, the city lord's recent talk about building a homeland is not just a dream, but something that can start today. This dream, even in a peaceful and prosperous time, no one has ever achieved. All arrangements are in place. It is almost evening. The sky is painted with a red glow, falling on blue bricks and dark tiles, casting a warm orange light. Below the high wall, Yu Junxian stands on his horse, quietly watching the setting sun. He hears the sound of footsteps and turns his head to see a beautiful figure running toward him, casting a long shadow. His dark eyes are gentle enough to drown in water. He extends his right hand, and Qi, with a slight smile, places her small hand on his. Yu Junxian gently pulls her into his arms.
Ride.
The two of them quickly ride toward the city. When they reach a quiet place, Yu Junxian releases the reins, letting the horse find its way, and walks slowly. He smiles softly and says, "You did very well today." Qi is also very excited. It's her first time speaking in front of thousands of people, and her face is flushed, never losing her composure. "It's because, brother, you taught me well. You probably didn't remember everything. During the end times, other children learn their lessons at 7 or 8 years old, but you pushed me to learn 10-year-old courses." Yu Junxian gently rubs her small hands, which are waving excitedly. "I remember, but not completely. I just remember a little girl with a small backpack crying and begging not to go to school. She's revealing her weakness." Qi playfully bites his hand and says, "Don't make fun of me." Yu Junxian is touched by her bite. His face half buried in her neck, he softly says, "You little rascal, after today, the soldiers will temporarily surrender. When the soldiers from outside bring their families here, our plan will come true, and your Qi family army will become one strong team." The warmth makes her feel happy. Qi squints her eyes, smiling happily. She is confident. She won't lose face in front of others. She hums softly and says, "Why should I let the city lord do it? Why do all the soldiers belong to me? Are you trying to be lazy?" Yu Junxian's lips are close to her ear, gently biting. Chi-Chi's ears are very sensitive, and she breathes heavily as she is licked and bitten, her cheeks slightly flushed, more charming. Suddenly, Yu Junshuan's deep voice sounds, "Hee hee, when you marry me in the future, your dowry." His tongue licks and bites her earlobe, slowly moving down her neck, and suddenly bites a tender piece of flesh, pressing his tongue against it. Fu Chichi gasped and hesitated, then sharply scratched her palm with her fingertips, her breathing slightly uneven. "I don't want to marry you." Junxian grabbed her teasing fingers, turned around, and pulled Fu Chichi to face him. They looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly they kissed. On horseback, sometimes the ride was rough and bumpy, sometimes gentle and smooth. As the city of Yanzi closed its gates for 10 days, the gates reopened. However, each household, shop, and common people still kept their doors tightly shut. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. On the street, only a few major household servants went out to buy supplies. Patrolling soldiers found that whenever they passed by, shop owners would secretly open their doors a little and peek at them. The news reached Fuchichi. She thought for a while, then called Xiang Yi and Lei Jinghu, who had just returned from quelling bandits. "The common people are afraid to open their doors, probably because they don't know who we really are or where we come from. They naturally feel fear. Xiang Yi, go to the military camp and ask Brother Yu to arrange for 500 local soldiers to take leave. After they receive their pay, they can go out to buy clothes, food, and farming tools, then return home to visit family. Old Lei, take your brothers, wear your usual clothes, walk through the streets and alleys, listen to the people's lives and opinions. Notify the officials to draft new tax policies for commerce and land and post copies all over the streets." They all understood the plan and went to carry out their tasks. Lei Jinghu took his brothers and went to a noodle shop, knocking on the door. The owner was a middle-aged couple with 2 children around 10 years old. Seeing Lei Jinghu tall and strong, they shrank back in fear and said, "Master,
We
are closed today." Lei Jinghu forced a smile and handed over some silver coins. "Boss, do you know about the bandit Tian Laoshu on Huai Mountain?" At the mention of Tian Laoshu, the noodle shop owner turned pale with fear. A young girl immediately started crying. The wife quickly hugged her and begged, Are you from Huai Mountain?
We
won't charge you for the noodles." "Who is Tian Laoshu?" "A wicked bandit who bullies women and children. Many girls have fallen into their hands. And I heard they even collude with the officials." Lei Jinghu pushed the silver coins forward. "Nonsense. No one eats without paying. I just killed Tian Laoshu yesterday. Look, his body is still hanging at Saishi Gate. Make your noodles first. If you have time, go to Saishi Gate and take a look." "Killed?" The noodle shop owner stared wide-eyed. "He is dead, completely gone, killed by our leader Lei himself. Such a villain shouldn't be left alive, especially not over the new year." A plainclothes soldier nearby said this. Although they had also fought bandits before, they followed Lei because they respected his reputation. They do not take lives or harm others, they only take a few layers of silver coins. Even in the hardest times, they only take up to 3 layers. The owner of the noodle shop, somewhat unsure but hopeful, prepared 5 hearty bowls of noodles for the group of 5, then told his son to secretly find a small path to gather information. In just a short while, the son returned.
Dad.
"Old Mouse is dead. Truly dead." The noodle shop owner was very happy and quickly told the neighbors. More shops started to quietly open small doors to listen for news. Soon, with 500 soldiers flooding into the city, every household took down their doors and windows and opened their main gates. The city became lively. As the city gates opened wide, merchants and traders moved through the streets, making the city busier than before. The news of Yanzi City changing hands spread quickly, like it had wings, reaching nearby regions such as Jiangnan Prefecture, Liyuan, and Huainan. The news of Yanzi City changing ownership naturally reached the Southern Yu tribe. The tribe erupted in excitement and gathered at the Ying Prefecture. "Last year, that young master you promised us they had no intention of attacking Yanzi City. How can a gentleman break his word and not keep his promise? I heard he took Yanzi City to give to that woman," Fuchichi? Since ancient times, beautiful women have caused trouble. Maybe it was Fuchichi who encouraged him. Yes, I think Fuchichi was behind it. If the young master you wanted to take over land, wouldn't it be easier to attack a few states from Liyuan? Leader Ing listened to everyone's opinions and thoughts, considering carefully. He had met Fuchichi before. She was a wise woman, not just a troublemaker as they thought. According to reports from the hidden scouts in Longmen Town, under Fuchichi's guidance, their newly planted rice was thriving and the herb and fruit gardens were flourishing. This shows that she is a woman of great wisdom. While Leader Ing was pondering, everyone had already decided to demand an explanation from Longmen Town. It was also good that Prince Feng sent a message when Pingsong had not yet delivered the third batch of grain he was supposed to. The next day, more than 10 people arrived at the dock in a grand procession. From afar, they saw the sign Longmen Port, standing about half a zhang high.
Port?
Currently, within the great mystical realm, there are 5 trade ports. These ports mainly serve as hubs for water and land transportation, safe entry and exit of ships, docking stations, and centers for the distribution of industrial and agricultural products, as well as foreign trade goods. They are places where ships dock, unload and load cargo, passengers board and disembark, and supplies are replenished. Could it be that Longmen Town does not want to develop agriculture, but instead aims to pursue trade routes? When family study room. Master, the leader of the Manhwa tribe has sent people to visit. A servant outside knocks on the door. Not seeing anyone. Old Master when coldly refuses. At this moment, he is overwhelmed with worries. The last hidden stash of over 5 million jin of grain from the Wen family has vanished without a trace, and the warehouse storing cloth and silver suddenly turned to ashes in a fierce fire. Understood. The servant knows that the master has locked himself in the study for 2 days and dares not disturb him. He then delivers the message to the leader of the Manhwa tribe. Why not see them? He, Wen Pingsong, must be feeling guilty. If he, Wen Pingsong, doesn't give an explanation today, we won't leave. Yes, we won't leave. When Shijun just returned from the education academy, when he heard the noise coming from the main hall outside, he stopped a maid serving tea, asking, "Why is there such noise at home?" The maid bowed politely and replied, "The Manhwa tribe has come to see the master." When Shijun's eyes flickered, "You go ahead and attend to your duties." He turned and left, lifting his skirt. When Pingsong, hearing that the people from the Manhwa tribe refused to leave, knew it was probably because of the Yanzi city matter. After a failed visit to Fengwu Mountain Villa, they came to him for news. He looked impatient as he entered the outer courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, the noise inside the house immediately stopped. Guests. When Pingsong glanced around, clasped his fists casually, and then sat at the head seat. Feng Yunshi, eager to accuse, raised his remaining left arm and pointed at Wen Pingsong. "Old Master Wen, I am your superior. My family's Feng nephew has sent a letter asking why your new batch of grain and supplies haven't yet reached Yicheng." His words were arrogant. When Pingsong looked at him coldly, his empty right arm swung with his anger. Feng Yunshi didn't know who secretly harmed him and caused him to lose his arm, but he knew clearly. Unable to control his lower body and unable to keep his mouth shut, he still dared to covet Chi-Chi. This time, the crown prince Yu only sent someone to take his right arm. When Pingsong took a blue and white teacup from the maid, sipped, and said, "I will explain this to young Master Feng." No need for the Feng family head to worry. Feng Yunshi snorted heavily, his eyes dark and sinister. Seeing Wen Pingsong's constant stern expression, the leader of the Manhwa tribe asked with a smile, "Brother Wen, are you facing difficulties?" Wen Pingsong didn't want to say much. "Nothing serious." The leader looked at him with a deep, cautious gaze, indicating something had gone wrong. Seeing Feng Yunshi angry and about to speak, the leader raised a hand to stop him and then asked, "Brother Wen, we received news that Master Fu and the young Master Yu took down Yanzi City. Is Master Fu now the city lord?" The others listened carefully. When Pingsong sneered inwardly, thinking about how his wife was Xiao Zhao's master, those 7 people were all on his side. He could tell the difference inside and out. When Ping Song hesitated for a moment, then picked up his teacup, stirring it as he said, "I've heard it might be true." And then, the others were dissatisfied. The leader smiled. "Brother Wen, do you know why they suddenly took Yanzi City?" Chi said, "When you're hit, you naturally fight back. Yanzi City has been shouting every day about destroying Longmen Town. They often send troops to harass us. Today they destroyed seedlings, tomorrow they burned houses, the next day they killed oxen. They keep causing trouble, so they naturally came to demand an explanation." When Ping Song mocked, Feng Yunshir was angry. When Ping Song, which side are you on? You need to understand your position. You're related by marriage to the Feng family. When Ping Song looked at him dismissively, "That's naturally my family matter with the Fengs. What does it have to do with Brother Feng?" The leader frowned slightly and then asked softly, "Master Fu and young Master Yu only brought 3,000 soldiers. How did they defeat over 10,000 enemies? Brother Wen, do you know the details?" When Ping Song honestly replied, "I don't know." The leader pretended to be relaxed. "I did hear a rumor, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. I heard Feng Wu Mountain Villa is secretly developing powerful weapons for Master Fu's mountain." When Ping Song's expression remained unchanged. It seemed there were spies at Longmen Harbor. He shook his head. "I really don't know. Such secrets are not something an outsider like me would be allowed to know." He had just been protective, acting like a guardian, and now he said he was an outsider. Another middle-aged man asked, "Brother Wen, your eldest son is now the town mayor of Longmen Town. Do you really not know about these things?" Meanwhile, outside Wen's residence, when Shijun asked someone and learned that Kayan had gone to the vegetable garden, she hurried toward the garden. From afar, she saw Kayan and Xiao Zhao squatting on the wall, one of them biting into a fresh yellow cucumber. "Shijun, try this. It's a newly picked cucumber, very juicy and tender." When Shijun approached, Kayan plucked a small cucumber about the size of her palm from the fence. When Shijun took the cucumber, mimicking Kayan by brushing off the tiny thorns from her clothes, then took a gentle bite, juice spilling out. She couldn't help but praise, "It's crisper and sweeter than those grown in winter greenhouses." Xiao Zhao proudly said, "My sister says this is called soaking up the sunshine, which makes you more tender." The three finished a cucumber, and when Shijun briefly explained their purpose, "Doing such silly things? I'm best at handling this. Don't worry, I will take care of it," Cha Yen said excitedly upon hearing this. She immediately went to the training ground, summoned over 20 strong and tall men, and nervously headed to Wen's residence. From afar, Cha Yen shouted loudly, "Uncle Wen, did you lose your grain and silver? Don't worry, I'll bring 200 men and go after the thieves right away." When Ping was so surprised he almost fainted.